In the Xianxin continent Nanyu, Liang Dynasty. In the northern lands at Zhenbei Guan, yellow sands fill the sky, dark clouds gather ominously, thunder rumbles, and an aura of lethal dread overwhelms all. The oppressive darkness seems ready to crush the city. Upon the city tower of Zhenbei Guan, a young man clad in dark armor stands with a sharp sword gripped in both hands. His eyes are closed, and his face reveals an unmistakable weariness. The handsome youth, his extraordinary aura accentuated by his dark armor, is none other than Liu Yu, the crown prince of the Zhenbei Wangfu of the Liang Dynasty in Nanyu on the Xianxin continent. Recalling 18 years past when he encountered the Baoxian, who curtly said, "You deal with Baoxian," and then he was transported to this world where might reigns supreme. Fortunately, in this life, he was born under a lucky star. As the only son of Liu Zhun, the Zhenbei prince of the Liang Dynasty, he has known little hardship since childhood. He was in every sense born with a silver spoon. Blessed with the wisdom of his past life, he exhibited extraordinary literary talent from a young age, mastering poetry, prose, and song alike. His martial aptitude was nothing short of miraculous. Even at a tender age, he had mastered the pinnacle of foundation establishment and taken a half step into the condensation realm, instantly hailed as the prodigy, the Qilin child of the Liang Dynasty. Alas, 3 years ago, during a battle with the northern barbarians at Xuanhuan Valley, Liu Zhun was ambushed by an unknown force and tragically perished on the battlefield. In that fateful battle, most of Liu Zhun's northern generals lost their lives. From that moment on, the glory of the Zhenbei Wangfu began its decline. As the Zhenbei Wangfu declined, the northern barbarians' incursions into the Liang Dynasty grew ever more frequent. Though not on a massive scale, their rampant pillaging left the northern people in relentless anguish. Now he, the crown prince of Zhenbei, has become a sacrificial pawn of the Liang Dynasty, tasked with defending the north against barbarian raids while receiving no aid from the imperial court. Crown Prince, retreat immediately. Without you, the Zhenbei line cannot survive. An old general knelt by Liu Yu, pleading desperately, "Indeed, you must flee. As the saying goes, as long as one lives, there is hope. If you survive, the legacy of the Zhenbei Wangfu shall endure forever." One after another, the northern soldiers knelt before Liu Yu in desperate supplication. They were all former subordinates of Liu Zhun, and now, like Liu Yu, had become mere sacrifices in the Liang Dynasty's struggle against the northern barbarians. Liu Yu, gritting his teeth at the sound of these pleas, thought bitterly, "Leave. And where would I go? Abandon Zhenbei Guan and allow the barbarians to ravage the northern people?" He, the crown prince of Zhenbei, could never do that. He seethed with hatred for his own insufficient strength. Otherwise, he would have led an army to counterattack the Daliang imperial city. Though he had no direct evidence, he knew in his heart that his father's death was inextricably linked to the Daliang imperial family, for it was the Daliang emperor's order that sent Liu Zhun to wage war against the barbarians. Liu Zhun had been besieged for months without aid, which ultimately led to his death at Xuanhuan Valley. After his demise, the Daliang court offered scarcely any consolation, as if the tragedy had never occurred. This only deepened the suspicions upon the Daliang imperial family. Then a voice announced, "Empire system activated." Liu Yu was visibly taken aback. A smile broke over his face, dispelling the lingering gloom. "System. Excellent. At last, after all these years, you have arrived." A prompt offered a novice gift package. "Quick, open it," he urged, and soon the gift package was successfully activated. Following that, congratulatory messages proclaimed, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-tier general summon card," and "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a top-tier troop summon card." Next, a prompt declared, "Enhancing the host by 1 minor realm." As the system's voice faded, Liu Yu's aura surged mightily. Snap. Foundation establishment broken. Condensation realm level 1. Overjoyed, Liu Yu threw a punch that, accompanied by a ripping sound, shattered a wall to pieces. "Crown Prince, you have broken through the condensation realm," cried the old general beside him, his eyes wide with astonishment and tears of pride streaming down his face. Truly, their young master was an unprecedented genius. Liu Yu savored the overwhelming power coursing within him. With his spiritual energy radiating outward, he mused, "Is this the might of the condensation realm?" As he glanced at the old general by his side, a message suddenly materialized. The message read, "Name Li Zhong. Race human. Faction Zhenbei Wangfu. Realm Tai Chu level 2. Liu Yu was stunned as he looked at the old general protecting him. Who would have thought that the unassuming Li Zhong had ascended to the Tai Chu realm? From his understanding, the cultivation realms of this world are broadly divided into refining the body, foundation, establishment, condensation, Z, Fu Tai Chu, transformation of the divine C, and the mightiest in Nanyu, the Nirvana realm. By attaining Tai Chu level 2, Li Zhong had indeed stepped into the ranks of the mighty. After all, even the most formidable figures in the Liang Dynasty were only at the transformation of the divine stage. A task was triggered, the first step to ascendancy: make your name known to the world. It explained that as the Zhenbei Wangfu declined and the northern forces' prestige plummeted, the people were reminded that the north still had its Zhenbei. A reward message announced a special character summon card. Suddenly, while Liu Yu was reviewing the system, a cry rang out. Crown Prince, the barbarians are coming. Beneath Zhenbei Guan, a troop of barbarian cavalry roamed. Their leader bellowed from above, Liu Yu, your father Liu Zhen died on the battlefield. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps I, the general, might spare your life. He jeered. As for the Liang Dynasty's reinforcements, you might as well go back to sleep. They will never come to aid the north. His mocking tone echoed throughout Zhenbei Guan. All the soldiers at Zhenbei Guan gritted their teeth, burning with the desire to tear him apart alive. The matter of Liu Zhen had become their ultimate taboo. Liu Yu, however, remained impassive. Raising his hand to quiet the fury of those around him, a message then appeared, name Shirzan. Race human. The message continued, faction, northern barbarian country. Realm condensation level 8. Observing this unimpressive display, a mocking smile spread across Liu Yu's face. Liu Yu taunted, Shirzan, how old are you? Only at condensation level 8, aren't you ashamed? And as for expecting your grandfather to surrender, you must be dreaming. Stunned, Shirzan gasped in surprise. How did Liu Yu know his name? Upon hearing the further insults, he instantly flared with anger. Liu Yu, just wait for me, general. When Zhenbei Guan falls, that will be your end, Liu Yu. With these harsh words, Shirzan led his cavalry away from Zhenbei Guan. Li Zhong looked at Liu Yu with a satisfied expression. Since the prince's passing, Liu Yu had been dejected every day. Now he once again saw the spirited, brilliant prodigy of old. Late at night, in Liu Yu's mansion, he sat alone in his room, pondering the day's events. System, he whispered cautiously. A prompt asked, host, what are your orders? After receiving the response, Liu Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, system, use the top-tier general summon card and the top-tier troop summon card. With a formidable foe at hand, he prioritized immediate needs. The system replied, received. Top-tier general summon card activated and summoning, please wait. Soon a vast luminous curtain appeared before Liu Yu's eyes. Shortly after, an entire dimension drifted past him. There were dimensions spanning the spring and autumn and warring states periods, Western and Eastern Han, the chaotic three kingdoms, the two Jin and Northern and Southern dynasties, Sui and Tang, the five dynasties and 10 kingdoms, the two Song and the Yuan, Ming and Qing. There were even worlds from epic novels like Water Margin, encompassing all realms. Then a prompt declared, locking onto the spring and autumn and warring states dimension. Liu Yu's face brightened, the spring and autumn and warring states dimension. A prompt congratulated him, congratulations host on successfully summoning a top-tier general, Zhao Wuanjuan Li Mu. Li Mu, the general of Wuanjuan, the war deity Li Mu, synonymous with the god of battle arrays and the bulwark against Qin of the six states, among many such titles. Perhaps upon hearing the name Wuanjuan, many would first recall the famed killer Bai Qi, who once decimated the 6 states of Shandong single-handedly, a feat impossible to outshine. All who have borne the title of Wuanjuan are truly exceptional. Besides Bai Qi, 3 others have earned it as well. One of them is Su Qin, whose emblem once bore the mark of the 6 states. By persuading the united 6 states of Shandong to attack Qin single-handedly, he forced Qin to remain confined for 15 years, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Another is Xiang Yin, the Wuanjuan of Chu. Though his renown may not rival the others, his prestige was immense, having once defeated 2 hero troops under Li Xian, showcasing formidable strength. Of course, his most famed identity is as the grandfather of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. As for the final bearer of the title, it is the illustrious Zhao General Li Mu. All these figures were truly exceptional. Yet sadly, the title of Wuanjuan seems cursed. Those who earn it never meet a good end. Li Mu ranks among the 4 great generals of the warring states, having once kept the Xun Yu from advancing south, and in one battle annihilated over 1,000 cavalry, defeating the Donghu and subduing the Linhu. Moreover, in battles like the Battle of Feiji, he repeatedly vanquished the formidable Qin, hailed as a ferocious horde, thus becoming the final bulwark for the 6 states of Shandong. Li Mu was the only general whom Qin could never decisively defeat. As the saying goes, as long as Li Mu lives, Zhao shall not perish. Though alas, history could not alter the inevitable doom that befell Zhao. Indeed, despite Li Mu's might, Zhao's national strength paled in comparison to Qin's, especially after the devastating Battle of Chongping, which left Zhao broken. It can only be said that had Li Mu not perished, Zhao might have lasted longer. Under his command, the Qin army never gained any advantage. This attests to Li Mu's greatness, leading the post-Chongping Zhao forces to repeatedly defeat Qin, a feat unique among the 6 states. Yet once Li Mu died, Zhao's defenses crumbled instantly, and Zhao soon fell. With the sound of space tearing, a teleportation portal unfolded before Liu Yu. Out of it emerged a burly armored giant with a noble countenance. Approaching Liu Yu, the giant knelt on one knee and declared, Private Li Mu at your service, my lord. Laughing heartily, Liu Yu quickly moved forward to help Li Mu to his feet. General Li Mu, there is no need for such formality. Please rise at once. With you at my side, this heir gains wings upon a tiger. With you here, how could we possibly fear the barbarian tribes will not be annihilated? Liu Yu hastily stepped forward and supported Li Mu up, laughter spilling from his lips. Name Li Mu. Race human. Rank top-tier military general. Cultivation realm 9th layer peak of the deity transformation stage. Attached unit type Zhao frontier cavalry not yet summoned. Liu Yu looked at Li Mu and burst into hearty laughter. Gazing upon this extravagant status panel, excitement surged violently within his heart. As expected of Li Mu, the 9th layer peak of the deity transformation stage, an absolutely top-tier powerhouse within the entire Liang Dynasty. Zhao frontier cavalry. He had never expected Li Mu to come with an attached unit, and it was actually the Zhao frontier cavalry whose combat strength was nothing short of terrifying. This elite light cavalry, born after King Zhao Wuling adopted nomadic attire and mounted archery, was in the late Warring States period the only force capable of contending with Qin's fiercest troops. The destruction of the Zhongshan Kingdom, the assault on Lofan, the joint campaign of the 5 states against Qi, the battle of Xun Yu, the northern strikes against the Xiang Yu, and resistance against Qin. On all these bloody fields, the figure of the Zhao frontier cavalry could be seen. Especially under Li Mu's command, the Zhao frontier cavalry was wielded to absolute perfection, becoming the sole elite force in the late Warring States capable of defeating Qin's armies. Unit Zhao frontier cavalry. Rank top-tier unit. Type light cavalry. Cultivation realm 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage. Number 30,000, exact historical number not recorded. Zhao's frontier cavalry. Peerless under heaven. Staring at such a luxurious unit, Liu Yu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was impossible not to be tempted. Unfortunately, in his current state, he could not summon them at all, and could only stare helplessly. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed within Liu Yu's mind. Ding! A top-tier unit summoning card has been detected in the host's possession. Do you wish to choose to summon the Zhao frontier cavalry? It can even designate the unit to summon. Liu Yu's face lit up with delight. For Li Mu, there was no unit more suitable than the Zhao frontier cavalry. Using a single summoning card to specifically call forth them was a bargain he would never lose on. System summoned the Zhao frontier cavalry immediately. Ding! A top-tier unit, the Zhao frontier cavalry, has been successfully summoned for the host. Note the Zhao frontier cavalry is currently located within a mountain forest outside Zhenbei Pass. Outside Zhenbei Pass, the corner of Liu Yu's mouth curled upward. Perfect, it was time to let these northern barbarians have a taste of real fear. Who dares harm my young lord? At that moment, an enraged roar came from afar, and a figure burst violently into the room. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, one hand instinctively reaching out to shield Liu Yu behind him. With his other hand, he began gathering spiritual power ready to slay the intruder on the spot. General Li Mu, stay your hand at once. Liu Yu hurriedly called out to stop Li Mu, who was already brimming with killing intent. For the one who had rushed into the room was none other than Li Zhong. He had originally been patrolling the walls of Zhenbei Pass, guarding against enemy scouts. But then a terrifying aura had erupted from the direction of Liu Yu's quarters, and he had immediately rushed over to protect him. After all, Liu Yu was the only bloodline Liu Zhong had left behind. If anything happened to Liu Yu, Li Zhong would never forgive himself, even in death. The moment he charged into the room, his expression changed drastically. He stared warily at Li Mu. The aura surrounding this man was nearly identical to that of the prince when he had been alive. My lord, this old servant is late. This old servant has wronged you. In the next instant, deep remorse washed over him. Had he stayed by Liu Yu's side, how could his young master possibly have been taken hostage by anyone? Even if it cost him his life, he would never allow anyone to harm Liu Yu in the slightest. Liu Yu slowly walked forward, sighing as he looked helplessly at Li Zhong. Uncle Li, you've misunderstood. Li Zhong froze, staring blankly at Liu Yu, who had already come to stand before him, confusion flashing across his face. Just what had he misunderstood? Liu Yu sighed helplessly and pointed to Li Mu behind him, explaining, General Li Mu is under my command. He is not an enemy. At these words, Li Zhong was instantly stunned. He did not know exactly who Li Mu was, but the aura on Li Mu's body was almost no different from that of the prince when he was alive. And the prince had been a peak deity transformation expert. This indirectly proved that Li Mu as well was a peak deity transformation powerhouse. For such a figure to willingly serve the heir was enough to show that Liu Yu's personal charisma was extraordinarily great. As expected, their young lord was a talent destined to shake the world. Warm satisfaction welled up within his heart. General Li Mu, I was presumptuous just now. It was all a misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart. Li Zhong cupped his fists toward Li Mu. A powerhouse of this level deserved nothing less than full respect. Li Mu hurriedly stepped forward and lifted Li Zhong's hands up. Ha ha, General, you were only concerned for our lord's safety. I will not hold it against you. Li Zhong was taken aback. He had not expected Li Mu to lower himself so readily. This only made him more certain that Li Mu's loyalty to Liu Yu was exceedingly high. All right, Uncle Li, go back and get some good rest first. Tomorrow we shall make the northern barbarian army pay in blood for their blood. Li Zhong did not fully understand, yet he knew Liu Yu had never done anything he was not sure of since childhood. Now that they had General Li Mu, the strength of their northern border had vastly increased. Thus he no longer felt any need to worry. After cupping his fist respectfully to Li Mu and Liu Yu, Li Zhong silently took his leave. Once he had gone, a chill and murderous glint flickered within Liu Yu's eyes. Barbarian tribes. The imperial clan of Daliang. Just you wait. This debt I will settle one account at a time. The next morning at dawn, the war drums thundered, beacon smoke coiled into the sky, and banners fluttered atop Zhenbei Pass. The morale of all the soldiers there was completely renewed. As they gazed at the heir who had regained his conviction, every man upon the walls felt immeasurably inspired. Boom. Thud, thud, thud. From beyond Zhenbei Pass came the rumbling sound of iron hooves pounding the earth. Liu Yu and Li Mu looked toward the horizon, where the barbarian cavalry gradually emerged, their hearts as calm as still water. Li Zhong, however, felt a wave of sorrow. In days past, had the northern border iron cavalry not also been so full of spirit and vigor? It was only a pity sigh. At the very front of the barbarian cavalry rode a tall, burly man with an extraordinary aura, mounted on a towering warhorse, gazing at Zhenbei Pass with utter disdain. Just a trifling Zhenbei Pass, and you've taken so long to capture it. You really are a bunch of useless trash. Though verbally humiliated, Shirzan and the other officers could only lower their heads in silence. They could not afford to offend this man. He was the younger brother of their barbarian nation's Grand General Zhuge. His status was exceedingly exalted. To oppose the Grand General's younger brother was no different from seeking death. Boy, you must be Liu Zhen's son, that so-called Kailan child Liu Yu, right? Your father is already dead. You might as well recognize this general as your foster father, haha. Zhuge pointed his great saber at Liu Yu and burst into raucous laughter. His mocking words instantly roused righteous fury among all the soldiers of Zhenbei Pass, who wished nothing more than to immediately cut this wretch down. Li Mu's gaze grew icy and dark. To dare insult his lord was courting death. With Liu Yu's permission, Li Mu immediately drew his bow and set an arrow to the string. Whoosh! The arrow flew so fast that no one had time to react. Zhuge was taken aback. He only felt a cold gleam flash toward him, a chill running down his spine. In the next second, the sharp arrow pierced directly into his left arm, forcing a wretched howl from his throat. Good! The soldiers of Zhenbei Pass erupted into wild cheers. This single arrow was truly satisfying. At the same time, they stared in shock at Li Mu standing beside Liu Yu. Who was this man? His archery was unbelievably superb. Damn it! To strike from the shadows like that. Everyone hear my order, kill them all. Gritting his teeth, Zhuge wrenched the arrow from his arm and barked the command. Everyone prepare. Loose. As the barbarian heavy cavalry surged forward like a tidal wave, Liu Yu swept his arm down in a grand gesture. At his order, volleys of arrows descended like a torrential rain toward the charging riders. In an instant, swathes of barbarian cavalry were slain beneath the rain of arrows. Casualties within the barbarian army mounted without number. Under the northern town pass, chaos erupted as the stone-throwing pillars fell and the rain of arrows descended upon the marauding cavalry. The formation of the barbarian riders was utterly shattered. Steady your formations, roared the general. Any coward who dares to retreat shall be executed without mercy. With fury blazing in his eyes, the general he broke an arrow stained with his blood in half. He seized his long knife and bellowed towards the northern town pass. My barbarian brothers, follow me to breach the northern town pass. Slay all the men and the women of the Liang Dynasty shall be yours to enjoy. Kill any who falter shall face death without mercy. With a sweeping motion of his blade, countless barbarian soldiers charged towards the gates of the northern town pass. Liu Yu squinted as he watched the marauding soldiers drawing closer, raising his hand. Kill. Under Zhuge's command, the barbarian soldiers swiftly reached the base of the city tower and launched a fierce assault on the northern town pass. Character Zhuge. Race human. Faction barbarian nation. Realm peak of Taichu realm. Liu Yu gazed at Zhuge's panel and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Without Li Mu's intervention, the northern town pass would have surely fallen today. However, that old rascal's name is quite peculiar. Is he a pig? His parents must be rare talents as well. Generally, this man is now in your hands. Li Mu nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He brandished his spear, his figure flickering like lightning, and in an instant he was before Zhuge. Just as I was hoping to find someone to test my skills. Zhuge glanced at the approaching Li Mu with a sneer, then swung his great knife towards him. Do you dare to speak of bravery in front of me? Li Mu looked at Shituzu with disdain. Huh, let's see who has the true mettle in action. Words are meaningless. With a cold snort, Shituzu leapt into the air, his great knife swinging wildly, creating a gust of wind. Li Mu remained unmoved, his gaze fixed upon Shituzu. Die. Huh. Seeing Li Mu's lack of movement, Shituzu taunted, thinking he had frightened him into silence. However, in the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared. Li Mu raised a hand slightly, instantly freezing Shituzu in place, rendering him unable to move. This is transformation into spirit. Shituzu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there a transformation into spirit realm in the northern region? Did they not all perish in Xuanhuan Valley under Liu Zhen's command? It's impossible. You cannot be the transformation into spirit of the northern region. Who on earth are you? Shituzu bellowed in a frenzy resembling a madman. Li Mu remained silent, his eyes devoid of emotion, coldness emanating to an extreme. As he squeezed his hand tightly, Shituzu's eyes bulged, a choking sensation washing over him. He looked at Li Mu in terror. Spare me. Before he could finish, he breathed his last, lifeless in an instant. Li Mu casually tossed Shituzu's corpse aside, finding it no different from crushing an ant. Brother! A furious roar echoed from afar. Moments later, a mountain-like middle-aged man wielding a massive axe descended like a storm onto the battlefield. He cradled Shituzu's lifeless body, grief-stricken. Name Shihu. Race human. Faction barbarian nation. Realm 8th layer of transformation into spirit. Shihu, the general of the northern barbarian nation. Liu Yu was taken aback, realizing Shihu had been lurking in the shadows. Without Li Mu, today's battle would have spelled doom for the northern region. Liu Yu, you shall die. Shihu disregarded his sorrow and charged fiercely at Liu Yu. In the next second, a figure appeared, blocking Liu Yu's path. A fist flew towards Shihu. The clash of their powerful auras sent shockwaves that toppled ordinary soldiers nearby. Many weaker troops perished on the spot. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Shihu was sent flying, spitting blood, his eyes wide with shock. Who are you? Shihu roared at the one who had slain his brother. In the entire northern region, only the northern king Liu Zhen had ever bested him. He had no recollection of Li Mu. Could he be a hidden ace left by Liu Zhen, daring to harm my lord? You're courting death. Li Mu thundered. With a casual swing of his spear, waves of spear energy surged forth, blasting Shihu back hundreds of meters. It's impossible. This can't be happening. Emerging from the ruins, Shihu's face darkened. His gaze towards Li Mu was now filled with dread. There's nothing impossible. You are simply too weak, Li Mu replied coldly. Shihu swallowed hard, eyes darting as he turned to flee. Liu Yu, wait. I shall personally sever your head. Shihu shouted threats while retreating, his demeanor utterly comical. With Shihu's retreat and Shituzu's death, the barbarian army fell into utter disarray, countless being trampled underfoot. Run. Do you think you can escape? Liu Yu chuckled. In the next moment, the ground shook violently. A black cavalry surged from the horizon, swiftly cutting off the retreat of the barbarian army. General Li Mu, it is time for your hunt. Liu Yu said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Mu's expression brightened, sensing the terrifying cavalry approaching. He understood clearly. That was his Zhaobian cavalry. In an instant, Li Mu dashed forward, plunging into the retreating barbarian ranks. Soldiers, my reinforcements have arrived. The chance for retribution is upon us. Follow me to kill. Liu Yu, unyielding, mounted his steed and led the northern soldiers towards the northern town pass. Having been suppressed for so long, the northern soldiers' rage soared to the heavens. Now unleashed, they became demons from hell, inflicting doubt upon the barbarian army. When did the northern region acquire such a terrifying army? Shihu stared in disbelief at the Zhaobian cavalry. This formidable force rivaled Liu Zhen's northern iron cavalry. Thieving general, do not escape. Li Mu swiftly pursued Shihu, who could only desperately fend him off. Yet the more they fought, the greater his fear grew. Peak of transformation into spirit. Who are you? Fear etched upon his face. Shihu trembled as each of Li Mu's attacks shook him to his core. Under Li Mu's relentless pursuit, Shihu was pushed back, losing an arm in the process. Meanwhile, the barbarian army crushed by the Zhaobian cavalry and the northern soldiers lost all fighting capability. It was a one-sided massacre. Soldiers kill. Let these barbarians understand that the northern king still stands. The northern region is land they shall never tread upon. Liu Yu laughed heartily, his spear dancing through the air. Wherever the spear tip landed, barbarian soldiers fell. The onslaught was as fierce as a tempest, leaving the barbarians with no chance to counter. Having broken through to the Qi condensation realm, his combat power surged tenfold. Seeing Liu Yu's valor, Li Zhong wept tears of joy. He could almost see the northern king Liu Yu, who once instilled fear in nations. Surrender. We surrender. As she who was pushed back, many lost their will to fight, and surrendered, realizing that death was inevitable if they continued to resist. Perhaps surrender offered a glimmer of hope. With one person leading, more and more barbarian soldiers dropped their weapons and capitulated. Scoundrel! She who still fighting Li Mu was infuriated by this scene. Yet his impotent rage only signaled the tolling of his final bell. In the next moment, with a piercing sound, Li Mu's spear pierced through Shi Hu's body. Shi Hu's eyes widened, blood spewing from his mouth as his breath waned. Looking at Liu Yu and the northern town pass behind him, Shi Hu cursed bitterly, "De Liang Emperor, you have torn the alliance. My barbarian nation will not let this end here. You too shall meet your father's fate. Serving in the unfaithful and treacherous De Liang dynasty seals your doom." Ha! Ha! Shi Hu laughed madly as if mocking himself and Liu Yu at once. As blood flowed from him, he ultimately collapsed, filled with unwillingness and regret. The once great general of the barbarian nation met his end in battle. Liu Yu showed no mercy in his gaze. War is not a game. On the battlefield it is either you die or I perish. We've won. Liu Yu raised his arms in triumph, and in that moment the entire battlefield erupted with intense cheers. This was the first significant victory for the northern border since the death of King Zhenbei, and they had slain the barbarian general Shi Hu, ensuring their place in history. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100,000 prestige points. Prestige points. System, what are these prestige points for? Host, prestige points can be used to summon civil and military officials, various troop types, divine weapons, and martial techniques. They can also be used to enhance your cultivation. Liu Yu nodded in understanding, then turned his gaze to Shi Hu's lifeless body. From Shi Hu's words, he had already discerned that his father's death was closely tied to the imperial family of De Liang. Just wait, one day everyone would pay the price. At this moment, Li Zhong approached Liu Yu, astonished by the disciplined cavalry led by Li Mu. This cavalry was formidable enough to rival the legendary Iron Cavalry of the northern border. Had this cavalry been secretly trained by the young master? And Li Mu, after witnessing his battle with Shi Hu today, Liu Yu confirmed that Li Mu's strength had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. How could such a powerful individual be so obedient to the young master? It was unfathomable. Quickly clear the battlefield. As for the barbarian captives, Liu Yu ordered everyone to seal their cultivation levels and make them free labor to repair the Zhenbei Pass. The death of the barbarian general Shi Hu would likely provoke retaliation from the barbarian nation. He needed to prepare for that. He decided to keep Li Mu and the Zhao cavalry at Zhenbei Pass to remain vigilant against any movements from the barbarians. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed at Zhenbei Pass were all redirected southward to guard against the De Liang army. Although the imperial family dared not act openly against the northern border due to the former king's influence, one could never be too cautious. The aging, indecisive emperor might act foolishly, and that could endanger the northern border. The urgent task was to rapidly enhance the overall combat capability of the northern border. After all, since his father Liu Zhen's death, almost all the elite forces in the northern border had been lost. Even the once mighty Iron Cavalry, which was said to have numbered 200,000 now, had barely 10,000 survivors. Clearly that was insufficient to withstand the De Liang dynasty's onslaught. Days later, in De Liang City. This city was the capital of the De Liang dynasty and the most prosperous city in the realm. Victory in the northern border. Victory in the northern border. A swift horse galloped through the streets of De Liang City with the northern border soldiers shouting in jubilation. They drew the attention of all the citizens lining the streets. As he ran, he scattered papers printed by Liu Yu that detailed the battle outcomes and expressed concern for the emperor. Victory in the northern border. Since the death of King Zhenbei Liu Zhen, there had been no good news from the northern border, and now they had won a battle. Confused citizens picked up the papers, most of whom could not read. At this moment, a frail-looking scholar took a paper from a citizen and read it carefully. Young Master Liu Yu of the Zhenbei king led the army to massacre 100,000 barbarian troops. The barbarian general Shi Hu has been slain, and his brother Shi Tuzhu has also been killed. The further he read, the more shocked he became. It had been 3 years since the northern border had been relentlessly beaten back by the barbarian tribes, and now they had directly slain the barbarian general Shi Hu. This was an unprecedented victory. What? The barbarian general Shi Hu is dead. Although the young master of King Zhenbei is a prodigious talent, there's no way he could have slain Shi Hu. Are you foolish? Didn't you see that Shi Hu was killed by the young master's general? By your reasoning, the one who could slay Shi Hu must be at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Wow, that's terrifying. The citizens debated fervently, lamenting Liu Zhen's death. After all, Liu Zhen had been approachable and kind-hearted towards the common folk. For decades, he had defended the northern border, ensuring that the barbarian tribes never crossed a single step into their territory, sparing the northern citizens from suffering. This earned Liu Zhen deep respect from the people. But since his death, the northern border's status had plummeted, and even the court had disregarded it. Now, however, news of victory had arrived. Truly, a tiger's son is not a dog. Meanwhile, in the Liang court, the emperor sat on the dragon throne, eyes half closed, his aging face revealing no trace of emotion. Below the throne, the civil and military officials stood in silence, heads bowed, afraid to speak. In the center of the hall lay a battle report alongside two severed heads, a gruesome sight. Father, the news of the northern border's victory has spread throughout Liang city. Now the heads of the barbarian general Xun Yu and his brother Xu Yu have also been presented. Crown Prince Xiang stepped forward, bowing to the emperor. His words shattered the court's silence. Yet the emperor remained with his eyes shut, uttering not a single word. Xiang swallowed hard, preparing to speak again, but was immediately silenced by a glance from Prime Minister Wang Feng. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation and silently retreat. He understood that if he angered his father, his position as crown prince could become precarious. Prince Xiaozhan looked at Xiang with a cold smirk, saying nothing. As Xiang withdrew, the court descended once more into a profound silence, with no one daring to break the stillness. After a moment of silence, the emperor finally spoke, his voice weak. What do you think we should do about Liu Yu? This. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, none daring to voice an opinion. After all, facing this unstable emperor, a single misstep could lead them into a dire fate, even a risk of annihilation for their families. Reward him. A sudden voice broke the tension. Everyone was startled. Who had such audacity? General Zhao Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully, his expression resolute. As his words echoed, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Your Majesty, the Zhenbei king has defended the northern border for decades, achieving remarkable military feats. His son Liu Yu has now decisively defeated the barbarian army of 100,000, slaying their general Xun Yu. Such merit is worthy of titles and high office. If not handled properly, I fear for the morale of our Liang army. The emperor fell into silence. Deep down, he wished to execute Liu Yu. Now that Liu Yu had revealed his fangs and was accompanied by an unprecedented powerhouse at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, he posed a potential threat. Yet Liu Yu's battle report not only detailed the victories, but also praised him lavishly, leaving the emperor without a single justification to act against him. Now that Liu Yu had achieved such merit, failing to reward him would surely incite public outrage. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot. As Zhao Feng finished speaking, Prime Minister Wang Feng immediately stepped forward to intervene. Knowing the emperor's mindset, he naturally sought to align with his feelings. After all, he was among those who had acted against Liu Zhen. If Liu Yu gained power and uncovered the truth, he would undoubtedly be held accountable. Your Majesty, Liu Yu has slain the barbarian general. This will undoubtedly provoke fierce retaliation from the barbarian nation. His actions are pushing our Liang Dynasty's northern border into a fiery pit. How could the northern border withstand the wrath of the barbarian army? The ones who will suffer are still the common folk of the northern border. This is a grave sin. He should not be rewarded, but rather severely punished. What? General Zhao Feng looked incredulously at Wang Feng, baffled by this outrageous logic. Even some officials who were privy to the truth couldn't help but give Wang Feng a thumbs up. What a remarkable rationale. No wonder you could become the prime minister. You must be related to that Kincer-named prime minister. Zhao Feng pointed incredulously at Wang Feng, his voice filled with shock. Do you even realize what you're saying? He could hardly believe such words could come from the prime minister of their Liang dynasty. Even Emperor Liang would have shown displeasure upon hearing such remarks. If Wang Feng's suggestion were truly implemented, how would the common people of Liang perceive their emperor? How would they regard the royal family? Just as he prepared to speak, Zhao Feng stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, you must not heed the slander of such treacherous men. He implored. Liu Yu defends the northern borders for our Liang. If the northern barbarian tribes indeed choose to invade in force, we should send troops to support him, not blame those who have served us well. Such actions will only chill the hearts of our soldiers. Zhao Feng's words pierced deeply into the emperor's heart. Clenching his teeth, Emperor Liang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Zhao Feng was the grand general of the Liang dynasty, commanding a quarter of the entire army. His position was too significant for the emperor to offend lightly. Yet Zhao Feng's words also provided him with a way to save face. With a wave of his dragon robe, the emperor declared, Let it be known Prince Liu Yu of the North for his merits against the enemy shall inherit his father's title as the Duke of the North. He will command the entire northern front and continue to defend our Liang Dynasty against the barbarian invasions. Zhao Feng was taken aback. What kind of reward was this? The title of Duke of the North was already hereditary. Your Majesty, this. He began, but the Emperor raised a hand to silence him. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Court dismissed. With a sweeping gesture, Emperor Liang rose from his dragon throne and departed towards the inner palace, leaving the civil and military officials in the hall exchanging glances. Zhao Feng squinted at the emperor's retreating figure. What exactly was His Majesty afraid of? He could see that when Liu Yu was mentioned, an undeniable murderous intent flickered in the emperor's eyes. If not for the emperor's reason prevailing over his desires, he might have agreed to Wang Feng's suggestion on the spot. General Zhao, why are you still standing here? Prime Minister Wang Feng chuckled, looking at Zhao Feng. Doing some good for yourself? Zhao Feng shot a cold glance at Wang Feng and snorted before turning to leave the hall. Wang Feng clenched his teeth as he watched Zhao Feng's departing figure. Only Zhao Feng dared to oppose him in the court. One day I will strip you of your military power, leaving you without a place to die. Wang Feng cursed fiercely. Meanwhile, in the northern border at Baiyuan City, the seat of governance for the north, it was also the most prosperous and populous city in the entire region. Unfortunately, after Lu Zhan's death, the north had been invaded by barbarian tribes for 3 consecutive years, leading to a mass migration of citizens, causing Baiyuan City's population to decline by 1/3. At the Duke of the North's residence, Liu Yu suddenly opened his eyes with delight upon completing his cultivation. It appeared that his deeds had spread throughout the Liang Dynasty. Host Liu Yu. Race human. Identity heir to the Duke of the North. Realm second layer of Qi condensation. Items 1 special character summoning card. Reputation 200000. Smiling slightly, Liu Yu noted that during this time, he had successfully broken through to the second layer of Qi condensation. His reputation had also increased by another 100 due to the news of the northern border situation, reaching a total of 200. He slowly rose and walked into the yard. Winter had just begun and the temperature in the north had plummeted, with snowflakes dancing in the air and trees blanketed in white. In this weather, the barbarians shouldn't attack anytime soon. But one must remain vigilant. One can never know when they might act out of desperation. Liu Yu sighed, redirecting his thoughts back to the system. System, how can I use this reputation value? Reputation can be used in the summoning pool. The summoning pools are categorized by type with different odds of winning for each level. Guided by the system, Liu Yu found the summoning pool, which was divided into 4 categories: military general summoning pool, civil official summoning pool, special character summoning pool, and item summoning pool. Each summoning pool required 100 reputation points, but the odds of winning varied significantly. The probability for legendary level generals and civil officials was a mere 0. 1, while the top tier ones had a probability of only 1. Wow. System, you are ruthless. The odds are terrible. The system remained silent. Liu Yu sighed, realizing that to strengthen the northern forces, he would have to take some risks. Currently, the commander in place was Li Mu, whose fighting prowess was exceptional, so he wasn't lacking in that regard. As for his own realm, he pondered, system, what realm can I reach with 100 reputation points? Peak of Qi condensation. Peak of Qi condensation. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yu decided to enhance his own realm. After all, strength was paramount. System, deduct 100 reputation points to elevate my realm. Deduction of 100 reputation points completed. In the next instant, Liu Yu felt a surge of warmth within, a terrifying power converging in his body. Boom. In an instant, his aura began to rise exponentially. Peak of Qi condensation. Clenching his fists and feeling the overwhelming power within, Liu Yu smiled. The feeling of being empowered was wonderful. As for his remaining 100 reputation points, he decided to summon an army. Currently, the northern forces, apart from 300 Zhao border cavalry, only had 100 iron cavalry left that were battle-ready. The rest were ordinary soldiers who had no chance against the elite forces of the barbarians. System, summon me an army. Deduction of 100 reputation points. Summoning in progress. Please wait. May the heavens bless me. I need a strong army. Liu Yu anxiously watched as familiar armies passed before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the top-tier army, Wei Wuju. Wei Wuju. Liu Yu was taken aback. This legendary infantry was created by the military sage Wu Qi, known for their heavy armor. The Wei Wuju had fought 72 battles, winning 64, with the rest being draws. Led by Wu Qi, they had conquered the Hanggu Pass and seized over 500 miles of land from the Qin state along the western bank of the Yellow River. In the Yinjing War, Wu Qi had even defeated 500 Qin troops, with just 500 Wei Wuzhu, making the other states look down upon Qin. This was a monumental achievement in the history of warfare. Unit type, Wei Wuzhu. Level top tier unit. Category heavy infantry. Realm 9th layer of foundation establishment. Number 50000. The Wei Wuzhu were undefeated in battle and invincible in attack. Excellent. Another elite army. With the Wei Wuzhu, Liu Yu felt absolutely confident in facing the barbarians' retaliation. Next, Liu Yu turned his attention to the special character summoning card. A special character. He wondered what he would summon. System, use the special character summoning card. Summoning in progress, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the Grand Minister of the Ming Dynasty, Wei Zhongxian. What is this? Wei Zhongxian. As a beam of light flashed, Wei Zhongxian's figure slowly appeared, exuding an air of malevolence. Your servant greets the master. Liu Yu felt a tinge of exasperation. How did he summon this character? Character Wei Zhongxian. Race human. Level special talent. Realm 5th layer of divine transformation. Looking at the panel, Liu Yu was astonished to find that Wei Zhongxian's strength had reached the 5th layer of divine transformation. Regardless of his actions with this strength, he could be considered a general under Liu Yu's command. This man was infamous in history, known as one of the 4 major eunuchs of the Ming Dynasty, notorious for his factionalism, manipulating state affairs, suppressing dissent, and endangering the realm. He was akin to Zhao Gao of Qin and the 10 attendants of Han, not one to be known for good deeds. Glancing at Wei Zhongxian, Liu Yu smirked slightly. While he had no immediate use for him, he would find a way to employ his talents. Zhongxian, I have a task for you. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian immediately knelt. Your servant is willing to go through fire and water for the master. Good. Liu Yu laughed heartily, patting Wei Zhongxian on the shoulder. Go and infiltrate the Emperor of Liang's side, keeping an eye on his every move. It would be best if you could become a close advisor to him and occasionally administer some medicine. Can you manage that? Wei Zhongxian's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. This was his specialty. Your servant will not disappoint your expectations. Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction. For this task, he had complete trust in him. Translation. In the northern barbarian kingdom, within the Grand Hall. Report. Your Majesty, the entire army of 100,000 at the front has been annihilated, and General Shi, who has perished on the battlefield. A battle report was presented before the court. The barbarian king holding the report cast a dark glance over the civil and military officials gathered in the hall. The officials fell silent, lowering their heads, afraid to meet the furious gaze of the king seated above. Lift your heads, all of you. The king's roar sent a tremor through the assembly. Trembling with fear, they reluctantly raised their eyes to meet the king's wrathful countenance. They swallowed hard, terrified that the king's anger might be directed at them. After a moment of heavy silence, the king's voice boomed again. Chun Bao. Standing at the forefront of the military officials, Chun Bao's heart raced as he stepped forward. Your servant is here. You were the commander-in-chief in the ambush against Lu Xun. Did you not say that all the Transcendence Realm warriors in the northern borders had perished? Tell me, who is this person named Li Mu? And where did this cavalry force, which equals the Northern Iron Cavalry, spring from? Chun Bao's heart trembled. Cold sweat soaked his back, and he stammered, unable to utter a single word. He was responsible for the ambush against Lu Xun and the defeat of the Northern Cavalry, and such a massive oversight would inevitably fall on him. But it wasn't entirely his fault. He had never even heard of this Li Mu, so how could he know who he was? As for the Zhaobian cavalry, he had never heard of them either. Thinking quickly, he replied, Your Majesty, I assure you there were no mistakes in my handling. Lu Xun's forces, all Transcendence Realm warriors, have indeed perished in the Valley of Death. This so-called Li Mu and this terrifying Iron Cavalry must be reinforcements sent by the Emperor of Liang. As Chun Bao's words fell, the civil and military officials seemed to find their backbone, nodding in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty, it must be the reinforcements from the Liang Dynasty. Indeed. The goal of the Liang Dynasty is to lure out our General Shi and sever one of our arms. Listening to his officials, the king gradually found himself in agreement. After all, he had been old rivals with Lu Xun. He knew Lu Xun's troops and generals quite well. This Li Mu and the Zhaobian cavalry were completely unfamiliar to him. They must be elite forces secretly trained by the Liang Dynasty specifically to counter them. How cunning. Using my hand to eliminate Lu Xun and now sending someone to target my barbarian kingdom, this treacherous Emperor of Liang really thinks I am easy to bully. The king's anger festered within him, a burning desire to behead the Emperor of Liang right then and there. Your Majesty, please calm your rage. The immediate priority is to avenge this battle and cleanse the shame of our barbarian kingdom. Chun Bao continued. The king nodded, this sentiment resonating with him. He swore not to rest until he avenged this grievance. However, at that moment, a dissenting voice rose in the hall. Your Majesty, this cannot be done. Now is the cold winter season with frost and snow. The biting chill makes it an unfit time for war. The king snorted coldly and waved his hand, take him down and execute him. His battle spirit had reached its pinnacle. How could it be easily extinguished? The ministers who had initially planned to advise against the war fell silent, opting for silence to preserve their lives. The king cast a glance over the military generals. Which of you dares to take command and lead the charge? The generals exchanged glances, but none dared to step forward. Even Xun Bao, who had initially proposed the idea, remained silent. What could they do? The mighty General Shi, who had already fallen in battle, why should they go to their deaths? Seeing this, the king's fury surged. How could they win a battle if they faltered before the fight even began? Xun Bao, you go. Me. Xun Bao pointed at himself in disbelief. He was a peak transcendence realm warrior. Why should he seek death? Let me go. A voice suddenly emerged from outside the hall. Everyone turned in surprise to see an old general clad in armor, his face resolute as he strode into the hall. No one dared to challenge this blatant display of disrespect, not even the king himself. General Tuoba. The king's face brightened as he hurried down the steps to stand beside the old general. Your Majesty, allow me to lead the troops southward to attack Liang. The king laughed heartily, unable to conceal his joy. Excellent. With General Tuoba here, I feel reassured. I will issue an edict at once appointing General Tuoba as commander with General Xun Bao as deputy to lead 200,000 Northern Iron Cavalry southward to attack Liang. We will make the Liang Dynasty understand that provoking our barbarian kingdom will be the most regrettable decision of their lives. I will not disgrace my mission. General Tuoba knelt on one knee. Xun Bao, feeling helpless, stepped out of the ranks, adjusting his cloak as he cupped his fists and knelt. I accept the command. Days later, in the city of Baiyuan. Imperial decree. A voice with a rather unpleasant croak echoed throughout the residence of the Prince of Northern Town. Your Highness, the Emperor's envoy from Liang has arrived at the residence and is currently in the main hall awaiting you to accept the decree. Li Zhong found Liu Yu, who was still practicing spear techniques in the courtyard, looking anxious. Liu Yu's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this moment. Tell him to wait patiently. Liu Yu continued practicing his spear techniques undisturbed. An hour later, boom. With the sound of a breakthrough, Liu Yu's face lit up as he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He had finally entered the ranks of the strong within the Purple Mansion realm. Host Liu Yu. Race human. Identity heir of the Prince of Northern Town. Realm first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Items none. Reputation 80,000. He had finally broken through. With the reputation of the northern borders once again entering the public eye, his own fame was steadily rising. Your Highness, the eunuch sent by the Emperor of Liang is becoming increasingly impatient. Li Zhong's figure reappeared in the courtyard. Having refrained from disturbing Liu Yu during his breakthrough, he was now pleased with Liu Yu's success. However, with the court's envoy waiting, the current state of the northern borders was weak. They could not afford to offend anyone. All right, Uncle Zhong, let's go meet this eunuch sent by the Emperor of Liang. Liu Yu led Li Zhong toward the main hall of the residence. Inside the hall, a eunuch scanned the Prince of Northern Town's residence with disdain. Had Liu Zhong still been alive, he would have shown some respect, but now the residence was merely a shadow of its former self. Upon Liu Yu's arrival, the eunuch's anger flared. Liu Yu, your delay in receiving the decree shows disrespect not just to me, but to His Majesty. Do you wish to rebel? Liu Yu chuckled. You come in with such heavy accusations. I'm so frightened. Speak your piece or spare me your nonsense. You. The eunuch glared at Liu Yu only to be taken aback. The Purple Mansion realm. How is that possible? The last time he saw Liu Yu, he was merely at the Foundation Establishment realm. How could he have suddenly reached the Purple Mansion realm? Was he hiding his true strength? Regardless, to achieve the Purple Mansion realm at such a young age was indeed extraordinary. If the Emperor were to learn of this, Liu Yu would have no hope of survival. With a cold sneer, he took out the imperial decree. Prince of Northern Town, Liu Yu, accept the decree. Liu Yu glanced at the old eunuch, smirking with disdain. He recognized this eunuch, a favored servant of the Emperor of Liang. Though not the most favored, he was certainly one of the Emperor's close aides. Character Wang Fu. Race human. Faction Liang Dynasty. Realm 8th layer of the primordial realm. Looking at Wang Fu's profile, Liu Yu scoffed. Entering the main hall, he directly bypassed Wang Fu and sat at the head seat, gesturing for the maidservants of the residence to pour him tea. He paid no mind to the dumbfounded Wang Fu standing beside him. Prince of Northern Town, Liu Yu, the decree has arrived. Accept it. Wang Fu frowned and commanded again. I am not deaf. You can read the decree directly. Stop your pointless chatter. Liu Yu sipped his tea, reclining in his chair, still embodying a lazy demeanor, showing no regard for Wang Fu. Wang Fu's anger reached its peak as he exploded, pointing at Liu Yu and shouting, "Liu Yu, disrespecting me is equivalent to disrespecting His Majesty. Do you wish to rebel?" Li Zhong's expression changed, and he quickly stepped in front of Liu Yu, shielding him. "Huh, a mere second-layer primordial realm waste trying to stop a chariot with your feeble arms." Li Zhong snorted coldly, "I may not be your match, but dragging you down with me is not a problem." Wang Fu laughed in fury, surveying Li Zhong before taunting. "Just you. Spare me, you." Li Zhong's eyes widened. Liu Yu set down his teacup, slowly rising, patting Li Zhong's shoulder with a calm smile. "Uncle Zhong, you should rest easy, don't worry so much." Then in the astonished gaze of Li Zhong, a figure suddenly flashed and respectfully stood beside Liu Yu. So fast. Li Zhong was utterly shocked. He hadn't even noticed this person's presence. Could it be a transcendence realm expert? "Old Wei, I leave him to you." Liu Yu pointed at Wang Fu. Wei Zhongxian wore an enigmatic smile. "Rest assured, my master." Wang Fu's eyes widened. The man who exuded an ominous aura was clearly also an official. Yet Wei Zhongxian's aura far surpassed his own. He felt a threat of death emanating from Wei Zhongxian. Killing intent. A dense killing intent. He stumbled backward, trying to escape the hall, but in the next moment the doors of the Prince of Northern Town's residence slammed shut. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You've arrived in my northern borders, and I haven't had the chance to show you hospitality yet." Seeing the teasing expression on Liu Yu's face, Wang Fu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, trembling as he pointed at Liu Yu. Liu Yu, what do you want?" Liu Yu smiled gently, slowly replying, "Nothing much, just borrowing your head for a moment." "Liu Yu, how dare you rebel?" Upon hearing this, Wang Fu's eyes widened, his hand trembling as he pointed at Liu Yu. Before a Transcendence Realm expert, he stood no chance of winning. Liu Yu cast a mocking glance at Wang Fu, his patience wearing thin, and waved at Wei Zhongxian. "Dispose of him." Wei Zhongxian acknowledged the order. In the next second, his figure vanished like a ghost, and in the terrified gaze of Wang Fu, a sword severed his head. So fast that even Wang Fu had no time to react. "Your Highness, you." Seeing Wang Fu's headless body, Li Zhong was astounded. He had never expected Liu Yu would directly execute Wang Fu, for he was one of the Emperor's close aides. This act was tantamount to rebellion. Liu Yu waved his hand at Li Zhong. "Don't worry, Uncle Zhong. I have my plans." Shortly after, the former Wei Zhongxian suddenly transformed, his appearance resembling the now headless Wang Fu. This? Li Zhong was left speechless in shock. "You will now take on the identity of Wang Fu and return to Daliang City." Wei Zhongxian nodded, then led the troops escorting the imperial decree out of Beiyuan City. Every movement mirrored Wang Fu's, without a single deviation. Li Zhong couldn't help but gasp in awe at Liu Yu's audacious and bold strategy. Only Liu Yu could dare to place a spy beside the Emperor of Liang. "Your Highness, but what if we are exposed?" Liu Yu shook his head, dispelling Li Zhong's concerns. Currently, the Emperor of Liang is old and frail, having suffered serious injuries in the past, preventing him from breaking through to the peak of the Transcendence Realm. His end is near. He's often confused, suspicious of everyone, and even many of his ministers do not trust him, only believing the eunuchs around him, which has caused public discontent. In this situation, it is impossible for him to detect any signs. Although Wang Fu is also a eunuch, he is not the most favored. Even if a replacement is made, the Emperor of Liang will not notice. Li Zhong nodded in slight agreement, then picked up the imperial decree and handed it to Liu Yu. Upon receiving it, Liu Yu slowly opened it. Reading the content, Liu Yu chuckled. "What a clever Emperor of Liang to consider this a reward. Fine, since that's the case, I shall rightfully ascend to the position of Prince of Northern Town." Report. Suddenly a voice echoed into the residence of the Prince of Northern Town. Liu Yu furrowed his brows, seeing a soldier from the Zhao Bian cavalry kneeling outside the hall, holding a battle report. "What's the matter?" "Your Highness, we've received news that the Northern Barbarian Kingdom is gathering an army of 200,000 and heading towards our northern borders." Upon hearing this, Li Zhong's expression instantly soured. Liu Yu squinted, a disdainful smile creeping onto his face. "Order General Xiao Qing, who is stationed at the western borders, to lead all remaining Northern Iron Cavalry towards the northern pass. I will personally lead the Wei Wu troops northward to assist General Li Mu." Understood. Several days later, at Zhenbei Guan, General Li's scouts have sighted the armies of Man Guo 100 li out. On the battlements, a scout of the Zhao Frontier Cavalry knelt beside Li Mu and delivered the report. Li Mu said nothing. This outcome had long been forecast in his mind. "General Li the Wang has arrived." Word came. News that Liu Yu had ascended as Zhenbei Wang had already spread throughout the northern frontier. Li Mu hurried down from the walls to greet him. Li Mu's eyes widened when he saw the elite infantry arrayed behind Liu Yu. "Huh, Liu Yu laughed, gesturing to the 50,000 Wei Wuzu at his back. Generally, I have brought you a gift. With such formidable strength at his command, Liu Yu was confident Li Mu could not fail. After all, Li Mu, renowned as a master of combined arms, was a genius of coordinated infantry and cavalry warfare. Ding! Task triggered. Rise. Step 2. Fame resounds. Content: in the face of Mangua's grand invasion, repel or utterly annihilate the enemy and strike fear throughout the realm. Reward: ascend 1 minor realm, a 1 top-tier general summoning card. Liu Yu glanced at the system prompt and could not help but smile at another top-tier general card. Li Mu was already invaluable. To summon another of equal caliber would send the northern frontier's strength soaring. Elsewhere, Li Mu felt a surge of exhilaration when he beheld the impeccable infantry formation. He had never fought with such wealth of resources. Your Highness, General Xiao approaches, someone announced. Liu Yu turned his gaze to the distance, where an elite cavalry force numbering in the tens of thousands rode toward Zhenbei Guan under the command of a young general. I am Sergeant Xiao Qing, paying respects to the Wang. The young commander dismounted and knelt on one knee beside Liu Yu. Rise, General Xiao Qing. Liu Yu helped him up with evident warmth. Xiao Qing, the youngest, yet most gifted of the 5 senior generals who had followed Liu Zhen through countless wars, had been left behind with 10,000 iron cavalry when Liu Zhen marched north. That decision had spared them from disaster. Character: Xiao Qing. Race: human. Affiliation: officer of the Zhenbei Wangfu. Realm: Taichu. Realm: 9th tier. Liu Yu's face lit with admiration. When he had last seen Xiao Qing half a year ago, the young general had only been at the 8th tier of the Taichu realm. His rapid ascent to the 9th tier was astonishing. Before long, the north might boast another Huashan realm force. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Qing rose and fixed his eyes on Li Mu. Surprise crossed his features. Li Mu's aura was uncannily identical to the former Wang. That meant one thing: among their ranks stood a Huashan realm master at the very pinnacle of the 9th tier. Xiao Qing's heart quickened with elation. In raw battle power, the northern frontier had at last found its footing again. A Huashan pinnacle could lay siege to whole armies by itself. Facing Mangua's onslaught, they finally held confidence. Xiao Qing studied the Wei Wuzu behind Liu Yu and felt renewed astonishment. The infantry were superbly equipped. Full-plate long halberds, sheathed swords, large shields, heavy crossbows with dozens of bolts. Each man encased in armor of such mass, it seemed to weigh as much as a second body. Every face bore a grim, murderous resolve that chilled the onlooker. Xiao Qing's admiration for Liu Yu deepened. To forge such an elite force without others noticing was no small feat. After a brief exchange, Liu Yu dismissed the officers and ordered the army to make camp, rest, and prepare for the impending engagement. Hundreds of li from Zhenbei Guan, a vast host rode without pause toward the pass. Mangua had thrown forth its finest cavalry. The Man Wang sought a decisive victory to secure dominion over the northern frontier. The vanguard marched under the veteran Tuoba general, while Chun Bao commanded the rearguard. Chun Bao clutched his chest, a grimace crossing his face. Something in his gut rose like a tide. He could not rid himself of the premonition of disaster. General, are you unwell? His sub-commander asked, noting Chun Bao's unease. Chun Bao shook his head, waving the concern away. I am fine. Keep with the vanguard and press on toward Zhenbei Guan. His gaze fixed on the horizon, as if pursuing some distant thought. The next day, beyond Zhenbei Guan, sand whipped the air and clouds blotted the sun. A virulent aura of killing swept over the plain. On the skyline, a titanic cavalry host advanced in thunderous folds. It is the Baiman Iron Cavalry, the finest riders of Mangua, Xiao Qing said. On the walls, Liu Yu and his generals looked down upon the approaching mass. No trace of fear marred the eyes of the northern commanders, only an icy determination. Among them, only Xiao Qing and one deputy exceeded the Taichu realm, one at the 9th tier pinnacle, another merely at the 2nd tier. Liu Yu had left Li Zhong and Beiyuan Cheng to govern the rear. While he took to the field, other Taichu masters were spread across the northern frontier. Thus, the present Taichu forces were scant: Xiao Qing and one companion. Li Mu alone stood as their Huashan realm champion, the northern frontier's greatest fighting force. Liu Yu drew a slow breath. This battle must be won. They could not afford defeat. Above, the clouds writhed and the heavens trembled. Mangua's army drew near. An elderly general rode ahead of the host and halted. A terrifying, oppressive aura radiated from him like a storm. It's Tuoba Xioji, Xiao Qing exclaimed. Having contended with the northern barbarians for years, he recognized the man at a glance. Liu Yu too felt astonishment. He had not expected the old veteran to take the field again. Character: Tuoba Xioji. Race: human. Allegiance: Mangua. Realm: Huashan realm, 9th tier pinnacle. Tuoba Xioji was the last surviving founding general of Mangua, a towering presence whose reputation among the barbarians was near sacred. After the rise of Shi Hu, Tuoba Xiuji had retired into seclusion as Mangua's trump card. Rumor had it that 10 years prior he had retreated to cultivate in hopes of breaking through the Huashan realm and reaching the elusive Sea of Spirits. Apparently, he had not succeeded, yet his summons to the field suggested that Mangua had emptied its reserves. Tuoba Xiuji chuckled a sound like dry stone grinding. Liu Yu, 10 years have made you a Zifu realm master. A prodigy who becomes a lord, the world breeds its heroes, does it not? In time you will be a fearsome rival of Mangua. His derisive tone hardened. Alas, the once promising Qilin child has become an orphan with no father and no mother. Truly laughable. At that, Tuoba Xiuji's aura burst outward, a wind roared across the heavens, clouds spun, and the earth quivered. A dreadful pressure surged toward Liu Yu. Li Mu reacted, a cold curse on his lips. His spear struck the ground with a stomp. A rolling blast of force, vast enough to blench the sky, poured forth and collided with Tuoba Xiuji's onslaught. Huashan realm pinnacle. Tuoba Xiuji's expression shifted. Impossible, he thought. Apart from Zhenbei Wang Luzhun, how could there be another Huashan pinnacle in the northern frontier? Liu Yu's face soured at the insults and did not dignify them with reply. Tuoba Xiuji, he retorted with a sneer, old and stubborn, having lived so long and still unable to break through. Better to find a block of tofu and knock yourself senseless. Living like that is nothing but shame. Liu Yu let out a cold laugh, disregarding the insults from Tuoba Xiuji. Tuoba Xiuji, you old relic, I've heard you've been in seclusion for 10 years. Why is it that your cultivation remains stagnant? In my opinion, you might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. It would save the spirit energy of your barbarian nation. A living is just embarrassing. Tuoba Xiuji's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Liu Yu with malice. What a sharp-tongued little brat. I seem to recall someone being at the bottom of the peak of the transformation realm, he retorted. Who was that waste who fled in disgrace 10 years ago after being defeated by my father? Oh, it's been too long, and my memory isn't what it used to be. I seem to have forgotten. At these words, Tuoba Xiuji's face turned extremely ugly as he glared at Liu Yu, his eyes filled with murderous intent, forgetting that Li Mu was watching him intently from Liu Yu's side. He could not refute Liu Yu's words. In his lifetime, he had indeed fought against many formidable opponents of the same realm, yet his win rate was pitifully low. Most battles ended in failure, and his best outcome was merely a draw. However, during the last invasion of the great Liang Dynasty by the northern barbarian nation, he had led the charge against the defenses of Luzhun in the north. He had been the commander of that ill-fated expedition, but he had not even managed to breach the Zhenbei Pass, returning in disgrace after suffering a crushing defeat, leaving him to doubt his very existence. Since that day, he had been branded as the weakest among the peak transformation realm practitioners. It was then that he began to seek seclusion in hopes of breaking through. Tuoba, old general, why waste time bickering with them? Let our 200,000 iron cavalry directly storm the Zhenbei Pass. Chen Bao flew in and cupped his hands toward Tuoba Xiuji. Character: Chen Bao. Race: human. Faction: barbarian nation. Realm: 8th layer of the transformation realm. Liu Yu glanced at Chen Bao, surprised that the barbarian king had sent him as well. Clearly they were determined not to rest until they broke through the northern defenses. Chen Bao was the foremost military leader of the barbarian nation, second only to General Shi Hu, and his abilities were not to be underestimated. Tuoba Xiuji raised his hand to stop Chen Bao, snorting coldly as he threatened Liu Yu. Liu Yu, your father Luzhun can also be considered a hero of his generation. I will give you a chance to surrender. Surrender to my barbarian nation, and I will spare your life and that of your soldiers. Otherwise, today you and your tens of thousands of troops will all become the souls beneath my northern barbarian cavalry. Liu Yu laughed heartily, disdain etched on his face. He looked at Tuoba Xiuji and sneered, you think I, Liu Yu, would submit to the barbarian nation? What a fool's dream. Good. Very well. Refusing the wine of friendship and opting for the punishment wine, don't blame me for showing no mercy when I give you a chance and you squander it. Troops, follow my command, kill. Tuoba Xiuji snorted and waved his hand, signaling the barbarian army to attack the city. Liu Yu narrowed his eyes, raising his arms slightly. Archers, prepare. As the barbarian army approached the Zhenbei Pass, Liu Yu waved his arm down sharply. Release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows rained down upon the northern barbarian troops. In a moment, a large number of barbarian soldiers fell under the rain of arrows. Tuoba Xiuji was taken aback. His army was composed of the elite forces of the barbarian nation. How could they be struck down by arrows shot by mere ordinary soldiers? Upon closer inspection of the arrows, his expression changed drastically. Foundation Establishment Realm. These arrows were imbued with the spirit energy of Foundation Establishment Realm warriors, and they were all at the 9th layer. This meant Liu Yu had an exceptionally elite army at his command, and every single one had reached the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm. How was that possible? Even the great Liang Dynasty could not support a military force composed entirely of 9th layer foundation establishment warriors. What a prodigious talent this Liu Yu is, truly unexpected. A vicious glint flashed in Tuo Ba Xiuji's eyes. Such a person could not be allowed to exist in the world. Otherwise, his barbarian nation would face a catastrophic disaster. In a flash, he rushed toward Liu Yu atop the Zhenbei Pass, his intentions clear. As long as he captured Liu Yu, the entire northern army would collapse without a fight. At that moment, standing beside Liu Yu, Xiao Qing was taken aback and quickly brandished his spear to block Tuo Ba Xiuji. However, another figure moved even faster. Li Mu released his full aura, leaping forward to intercept Tuo Ba Xiuji. In an instant, dust flew and thunder rumbled. Who are you? There is no one of your caliber in the northern borders. Tuo Ba Xiuji's expression grew serious as he looked at Li Mu, who had just stepped in to block him with an aura that demanded respect. He was wary of Li Mu. Every peak transformation realm practitioner was not to be trifled with. However, he had no recollection of Li Mu in the northern borders or even in the great Liang Dynasty, so he had to proceed cautiously. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you have invaded the northern borders today. Let's see if you can leave alive. With a spear in hand, Li Mu directly met Tuo Ba Xiuji, forcing him back repeatedly. Boom. The air currents generated by the clash of two peak transformation realm practitioners distorted the surrounding space. My barbarian warriors, follow me into the Zhenbei Pass. Seeing Tuo Ba Xiuji detained, Xun Bao swiftly turned to the Zhenbei Pass and raised his spear, directing the 200,000 northern barbarian cavalry toward the gate. From among the northern barbarian cavalry, several figures of the primordial realm leaped into the air, heading straight for the Zhenbei Pass. Their target was simple: Liu Yu. At this moment, standing next to Liu Yu, Xiao Qing sprang into action, wielding his spear to swiftly slay one of them. The remaining few exchanged glances and charged toward Xiao Qing. Faced with the assault of several primordial realm warriors, even Xiao Qing began to feel the strain. Wang Wu, protect the prince. After instructing his adjutant, Xiao Qing let out a furious roar, entangling several primordial realm warriors from the barbarian army. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is the most gifted among Liu Zhan's 5 generals. Xun Bao couldn't help but exclaim as he observed Xiao Qing single-handedly battling multiple primordial realm warriors. Given time, he would become another formidable transformation realm powerhouse. The northern borders were indeed fortunate. He looked at Liu Yu, who now had only Wang Wu, a second-layer primordial realm warrior, remaining by his side. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, charging toward Liu Yu. Seeing this, Li Mu was furious. You dare. He swung his weapon, sending Tuo Ba Xiuji flying hundreds of meters before flashing in front of Xun Bao and delivering a powerful punch. Xun Bao was horrified, quickly raising his arms to defend himself. However, under Li Mu's overwhelming assault, Xun Bao's face twisted in agony. He felt his insides churn violently, his expression morphing into one of sheer pain. Boom. Li Mu's gaze was icy, and the spear in his hand blazed with light. With a sudden strike, he hit Xun Bao, who was left aghast as his body was sent flying. He skidded along the ground, leaving a long trail before finally spewing out a mouthful of blood and collapsing unconscious. Xun Bao. Tuo Ba Xiuji exclaimed in shock as he beheld Xun Bao's dire state. Mind your own affairs first. Li Mu retorted coldly, channeling his spiritual energy into the spear in his hand. The spear immediately blazed with a brilliant light, a vast aura converging upon it. With a chilling gaze, Li Mu hurled the spear with great force. The spear sliced through the air, trailing a luminous line, carrying with it the power to obliterate worlds, aimed directly at Tuo Ba Xiuji. Seeing this, Tuo Ba Xiuji's expression changed dramatically. This terrifying force was enough to shatter any being in the divine transformation realm. He roared, pouring all his spiritual energy into his hands, conjuring a massive protective shield before him. Boom. As the spear collided with the shield, a deafening explosion erupted, illuminating the battlefield, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The shockwaves from this immense spiritual force sent ripples radiating outward, toppling countless soldiers to the ground. Many of the weaker cultivators perished on the spot. Fortunately, the Wei Wu soldiers were all at the peak of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, capable of self-preservation. Otherwise, Liu Yu would be in despair. Liu Yu swallowed hard. Truly, these were 2 peak divine transformation experts. As the smoke cleared, Tuo Ba Xiuji knelt on one knee, his face pale, blood streaming uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. His armor was in tatters, his clothing riddled with holes, and his upper body was covered in wounds. The spiritual weapon in his hand had shattered into countless pieces, leaving him devoid of the initial vigor he once possessed. Breathless, Tuo Ba Xi knelt, his expression becoming dazed. PFF. A mouthful of old blood was spat out. This is impossible. Who are you? Fear flickered in Tuo Ba Xi's eyes. The power Li Mu exuded surpassed that of Lu Zhan at the Northern Pass, terrifying indeed. Soldiers of the Northern Territory, heed my command. Follow this king out to slay the enemy. Leave no one from the barbarian kingdom alive. Observing Tuo Ba Xi and Xun Bao being relentlessly pressed by Liu Yu immediately seized his spear, mounted his steed, and led the Northern Iron Cavalry charging forth from the Northern Pass, with the Zhao border cavalry in tow. Most of the barbarian realm's leaders were entangled by Shao Qing, unable to break free. In an instant, the once mighty Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry, said to number 200,000, was left without a leader. Follow me to battle. Liu Yu spearheaded the charge, plunging into the enemy ranks like a descending god of war, wreaking havoc everywhere. The Zhao border cavalry and the Northern Iron Cavalry were the strongest light cavalry of the era. Under Liu Yu's command, they surged forward like a ferocious tiger, descending from the mountains, unstoppable. Entering the enemy formation, blades clashed, blood staining the heavens. Even the ordinary soldiers of the Northern Territory unleashed unprecedented fighting spirit under Liu Yu's leadership, each one akin to a demon warrior, fearless and resolute. I don't want to die. Help! Help! Devils! This mob of lunatics is nothing but demons from the other world. The Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry scattered under the charge. Without a commander, they were like headless flies darting chaotically. Many barbarian soldiers perished beneath their own horses' hooves. Amidst the swirling smoke, Liu Yu rode forth, standing tall. His spear was like the grim reaper's scythe, each thrust claiming the lives of several barbarian cavalry. Soldiers, we must let the barbarians know that the Northern Territory is their eternal nightmare. Follow this king to battle. Liu Yu laughed heartily, wildly brandishing his spear, causing barbarian soldiers to fall one after another wherever the spear tip reached. Amidst this thunderous onslaught, the barbarian cavalry dared not advance, for those who did would surely perish. Liu Yu swiftly slew several experts of the Purple Mansion realm, his momentum soaring. Behind Liu Yu, Wang Wu closely followed to protect him, swallowing hard at the sight. The prince is formidable. Isn't he only 18 years old now? But such terrifying combat prowess and skills, is this what someone his age should possess? On the battlefield, under the charge of the Zhao border cavalry and the Northern Iron Cavalry, the 200,000 Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry swiftly crumbled. The defeat was as catastrophic as a mountain collapsing. Kill. The Wei Wu soldiers also surged forth from the Northern Pass. They formed ranks, systematically reaping the lives of the Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry, blood flying everywhere. The soldiers of the Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry could not even approach before being cut down. How can this be? Xun Bao, awakening from his stupor, was shocked at the sight of the Northern Territory's forces slaughtering the Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry. This was the Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry. Their kingdom's most elite army was utterly powerless under the might of the Northern forces. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of collisions and explosions rang out in succession. Tuo Ba Xi was sent flying, repeatedly repelled by Li Mu's relentless assault. Under Li Mu's fierce onslaught, he could not mount any defense. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth, and he was already on the brink of collapse. Liu Yu glanced over and chuckled softly. Tuo Ba Xi was already at the bottom of the hierarchy among peak divine transformation beings. Now faced with the war god Li Mu, it would be strange if he were not utterly dominated. Li Mu struck again, landing a punch directly on Tuo Ba Xi. Unable to withstand the force, Tuo Ba Xi crashed to the ground. As the dust settled, a deep crater remained on the ground. Tuo Ba Xi, in a disheveled state, slowly rose, his eyes filled with boundless fear as he gazed at Li Mu. No, I must escape. If I don't leave now, I will truly perish here. Looking at the collapsing army, a wave of defeat washed over him, but he had no time for reflection. He seized a barbarian general of the initial stage nearby and struck him. The general instantly glowed bright red. Tuo Ba Xi hastily hurled him towards Li Mu, then gathered all his spiritual energy and raced towards the borders of the barbarian kingdom. Flee. The fates of Xun Bao and the 200,000 Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry were no longer within his considerations. Only by surviving did he retain hope. Unfortunately, Li Mu was a peak divine transformation expert. To think he could escape from him was a mere dream. Not to mention Tuo Ba Xi was already at the end of his rope. Boom. The initial stage general exploded right before Li Mu. The terrifying destructive force generated a cloud of smoke, and as it dissipated, Li Mu stood unscathed. Thinking of running. Do you truly believe you can escape? Watching Tuo Xiu Ji fleeing at high speed, Li Mu sneered. In the next moment, his figure vanished and reappeared before Tuo Xiu Ji, blocking his path to escape. Tuo Xiu Ji's body shook as he gazed at Li Mu, fury igniting within him. Since you don't wish for me to leave, then let us descend into hell together. Tuo Xiu Ji's face twisted in madness as he formed seals with his hands, striking his dantian. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged from him. Liu Yu was taken aback at the sight. General Li Mu, be careful. He's going to self-destruct. Li Mu furrowed his brow, conjuring a massive spiritual power shield to envelop himself. At the same time, he allocated some spiritual energy to protect Liu Yu and the soldiers of the Northern Territory. Useless. The self-detonation of a peak divine transformation expert can obliterate everything within 100 miles. A sinister smile crept onto Tuo Xiu Ji's face as he shouted like a madman. Li Mu remained silent, summoning a divine sword that stood before him, forming a colossal shield. The Xun Yu sword. Suddenly, Tuo Xiu Ji's eyes widened, a wave of excruciating pain ripping through him. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud ascended, spatial currents scattering in all directions. Everything in the vicinity was ground to dust. Help! No, I don't want to die yet. Because the site of Tuo Xiu Ji's self-detonation was very close to the rear of the Northern Barbarian Iron Cavalry, the shockwave engulfed the entire rear army. Countless Northern Barbarian soldiers perished beneath the residual force. No. Xun Bao watched this scene with a heart full of sorrow. 200,000 troops. What kind of fate was this? Gone, all gone. Xun Bao's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, ceasing all resistance. Ha. Xun Bao forced a bitter smile, struggling to rise, gazing toward the direction of the barbarian kingdom, murmuring, Your Majesty, I have disappointed you. He sighed deeply, then turned his gaze to Liu Yu. The conspirators against your father include not just our barbarian kingdom, but also the Emperor of Liang. Isn't it laughable? Liu Yu fixed his gaze on Xun Bao, silent. He had long suspected this, and was not surprised. Seeing Liu Yu's expression remain unchanged, Xun Bao smiled with relief. He looked up at the sky, a hint of a bitter smile on his face, as he continued. I also admire your father, a hero of his generation. Before I die, I shall reveal to you the identity of the one who framed your father. Saying this, he produced a sheepskin scroll from his bosom and tossed it to Liu Yu. Liu Yu caught the scroll, puzzled. Within our barbarian kingdom, I was the main culprit. Today, you have avenged yourself. Xun Bao forced a smile, then fixed his gaze on the direction of the barbarian kingdom, gritted his teeth, and drew his sword to take his own life. He could die on the battlefield, but could never be captured. With blood streaming, Xun Bao lay on the ground, a look of relief on his face, crashing down. A legendary general of the barbarian kingdom had suddenly passed away. Liu Yu stared impassively at the lifeless body of Xun Bao, then glanced at the sheepskin scroll in his hand. Liang Huang, the ancestor of the great Liang Dynasty Shaoshan, and Prime Minister Wang Feng. As he surveyed the names listed, a fierce, killing intent flashed in Liu Yu's eyes. These individuals represented the pinnacle of strength in the great Liang, and it was evident that Liang Huang was willing to invest heavily to confront his father. Among them were even descendants of those who had claimed to have died from severe illness. It seemed more likely that they had perished from grave injuries. Rest assured, father, with the brave soldiers of the northern frontier at my side, I will avenge you. A chilling determination filled Liu Yu's gaze as he stored the sheepskin scroll away within the system space. Meanwhile, following the forced self-detonation of Tuo Xiu Ji, the casualties among the northern barbarians were catastrophic. Coupled with Xun Bao's suicide, the remnants of their forces found themselves bereft of morale. With their commander dead, and the vice-commander having taken his own life, the other generals were ensnared by Xiaoqing, unable to escape. Continuing the fight seemed meaningless. It would only result in needless deaths. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender too. I surrender. As one or two soldiers discarded their weapons and chose to capitulate, a chain reaction ensued. More and more northern barbarian soldiers dropped their arms and knelt in submission. Suddenly, Xiaoqing unleashed a terrifying aura, instantly slaying several Taichu realm leaders who were attacking him, and returned to Liu Yu's side. His heart swelled with excitement at the sight of the surrendering northern barbarian cavalry. They had actually won. 200,000 northern barbarian cavalry had failed to breach the Zhenbei Pass. We won. Liu Yu raised his arm and shouted triumphantly. As his voice echoed, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the Zhenbei Pass. Ha, young master, this battle was truly exhilarating. Xiaoqing laughed heartily at Liu Yu. General Li is indeed a divine figure. Qing bowed to Li Mu, who had single-handedly battled both Tuoba Xiuji and Xun Bao, slaying them. Such a feat was undeniably impressive. Li Mu chuckled humbly, waving his hand. Nothing to speak of. It is General Xiao who is invincible, single-handedly fighting against several Taichu realm experts and slaying them all. That alone is worthy of admiration. Who knows, it may not be long before General Xiao steps into the realm of transformation and becomes a formidable general for our lord. I appreciate General Li's good words. After a moment of mutual flattery, their gazes turned to Liu Yu. Liu Yu shook his head with a wry smile. All right, you two ceased the mutual admiration. He then exhaled deeply, surveying the battlefield littered with corpses. What a pity some of the barbarians managed to escape. However, the ones who fled were merely foot soldiers, which was of little consequence after all the big fish had already been caught. Let them return to their homeland and inform their king, boosting morale and perhaps even creating an atmosphere for him. Everyone quickly cleaned the battlefield. Under Liu Yu's command, the aftermath began promptly at Zhenbei Pass. The bodies of the northern soldiers were gathered and treated with respect, while the corpses of the northern barbarians were buried in a large pit outside the pass to prevent the spread of disease. While plagues posed little threat to cultivators, they were a grave danger to ordinary civilians. Better to avoid trouble. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the invading enemy and achieving fame and renown. Reward: a random military general summoning card. Elevate one minor realm. The system's voice resounded in Liu Yu's mind. In the next moment, a powerful aura surged from Liu Yu, elevating him to the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Ding! Host has completely annihilated the barbarian army, earning 50,000 prestige points. Liu Yu smiled lightly, not dwelling on it too much, and instructed Li Mu to continue leading the Zhao border cavalry to defend Zhenbei Pass, while he and Qing led the Wei Wu troops and northern cavalry back to Beiyuan City. As this battle concluded, Liu Yu's reputation spread far and wide across the land. In the court of the Barbarian Kingdom. Report, Your Majesty, frontline news. Our barbarian army of 200,000 has been utterly defeated, suffering catastrophic losses. A bloodied soldier knelt trembling on the hall floor. Bang! The barbarian king slammed his palm on the dragon throne, cracking it. What news is this? Do you think you are bringing me good tidings? The barbarian king erupted in fury, pointing at the civil and military officials, cursing, useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Where is General Tuoba? Where is Chen Bao? The soldier's body trembled in fear, gritting his teeth to continue. General Tuoba was forced to self-detonate by Liu Yu's General Li Mu, and Vice Commander Chen Bao also ended his own life. The front line's 200,000 soldiers are leaderless. Nearly all have been wiped out. The barbarian king spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on his chair. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Civil and military officials rushed forward to support the barbarian king. It's over. All is lost. The barbarian king's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. This battle had squandered half of the nation's resources. How could he face the ancestors of the barbarian kingdom? As he spoke, the barbarian king fainted. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. On the other side, in the great Liang city, in the court hall. Report, Your Majesty, good news from the northern frontier. A young eunuch knelt, holding a battle report in his hands. Liang Huang narrowed his eyes. Good news from the northern frontier. The crown prince Xiao Xiang and the civil and military officials were all curious about when the northern frontier had won a battle again. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian stepped forward to take the report and presented it to Liang Huang. Since Wei Zhongxian replaced Wang Fu in the palace, his actions had gained Liang Huang's trust, and now all matters big and small passed through his hands. This had sparked discontent among many. After all, eunuchs meddling in politics had been a long-standing issue. Even the crown prince, Xiao Xiang, looked at Wei Zhongxian with murderous intent. Wang Fu read it. Liang Huang weakly closed his eyes, truly not wanting to hear more news from the northern frontier. Wei Zhongxian casually scanned the report before looking at Liang Huang. His expression changed slightly under Liang Huang's watchful gaze. Seeing this, Liang Huang waved his hand. Read. Wei Zhongxian cleared his throat, not holding back any suspense. Barbarian General Tuoba Xiuji and Xun Bao led 200,000 northern barbarian cavalry south to attack our great Liang Dynasty. Prince of Zhenbei Liu Yu led all the soldiers of the northern frontier to decisively defeat Tuoba Xiuji outside Zhenbei Pass, slaying 120,468 barbarian soldiers, capturing 51,365 barbarian soldiers, with countless others fleeing. General Liu Yu's subordinate Li Mu forced Tuoba Xiuji to self-detonate. Vice Commander Chen Bao committed suicide with his head sent to the capital along with the report. Hiss! The civil and military officials collectively gasped in shock. Tuoba Xiongji, the founding father of the barbarian kingdom, was now a stabilizing force for the entire nation. To think he had perished at Liu Yu's hands. Moreover, with Chun Bao's death, the barbarian military had lost its second-in-command after the former Shi. Most importantly, a whole 200,000 troops had failed to even breach Zhenbei Pass. The officials fell silent. They had not expected that after Liu Zhan's death, an even more terrifying Liu Yu would emerge. Liang Huang sighed helplessly. His heart was torn between joy and worry. Liu Yu's actions had instilled a powerful deterrent for the great Liang Dynasty. Especially with the existence of a formidable transformation realm expert under Liu Yu capable of slaying Tuoba Xiongji, his strength was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of transformation realm. This man was an absolute threat. Not to mention, with a cavalry comparable to the northern borders, Zhao border cavalry, Liu Yu now posed a threat to the great Liang dynasty that rivaled Liu Zhan's. However, by slaying both Tuoba Xiongji and Chun Bao, Liu Yu had significantly weakened the barbarian kingdom's strength, which was also a considerable merit. He could not risk the wrath of the world by punishing Liu Yu. What troubled him most was whether Chun Bao had revealed the truth behind Liu Zhan's death before dying. If he had told Liu Yu, then Liu Yu would become an enormous hidden danger. After much contemplation, Liang Huang sighed. Proclaim my decree, elevate Liu Yu to the title of King of Xia, in charge of all military and political affairs in the northern frontier, and grant him gold. In any case, it was a considerable number of rewards, mundane treasures that were of little significance to the great Liang. However, to everyone's surprise, the emperor elevated Liu Yu to the title of one-character king. This was an extraordinary honor. Your Majesty, with both Tuoba Xiongji and Chun Bao dead, it is indeed the perfect opportunity for our great Liang. At this moment, General Zhao Feng stood forth, bowing to Liang Huang, brimming with excitement. Let us lead the army northward and annihilate the barbarian kingdom, ensuring that our great Liang will no longer face threats from the north. Zhao Feng's words instantly ignited joy among many military officials. The annihilation of the barbarian kingdom would be a great achievement. Prime Minister Wang Feng quickly interjected, Your Majesty, we must not. Wang Feng's interruption once again incited Zhao Feng's anger. Zhao Feng pointed at Wang Feng, cursing, Wang Feng, are you a spy for the barbarian kingdom? Repeatedly speaking in favor of the barbarians, are the barbarians your kin? Military officials were inherently blunt and did not articulate grand principles. They resorted to outright insults. I will not conspire with you. Wang Feng coldly snorted at Zhao Feng, then turned to Liang Huang, bowing. Your Majesty, while the barbarians are weakened, they remain a wounded tiger. Their retaliatory strength is formidable and poses no benefit to our soldiers. We could compel the barbarians to submit using their state of ruin as leverage, making them pay tribute to our great Liang for generations and turning them into a vassal state. This would be beneficial for our great Liang. Cough, cough. As Wang Feng spoke, Liang Huang suddenly coughed lightly a few times, hastily covering his mouth and nose. When he looked at his palm, it was already stained red with blood. Your Majesty. You. Wei Zhongxian pretended to panic. Liang Huang, however, waved his hand dismissively, giving Wei Zhongxian a cold glance. It's an old ailment, you do not dwell on it. Wei Zhongxian nodded, retreating to the side. Liang Huang surveyed the civil and military officials. Let's proceed, as the Prime Minister suggests. Dismissed. With these words, Liang Huang, supported by Wei Zhongxian, exited the hall, leaving the officials exchanging glances. Others may not have understood, but Liang Huang was acutely aware. The battle at Huangquan Valley had also claimed the lives of many generals within the great Liang. The current state was that of a wounded tiger. Prime Minister Wang Feng watched Liang Huang's figure as he slowly approached Crown Prince Xiaoxiang. Your Highness, may I invite you to my residence for a discussion? Xiaoxiang regarded Wang Feng, pondering for a long while before nodding in agreement. On the other side, Zhao Feng stared at the two figures leaving the hall and headed towards the residence of King Qin Shaozhan. In the grand palace of the great Liang dynasty, within the imperial study, the Emperor Liang sat cross-legged, channeling his inner energy to absorb the spiritual forces of heaven and earth, seeking to mend his internal injuries. After a considerable time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and his aura instantly became weak and listless. Your Majesty, the healing elixir. Wei Zhongxian hurried forward and presented the prepared medicinal pill to the emperor. I fear my days are numbered, the emperor murmured as he took the elixir and placed it on the dragon table, letting out a resigned sigh. He was all too aware of his own body's condition. Had it not been for the fear of his early demise that would leave his successors unable to contend with Liu Zhan, he would have never contemplated killing Liu Zhan. Now, with Liu Zhan's son displaying such brilliance, his heart was troubled. Wang Fu, your servant is here, Wei Zhongxian responded quickly. Taking a deep breath, the emperor addressed Wei Zhongxian, "You shall personally deliver the edict to promote Liu Yu. While you are in the northern territories, find out Liu Yu's intentions for me." "As you command," Wei Zhongxian replied, taking the edict before exiting the imperial study. Before leaving, his gaze lingered on the healing elixir on the dragon table, a hint of a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The emperor, lost in thought, did not notice this moment. Once Wei Zhongxian departed, the emperor slowly rose and approached the window. "Send a decree for Crown Prince Xiao Xiang and Prince Qin Xiaozhan to enter the palace and see me." "Understood." A shadow slipped quietly from the palace, unnoticed by anyone. After the shadow departed, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the imperial study, exuding a profound aura that indicated they were all at the transformation stage. "Go and eliminate Liu Yu in secret." "As you command." The 3 figures transformed into wisps of green smoke and vanished from the room. The emperor gazed out the window, his piercing eyes fixated on the direction of the northern territories. "Liu Yu, do not blame me for being ruthless," he declared. "If you had chosen to live quietly in the north, perhaps I would not have moved against you. But since you insist on showcasing your brilliance, then you shall go join your father. It was far better to eliminate the potential threat than to live in constant fear of it." The emperor took a deep breath and slowly picked up the healing elixir from the dragon table, swallowing it whole. The medicinal power coursed through him, bringing a modicum of relief. In the capital of Great Liang, at the Prime Minister's residence. "Prime Minister, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Hearing this, Prime Minister Wang Feng hurriedly knelt at the entrance of his home, greeting, "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." "No need for such formality," Prime Minister Xiao Xiang said, lifting Wang Feng's hands. Nodding, Wang Feng rose and led Xiao Xiang inside. They sat facing each other, and Wang Feng instructed a servant to pour tea for Xiao Xiang. "Your Highness must make plans early," Wang Feng said. "Oh, what do you mean, Prime Minister?" "To speak plainly, I fear the emperor does not have much time left." Xiao Xiang was taken aback, spilling tea all over the floor. He pointed an accusing finger at Wang Feng and shouted, "Do not speak such nonsense. My father's fortune is as vast as the eastern sea, blessed by heaven's mandate. How could there be danger to his life?" Wang Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xiao Xiang, for he knew the crown prince's heart better than anyone. As the crown prince being out of favor with the emperor was not without reason, otherwise Xiao Xiang would have long been deposed. This tenuous position made many nobles see hope, meaning even if the emperor passed away, Xiao Xiang might not succeed to the throne smoothly. Now that the emperor's old injuries had recurred and his condition deteriorated daily, it was common knowledge among the court officials. If plans were not made soon. After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiang sighed in resignation. He understood that compared to himself, his father favored his younger brother Prince Qin Xiaozhan more. Though he was kind-hearted and indecisive, it did not mean he lacked ambition for the throne. After all, that position was irresistibly alluring. "What do you need me to do, Prime Minister?" Wang Feng smiled faintly. "Your Highness only needs to visit the emperor regularly. The rest will depend on news from me." Xiao Xiang nodded, suddenly recalling something. "Should we seek to win over King Xiao Liu Yu?" This suggestion nearly made Wang Feng spit out old blood. He shook his head vigorously, his expression one of exasperation. "Your Highness must not entertain such thoughts. The emperor detests the Liu father-son duo most of all. If they were to know of your intentions, your position as crown prince would be even more precarious." Setting aside whether Liu Yu would assist them, their long-standing desire to eliminate Liu Yu made it impossible for them to align with him. Xiao Xiang sighed, genuinely wanting to win Liu Yu over. Not for any other reason, but because Liu Yu commanded a peak transformation stage powerhouse under his banner capable of shifting the tide of battle. If he could gain Liu Yu's support, his position as crown prince would be as solid as a mountain. After succeeding to the throne, the other feudal lords would not dare to harbor any ill intentions. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded within the Prince Qin's residence. Prince Xiaozhan also harbored great ambition for the throne and would not easily concede. General Zhao Feng was a staunch supporter of Xiaozhan, believing that the ambitious prince was far more suited for the throne than the indecisive Xiao Xiang. Moreover, it was crucial that Prince Xiaozhan was born of Zhao Feng's sister, the current Empress of Great Liang. "What are your intentions, uncle?" Xiaozhan inquired, his expression calm and revealing no hint of joy or anger. Zhao Feng shook his head. "The winds of change are stirring in the Great Liang Dynasty. We should observe the situation quietly. Report. Your Highness the Emperor has summoned you and the Crown Prince to the palace." Xiaozhan was taken aback, but upon hearing that it was to meet with Xiao Xiang, he furrowed his brow. After bidding farewell to Zhao Feng, he hurried into the palace. "Elder brother." Xiaozhan greeted Xiao Xiang with a warm smile at the palace gates. Second brother Xiao Xiang replied politely, though the sincerity of the exchange was only known to the two of them. Outside the imperial study, a eunuch announced, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Prince Qin have arrived." "Let them in." A weak yet commanding voice emerged from the inner chambers. Xiao Xiang and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances before pushing open the doors to the imperial study, where they beheld the emperor seated behind the dragon table. His sharp eyes made both princes tremble, within sending chills down their spines. "Greetings, father," they chorused, kneeling before the dragon table. "Rise," the emperor gestured, signaling them to get up. Internally, he was conflicted as he looked at these two sons, both of whom he deemed exceptional. "What are your thoughts on Liu Yu?" The emperor's sudden question left them momentarily stunned. Xiao Xiang, not overthinking the emperor's intentions, spoke candidly. "Father, I believe we should treat Liu Yu with courtesy and blend kindness with authority, ensuring he and his descendants guard our borders for generations to come." Upon hearing this, the emperor flew into a rage, slamming the table with his hand towards Xiao Xiang. Such a naive perspective. He scolded, pointing an accusing finger at his son. "Xiao Zhan, what say you?" Xiao Zhan cupped his hands respectfully. "My view aligns with my elder brother's, but with an additional point." "Speak." "That is to curtail Liu Yu's growth. Liu Yu is exceptionally cunning, capable of stealthily winning over formidable allies like Li Mu. He commands a cavalry force comparable to the Northern Territory's Iron Cavalry. If he harbors ulterior motives, it would be a grave threat. If necessary, we must find reasons to eliminate him entirely." The emperor, upon hearing this, smiled, faintly nodding in satisfaction. Even though the two sons were unaware of the underlying circumstances or the truth behind Liu Zhen's death, it was evident that Xiao Zhan's answer was more fitting. "You may return," the emperor concluded, having arrived at his own answer. Perhaps compared to Xiao Xiang, Xiao Zhan was the more qualified ruler for this dynasty. Xiao Xiang sighed internally. Even he could figure that out. The previous question had clearly been a test from the emperor, and unfortunately he had failed. As he left, Xiao Xiang cast a silent glance at the emperor, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. The emperor watched Xiao Xiang's departing figure, feeling inexplicably uneasy, as if his son had suddenly become a stranger. Baiyuan City, the northern prince's residence. In the conference hall, Liu Yu sat at the head of the table. To his left and right were Xiao Qing and Li Zhong, the only two confidants he could trust at the moment. Besides them, there were numerous officials from Baiyuan City, all former subordinates of the northern prince's residence. Only these individuals had a higher credibility. "Ha, the young lord has slain 200,000 captives from the barbarian nation and killed Bao. Such achievements are enough to shake the entire Liang." A booming voice shattered the serene atmosphere of the conference hall. A burly middle-aged man hurriedly rushed in, immediately bowing to Liu Yu. "Apologies, my lord, I've grown accustomed to it." He nearly forgot that Liu Yu was now the northern prince, no longer merely the heir. Liu Yu smiled and waved his hand. "Uncle Shui, no need for such formality." He then instructed a servant grant General Shui a seat. Liu Yu remained generous and magnanimous toward the former subordinates of the northern prince's residence. Character: Xuanhuan. Race: human. Faction: northern prince's residence. Realm: 7th layer of Taichu realm. Xuanhuan, the commander of Baiyuan City, had watched Liu Yu grow up. He was an elder to Liu Yu, part of the original batch of veterans who followed Liu Zhen into battle. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan's potential and cultivation was limited, and he gradually fell behind the main army. While most generals who served Liu Zhen broke through to the Huashan realm, he remained stagnant at the Taichu realm. Thus, he was appointed as the commander of Baiyuan City, a position that had become somewhat idle. After Xuanhuan took his seat, Liu Yu looked at everyone and spoke softly. "How much power has the Liang Emperor regained in the north?" Li Zhong sighed upon hearing this, and explained, "Since the prince's passing, the Liang Emperor has been steadily encroaching on our northern territory. The original 3 states of the north now only have Beizhou and Yuanzhou under our control." A flicker of cold light flashed in Liu Yu's eyes at these words. How swift indeed! In just 3 short years, 1/3 of the northern territories had been consumed. Fortunately, the northern prince's residence still held some influence in the north, otherwise the remaining 2 states would likely have already fallen under the Liang Emperor's control. The north was composed of 3 states, Huangzhou, Beizhou, and Yuanzhou. After pondering for a moment, Li Zhong continued, "Young lord, most of the soldiers in Huangzhou are still remnants of our northern army. If we appeal to their reason and emotions, we might successfully regain control of Huangzhou." Liu Yu remained silent. If he rashly attempted to reclaim Huangzhou now, the entire Liang Dynasty would undoubtedly fall into panic. At that point, accusations of rebellion would be firmly placed upon him. Before his power was fully developed, he did not wish to confront the Liang Emperor directly. "The matters of Huangzhou will be decided by this prince. My lord, an envoy from the Liang Emperor has arrived outside the residence," a voice announced in the conference hall. This announcement startled many officials. Ever since Lu Zhun's death envoys from De Liang had acted with great arrogance, why had their demeanor changed now? Liu Yu smiled slightly. Bring him to the conference hall. After saying this, Liu Yu signaled for Xuanhuan and the others to leave, leaving only Li Zhong and Xiaoqing behind. In the conference hall, the envoy from the Liang Emperor was quickly brought in. Once inside, the doors of the conference hall closed tightly, and Wei Zhongxian knelt before Liu Yu. I greet the prince. Xiaoqing was taken aback. Aren't you Wang Fu? Moreover, you. He looked at Wei Zhongxian and then at Liu Yu. Wang Fu's loyalty to the De Liang Emperor was well known. He was utterly devoted. How could he adopt a servant's demeanor before their lord? Ha, General Xiao, you are unaware. Liu Yu laughed heartily and waved his hand to Wei Zhongxian. Understanding the cue, Wei Zhongxian concealed his face with his sleeve for a moment before revealing his original appearance. What a remarkable technique of disguise. Xiaoqing rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the stranger before him. He was completely different from Wang Fu. Wei Zhongxian smiled and shook his head. Just a small trick. It has no effect on anyone above the Huashan realm. Liu Yu turned to Wei Zhongxian and asked, what has the Liang Emperor conferred this time? Wei Zhongxian hurriedly presented the imperial edict to Liu Yu. After accepting and opening the edict, Liu Yu chuckled. King of Summer, a title of one character. While it didn't come with any substantial reward, this move by the De Liang Emperor did add to his prestige. After all, the position of a one-character king was entirely different. Wei Zhongxian spoke softly to Liu Yu. My lord, I have something to report. What is it? The De Liang Emperor is currently gravely ill and may pass away at any moment. I advise my lord to prepare accordingly. At Wei Zhongxian's words, Xiaoqing and Li Zhong stared wide-eyed in shock. The Liang Emperor was about to die. Liu Yu chuckled softly. He was indifferent to the life and death of the De Liang Emperor. However, the emperor's death could present him with opportunities. He believed that Crown Prince Xiaoxiang, Prince Xiao Zhan, and many others coveting that position would put on a good show. We will remain oblivious to the events at the De Liang court. For now, our focus should be on training our troops. After Liu Yu spoke, he turned to Xiaoqing and instructed General Xiao, please lead 20,000 Wei Wu troops to reclaim Huangzhou. Since the De Liang Emperor was gravely ill, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. Moreover, the emperor had initially issued an edict for him to oversee the entire northern region. Thus, reclaiming Huangzhou was entirely justified. The entire north must be under my control. Understood. Xiaoqing bowed happily and left directly. During this time, Xiaoqing's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Character: Xiaoqing. Race: human. Faction: the Liang Dynasty, Summer Prince's residence. Realm: first layer of Huashan realm. Indeed, Xiaoqing had successfully broken through, becoming the third Huashan realm powerhouse under Liu Yu. Thus, sending Xiaoqing to reclaim Huangzhou was merely a matter of formality. After Xiaoqing's departure, Liu Yu dismissed everyone else. In the backyard, Liu Yu sat in a pavilion. The threat of the northern barbarian nations no longer concerned him. It was time to turn his gaze inward toward the De Liang. The priority was to strengthen his own power. After all, strength was paramount. Host: Liu Yu. Race: human. Identity: King of Summer from De Liang. Realm: second layer of Zifu realm. Items: 1 top-tier general summoning card. Prestige: 1 million. Indeed, since slaying the 200,000 troops of the barbarian nation, Liu Yu's prestige had soared, breaking through the 1 million mark. Looking at the top-tier general summoning card and 1 million prestige points, Liu Yu pinched his chin. System: use the top-tier general summoning card first. Beep. Summoning in progress, please wait. In the next moment, numerous phantoms appeared before Liu Yu, a mystical feeling that he thoroughly enjoyed. As he watched the realms pass before his eyes, Liu Yu remained calm. After all, this was a designated top-tier general summoning card, and he would not suffer a loss regardless of whom he summoned. Soon a familiar realm halted before him. The late Han, Three Kingdoms realm. Liu Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this realm to be locked in. The late Han, Three Kingdoms, where heroes abound. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the late Han, Three Kingdoms realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned a top-tier general, the White Horse Silver Spear. Zhao Yun. Who? Zhao Yun. Yunmei. Liu Yu was utterly stunned. This was one of his favorite generals from his previous life. In the next moment, a spatial rift appeared before him. A young figure slowly emerged, clad in silver-white armor with a green sword at his waist and a dragon spear in hand, exuding an aura of heroism. I am Zhao Yun, here to serve my lord. With a casual gesture, Zhao Yun made the dragon spear and green sword vanish before respectfully bowing to Liu Yu. Liu Yu quickly stepped forward to help Zhao Yun up. General Zilong, please rise. His inner joy overflowed. Zhao Yun, who wouldn't adore him? He was the quintessential idol general, handsome, loyal, obedient, courageous, and strategic. Truly the perfect representative of a general. Character: Zhao Yun. Courtesy: name Zilong. Race: human. Level top tier general. Faction the Liang Dynasty Summer Prince's residence. Realm half-step Divine Sea Realm. PS White Horse Silver Spear famed for his bravery protecting the king, an exemplary general. Remarkable. Looking at Zhao Yun's panel, Liu Yu found nothing to critique. Gazing at his remaining 1 million prestige points, Liu Yu pinched his chin again. Currently with Zhao Yun and Li Mu 2 peak Huashan Realm, or even half-step Divine Sea Realm powerhouses, he temporarily lacked high-end combat power. However, he still had too few troop types. Though he possessed 3 elite armies, Zhao Bian Cavalry, Northern Iron Cavalry, and Wei Wu troops, each formidable in strength, it was still challenging to confront the entire De Liang. He hoped to summon a strong army. System use all remaining 1 million prestige points to summon troop types. Beep. Consuming 1 million prestige points, you gain 10 random troop summoning opportunities. Would you like to proceed? Proceed. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned 6 failures, 4 successes. What's this? 6 failures. Damn system, why don't you go rob instead? Robbing is not as fast as earning money this way. Liu Yu was left speechless. So blunt. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained a third-rate troop type, Ordinary Infantry. Ordinary Infantry. Troop type, Ordinary Infantry. Race human. Level third-rate troop. Realm 5th layer of Body Refinement Realm. 9th layer of Body Refinement Realm. Number 50,000. Looking at this panel, Liu Yu sighed helplessly. They were indeed just ordinary soldiers. But it was better than nothing. At least they had combat capabilities compared to newly recruited soldiers. The second opportunity also yielded ordinary infantry, but this time it was cavalry with a similar realm panel. The third time turned out to be ordinary infantry again, this time as sword and shield soldiers with the same panel. As he stared at the last chance, Liu Yu's heart raced. It had to be a powerful troop type. Beep. Summoning successful. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned a top-tier troop type, White Horse Idong. What? White Horse Idong? Just after summoning Zhao Yun, he now got the White Horse Idong. The system truly understood him. White Horse Idong is a special force of Gongsun Zan originally commanded by Yin Gang, and no need to dwell on it. Troop type, White Horse Idong. Race human. Level top-tier troop. Category light cavalry. Realm 5th layer of Qi Condensation Realm. Number 30,000. Originally 3,000 upgraded to 30,000. PS where righteousness leads life and death follow. Heaven as witness, the white horse as proof. Watching the figures of Zhao Yun and the summoned by Ma Yizong before him, Liu Yu felt an immense joy within. His army had now grown significantly. The remaining northern border garrison, after enduring numerous battles, had left him with 16,000 troops, of which 10,000 were Northern Iron Cavalry. This meant he had 15,000 ordinary soldiers, and with the summoning of an additional 15,000, his forces now totaled 300,000. With a powerful lineup of 10,000 Northern Iron Cavalry, 30,000 Zhao Border Cavalry, 30,000 by Ma Yizong, and 50,000 Wei Wu troops, his total military strength had reached 420,000. This formidable force positioned him as a significant power, eliminating any threat from the Liang Dynasty. The arrival of Zhao Yun, a half-step Divine Sea Realm expert, was particularly pivotal, capable of effortlessly overwhelming an army of 100,000. Your Highness, not long ago a terrifying army appeared outside Baiyuan City, all clad in silver armor and riding white horses. Li Zhong rushed into the royal palace in a panic. Liu Yu waved his hand, chuckling softly. Uncle Zhong, there's no need to be alarmed, they are our own. Prepare a barracks for them. Li Zhong let out a sigh of relief. He had grown accustomed to Liu Yu's methods. This was undoubtedly an army Liu Yu had trained in secrecy, and he had seen such surprises often. When he glanced at Zhao Yun beside Liu Yu, he felt another wave of cold sweat. Yet another general not inferior to the former prince. He swallowed hard, feeling even more admiration for Liu Yu's vast capabilities. All right, Uncle Zhong, prepare a barracks for Bai Ma Yizong. Yes. Li Zhong cupped his hands and slowly retreated. After Li Zhong left, Liu Yu began organizing the 30,000 ordinary soldiers. He planned to distribute them in batches to various cities in the northern border, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Although these summoned soldiers were not as formidable as by Ma Yizong, they were still significantly stronger than the local militia. That night in Baiyuan City at the southern gate, 3 figures stealthily infiltrated the city. The guards were completely unaware of any anomalies. At that moment, Baiyuan City was eerily quiet, with moonlight casting a serene glow over the city walls. Did you not notice that camp outside the city? The powerful auras emanating from it suggest that Liu Yu is indeed deeply hidden. This army is probably even stronger than the Emperor's personal guard. One whispered. Enough. Let's focus on completing His Majesty's mission and not complicate matters further. Another replied. Exactly, let's finish the task and leave. Something about this Baiyuan city gives me a bad feeling. You're being too timid, Yu. After their brief argument, the three hurried towards the summer palace. Meanwhile, within the summer palace, Liu Yu was sitting cross-legged in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow towards the southern gate. In another room, Zhao Yun also slowly opened his eyes, vanishing in a flash. In the darkness, the three shadows traversed the summer palace, swiftly reaching Liu Yu's chamber. Is this Liu Yu's residence? Not even a guard in sight. He truly is reckless. What? Do you want to fight? Enough. Don't forget the main objective. The leader of the shadows hissed at the others. After a moment of silence, they entered the room and looked at Liu Yu lying on the bed. Exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement. The leader lunged forward with a dagger, plunging it into the bedding with ease. The strange sensation caused him to freeze in place. One of the cloaked figures quickly lifted the bedding, revealing nothing inside. Not good. It's a trap. Let's go. The three reacted immediately, turning to flee, but two figures blocked their path from behind. Three gentlemen, where are you off to at this late hour? Liu Yu said, nonchalantly observing them. Liu Yu. Haha, Liu Yu, you've delivered yourself right to us. We needn't go looking for you. Initially startled by Liu Yu's appearance, the trio soon wore mocking smiles. They had sensed no strong auras upon entering Baiyuan City, only the weakest of them being a minor figure at the initial stage of the transformation realm. This meant that the powerful Li Mu was absent from Liu Yu's side. They believed that mere cultivators at the Tai Chu realm and a single transformation realm practitioner posed no real threat to them. Oh, such confidence. Zilong, leave them to you. Liu Yu smiled, slightly patting Zhao Yun on the shoulder. Rest assured, my lord. Zhao Yun's expression remained cold, as if the three posed no trouble at all. It was at this moment they noticed the young man in white beside Liu Yu. Due to Zhao Yun's youthful appearance, they dismissed him as inconsequential. Arrogant. What strength could a youth who doesn't even reveal an aura possess? The three drew their weapons, their eyes narrowing menacingly at Zhao Yun. In that case, we'll kill you first, then, Liu Yu. Zhao Yun remained silent, lifting his hand slightly, unleashing an overwhelming force from his palm. Kneel. Boom. An immense pressure suddenly bore down upon the three, causing them to gasp in shock. Thud. Unable to withstand the force, they collapsed to their knees. What's happening? Such terrifying pressure. The trio's eyes widened in fear, realizing that the pressure Zhao Yun exuded was eerily similar to what they had felt from the De Liang ancestor Xiao Shan. This meant that the young man before them had reached the half-step divine sea realm. The three stared, utterly incredulous. Who are you? Zhao Yun cast a cool glance at them, snorting coldly, you don't merit knowing my name. Subsequently, the Qing Gang sword appeared in his hand, and the gathered lightning erupted violently. In the next instant, he moved like a ghost, closing in on the three. So fast. The speed was so incredible that even the assassins couldn't follow it. In the blink of an eye, several sword flashes cut through the air, blood sprayed, and only two headless corpses were left on the ground. The last shorter figure stood frozen in disbelief, utterly paralyzed by fear. They were all transformation realm experts, yet none could withstand even a single strike. Liu Yu slowly spoke, who sent you? I don't know. Liu Yu sighed, waving his hand at Zhao Yun. Zilong, dispose of him. Zhao Yun nodded, and with a swift stroke another corpse lay on the ground. Bring someone to clean this up? Liu Yu's gaze held a murderous intent as he regarded the dead trio. How dare they raise their hands against him? They were courting death. My lord. Hearing the commotion, Li Zhong rushed in, startled by the sight of the bodies scattered across the floor. Quickly investigate the identities of these three. We must uncover the mastermind behind this. Understood. Liu Yu's eyes turned towards the direction of De Liang City, already suspecting who was behind the assassins. The next day, in the Summer Palace's conference hall, Liu Yu sat in the main seat with his eyes closed, an air of menace surrounding him. Xiao Qing, Xuanhuan, and others arrived, exchanging puzzled glances. They were unaware of the events of the previous night. Your Highness, it has been confirmed that the assassins were the three sect masters of the former De Liang Black Sect, which was eradicated by the De Liang royal family 3 years ago. They surrendered to the De Liang Emperor 3 years ago. Li Zhong entered the hall, slowly relaying his findings. What? Assassins? Xiao Qing and Xuehu exclaimed in shock. Xuehu fumed, that bastard Liang Emperor dares to send people to assassinate His Highness. He seeks death. Xiao Qing remained silent, but his expression mirrored his displeasure. Now that we know who it is, there's no need to investigate further. Liu Yu waved his hand, signaling everyone to quell their emotions, then turned to Xiao Qing, saying, General Xiao, you can take over Huangzhou now. Since the Liang Emperor had turned hostile, he had no reason to hold back. Xiao Qing stepped forward with a cupped fist. As you command. Zilong, you will need to hold down Baiyuan City for the time being, ready at a moment's notice. It's time we made our move in the northern border. Zhao Yun stepped forward and cupped his hands at Liu Yu understood. At that moment, Xiao Qing and the others finally took notice of the new face, realizing that the aura emanating from Zhao Yun was not in the least weaker than Liu Yu's. Could he be another peak expert of the transformation realm? Many former officials of the northern border could not help but gasp in awe. Truly, the prince was a remarkable figure. Days later, beneath the walls of Huangzhou City in the northern frontier, Xiao Qing stood ready with the Wei Wu troops. "I am General Xiao Qing, a commander under the Xia King. Do you still recognize me?" He rode his warhorse to the front lines, surveying the soldiers atop Huangzhou City. His voice resonated powerfully, exuding an aura unique to a master of the transformation stage, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it. Behind Xiao Qing, tens of thousands of Wei Wu troops awaited their own dread, palpable under the overwhelming pressure he emanated. Countless soldiers atop Huangzhou City were left bewildered. Most of them had once served Liu Zhan, but following the deaths of Liu Zhan and most of his generals, they had been redistributed among other armies by the Emperor of Liang. However, being seasoned warriors from the northern frontier, many remained in the north, albeit now under the command of the imperial troops. With Xiao Qing's arrival, confusion gripped their hearts. The general guarding Huangzhou City erupted in fury. "Xiao Qing, you are of the Liang Dynasty. Are you conspiring with Liu Yu to rebel?" A hint of derision flickered in Xiao Qing's eyes. Rebel? Don't place such a heavy crown on my lord's head. The northern frontier governs 3 states, and the Emperor of Liang has decreed that my lord holds all military and political power in the north. Now that Huangzhou refuses to heed his command, I believe it is you who are plotting rebellion. What pretext is this? I am here under the Emperor's command to guard Huangzhou. Where's the talk of rebellion? I see the true rebels are Liu Yu and you treacherous ministers. Xiao Qing narrowed his eyes, the murderous intent unmistakable. Just a mere Taichu realm. Seeking death. With a swift grip on his spear, he vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the city walls of Huangzhou. The spear in his hand gleamed coldly. In a single decisive motion, he struck down all the guards beside him, then with blinding speed pierced the chest of the commanding general. Clean and efficient, without a trace of hesitation. The general dispatched by the Emperor of Liang stared, wide-eyed, shock etched across his face. He never expected Xiao Qing would dare to kill him. But it was too late for regret. His life force waned rapidly, and he collapsed to the ground. Does anyone else have something to say? Xiao Qing wiped the blood from his spear, casting a casual glance at the soldiers on the city walls. The soldiers gulped nervously, their backs drenched in cold sweat. "We are willing to submit to the Xia King." Former soldiers of the northern frontier began to kneel and surrender. With one leader capitulating, others followed suit. After all, they were once warriors of the north. Returning felt like home. Moreover, Liu Zhan's past reputation and Liu Yu's undeniable talent offered them a path forward. Compared to the imperial court of Daliang, the northern king's residence provided them with a stronger sense of belonging. The majority of commanders sent by the Emperor of Liang looked on in shock. They were at a loss as they beheld the soldiers surrendering en masse. Xiao Qing's cold gaze flickered, and in an instant a series of chilling glimmers flashed. Heads rolled as he executed those who hesitated. Xiao Qing's swift and ruthless actions left many trembling, for at least in the short term, they would not dare harbor any rebellious thoughts. Liu Yu had instructed that there was no need to recruit the imperial troops. After all, they were a ticking time bomb in the military, capable of stabbing one in the back. Withdrawing his weapon, Xiao Qing surveyed the remaining soldiers and commanded, "Order all local magistrates in Huangzhou to seal off all routes to Daliang City. Until my lord issues commands, not even a mosquito is to leave Huangzhou." Understood. As news of the comprehensive lockdown spread through Huangzhou, a current of unrest surged within Daliang City. In the imperial palace within the study, the Emperor of Liang coughed weakly, wrapped in thick garments, sitting before his dragon desk to recuperate. Wang Fu, outside the study, Wei Zhongxian entered upon hearing his name, bowing respectfully. "Your servant is here. Bring me a healing pill." Hastily, Wei Zhongxian retrieved a healing pill from his bosom and handed it to the emperor. Without a second thought, the emperor swallowed it. As the medicine spread through his body, he felt a slight alleviation of his symptoms, unaware that a chronic poison had long been eroding his vitality. "Wang Fu, have there been any reports from the northern frontier?" The emperor gazed weakly at Wei Zhongxian. Without deceit, Wei Zhongxian replied, "Honestly, everything is as usual in the northern frontier." The emperor was momentarily taken aback. Everything as usual. What on earth were those 3 useless figures from the Hegemony doing? He could guess that they had undoubtedly failed. Perhaps Li Mu had returned to Liu Yu's side. He could think of no other reason, considering those were 3 masters of the transformation stage. Ordinary masters wouldn't be able to resist the 3 from Hegemony. It could only mean they had encountered Li Mu at his peak. Thus they hadn't stirred even a ripple before being slain. Such was fate. Perhaps Liu Yu's life was simply not meant to end yet. Nevertheless, he had lost 3 of his generals. Wang Fu, which of the Qin prince and the crown prince do you prefer? The emperor sighed his sudden inquiry, leaving Wei Zhongxian momentarily stunned. Was the emperor truly losing his mind, asking a eunuch about the succession of the throne? Wei Zhongxian shook his head. Both princes are of upright character, and your servant dares not make a rash judgment. I command you to speak. Rest assured I will not punish you. The emperor appreciated Wei Zhongxian's attitude, reassuring him and dispelling any lingering worries. Inside, Wei Zhongxian laughed coldly. With the conversation turned this way, it would be a disservice to the emperor not to operate accordingly. Feigning difficulty, he stepped forward, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, it seems the Qin prince is more suitable. The crown prince is indecisive. If he were to become the ruler, it could lead to disaster. In contrast, the Qin prince acts decisively. Enough. The emperor interrupted Wei Zhongxian, who, sensing the cue, fell silent. Observing the emperor's expression, Wei Zhongxian understood that the emperor was wavering within. Stir the pot, the more chaotic the better. The emperor took a deep breath, fully aware of the implications. Suddenly a surge of pain coursed through him, and he quickly sat in meditation. After a moment of easing, he waved his hand at Wei Zhongxian, signaling him to leave. Wei Zhongxian bowed and departed the study. Once Wei Zhongxian was gone, the emperor could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. Damn it! What is going on? Why has my injury worsened instead of improving? Furious, the emperor smashed the dragon desk before him with his fist. That wretched Liu Zhan, his dying struggle has inflicted such severe damage on me. Suddenly overwhelmed by rage, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The next day, Emperor Liang slowly opened his eyes from the dragon bed. Observing his surroundings, he realized that Wang Fu must have brought him back to the palace. A wave of comfort washed over him as he weakly called out, Wang Fu. Wei Zhongxian, who had been waiting outside the palace, hurriedly walked in upon hearing his voice. Your servant is here. What commands do you have, your majesty? Summon King Qin Shaozhan to the palace for an audience. Wei Zhongxian nodded. As you wish. He felt a surge of joy within. It seemed his words from the previous day had taken effect. Naturally, the news of Shaozhan being summoned reached the ears of the crown prince, Xiang. With Emperor Liang gravely ill and court sessions cancelled for several days, even the crown prince found it difficult to see him. Now that the emperor urgently summoned Shaozhan, the implications were clear. A deep sense of crisis surged within Xiang. Your Highness, we cannot wait any longer, advised Prime Minister Wang Feng, observing Xiang's troubled demeanor. Xiang gritted his teeth, feeling immense hesitation. If it truly came to a confrontation, there would be no turning back. If the emperor truly passes away when King Qin ascends to the throne, you will undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. Seeing Xiang's indecisiveness, Wang Feng felt both frustrated and anxious. Taking a deep breath, Xiang looked at Wang Feng with determined eyes. Very well, prepared. Time flew by, and soon the year-end approached. It had been a full month since the massacre of the northern barbarian cavalry. Throughout this month, the entire Liang had been eerily quiet. The northern barbarians who had been restless became subdued after that battle, even sealing their borders and ceasing all communication with Liang. Snow fell in flurries, covering Baiyuan City with a layer of white frost. With Liu Yu's rising fame and his various humane management strategies, Baiyuan City flourished significantly. A large number of displaced citizens returned to the city, and many capable individuals chose to join Liu Yu's ranks to help govern the region. Even amidst the heavy snowfall, the streets of Baiyuan City remained bustling with activity as small merchants sold their goods, the vibrancy undiminished by the winter weather. Within the Summer King's residence, Liu Yu had risen early to practice his spear techniques. With the guidance of the spear master, Zhao Yun, his skills were continually improving. Host Liu Yu. Race human. Identity Summer King of Liang. Realm 5th layer of Zifu realm. Items none. Reputation 1590000. Improving 3 realms in a month is quite impressive. Liu Yu mused, satisfied with his progress, which he had achieved without utilizing his reputation points. Moreover, his reputation had once again surpassed the 1,000,000 mark, allowing him to indulge for a while. System: how many reputation points are needed to elevate to the peak of Zifu realm? Requires 5,000 reputation points. Seriously, why don't you go rob someone? The system remained silent. Liu Yu shook his head in resignation. His current strength was sufficient. Advancing to the 9th layer wouldn't bring significant changes. With Zhao Yun and Xuehu present in Baiyuan City, his life was not in considerable danger. However, there was a glaring shortfall in civil officials. He needed a capable scholar to assist him, otherwise managing the state affairs alone would be overwhelming. System, I wish to use 500 reputation points to summon a civil official. I don't need someone too extraordinary, a Zhuge Liang Wang Meng or Guanzhong would suffice. I'm not greedy. Ding. 5000 deducted summoning in progress, please wait. Ding. Summoning failed. Ding. Summoning failed. Ding. Summoning failed. Come on. Can you be reliable? 3 failures in a row, my reputation isn't that tarnished, is it? The system continued its notifications without a word. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've summoned from the late Han Dynasty 3 Kingdoms realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned a top-tier civil official, Xun Yu. What? Xun Yu, the famed strategist known as the talent of a king, Xuanhuan. This genius, well-versed in internal governance and strategy, was crucial to Cao Cao's victories over Yuan Shao and Liu Bu, unifying the north. Every plan he devised turned the tide in favor of Cao Cao, showcasing his remarkable intellect. With Xun Yu managing the northern front, Liu Yu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Character Xun Yu, courtesy, name Wenruo. Race human. Level top-tier civil official. Realm half-step divine sea realm. P.S. A talent of great loyalty and virtue, truly a beneficial minister for the realm. Another formidable presence at the half-step divine sea realm. As the light gate appeared, a tall, refined, and handsome man slowly stepped out. I, Xun Yu, pay my respects to your majesty. Ha! Wenruo, there's no need for such formality. Having you here is akin to having Zhang Liang. Liu Yu laughed heartily, lifting Xun Yu's hands in greeting. Xun Yu was touched and greatly honored by the comparison to Zhang Liang. Wenruo, what do you think this king should do next? Liu Yu shared the situation regarding the northern front with Xun Yu. After understanding the circumstances, Xun Yu quietly suggested, Your Highness, we must solidify our foundation to govern the world. Only by establishing a firm base can we advance to conquer our enemies and retreat to defend without wavering. Liu Yu smiled lightly, agreeing wholeheartedly with Xun Yu's perspective. The northern front had successfully reclaimed the wasteland province and closed off access to Liang's heart, ensuring that the emperor would remain unaware of the truth for the time being. The focus now was on developing the northern region into an impregnable stronghold. Excellent. We shall proceed, as you say. From now on, all internal affairs of the northern region will be entrusted to Wenruo. I believe in your abilities. I will not disappoint your majesty. Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction, fully trusting Xun Yu's capabilities. Looking at Xun Yu before him, the fog of disappointment from the system's 3 failures faded away. No matter who he had summoned last, he had already gained a great asset. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've summoned from the late Han Dynasty 3 Kingdoms realm. Oh, another 3 Kingdoms figure. Is there a special connection between us? Excitement bubbled within Liu Yu as he observed the screen shadows of figures flickering by. 3 Kingdoms strategists, how bad could they be? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned a secondary tier civil official, Guotu. What is this? Guotu. Liu Yu fell silent. How did he get summoned? As he had said, 3 Kingdoms strategists couldn't be that bad. Guotu's recognition by Yuan Shao indicated he had some merit. He had managed to persuade Han Fu to cede Jizhou, highlighting his capability. However, when it came to betrayal, Guotu was notorious. First betraying Yuan Shao, then Yuan Tan. He was a true master of shifting blame, the very embodiment of an unreliable strategist. Ultimately, his actions led to conflict between the 2 Yuan brothers, allowing Cao Cao to reap the benefits. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed as a strategist stepped gracefully from the light gate. I, Guotu, pay my respects to your majesty. Character Guotu, courtesy, name Gongza. Race human. Level secondary tier civil official. Realm 5th layer of transformation realm. Well, at least he was a strong figure of the transformation realm, albeit somewhat dispensable. Nevertheless, Guotu's skills were more than adequate for managing a region. Gongza, please rise. Thank you, your majesty. After arranging the residences of Xun Yu and Guotu, Liu Yu glanced at the system interface once again. He had over 1 million prestige points remaining. Should he go for a random 10 draws? Liu Yu pondered for a long moment, considering that he had a well-rounded selection of civil and military officials at his disposal. Why not take a gamble? A chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. System, give me a random 10 draws. Ding. 1 million prestige points have been deducted. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1000 stones of grain. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 ordinary soldiers. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a certain photo album. Damn it. System, are you messing with me on purpose? Looking at the list of grand prizes, he truly felt like dragging the system out for a good beating. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received an extraordinary sword. Liu Yu's eyes brightened. Finally, something worthwhile had come. Item: extraordinary sword. Level: scrap metal. Evaluation: an utterly mundane piece of junk that not even a passerby would pick up if it were thrown on the ground. Summary: trash among trash. Glaring at the evaluation, Liu Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, you know it's garbage. System, explain to me, what do you mean by an extraordinary sword when it's worse than scrap metal? Replying to the host, the name is accurate, but does quality correlate with the name? Liu Yu was instantly infuriated and amused. Fine, you win, carry on. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a third-rate General Yu Shi. What the heck? General Yu Shi. Isn't he the subordinate of the forklift king? Just a background character to Huo Qubing, a cannon fodder that couldn't survive even a round under Huo Qubing's command. Character: Yu Shi. Race: human. Level: third-rate general. Realm: fourth layer of divine transformation. Looking at this lackluster profile, Liu Yu felt utterly speechless. Yu Shi's realm was even lower than that of the civil official 2-2. Truly a cannon fodder tier existence. Subordinate: Yu Shi pays respects to the Lord. A robust middle-aged man stepped out from the light and immediately knelt before Liu Yu. Liu Yu looked at this tall and burly figure and found it hard to believe he resembled a cannon fodder character. General Yu, please rise. Thank you, my lord. Liu Yu turned his gaze back to the system. With Yu Shi here, surely he would receive Feng Yu or Mu Shun next. Would he end up with the 5 tiger generals of Hulao Pass? Although he mentally scoffed at this notion, he truly hoped it wouldn't happen. Even if he got 00's general, he preferred not to have the 5 tiger generals of Hulao Pass. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a second-rate General Xing Daorong of Lingling. Ha. Liu Yu was once again infuriated and amused. System, be honest, are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? To summon both the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, he must be lucky. The system ignored Liu Yu and continued to emit prompts for grand prizes. What a load of nonsense. Liu Yu lamented internally as he exchanged 1,000,000 prestige points for merely Yu Shi and Xing Daorong. He felt like he was bleeding inside. What a massive loss. Character: Xing Daorong. Race: human. Level: second-rate general. Realm: 7th layer of divine transformation. While the 7th layer of divine transformation was quite impressive for Xing Daorong. As another flash of light appeared, a stout man, not particularly handsome, but not unattractive either, slowly emerged. He wielded a pear-flower axe and had a robust physique that upon closer inspection appeared somewhat goofy, adding a hint of humor to his presence. Subordinate Xing Daorong pays respects to the Lord. Ha, General Xing, please rise. From now on, you two will be the mainstays of my forces, support each other. Liu Yu praised both Xing Daorong and Yu Shi. The two were deeply moved by his words and knelt once more, swearing, "We will not fail to meet the Lord's expectations. Forever loyal to the Lord." In the northern border at the Summer King's residence, Liu Yu gathered all the officials of the northern region. After introducing Xun Yu, Guotu, Xing Daorong, and Yu Shi to everyone, he began assigning roles. Xun Yu would assist him in managing all affairs in the northern region, while Guotu was dispatched to the desolate state of Huangzhou, which at that time was in dire straits awaiting revitalization. Under the management of the De Liang royal family, Huangzhou had become a wasteland living up to its name. The land lay fallow with hardly anyone to cultivate it, utterly in need of revival. Although Guotu had some minor personality flaws, Liu Yu believed that with his abilities, he should have no issue improving the lives of the people in Huangzhou. Moreover, with Shaoqing stationed there, he hoped nothing would go awry. Huangzhou was the closest region to De Liang City in the northern border, and with both Guotu and Shaoqing, two powerful figures in the divine transformation realm, he felt reassured. As for Yu Shi and Xing Daorong, they would temporarily remain in Baiyuan City as guards for the Summer King's residence. Liu Yu looked at his current cadre with confidence. "Zilong, how about we go for a stroll?" "Certainly." Currently, the defenses of Baiyuan City were under Zhao Yun's complete authority. Naturally, Liu Yu didn't forcibly remove Xue, who had voluntarily resigned. Having grown older, he lacked the ambition of his youth and chose to step down, a decision Liu Yu readily accepted, recognizing Xue, whose contributions as an old general of the northern border. It was indeed time for him to rest. Though Xue, who had resigned from his post, he still lived in Baiyuan City educating the younger generation. "You two come along as well. It's a good opportunity to familiarize yourselves with this world." Liu Yu addressed Xing Daorong and Yu Shi. Understood. They both clasped their hands in acknowledgement. In Baiyuan City, the streets were bustling with activity despite the heavy snowfall overhead. Vendors lined both sides of the road, creating a lively atmosphere. "Come and take a look. This is the great sword captured from the northern barbarian cavalry by His Majesty the Summer King. It's incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. a truly extraordinary weapon. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it. These words immediately drew a crowd of curious onlookers, as Liu Yu had become a godlike figure in the hearts of the citizens of Baiyuan City. Is it real? It can't be fake, can it? Exactly. It doesn't look quite right to me. Skepticism spread among the townsfolk regarding the sword's authenticity. Why would I lie? My cousin is in the Summer King's army, and this sword is what he captured and asked me to sell for him. Come on, oldly, just 3 days ago you said this sword was a family heirloom. How did it suddenly turn into a trophy, right? You're just boasting without a script. Do you really think your cousin could participate in the Summer King's campaign against the northern barbarians? You're making me laugh. Moreover, I've never heard you mention a cousin before. Are you just making this up? Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the people quickly lost interest, dispersing with mingled chuckles. Hey, don't go. They'll give you a 50% discount. Even 30% would work. You must want to get beaten up, haha, the crowd teased. Liu Yu smiled faintly at this amusing scene. To the townsfolk, the sword in the vendor's hand might indeed seem like an exceptional weapon, yet it was merely an ordinary tool. It could slice through vegetables, but would be useless on the battlefield. Such a weapon might struggle to break through the protective true energy of a martial artist at the body refining stage, let alone compare to the weapons wielded by regular soldiers in the north. After browsing for a while, Liu Yu lost interest. More than half of the market was filled with deceitful merchants with nothing worth seeing. Suddenly, a large crowd began to rush in a specific direction, leaving Liu Yu and his companions bewildered. Have you heard? The Shishui Pavilion has opened. What? The Shishui Pavilion has really opened? Of course. This time, I heard the Eastern Saintess personally designated its establishment in Baiyuan City. Let's hurry. We might even see the Eastern Saintess. The Shishui Pavilion. Liu Yu frowned. When did Baiyuan City acquire a Shishui Pavilion? Officially, the Shishui Pavilion was merely a performance venue. The women there only sold their talents, not their bodies, setting it apart from typical brothels. Despite this, it attracted many noble families and dignitaries eager to indulge in the beauty of the performers. Ultimately, the allure of the Shishui Pavilion lay in the captivating women it hosted, all of whom possessed striking beauty. Simply being able to feast one's eyes upon them was a significant draw. Of course, the Shishui Pavilion could enforce its rules thanks to the formidable power backing it. Shishui sect. This was the force behind the Shishui Pavilion, a behemoth that even the Liang Dynasty and many other kingdoms dared not provoke. The Shishui sect was one of the top-tier powers in the southern region. Once in the southern barbarian kingdom south of Liang, a noble attempted to force one of the women from the Shishui Pavilion only to be killed on the spot before he could even touch her. The leadership of the southern barbarian kingdom showed no reaction, which underscored the terrifying prestige of the Shishui sect. Let's go take a look. Typically, the Shishui sect would only establish its pavilions in the imperial capitals of major dynasties, never in smaller towns. The sudden appearance in Baiyuan City was indeed intriguing. My lord, this. Zhao Yun hesitated as he gazed at the Shishui Pavilion. After all, it was a brothel. Liu Yu had forgotten that Zhao Yun was a steadfast gentleman. Oh Zilong, why worry? We won't lose anything just by taking a look. Xing Daorong teased, placing a hand on Zhao Yun's shoulder. Liu Yu chuckled. It's all right, Zilong. We're not here to do anything. We just want to explore the Shishui Pavilion. Besides, it's not a typical brothel. These women only perform. Hearing Liu Yu's words, Zhao Yun reluctantly nodded. As soon as Liu Yu and his companions stepped through the doors of the Shishui Pavilion, they were immediately locked onto by several powerful auras. Xing Daorong and Yu Shi tensed up, recognizing that the auras belonged to beings at the transformation stage. If anyone dared to attack Liu Yu, they would slay them on the spot. Zhao Yun furrowed his brow, looking over at Liu Yu. Teach them a lesson. Liu Yu's voice was cold. Zhao Yun nodded slightly, unleashing an even more terrifying pressure toward the source of the auras. With a splatter, several shadows in the darkness spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Retreat. There's a great enemy. Fear filled the eyes of the shadows as they swiftly vanished into the dark, terrified of being slain by Zhao Yun if they were even a moment too late. My lord, it's taken care of. Liu Yu nodded and led the four into the Shishui Pavilion, casually finding a few seats to sit down. Due to their plain attire, few were willing to approach them for conversation, and Liu Yu was happy to enjoy the peace. However, Xing Daorong and Yu Shi were devouring food as if they hadn't eaten in centuries, occasionally toasting one another, leaving onlookers speechless. Nevertheless, with so many guests in the Shishui Pavilion, no one paid them any mind. Meanwhile, in a room on the top floor of the Shishui Pavilion, several shadows knelt before a woman who was preening herself. Her hair was as white as snow, and her skin glowed like jade, radiating a soft light that sparked the imagination. Saintess, we failed? The woman paused, her voice tinged with surprise. What happened? Her subordinates were all powerful beings at the transformation stage. Even peak transformation experts would struggle to detect their presence. How could they have been discovered? Unclear. That person merely exuded a trace of aura, causing our blood to surge. If we hadn't retreated in time, we probably would have exploded from the pressure. The woman rose slowly, her brows knitting slightly, as she lifted a veil to cover her face. Interesting. Let's go, we should meet this person. Wait, Saintess. An old woman stepped forward to block the woman's path. An exceptionally strong presence has appeared within the pavilion, posing a threat to your safety. I urge you to proceed with caution. The woman narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening as she regarded the old woman. Xiao Granny, I respect you as an elder, but the sect master has stated that all matters within the Liang Dynasty are to be dictated by my orders. Unmoved, Granny Xiao maintained her calm demeanor. I implore the Saintess not to make things difficult for me. The Saintess insisted on reopening the Shishui Pavilion in Baiyuan City, and I only secured the sect master's permission under immense pressure. Therefore, I ask you to heed my words regarding the upcoming matters. Xiao Granny Yu. Beneath the veil, the woman bit her lip, ultimately sighing in resignation and returning to her place. Granny Xiao watched the Eastern Saintess and sighed helplessly. At this moment, within the Shishui Pavilion, Liu Yu surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this Shishui Pavilion in Baiyuan City appeared to be a temporary structure. It was not particularly grand, nor did it boast an abundance of elaborate decorations. The layout was quite simple and straightforward. However, it was still more stately than an ordinary tavern. Brother, where do you hail from? A portly young man approached Liu Yu with a smile. Though Liu Yu was dressed modestly, his aura was unmistakable. Drawing on his years of experience in reading people, Liu Yu sensed that this individual was of no ordinary standing. Most likely a classic case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Were Liu Yu aware of the portly young man's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up for his keen insight. Forgive me, let me introduce myself first. I am Qin Peng from the Tianyuan Merchant Association. The young man seemed to realize his lack of etiquette and hurriedly introduced himself. The Tianyuan Merchant Association. Liu Yu looked at Qin Peng in surprise. The Tianyuan Merchant Association was one of the most powerful forces in the entire southern region, rivaling even the Shishui sect. It was unusual for such a formidable entity to visit Baiyuan City. Character: Qin Peng. Race: human. Affiliated force: Tianyuan Merchant Association. Identity: young master of the Tianyuan Merchant Association. Cultivation realm: 8th layer of Qi condensation. This fellow is actually the young master of the Tianyuan Merchant Association, a wealthy scion indeed. Noticing Liu Yu's continued silence, Qin Peng chuckled, awkwardly feeling somewhat presumptuous, and continued, if you prefer not to share, that's perfectly fine, ha. Liu Yu slowly rose and replied calmly, greetings, Brother Qin. It is a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Liu with the given name Yu. Qin Peng sighed in relief and laughed heartily, so it's Brother Liu. He gazed at Liu Yu, pondering for a moment, as if he felt he had heard the name Liu Yu somewhere before. After racking his brain for some time, without success, he shook his head and smiled at Liu Yu. Could it be that Brother Liu has come to Shishui Pavilion just to catch a glimpse of the Eastern Fairy? The Eastern Fairy? Liu Yu inquired, puzzled. Brother Liu truly does not know. Liu Yu shook his head. I merely noticed the crowd here and came to join the festivities. Oh, I see. Qin Peng observed Liu Yu's expression of genuine confusion and took the time to explain the Eastern Fairy, originally named Dongfang Ling, is the holy maiden of the Shishui sect. She possesses extraordinary talent. At a young age, she has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, regarded as an ancient millennium genius by the Shishui sect. Moreover, she is said to be the next successor to the sect's leadership. Of course, what captivates everyone most is her stunning beauty. She is akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Qin Peng spoke with enthusiasm. Whoever marries her would truly be blessed. Dongfang Ling. Liu Yu rubbed his chin, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the name. Suddenly a bell tolled, drawing everyone's attention. Several elegant young ladies gracefully stepped forward, taking center stage to dance. So beautiful, truly worthy of the Shishui Pavilion. Indeed, even the ordinary maidens possess such beauty. How stunning must the Eastern Fairy be? Many were left in awe. Xingdaorong and Yushi continued to eat and drink heartily, showing no interest in the stage. The allure of food and drink was far more enticing to them. Zhao Yun, however, remained alert by Liu Yu's side, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Liu Yu, intrigued, observed the scene, knowing he had nothing to lose. The Eastern Fairy. We want to see the Eastern Fairy. Yes. We have traveled a long way to Baiyuan City, just to behold the Eastern Fairy's beauty. Hearing this, Liu Yu shot an angry glare, silencing the speaker, who immediately fell silent. Nevertheless, his words resonated with many, prompting a chorus of requests for Dongfang Ling to make an appearance. At that moment, an elderly woman slowly emerged. It was Granny Xiao. She approached the center of the stage and explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, today, the Holy Maiden is feeling unwell and will not be performing. I hope you will understand." "What? Is that true? Alas, what a wasted trip. I had hoped to see the Holy Maiden's beauty." Many sighed in disappointment, feeling a sense of loss, though none dared to contradict the Shishui pavilion. "My lord, this person is a being of the 8th layer of spirit transformation," Zhao Yun remarked, quietly glancing at Granny Xiao. Liu Yu nodded slightly. Through the system, he had also learned that this elder was a long-serving elder of the Shishui sect. Even the elders sent to Beiyuan City were of the 8th layer of spirit transformation. The Shishui sect was indeed powerful. Suddenly the sound of a zither resonated from the top floor, akin to a mountain spring tinkling melodiously. The music flowed gracefully like the sweet calls of birds amidst clouds, neither hurried nor slow, every note sinking deep into the heart, wrapping around the listener endlessly. The lingering melody enchanted all, leaving the pavilion in serene silence, with no one daring to disrupt the ethereal beauty of the music. Even the dancing maidens paused, closing their eyes to revel in the exquisite zither sound. At that moment, any disruptive noise would be a desecration to this divine melody. As the performance concluded, the audience remained lost in its lingering beauty. "Beautiful. What a magnificent piece!" Qin Peng was entranced, floating in a self-constructed world. Truly a sound from the heavens with echoes that linger for 3 days. Liu Yu could not help but praise. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. "What exquisite echoes lasting 3 days." These words aptly describe this piece, Granny Xiao said with a faint smile, bowing slightly to Liu Yu. "May I ask who you are, young sir?" Before Liu Yu could respond, the door to the top floor was pushed open. A graceful figure stepped out, elegantly gliding into view. "It's the Eastern Fairy. So beautiful. Even with a veil, her beauty remains unmatched. If I could marry such a maiden in this life, I would have no regrets." Liu Yu's gaze was drawn in, and upon a closer look he felt as though he might lose his composure. This woman had skin as fair as snow, her hair cascading down to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze. As the wind brushed by, a few strands of hair danced across her snow-like cheeks, lending her an air of enigmatic beauty that was breathtaking and heart-wrenching. As she looked at Liu Yu, her lively eyes sparkled like a radiant galaxy. Liu Yu felt an inexplicable familiarity wash over him. He felt he had seen these eyes somewhere before. Granny Xiao watched as Dongfang Ling stepped out, cursing inwardly, "This girl never listens." However, since Dongfang Ling had already appeared, it was impossible for her to send her back. Dongfang Ling paid no heed to the displeasure etched on old Madame Xiao's face. Her thoughts were solely focused on Liu Yu. A subtle smile graced her lips as she gracefully stepped in front of him. "Young master, your talent is extraordinary. Might you compose a poem for this young lady?" With each elegant gesture, Dongfang Ling captivated those around her. Her smile was gentle and her enchanting gaze was fixed on Liu Yu, filled with eager anticipation for his appraisal. Upon hearing her request, Liu Yu returned her smile slightly. "Why not? In that case, allow me to embarrass myself." White Brother felt a pang of regret as Liu Yu, gazing at Dongfang Ling, began to softly recite. "Clouds and garments blossom with beauty, the spring breeze caresses the dew-laden flowers. If not for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, would we meet beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace?" Qin Peng was taken aback, suddenly springing up. "What a magnificent poem. Truly magnificent. Brother Liu, you are a genius." The crowd surrounding them was equally astonished by Liu Yu's poetry. Hearing those lines, Dongfang Ling's flawless cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, an enchanting shyness enveloping her, yet her heart sang with joy. Her eyes shimmering like water fixed intently on Liu Yu, revealing ripples of deep-seated emotions. Liu Yu did not shy away. The more he gazed into her eyes, the more familiar they seemed. With a sly smile dancing on her lips, Dongfang Ling suddenly took a step forward, accidentally, slipping and leaning towards Liu Yu. Seeing this, Liu Yu quickly reached out to steady her, and at the moment of contact, neither felt any discomfort. "Are you all right?" He chose not to comment on Dongfang Ling's clumsy act. "Thank you for your help, young master." Their eyes met, an unspoken connection, igniting a sense of intrigue among the onlookers. Xing Daorong and Yushi exchanged knowing glances, both giving Liu Yu a thumbs up. Truly a remarkable leader. Such fortune with the ladies is unparalleled. No one but him could have a beauty willingly falling into his embrace. "You are Sister Linger." As Liu Yu's gaze met the woman in his arms, recognition dawned upon him. Upon hearing her name called, Dongfang Ling's body tensed. "Stop! Release Linger." Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the crowd, and several figures rushed forward. Zhao Yun's eyes turned cold as he swiftly positioned himself before Liu Yu. "So fast. Old Madame Xiao witnessed this scene, her shock evident. The strength of this individual exceeded all expectations. Surely she could not withstand such power. Who is this person that commands such a formidable protector? When old Madame Xiao looked at Liu Yu again, her gaze was rife with wariness. Anyone who dares to step forward shall die. Zhao Yun brandished his Qinggang sword, slashing the ground and creating a fissure that instantly repelled several assailants. Feeling Zhao Yun's immense aura, most people dared not advance. Remove your filthy hands from Linger. At that moment, a slender young man flanked by a crowd stormed forward, fury blazing in his eyes as he pointed at Liu Yu and shouted. Seeing Dongfang Ling blushing in Liu Yu's arms, unbothered by the situation, twisted his insides with torment. Recognizing the newcomer, Dongfang Ling rose from Liu Yu's embrace. Her eyes were filled with unmistakable disdain as she glared at the young man. Meng Feng, I will reiterate, I have no ties with you. Refer to me by my full name. Linger. I am sincere in my feelings for you. With that, Meng Feng reached out to grab Dongfang Ling. Her delicate brows furrowed as she stepped back, deepening her distaste. Meng Feng, have some self-respect. This is not your Heiming sect. Heiming sect. I remember now. This Meng Feng is the young master of the Heiming sect. A gasp swept through the crowd as they turned their astonished gazes toward Meng Feng. What? Heiming sect? One of the most powerful sects in the southern region, and they have come to Beiyuan City. Though not as mighty as the Shishui sect, the Heiming sect harbors experts in the Divine Sea realm. Heiming sect. Liu Yu was somewhat familiar with this sect, though its reputation was far from commendable. Huh. Now you know. Those who dare oppose this young master don't meet a good end. As the crowd's murmurs of shock filled the air, Meng Feng's ego swelled immensely. He looked down at Liu Yu with arrogance. You boy, your hand just touched Linger. I demand you chop it off. Then bow repeatedly until this young master is satisfied. Otherwise you'll experience a fate worse than death. Liu Yu nearly laughed in disbelief, pointing at Meng Feng with disdain. You? Is that all you have? Feeling deeply insulted by Liu Yu's mocking expression, Meng Feng immediately signaled his subordinates. Attack! Disable him! A throng of Meng Feng's followers quickly surrounded Liu Yu. Dongfang Ling, witnessing this, fumed with anger. Meng Feng, don't overstep your bounds. Try to lay a hand on him. Seeing Dongfang Ling defend Liu Yu ignited Meng Feng's fury further. Attack! They'll see who dares to harm my master. Before Zhao Yun could act, Xing Daorong and Yu Shi charged to Liu Yu's side. The aura of two Divine Transformation Realm experts surged forth in an instant. Divine Transformation Realm. Old Madame Xiao's heart raced with astonishment. She looked at Liu Yu, confusion clouding her thoughts. Who was this person to have three protectors of the Divine Transformation Realm or above? Although she couldn't gauge Zhao Yun's ability, she recognized Yu Shi and Xing Daorong. One was at the 4th level of the Divine Transformation Realm and the other at the 7th level, top generals among the great dynasties. Even if you have Divine Transformation Realm protectors, so what? Lin Lao, kill him. Meng Feng sneered. Then a shadow darted from the darkness, a gleaming sword aimed straight at Liu Yu with blinding speed, catching everyone off guard. Whoosh! A silver spear descended from above, striking the shadow's arm with lightning speed. The shadow howled in pain, quickly retreating to Meng Feng's side. Zhao Yun reached out, the long and bright silver spear vibrating as it swiftly returned to his grasp. As the spear tore free, it reopened the wound, eliciting a series of agonized cries from the shadow. Unaware of your own mortality. Lin Lao. Meng Feng exclaimed, shocked to see blood streaming from Lin Lao. Lin Gang, it's you. Being of the sect's high echelons, old Madame Xiao immediately recognized the identity of the shadowy figure. Lin Gang paid no heed to old Madame Xiao. His gaze was fixed intensely on the young man in white before him. The pressure emanating from this young man was comparable to that of their Heiming sect's master. Meng Feng swallowed hard, pointing at Liu Yu and Zhao Yun in a threatening manner. Who are you? Do you know what it means to oppose the Heiming sect? Offending us will leave you with no place to stand in the entire southern region. Liu Yu stepped forward slowly, his gaze icy, his murderous intent palpable. Know your place. You are in the Northern Territory, not your Heiming sect. In a flash, Liu Yu seized Meng Feng by the throat, a scornful laugh escaping his lips. Young master. Lin Gang prepared to intervene, but in the next moment a far more powerful pressure surged forth, immobilizing him. Zhao Yun's oppressive aura rendered him utterly immobile. Lin Gang anxiously watched Meng Feng, who was tightly gripped by Liu Yu. If anything happened to Meng Feng, he would be left with nowhere to bury his own body. Let go of me. Meng Feng's face turned red from the lack of air, yet he still managed to twitch the corners of his mouth, blood oozing from the corner of his lips. You have offended my He Ming sect. You will not meet a good end. Liu Yu looked at Meng Feng with indifference. It seems you still do not understand the situation. This is the northern border, not your He Ming sect. With that, Liu Yu's gaze turned cold, and he gradually increased his grip. Meng Feng's eyes became bloodshot, and his consciousness began to blur. He trembled as he pointed at Liu Yu. You? Let go. Seeing this, Lin Gang gritted his teeth and knelt down. I implore you, spare my young master. This young man, for the sake of Shi Shui Pavilion, could you show mercy? Old Madame Xiao stepped forward as well. After all, Meng Feng was the young master of the He Ming sect. If anything happened to him at Shi Shui Pavilion, it would undoubtedly sever the relationship between He Ming sect and Shi Shui sect. Although Shi Shui sect was not afraid of He Ming sect's power, as the saying goes, it is better to avoid trouble. They did not want to provoke unnecessary conflict, especially with the notoriously infamous He Ming sect. Liu Yu snorted coldly and released his grip. While he was not afraid of He Ming sect, he still had to consider the reputation of Shi Shui sect. Shi Shui sect had countless powerful individuals, including some who surpassed the Divine Sea realm. He was not foolish. Offending Shi Shui sect would not benefit his current development. Once released by Liu Yu, Meng Feng collapsed to the ground, coughing several times as he greedily gulped in air. Regaining his composure, he swiftly got up and approached Lin Gang, casting a shadowy gaze at Liu Yu. Recalling that old Madame Xiao had spoken up for him earlier, he became even more reckless and spoke sternly. Just wait. I will make you wish you were dead. We're leaving. Meng Feng feigned to take Lin Gang and the others of He Ming sect away. Stop. Do you really think you can come and go as you please in the northern border? I was originally going to spare your life, but since you insist on courting death, then I shall grant your wish. Liu Yu spoke coldly. How do you dare to lay a hand on me? The northern border. It is merely an inconspicuous place within the Liang Dynasty. Even the so-called King Xia would only be worthy to polish my shoes. Meng Feng scoffed, emboldened by the earlier support from Shi Shui sect. He did not believe Liu Yu would dare to offend Shi Shui sect's authority. Is that so? Liu Yu laughed in anger, waving his hand dismissively. Leave none alive from He Ming sect. Understood. Xing Daorong and Yu Shi chuckled, their eyes fixated on the He Ming sect protectors guarding Meng Feng. They had been waiting for this command. Lord, watch closely. Xing Daorong laughed heartily, his pear blossom axe glimmering ominously, radiating a chilling aura. With a casual swing, he could slay several men. Yu Shi was equally eager, and together they swiftly dispatched all the He Ming sect members. Only Meng Feng and Lin Gang remained on the scene. Meng Feng's eyes widened in shock as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Liu Yu. You really dare to kill my He Ming sect members? What? Are you blind? Liu Yu remained unfazed, as if he had simply done something unworthy of surprise. Inside Shi Shui Pavilion, the others were stunned. Murder. Blood had once again stained Shi Shui Pavilion. All eyes turned to Liu Yu, with many wondering who this young man was. Lin Gang felt despair as he looked at Meng Feng, who was acting like a fool. He was truly an idiot. Not yet free from life-threatening danger, he boasted and threatened others, truly believing himself invincible. He Ming sect was powerful, but in the southern region, they were not without rivals. Lin Gang took a deep breath, directing his gaze at Liu Yu. Who exactly are you? King Xia Liu Yu. His cold, indifferent words stirred a tremendous uproar among the crowd. What? He is actually King Xia Liu Yu. Tisk, his style is just like his father Liu Zhen's, truly a case of like father like son. No, King Xia Liu Yu is clearly more decisive and ruthless. This is going to be a good show. Although King Xia is a prince of the Liang Dynasty, He Ming sect is a force even the royal family is reluctant to provoke. Indeed, this not only brings a formidable enemy to the northern border, but also poses a strong challenge to the Liang Dynasty. The Emperor of Liang will not let King Xia off easily. Liu Yu coldly surveyed his surroundings, declaring, all irrelevant personnel leave immediately or face the consequences. No one dared to refute Liu Yu's words, especially given He Ming sect's notorious reputation. They hurriedly vacated Shi Shui Pavilion. In an instant, the once bustling Shi Shui Pavilion became eerily quiet, leaving only the members of Shi Shui Pavilion and Meng Feng behind. Zilong, make your move. Oh, and remember to leave him with a breath. Yes. Zhao Yun cupped his hands, and in the next moment, his figure vanished, moving like a ghost, darting towards Lin Gang with incredible speed. Lin Gang was taken aback and hurriedly released a toxic mist to defend himself. Whoosh whoosh. Several beams of cold light flashed by, and the toxic mist was swiftly corroded by the sword aura of the Qinggang's sword. Zhao Yun thrust his sword into Lin Gang's right arm, then yanked it back forcefully. With a tearing sound, a severed hand flew into the air. Ah! The intense pain shot through Lin Gang's brain, leaving him in agony. He knelt on the ground, his face twisted in torment, as the Qing gang's sword aura relentlessly invaded his wound, making it impossible for him to do anything else. Meng Feng was dumbfounded, staring in horror at Liu Yu, as if he were gazing at a demon. Old Madame Xiao, teach me. Our Heiming sect and Shishui sect have always coexisted peacefully. Dongfang Ling shook her head, tugging at Old Madame Xiao's hand. Old Madame Xiao patted Dongfang Ling's hand, giving a slight nod to indicate her understanding. She looked at Meng Feng without taking any action, deeming it a waste of air to save someone so foolishly reckless. This matter does not involve Shishui Pavilion. With a single phrase, Meng Feng's death sentence was pronounced. No. Old Madame Xiao, you cannot treat me this way. Enough. Zhao Yun coldly snorted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that immediately bore down on Meng Feng. How could Meng Feng, who hadn't even reached the Purple Mansion realm, withstand the pressure from a half-step divine Sea realm expert? He coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of galloping hooves echoed outside Shishui Pavilion, and soon a team of dozens of white horse knights, led by Xuehu, charged into Shishui Pavilion. Greetings, Your Highness. Xuehu rushed to Liu Yu's side. Your Highness, are you all right? Liu Yu smiled and waved his hand. Uncle Xue, do I look like I have any issues? After surveying Liu Yu and confirming he was indeed unscathed, Xuehu sighed in relief. Liu Yu stepped forward and addressed the soldiers. Take these two to the prison. Treat them harshly, but leave them with one breath. Yes. Soon Meng Feng and Lin Gang were taken away by Xuehu and the White Horse Knights. Of course, before they were taken away, Zhao Yun had sealed their cultivation. Keeping their lives was merely a means to have an additional bargaining chip. This way, when Heiming sect came knocking, they would not find themselves at a disadvantage. After Meng Feng's matters were resolved, Liu Yu looked at Old Lady Xiao with a hint of apology and said, My summer Wangfu takes full responsibility for the losses incurred by Shishui Pavilion. Old Lady Xiao waved her hand respectfully and replied, Your Highness is being overly courteous. It's merely some worthless items. Shishui Pavilion still has some reserves. No need to trouble the summer Wang. With that, her gaze shifted to Zhao Yun, realizing that he was the one who instilled fear in the hearts of Shishui Pavilion's people. This young man in white robes, even if he had not yet broken through to the Divine Sea realm, was certainly not far from it. Liu Yu's side harbored hidden talents indeed. The ability to recruit such a powerful individual was a testament to his strength. No wonder their holy maiden had traveled thousands of miles to establish Shishui Pavilion in Beiyuan City. It was most likely for this summer Wang. Since Old Lady Xiao had said so, Liu Yu saw no need to insist further. He turned his gaze to Dongfang Ling, a faint smile gracing his lips. Linger, it's been a long time. You're asking for it. Call me sister. Dongfang Ling, with her eyes glistening, leaped into Liu Yu's embrace. She greedily inhaled the familiar scent clinging to him, as if trying to imprint him onto her very being. Xiao Yu, it's been 6 years or I've missed you so much. You didn't even recognize me at first glance. As she spoke, tears unconsciously streamed down her cheeks, wetting Liu Yu's clothes. Hey, Sister Ling, you've soaked my clothes. You brat. Huh? Witnessing Dongfang Ling's expression, Liu Yu burst into laughter. Seeing this, Dongfang Ling also broke into a smile. Xing Daorong and Yushi, understanding the situation, quickly exited Shishui Pavilion. Zhao Yun stood aside, feeling somewhat uneasy, yet he needed to keep a close watch on Old Lady Xiao's every move. Better safe than sorry. Old Lady Xiao was well aware of Dongfang Ling's intentions in establishing Shishui Pavilion in Beiyuan City. However, she had kept that knowledge hidden from above. It had been 6 years since Dongfang Ling joined Shishui sect, and it was the first time Old Lady Xiao had seen such a radiant smile on her face. Old Lady Xiao also smiled as she looked at Dongfang Ling. Over the 6 years, she had accompanied Dongfang Ling as if she were her own daughter, and seeing that smile brought her immense comfort. Yet having fulfilled her wish, how would she face the consequences from the higher-ups of Shishui sect? Sigh. Observing Dongfang Ling's expression, Old Lady Xiao felt a surge of worry within her. Liu Yu gazed at the woman in his arms, feeling a flutter in his heart. Dongfang Ling was the eldest daughter of the Dongfang family of the Liang Dynasty. 10 years ago, disaster struck. The Dongfang family was annihilated on the baseless charges from the Liang Emperor. Liu Zhen, a friend of the Dongfang family's patriarch, secretly entrusted the then 9-year-old Dongfang Ling to Liu Zhen for protection. Under Liu Zhen's guardianship, Dongfang Ling narrowly escaped calamity. During her time in the northern prince's residence, Dongfang Ling had become taciturn. Liu Yu, who was 8 at the time, and the only one she could get close to, shared a bond with her akin to childhood sweethearts. However, 6 years ago, at the tender age of 12, Dongfang Ling was taken by the envoys of Shishui sect to cultivate. Thus, Liu Yu and Dongfang Ling had not seen each other for 6 long years. Dongfang Ling gazed at Liu Yu with tender eyes, a wave of guilt washing over her. Xiang Yu, I wanted to come back when Uncle passed, but the sect wouldn't allow it. Liu Yu gently shook his head. Sister Linger, there's no need to feel guilty. As Liu Yu spoke, Dongfang Ling's heart ached even more. At that time, she had the protection of the Liu family, but what about Liu Yu? After Uncle Liu's passing, he had to shoulder the weight of the entire northern region alone, a burden far too heavy. All right, Sister Linger, let's go. The Wangfu has changed drastically since you left. Okay. Dongfang Ling smiled brightly. Xing Daorong and Yushi looked on, surprised to see Liu Yu's connection with this woman. Old Lady Xiao sighed as she watched Dongfang Ling leave with Liu Yu. It truly was difficult to keep a daughter from growing up. A month later in Daliang City, the East Palace. How are preparations coming along? Xiao Xiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a shadow of deep and secretive presence kneeling behind him. Another figure present was the Prime Minister Wang Feng. Upon hearing the question, the shadow quickly clasped its hands and replied, Your Highness, the Emperor of the Southern Barbarian Dynasty, is willing to assist Your Highness in rising to power, provided that afterward they receive the southern province of Daliang. Xiao Xiang furrowed his brows, but before he could speak, Wang Feng interjected, Your Highness, give it to them. Xiao Xiang was puzzled. He would not cede an inch of territory from the Daliang dynasty. Wang Feng explained, Your Highness, this is a temporary strategy. As for whether the Southern Barbarian Dynasty can obtain the southern province, we will deal with that later. The main priority is to gain their support. Xiao Xiang's expression brightened. Indeed, the Southern Barbarian Dynasty's desire for Daliang's territory was but a fool's dream. He turned sharply to the shadow and coldly commanded, Proceed as the Prime Minister suggests. Understood. By the way, what about the King of Donglan? What is his current stance? The King of Donglin, Sima Cheng, was the most powerful non-royal lord in the Daliang dynasty aside from the former northern prince Liu Zhen. He had an illustrious record in battle, formidable cultivation, and commanded the elite Donglin army numbering in the tens of thousands, whose combat strength rivaled that of the northern cavalry. Most importantly, his fief was the southern province. It was precisely because of him that the Southern Barbarian Dynasty had not invaded the Daliang dynasty for decades. Your Highness, the King of Donglin has been closed off to guests these days. I have not seen him. Creak. Xiao Xiang clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. What is Sima Cheng? Sima Cheng was clearly avoiding him, unwilling to meet. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiang pressed on. What about Liu Yu? What is the situation there? At this, the shadow froze momentarily. Your Highness, the Summer Wang has been unusually quiet since the last northern conflict with the barbarian nations. The entire northern region is strangely quiet. Our messages sent to the northern region have all fallen on deaf ears. Aside from the opening of Shishui Pavilion in Beiyuan City a month ago, there has been no activity in the northern region. Xiao Xiang nodded. As long as Liu Yu and Sima Cheng did not interfere, he was fully confident. As for Shishui Pavilion, he had filtered that out. After all, such a powerful sect would not deign to meddle in the affairs of the Daliang dynasty. Just you wait, Xiao Zhan. There can only be one crown prince in the entire Daliang dynasty, and that is me, not you. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Xiao Xiang's eyes. Boom. A sudden thunderclap split the sky, causing Xiao Xiang's heart to tremble. Then a meteor streaked across the firmament. Wang Feng, witnessing this, felt a jolt and promptly knelt before Xiao Xiang. Your Highness, a heavenly anomaly has occurred. The imperial star is about to fall. His Majesty may. Xiao Xiang furrowed his brow. Suddenly a shout echoed throughout the East Palace. Your Highness, bad news. His Majesty is in critical condition. Xiao Xiang was taken aback and hastily rushed with his guards toward the Emperor's chamber. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. The timing was just right. Yet a sense of unease lingered within him. The Daliang dynasty's clandestine forces were too weak. If a foreign enemy took advantage of this moment to invade, then the Daliang might. Wang Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Let them come on, we will face them when they arrive. In the Emperor's chamber, the Liang Emperor appeared pale and frail, his cultivation at the divine transformation realm rapidly dwindling. Before his dragon couch stood an elderly man with white hair, sighing helplessly. Sillusion's strike was aimed at His Majesty's heart. There is nothing I can do now. Old ancestor life and death are fated, we cannot force them. I cannot hold on much longer. It's a pity I have not removed the non-royal lords of Daliang, including Sima Cheng. He and the Donglin army under him are both hidden dangers. Father. Outside the chamber, the anxious voice of Crown Prince Xiao Xiang rang out. Ignoring the guard's obstruction, he rushed into the chamber, his heart pained at the sight of the frail Liang Emperor upon the dragon couch. Father, you will be all right. Xiao Xiang's voice trembled, clearly portraying his filial concern. But the Liang emperor held no doubts. This was simply Xiao Xiang's nature. Xiao Xiang was not putting on an act. Although he coveted the throne, he inherently emanated kindness and compassion, not to mention the bond of father and son. Enough, get up, as the crown prince of Daliang, how can you be so undignified, crying and wailing? Xiao Xiang nodded, then noticed the white-haired elder standing nearby, his expression turning to one of shock. Old ancestor. He bowed to the elder. This white-haired elder was the last remaining ancestor of the Daliang royal family, King Shaoshan. His cultivation had reached a terrifying half-step into the divine sea realm. He was the stabilizing force of the Liang Dynasty, and generally, he did not intervene. Shaoshan stroked his long beard and waved his hand at Xiao Xiang. No need for such formality. Thank you, old ancestor. Xiao Xiang slowly rose. Father, your majesty. King Qin Shaozhan and numerous civil and military officials gathered outside the chamber. Wei Zhongxian stepped forward to block Shaozhan and the others. Prince Qin, without his majesty's command you cannot enter. Wang Fu. What do you mean by this? Shaozhan glared at Wang Fu with a shadowy expression. I am the current prince of Daliang. Do you dare to obstruct me? Wei Zhongxian remained silent, quietly watching Shaozhan. Seeing that Wei Zhongxian would not yield to threats, Shaozhan became enraged, pointing at him and shouting, Do you believe I will kill you here and now? Wei Zhongxian chuckled, still saying nothing. In his heart, he held great disdain for Shaozhan. To threaten to kill him here was ridiculous. Did he not recognize his own strength? He, a mere 5th-stage divine transformation practitioner, could be killed by someone who had not even reached the Purple Mansion realm. He might as well just end his own life. Seeing the mocking expression on Wei Zhongxian's face, Shaozhan seethed with anger. General, kill him for me. A mere eunuch so arrogant, oh what audacity. Shaozhan was also self-aware. In terms of strength, he certainly could not match Wei Zhongxian. This? Zhao Feng's gaze was hesitant, unsure whether to act. Wang Fu was the closest eunuch to his majesty. If he acted to kill Wang Fu, it would be tantamount to enraging the emperor. This would greatly affect his future prospects and Shaozhan's status. General, did you not hear what I said? Your Highness must not. Zhao Feng hurriedly stepped forward, voicing his concerns to Shaozhan. Upon hearing this, Shaozhan's expression finally calmed. I want to see how long you can hold out. Shaozhan coldly glared at Wei Zhongxian. The other officials could only silently stand by, waiting for orders. In the imperial palace of the Liang Dynasty, upon hearing noises from outside, Emperor Liang furrowed his brow, then turned to Xiao Xiang and spoke slowly. Xiang, you may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with the ancestor. Though Xiao Xiang wore a puzzled expression, he rose and bowed before exiting the palace under the watchful eyes of Shaoshan and the emperor. As soon as he stepped out, he locked eyes with Shaozhan, and an unspoken tension formed between them. Neither was willing to yield, their gazes locked in silent confrontation. Inside the palace, the emperor's voice was weak as he turned to Shaoshan and said softly, Ancestor, there are no outsiders here, so I shall speak plainly. Your Majesty, please proceed, Shaoshan replied with a sigh, having already grasped what the emperor intended to discuss. Ancestor, in your heart, who among the princes do you believe is worthy to inherit the throne? The emperor leaned heavily on his frail body, fixing his gaze intently on Shaoshan, hoping to hear the answer from him. Shaoshan fell silent, his eyes steady on the emperor, as the two shared a moment of mutual scrutiny. After a pause, Shaoshan sighed helplessly. In my humble opinion, Crown Prince Xiao Xiang should inherit the throne. What makes you think so? The emperor pressed further. If your majesty were to pass, the successor should be a wise ruler. Prince Qin Shaozhan is too harsh and cunning, as such traits are not beneficial for a new ruler in a dynasty that has much to rebuild. Conversely, the crown prince possesses a gentle temperament and strikes a balance in his actions, which is why I have confidence in him. The emperor remained silent, realizing that Shaoshan's perspective contradicted the words of Wei Zhongxian. Nonetheless, Shaoshan's words served as a wake-up call. If a new ruler's harshness sparked rebellions across the land, it could plunge the dynasty into chaos. I understand now. Ancestor, please allow the crown prince Prince Qin and Chancellor Wang Feng along with General Zhao Feng to enter. Shaoshan sighed and nodded. In the next moment, he vanished from the palace and reappeared outside. Upon seeing his sudden appearance, the courtiers were taken aback and hurriedly bowed. We greet the ancestor. Shaoshan's expression remained impassive as he coldly instructed, Xiao Xiang, Shaozhan, Wang Feng, and Zhao Feng, follow me inside. The rest remain outside. At this, the courtiers exchanged glances while Prince Qin Shaozhan, Chancellor Wang Feng, and General Zhao Feng rose slowly, sharing a brief look before following Shaoshan into the palace. Inside, the emperor lay half reclined on the dragon couch, his complexion pale and exhibiting signs of a grave illness, stripped of the majesty befitting an emperor. He felt a sense of unwillingness. Even as emperor could he not escape this fate. Your servant son pays respects to your majesty. Upon entering the palace, the four knelt before the emperor. All of you rise. The emperor's voice was frail, his weakness evident on his face. His feeble gaze swept over the four, before finally resting on Crown Prince Xiao Xiang and Prince Qin Xiaozhan. You two, come closer to the couch. Xiao Xiang and Xiaozhan exchanged glances and nodded. You are both my most outstanding children, and it is you two whom I worry about the most. Heir. The emperor gestured for Xiaozhan to approach. Hearing this, Xiaozhan's heart surged with joy, though his expression remained one of sorrow as he moved closer to the emperor. Beside him, Xiao Xiang clenched his fists, feeling helpless. Under the watchful gaze of the ancestor, he could not act out of line. The emperor's trembling hand grasped Xiaozhan's, and he coughed several times. Cough, cough, Heir, you have always been exceptionally gifted and talented. None of the other princes compare to you in this regard. Not long ago, your father assessed your abilities, and you possess the qualities of a wise king. You will undoubtedly become a wise ruler, and I hope you will assist your elder brother in achieving great feats for our Liang Dynasty. As these words fell, Xiaozhan stood frozen, resembling an ice sculpture, dumbfounded. The emperor paid no heed to Xiaozhan's expression, turning to Xiaozhan with a pale face and weak voice. Ancestor, after my death, I decree that Crown Prince Xiao Xiang shall inherit the throne. At this pronouncement, all present were stunned, unable to believe the news. Prince Qin Xiaozhan felt as though struck by lightning. If the emperor had chosen the crown prince to ascend, why had he spent the past month teaching him the ways of the emperor? Why give him hope? In a rush of anger, Xiaozhan spat a mouthful of blood, his body swaying dangerously as he nearly fell, only saved by General Zhao Feng's timely support to prevent embarrassment. Why was it that he, the most capable, was not the one to inherit the throne? The thought plagued him. The emperor looked at Xiaozhan, unable to mask his feelings of guilt. On the other side, Crown Prince Xiao Xiang was left in shock by this unexpected turn of events. He had mentally prepared for the worst, but the surprise came so suddenly. The emperor shook his head, understanding that as a ruler his words must hold weight. He beckoned Xiao Xiang closer, warning him, Xiang as the ruler of a nation. Report. Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen. Prince Donglin Sima Chung has led an army of 300,000 from the southern barbarians into our borders. The southern barbarian army has swept through several prince territories and has now captured several states. They will soon be at the gates of Liang City. A soldier, his face anxious, hurried into the emperor's chamber, kneeling with the battle report, his expression frantic. What? Prince Donglin has rebelled. How could he summon 300,000 southern barbarians? Does he not fear eternal infamy? The civil and military officials were taken aback by this unexpected news. What an audacious move by Prince Donglin. The emperor's eyes widened in shock, a surge of blood rising within him, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sima Chung, I will not let you off, even in death. The emperor pointed towards the heavens, his face filled with rage, yet before he could finish he fell silent. Father, Xiao Xiang and Xiaozhan rushed forward to check on him. Xiaozhan quickly approached, placing his hand on the emperor's pulse, his body shuddering, before he let out a long sigh. Your Majesty has passed. A thunderous boom sounded above the palace. Outside the chamber, the courtiers were alarmed, a wave of foreboding rushing through their minds as they knelt. Father, Xiao Xiang and Xiaozhan knelt before the emperor's dragon couch, weeping uncontrollably. Your Highness, now is not the time for sorrow, with great enemies at our doorstep, Xiaozhan gently urged. Xiao Xiang gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with suppressed anger. Sima Chung. What a villain. So that's why his subordinates could not locate Sima Chung. He had been plotting rebellion. Your Highness, I request permission to lead the army to Qingkou Pass and prepare for battle. General Zhao Feng stepped forward. Xiao Xiang nodded at Zhao Feng. At this moment, only he possessed the capability within Liang City. Very well, General Zhao Feng, you are ordered to lead 100,000 troops immediately to Qingkou Pass. We must not allow the enemy to breach it. Qingkou Pass is the southern gateway to Liang City and the only route for the southern barbarian and Donglin armies to approach. If Qingkou Pass fell, there would be no hindrance for them to charge straight into Liang City. Understood. Zhao Feng bowed, then departed. With the emperor having confirmed Crown Prince Xiao Xiang as the successor, even if there were disagreements, it mattered little now. With the emperor's passing, Crown Prince Xiao Xiang, with Xiaoshan's assistance, would surely ascend the throne. Support the new ruler well. Prince Qin Xiaozhan gritted his teeth, feeling a deep sense of injustice. But facing the imminent threat, he had no choice but to endure. Chancellor, swiftly issue an edict for the local princes to come to the capital to assist. Chancellor Wang Feng bowed and turned to leave the chamber. Second brother, while I may lack your military prowess, I entrust the defense of Liang City to you. Xiao Xiang approached Xiao Zhan and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Zhan was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Xiang to share military authority. Did he not fear a potential rebellion? Looking at Xiao Zhan standing beside Xiao Xiang, Xiao Zhan sighed inwardly. With the ancestors' support, what could he achieve, even if he took up arms? Understood. Xiao Zhan accepted the tiger talisman and departed. All others return to your duties. As for the emperor's passing, we shall keep it confidential for now. Anyone who disobeys shall face the execution of their clan. We shall obey the crown prince's command. Wei Zhongxian, having learned of the emperor's death, discreetly relayed the news back to the northern borders. On the other side, along the road to Daliang City, two formidable armies advanced majestically towards their destination. One army bore the banner of the southern barbarians, unmistakably identifying them as the troops of the southern barbarian dynasty. The other displayed the flag of Sima interspersed with the characters Donglin, indicating they were the elite forces of Sima Cheng, the Donglin army. The Donglin army was renowned for its heavily armored infantry and formidable combat prowess, ranking among the top 3 military branches of the Daliang dynasty. The first was the Northern Iron Cavalry, the second was the Emperor's Guard, and the last was the Donglin army. Even many generals of the southern barbarian dynasty looked upon this elite force with envy, desiring to lead such a formidable army. King Donglin, I never expected you would betray the Daliang dynasty. I truly overestimated you in the past. A burly middle-aged man clad in battle armor sneered at a refined-looking man beside him, clearly filled with disdain for Sima Cheng's treasonous actions. He held those who sought personal gain at the expense of their lord in contempt. Sima Cheng cast a faint glance at the man and calmly replied, "Those who know the times are the true heroes. Your emperor dares to deal with Liu Zhan, he won't hesitate to target me. Naturally, I must prepare early. Yet you Hong Lu, don't you think you are meddling too much?" A faint aura of a peak transformation realm expert emanated from Sima Cheng, causing Hong Lu to feel as if a 1,000-pound mountain pressed down upon him, making it hard for him to breathe. "Sima Cheng, you seek death." Hong Lu roared, breaking free from the pressure and charging towards Sima Cheng with a surge of energy. Enough! A cold voice suddenly quelled the tension between the two. A graceful figure appeared behind them, wearing a mask that concealed her features. The aura she radiated caused many to tremble and avoid her gaze. "Saintess, you misunderstand. This is all a misunderstanding." Hong Lu quickly offered a flattering smile, retracting his aura. Sima Cheng squinted at the figure. Since when did the southern barbarian dynasty have a saintess? He had no prior knowledge of this. Moreover, the elder standing beside her exuded a profound aura, likely at least a peak transformation realm expert. Even if he wasn't, he must have reached the half-step transformation realm. Hiss! The thought made Sima Cheng's heart race, feeling grateful for his choices. Sima Cheng, as the king of Donglin, how much do you know about the power dynamics within the Daliang dynasty? The masked woman inquired. Sima Cheng contemplated the so-called saintess for a moment before stating, "The strength of the Daliang dynasty once overshadowed the neighboring kingdoms. This is undeniable." He shifted his gaze to Hong Lu, who snorted but remained silent, confirming Sima Cheng's words. "Continue," the masked woman urged. "To my knowledge, the Daliang dynasty has 5 peak transformation realm experts: the emperor, the northern king Liu Zhan, prime minister Wang Feng, general Zhao Feng, and myself. Currently, Liu Zhan is dead, the emperor is gravely ill and uncertain of his fate, and I have departed from Daliang. The only ones capable of putting up a fight are Wang Feng and Zhao Feng." Hong Lu chuckled. The Daliang dynasty is truly weak now. With 2 peak transformation realm experts, the days of the Daliang dynasty were numbered. In the past, its national strength had been unrivaled, but now he could only smile dismissively. "Is that all?" the masked woman inquired softly. "There is one more." "Who?" "General Li Mu under Liu Yu of the northern region. Although I have not met this person, from the reports I've analyzed, Li Mu's strength has undoubtedly reached the peak transformation realm." Upon hearing this, the masked woman fell silent. Liu Yu. This could be intriguing. She had learned about Liu Yu, who since Liu Zhan's assassination had been languishing as the northern king's heir, but had secretly recruited such a strong ally. How curious indeed. Additionally, there is an elder of the royal family who has been in seclusion for years, a peak transformation realm ancestor. I cannot ascertain if he is still alive, but he likely survived and may have been involved in the assassination of Liu Zhan. After pondering for a moment, the masked woman nodded and addressed the 2 men. "Order the army to advance at full speed and ensure we arrive before Daliang City in 3 days." Understood. Sima Cheng and Hong Lu clasped their hands in respect and departed to command their respective forces. Meanwhile, in the northern region at the Xia Wangfu, Liu Yu lay languidly on a chair by the pond, a fishing rod dangling leisurely over the water. My lord, we have received news from Daliang City. Li Zhong rushed towards Liu Yu, excitement evident in his demeanor. Liu Yu slowly rose, looking at Li Zhong with a bemused smile. Uncle Zhong, I told you there's no need to be so hasty. Be careful not to strain your old bones. Li Zhong caught his breath, unfazed by Liu Yu's jest, knowing it was just his nature. After a moment, he immediately handed the intelligence to Liu Yu. My lord, this is great news. The Emperor of Daliang has passed away. Liu Yu was taken aback. So soon? Wei Zhongxian is quite swift in his actions. There's more. King Donglin has rebelled, forming an alliance with 300,000 troops from the southern barbarian dynasty and is already at Daliang City. Currently, Crown Prince Xiao Xiang has issued orders for the feudal lords to rush to the capital in the name of the emperor. However, due to the oppression from the Daliang royal family, many of the vassal kings have sided with Sima Chung, with only a handful heading to Daliang City to provide aid. According to our spies in the northern region, most of those feudal lords on their way to Daliang City have been intercepted and killed by the rebel forces. Liu Yu listened to the news and felt a slight smile form on his lips. The time is ripe. Order Zhao Yun and the White Horse Yisong to be on standby at any moment. Understood. Li Zhong's face lit up with joy. Was the lord finally ready to take action? The strength of the northern region had significantly changed, and Liu Yu might just be able to take over. Li Zhong looked at Liu Yu, his determination growing stronger. Xiang Yu, are you preparing to rise up? Dongfang Ling gracefully approached Liu Yu. During this time, she had been living in Xia Wangfu, relishing the comforts of her former life. The return of Dongfang Ling brought joy to Li Zhong and the elders still residing at the Xia Wangfu. Liu Yu simply nodded, not saying a word. The Daliang dynasty should fade into the annals of history. With a glint in his eyes, Liu Yu felt a tug at his fishing rod. He had caught a fish. Xiang Yu, are you confident? Dongfang Ling asked worriedly, fearing Liu Yu might act impulsively. Liu Yu smiled calmly. Rest assured, I have made ample preparations. The Daliang dynasty will be submerged in the river of time. My lord, a large group of refugees has arrived outside Baiyuan City. Just then, Xuehu, the commander of Baiyuan City, hurried into the Xia Wangfu. He understood his lord's benevolence, but was uncertain about how to handle the overwhelming number of refugees. If spies sent by the Daliang emperor were among them, it would pose a significant problem. Hearing Xuehu's voice, Liu Yu frowned, and followed Li Zhong to the courtyard where Xuehu had just entered the Wangfu. Uncle Xue, what happened? My lord, for some unknown reason, a vast crowd of refugees has suddenly appeared outside the southern city gate, numbering in the tens of thousands. Reports from various cities in the northern region indicate that many refugees have fled into our territory. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu raised an eyebrow. Refugees? Let's go take a look. Without further ado, Liu Yu strode towards the southern gate, with Li Zhong and Xuehu exchanging glances before following suit. My lord. Once Liu Yu arrived atop the city wall, the soldiers saluted in unison. Although the harsh winter had passed, snow continued to fall in the northern region, the biting cold wind making the entire Baiyuan city glisten with frost. Liu Yu stood on the wall, gazing at the long, winding line of refugees outside, his brow furrowed. Most of the refugees were elderly, weak women and children, with adult men being notably scarce. They leaned on one another clad in tattered rags, and many children were merely skin and bones. Many had ice clinging to their hair, and occasionally one would collapse, quickly swallowed by the snowstorm. Please, Lord Xia, save us. A woman knelt on the ground, cradling a baby in her arms, her cries piercingly heart-wrenching. Have mercy, Lord Xia. A sea of refugees knelt, bowing their heads in supplication to Liu Yu. Seeing this scene, Liu Yu sighed deeply. He could not turn a blind eye to the suffering of these people, but as the king of the northern region, he could not be overly generous either. Order the Wei Wu troops to set up a camp outside the city to provide temporary shelter for the people. Open the granaries of Baiyuan City to alleviate the suffering of the disaster victims. My lord is wise. Xuehu quickly accepted the order and rushed off to relay the commands. Liu Yu had plenty of food at his disposal, having amassed a significant supply over the past month, with grains making up the bulk of it. Unfortunately, there were no useful items or competent officials or military leaders among them. As the gates of Baiyuan City swung open, all the refugees froze in astonishment. They watched as carts filled with grain were brought out by the soldiers of Baiyuan City. Everyone, Baiyuan City is too small to accommodate you all. I have ordered the army to establish a temporary camp outside the city to provide you with food and shelter. As these words were spoken, the crowd knelt, weeping with gratitude. Thank you, my lord. We swear to follow Lord Xia to the ends of the earth. Indeed. We will do whatever Lord allows us to do without hesitation. Me too. Liu Yu waved his hand with a smile. There is no need for such formality. With the southern barbarians invading and King Donlin rebelling, the other feudal lords were rising in revolt, plunging the entire Liang dynasty into chaos. As for safety, it seemed the northern region was the only haven left. Ding. Host has provided relief to the refugees, truly winning the hearts of the people, gaining 2 prestige points. Liu Yu was taken aback. He had not expected such an unexpected delight. Liu Yu gazed at the grateful citizens outside the city, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet he was no fool. To prevent any espionage from rival factions, he had dispatched Zhao Yun to investigate. All martial artists who had reached the Foundation establishment realm were to be examined and interrogated one by one. Once the refugees were properly arranged, Liu Yu began to prepare for the expedition. The next day, outside Baiyuan City, Zhao Yun donned a white robe and silver armor, his white steed, and the cavalry of the White Horse Brigade standing in perfect order, exuding a palpable aura of power. "What is the prince intending to do?" someone whispered. "Are you unaware? The great Liang Dynasty is in turmoil. The southern barbarian dynasty's army, led by the Eastern Forest King, is advancing with unstoppable momentum and is already at the gates of Liang City." "What? Is that true? Is the garrison of Liang so weak that they cannot withstand an assault?" "Indeed. I fled to the northern borders. Now 4 regions of Liang have fallen, and only the northern borders remain a refuge. We owe our survival to the fact that the Summer King is stationed there, preventing the rebels from breaching our defenses." "Greetings, my lord." Liu Yu, clad in dark battle armor and wielding a long spear, rode forth to address the army. "Your Highness." At the city gate of Baiyuan, the citizens knelt in reverence, genuine respect radiating from their hearts. Liu Yu waved his hand. "Please rise, everyone." "Thank you, Your Highness." He nodded and then turned his gaze towards Zhao Yun and the White Horse Brigade. This time, he had also brought along the fierce duo Xing Daorong and Yushi, known as the Honghe generals. "All soldiers heed my command." "Yes." 30,000 voices from the White Horse Brigade rose in unison, shaking the very foundations of Baiyuan City. "The rebels are tyrannical and merciless, oppressing the common folk. Today I, Liu Yu, will lead the righteous army and exact heavenly retribution. Any rebel soldier will be executed without mercy. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The White Horse Brigade roared once more, their battle cries echoing through the skies. "Advance!" Liu Yu brandished his spear and led the charge, his steed galloping fiercely towards Liang City. Seeing this, Zhao Yun immediately commanded the White Horse Brigade to follow suit. The thunderous sound of thousands of hooves filled the air. "What a truly elite army!" a veiled woman in the crowd exclaimed as she watched the White Horse Brigade in admiration. To assemble such a formidable force within a dynasty, Liu Yu of the Summer Kingdom is indeed a remarkable figure. Beside the veiled woman stood a stunningly beautiful young lady who grinned at her. "Sister, don't you think that general in silver armor riding the white horse is incredibly handsome?" "Oh no, what should I do if I feel my heart flutter?" The veiled woman sighed, exasperated, then playfully tapped her delicate fair finger on the younger woman's forehead. "Xiao Yu, there you go again, being a lovesick fool." The girl, affectionately called Xiao Yu, stuck out her tongue and feigned innocence. Seeing this, the veiled woman shook her head in resignation. "Let's go. It's not worth our concern for the prince of a small dynasty, no matter how exceptional he may be." Just then a robust figure approached from behind the 2 women. Uncle Ouyang. Turning to face the newcomer, the veiled woman and Xiao Yu respectfully bowed their heads. "Let's go. We have resupplied well in this great Liang dynasty, and it's time for us to depart." The 2 women nodded and followed the middle-aged man out of the crowd. As the veiled woman glanced back at the departing Liu Yu, a strange feeling of connection lingered in her heart, as if fate would bring them together again someday. "Oh well." She shook her head and turned away. In this vast world, who could say what wonders awaited? At that moment, Liu Yu, for reasons unknown, turned his gaze towards the departing citizens. After confirming there was nothing amiss, he faced forward again and continued leading the army towards Liang City. Full speed ahead. Meanwhile, outside Qingkou Pass, the battle raged fiercely, war flags fluttering in the wind, the sounds of clashing steel and death cries resounding through the air, with blood staining the earth beneath. Zhao Feng, why continue this futile resistance? The fate of the great Liang dynasty has been sealed. Today Qingkou Pass will surely fall. Why must you defy the heavens? Surrender and follow me. I will ensure that you are appointed as king. Outside Qingkou Pass, Hong Lu looked up at Zhao Feng on the city wall, attempting to persuade him. Zhao Feng, a peak-level expert in the transformation realm, would be a tremendous asset to the southern barbarian dynasty if he could be convinced to join their ranks. Zhao Feng laughed heartily, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Surrender? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. If you wish to destroy Liang, you will have to step over my corpse to breach Qingkou Pass. At that moment, Sima Cheng rode forward on horseback and addressed the masked woman beside him. Saintess Zhao Feng's loyalty to the Emperor of Liang is formidable. It is a mere pipe dream to think he would surrender or defect. Let's launch a direct assault on Qingkou Pass. The masked woman pondered for a moment before agreeing to Sima Cheng's suggestion. Sima Cheng's expression brightened as he drew his sword and shouted, "The Emperor of Liang is brutal and unjust, unworthy of his station. Today I shall heed the will of the people and punish the tyrant Liang. Sound the drums. Storm Qingkou Pass. Kill, kill, kill. Boom, boom, boom." The resounding beats of war drums echoed throughout the land as the Eastern Forest Army began to advance. Zhao Feng, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Under the masked woman's command, Hong Lu led the Southern Barbarian Army in preparation for the siege. Kill. With a single command, the Eastern Forest Army and the Southern Barbarian forces surged towards Qingkou Pass like a tidal wave. Zhao Feng, come and face me. Hong Lu shouted, soaring into the air, his aura as a peak-level expert in the transformation realm radiating throughout Qingkou Pass. He swung his mighty blade directly at Zhao Feng. Boldness. I fear you not. Zhao Feng stood his ground, his spear shining brilliantly as he charged towards Hong Lu. Boom. The two collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that twisted the surrounding space. Hong Lu, I have immersed myself in the peak of the transformation realm for years, and you are no match for me. A fierce glint sparked in Zhao Feng's eyes as he thrust his spear, forcing Hong Lu back. After retreating several hundred meters, Hong Lu felt a numbness in his arm and quickly steadied himself. Cough, cough. No wonder he is the great general of Liang. His fighting prowess is indeed terrifying. Wiping the blood from his lips, Hong Lu cautiously regarded Zhao Feng. He had thought that breaking through the peak of the transformation realm would allow him to contest with Zhao Feng, but he had clearly overestimated himself. Zhao Feng would not give Hong Lu a moment's respite and charged forward again. Hong Lu, seeing this, immediately raised his blade to defend himself. The two men engaged in intense combat, once more locked in a fierce struggle high in the sky. Sima Cheng, why aren't you here to assist me? Hong Lu shouted, his face darkening as he turned to look at Sima Cheng among the army. Sima Cheng chuckled, dismissing Hong Liu's plea, wanting him to lend a hand. What a joke. Sima Cheng, go help General Hong and quickly end this battle. At the masked woman's urging, Sima Cheng had no choice but to comply despite his reluctance. Useless. He slowly drew his sword and leaped forward, landing before Hong Lu. Ignoring the injured Hong Lu beside him, he turned his gaze to Zhao Feng, speaking in a calm tone. Brother Zhao, surrender. We have once shared life and death. I do not wish to harm you. Zhao Feng scoffed. Ha, shared life and death, you say? In my life, I have never recognized a brother who betrays his nation. If I speak of brothers, I only acknowledge Liu Zhan. As soon as these words left his lips, Sima Cheng burst into laughter, looking at Zhao Feng as if he were a mere clown. Liu Zhan. Ha ha, Zhao Feng, do you really believe that is how he met his end? You must still be kept in the dark, right? Let me enlighten you. Liu Zhan was betrayed and killed by the very master behind you. It wasn't just Liu Zhan, the entire Dongfang clan was eradicated under false accusations. Zhao Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Considering the past actions of the Emperor of Liang towards the northern borders, he understood that Sima Cheng's words were not mere fabrications. Moreover, the accusations against the Dongfang clan were riddled with inconsistencies. What? Do you still think the Emperor of Liang is innocent? Liu Zhan's loyalty needs no further elaboration, yet he was still met with suspicion by that dog of an emperor. Do you believe I could have found a path to survival without reaching this point? Join us, and together we shall overthrow the great Liang Dynasty and avenge Liu Zhan. After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, then looked at Sima Cheng with a mocking smile. Join you in bringing calamity to the common people. He was all too aware of the Southern Barbarian Army's trail of destruction. If Sima Cheng's actions had been just and honorable, perhaps he would have viewed him with a degree of respect. But the Southern Barbarian Army had looted, burned, and committed unspeakable atrocities along their path, inciting the fury of both gods and men. Yet Sima Cheng, as the Eastern Forest King of Liang, made no effort to stop the Southern Barbarians' actions, allowing them to run rampant. For this reason, Zhao Feng and Sima Cheng were destined to walk separate paths. Zhao Feng, you refused the toast only to take the punishment cup. Sima Cheng glared at Zhao Feng. Hong Lu sprang forward and hurled himself at Zhao Feng, snarling at Sima Cheng. Stop talking. Strike together. Kill him. Sima Cheng shot Hong Lu an irritated look, but Zhao Feng mattered more in that moment. His gaze turned cold and ruthless. Zhao Feng, you asked for this. Do not blame me. With those words, his long sword flashed like a shard of winter light as he surged forward to join Hong Lu in besieging Zhao Feng. Come then, do you truly think this general fears you? Zhao Feng's eyes burned with lethal intent. He brandished his spear and entwined the two attackers with unyielding force. In an instant, Hong Lu and Sima Cheng felt an oppressive weight descend upon them. Zhao Feng erupted with terrifying combat power. Facing two peak Huanshan competitors, he did not falter. If anything, he pressed the advantage. Truly worthy of a general of the Daliang Wangchao. His prowess is astonishing. Hong Lu muttered a trace of awe at the cut across his arm. Even their combined strength could not break Zhao Feng's hold. Instead, a faint dominance pressed against them. Such power he thought only Zhenbei Wang Luzhen might match. It was a pity the Daliang Wangchao seemed bent on destroying itself. Outside Qingkogwan, the field of battle was a mountain of corpses nearly as high as the ramparts. The Nanman Wang Chaos soldiers surged over the bodies and swarmed the walls. The two armies clashed in murderous combat, casualties mounting. In the face of annihilation, Daliang Wang Chaos troops erupted in savage ferocity, repelling the invaders time and again. The siege ground into a stalemate. The masked woman watched with a slight frown. She had underestimated the Daliang Wang Chaos resilience. Elder C2, attend to this, she said softly. Deal with Zhao Feng quickly. We cannot be stalled at Qingkogwan. A shadowed figure in black robes bowed respectfully at her. As you command, holy maiden. He then streaked toward Zhao Feng like a black comet. Zhao Feng felt a sudden bone-deep pressure and frowned, alarmed at the rushing black-robed elder. Half-step divine sea realm, he cried. Before Zhao Feng could finish, the black-robed man had arrived. A casual fist drove toward Zhao Feng's chest. Instinctively, Zhao Feng funneled his spirit and shielded his heart. Boom! The blow struck with earth-shuddering force. Zhao Feng flew back, crashing several hundred meters onto the parapets of Qingkogwan. He bit down on his teeth, clutching his chest. As his insides lurched, a mouthful of blood followed. Once he steadied himself, Zhao Feng glared at the black-robed elder and demanded, Who are you? There is no one like you in the ranks of the Nanman Wangchao. A ghastly smile curled the elder's lips. Ha ha ha, you are not yet worthy, he rasped. Sima Cheng and Hong Lu stood frozen at the scene. Half-step divine sea realm. Sima Cheng swallowed his eyes, flicking to the masked woman with awe and dread. That a half-step divine sea champion would bend to her command. What magnitude of power did she possess? Elder C2, in this fight swiftly, the masked woman said. The black-robed elder inclined his head and turned his gaze back to Zhao Feng. Boy, to die by my hand would be fitting. Daliang Wangchao, let past and present grievances be settled today. A terrifying aura erupted from him as black magic light gathered in his hand. In an instant, he vanished and rematerialized before Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng braced for the strike. A futile resistance, the elder scoffed. Die. As his fist descended, a cataclysmic force surged from within Qingkogwan. A streak of brilliant light tore through the field and collided with the elder's punch. The impact rolled like thunder. The very air convulsed, fissures seemed to open in the world, and ripples of spatial distortion cascaded outward, pulverizing all they touched. Who? The elder roared, sidestepping. He was incensed at being impeded. But when he saw the newcomer, his face drained of color, and he spat a single name through clenched teeth: Xiaoshan. The newcomer was none other than the Daliang Wangchaos ancient progenitor, a living relic whose name had haunted generations. Hong Lu swallowed and retreated several paces, stunned that the undying Xiaoshan still lived. If Xiaoshan remained, their campaign to annihilate the Daliang Wangchao might be ruined. I wondered who it might be. So it is you, traitor of the Daliang Wangchao, C2 Zheng, Xiaoshan said with a sardonic laugh. I did not expect the likes of you to have ascended to half-step divine C. You found more opportunity than I imagined. No one knew the aura of C2 Zheng as well as Xiaoshan. At once the battlefield fell into a hush. The name C2 Zheng threaded through memory and legend. 2 centuries past, he had been an external prince whose ambitions had swollen as his strength grew. He had risen to become the most formidable vassal lord of the realm, and drunk on power, had plotted rebellion. In those turbulent months, his conspiracy consumed a third of the Daliang Wangchaos territories and threatened the imperial house itself. Only with every trump card played, Xiaoshan among them, was the insurrection crushed. C2 Zheng fled, his fate unknown. Hong Lu stared at the black-robed elder in disbelief. C2 Zheng. Sima Cheng's heart churned with conflicted emotion. He had been among those who suppressed that very rebellion. Fate, he thought, wove a cruel theater. C2 Zheng, exposed, shrugged off his black robe to reveal a face ravaged by age and a deep scar down his right cheek. Xiaoshan, so you recognized me. And what of it? I am not the same as before. This scar has haunted me for 200 years, you I have not forgotten. He touched the wound, and a mad, uncanny grin split his face. Luck let you escape before. You will not be so fortunate now. Xuanhuan wasted no words. A spear of condensed spirit flickered into being in his hands, and with a casual flourish it unleashed an aura that matched Si Tu Zheng's ferocity. Si Tu Zheng's pupils contracted. Half-step divine Si Yu, old monster, have reached this level as well. Si Tu Zheng, do you truly believe that after more than 200 years you are the only one who has made progress? Xuanhuan scoffed coldly. Even if you've broken through to the half-step divine, see what of it? Si Tu Zheng mocked. With a frail old man like you, the Liang Dynasty has already met its end. Your tongue has certainly sharpened, Si Tu Zheng. Let me see if you have made any improvements over the years. Xuanhuan roared, summoning dark thunderclouds that churned in the sky above. Divine lightning danced within the clouds like dragons and serpents, casting flickering shadows across the battlefield. Come and fight. Si Tu Zheng shouted fiercely, transforming into a terrifying ray of light that charged directly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, let us settle our old grievances here. As his words fell, a pitch-black rift suddenly tore open before Xuanhuan, and a massive shadow of a dark serpent surged forth, lunging at him with ferocity. Seeing this, Xuanhuan wielded his spear, and an illusory dragon formed from divine thunder emerged from its tip. Crack! Lightning crackled. The dragon and serpent collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed, relentlessly shaking the heavens and earth. Ripples of spatial energy swept across, causing many soldiers to perish on the spot. In the end, the serpent's shadow was shattered, dissipating into twinkling starlight. What? This is impossible. Watching this scene, Si Tu Zheng was left dumbfounded. As a half-step divine sea warrior himself, how could he be so easily overwhelmed by Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan looked at him with a cold smile. What? After 200 years you haven't made any progress at all? Come again. A glimmer of malice flickered in Si Tu Zheng's eyes as demonic light surged behind him, launching another assault on Xuanhuan. The two clashed wildly in the skies, while Hong Lu and Sima Cheng could only stand by in dumbfounded silence, afraid to intervene. The battle between half-step divine sea experts was beyond their capability to influence. Exchanging glances, they turned their attention to Zhao Feng. At that moment, Zhao Feng, having taken a punch from Si Tu Zheng, was utterly weakened and on the brink of collapse. Killing Zhao Feng now would be as easy as pie. Zhao Feng, surely no one will come to save you now. Hong Lu swung his large knife violently, sending a blade of energy hurtling towards Zhao Feng. A strange smile crept across Hong Liu's lips. Steadying himself, Zhao Feng quickly angled his spear to defend. Thud! The terrifying strike landed squarely on Zhao Feng, sending him reeling and forcing a mouthful of blood from him, his expression growing dazed. Seeing Zhao Feng's faltering form, Sima Cheng chose not to act. As a brother who had shared life and death together, he couldn't bring himself to strike. Now that Zhao Feng was at death's door, it would be best to leave him to Hong Lu. With a swift motion, Hong Lu appeared before Zhao Feng, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Looking at Zhao Feng's agonized face, Hong Lu chuckled mockingly. Tisk tisk tsk. If you had surrendered earlier, you wouldn't have to endure such suffering. Truly oblivious to your circumstances. Slicing. Hong Liu's blade plunged into Zhao Feng's chest. I will haunt you as a ghost. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in horror, blood seeping from his lips as his trembling finger pointed at Hong Lu. Go tell that to the underworld. Hong Lu tossed Zhao Feng into the air, swiftly withdrawing his blade, then struck down with a fierce swing, cleaving Zhao Feng in two. Sima Cheng's heart shook, and he took a deep breath, silently closing his eyes. Hong Lu laughed heartily, never expecting that the Grand General of the Liang Dynasty would die by his hand. What a delightful feeling. Zhao Feng. Xuanhuan, still embroiled in battle, was taken aback at this sight, but at that moment Si Tu Zheng's eyes glinted with malice. Do you dare to lose focus while fighting me? At Si Tu Zheng's words, Xuanhuan turned his head, and in the next instant a shadow of a black python lunged at him. Xuanhuan quickly summoned the dragon shadow to defend himself, but suddenly he felt something was amiss. The spiritual energy within him was being devoured at an alarming rate. He turned to look at the black python and realized it was releasing strands of unknown dark energy that surged into his body. Even Xuanhuan, though slow to react, understood the source of his predicament. He hastily tried to withdraw his hands, only to find they were, as if shackled, completely immobile. Si Tu Zheng, what have you done? Upon hearing this, Si Tu Zheng revealed a sinister smile. How does it feel, Xuanhuan? The taste of poison is not pleasant, is it? Poison? Xuanhuan checked within himself and found no signs of poisoning, only an accelerated loss of spiritual energy. This poison is the top-tier toxin of the He Ming sect, Mieling San. This toxin is tasteless and black in appearance, designed to hasten the depletion of the victim's spiritual energy. Once the protection of spiritual energy is lost, the toxin will invade the meridians, utterly eradicating the poisoned individual. Horrified, Xuanhuan rushed to suppress the effects of the toxin within. Ha ha, Xuanhuan, you are finished. While you were fighting me, your spiritual energy was excessively consumed. The Mieling San's toxicity has already infiltrated your meridians. If I am not mistaken, your body should be reacting now. Indeed. As soon as Si Tu Zheng's words fell, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a violent surge within him, his meridians throbbing with excruciating pain. You! Thud! Xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of tainted blood, agony etched across his face as he pointed a trembling finger at Si Tu Zheng, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Xuanhuan, you have lived long enough. Today let us send you on your way. Si Tu Zheng flung 3 eerie green bone nails from his sleeve, each exuding a toxic, corrosive aura. The nails whistled through the air, slicing through the sky as they raced toward Xuanhuan's face. Xuanhuan frantically summoned his spiritual energy to suppress the toxin, then flicked his fingers, unleashing 3 dazzling beams of golden light that shot forth. However, he did not fully block the bone nails, and one still struck him with terrifying force, piercing into his body. Thud! Xuanhuan coughed up another mouthful of blood. Having already been inflicted with Mieling San, now further poisoned by the bone nails toxin, Xuanhuan's eyes grew hazy. The golden light collided with the bone nails, exploding in a brilliant display of sparks. Seizing the moment, Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and made a hasty escape, moving so swiftly that even Si Tu Zheng failed to react in time. Hee, a cornered dog, you may escape for now, but can you flee for a lifetime? Si Tu Zheng coldly remarked as he watched Xuanhuan's retreating figure. He was in no hurry to pursue. At this point, Xuanhuan was already gravely poisoned and could not flee far. Moreover, based on his understanding of Xuanhuan, it was impossible for him to abandon the Liang Dynasty to save himself. The direction he was headed must be toward Liang City. Meanwhile, at Qingkou Pass, crimson blood flowed like a river, cascading down from Qingkou Pass into the distance. The pass was stained red, with not a single Liang soldier left standing atop its walls. Corpses piled high along the battlements. Report to the general. Our army has suffered over 80,000 casualties, annihilating 40,000 defenders of the Liang Dynasty. A soldier of the Nanman Dynasty knelt before Hong Lu, relaying the grim news. Hong Lu sighed deeply upon hearing this. 80,000, a testament to the fierce resistance of the Liang Dynasty. Yet fortunately, the Grand General Zhao Feng of the Liang Dynasty was dead, and Xuanhuan had fled back to Liang City in a severely wounded state. The Liang Dynasty was effectively on the brink of collapse. With the city breached, the Liang Dynasty would be obliterated from the annals of history. He would achieve the greatness of annihilating a nation. The thought filled him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Sima Cheng also compiled the casualty report for the Donglin army. With 1/5 of his 100,000 troops lost, his heart ached deeply. These were forces he had painstakingly nurtured over several decades. I'm sorry, Saintess, I let Xuanhuan escape. Si Tu Zheng knelt beside the masked woman, his demeanor exceedingly humble. This sight left Sima Cheng astounded. A half-step divine sea expert, did he not possess an ounce of dignity within? Moreover, this was Si Tu Zheng, once a proud lord of the Liang, who would have thought. Rise. Inflicting such a severe blow on Xuanhuan is already a significant achievement. Upon returning to the sect, I will commend you. Thank you, Saintess. Si Tu Zheng's heart soared with joy as he expressed his gratitude. The masked woman waved her hand and turned her gaze to Hong Lu and Sima Cheng. Order the army to swiftly march toward Liang City and obliterate the Liang Dynasty in one fell swoop. Hong Lu and Sima Cheng nodded in agreement. All troops move out, directly to the imperial capital of Liang. Breach Liang City. With a grand wave of their hands, the vast armies of the Nanman and Donglin surged toward Liang City. In the capital of the Great Liang, within the imperial palace, the civil and military officials, alongside Crown Prince Xiao Xiang and King Qin Shaozhan, were in a state of restless anxiety. Xiao Xiang paced back and forth in the main hall, frequently casting his gaze towards the direction of Qingkou Pass. They were completely unaware of the situation at the front lines. Your Highness, perhaps you should rest for a while, advised Wang Feng. Xiao Xiang shook his head. How can I rest well with the situation at the front still uncertain? Have we received any news from the front lines? At Xiao Xiang's inquiry, the officials all shook their heads. It had been several days since Zhao Feng led the troops away from the capital. During these days, at Xiao Xiang's insistence, all officials had gathered to deliberate matters within the palace. Yet after such a long time, they had not received any word regarding Zhao Feng and his men. Your Highness, please remain calm. For the sake of caution, the old ancestor has accompanied the general. The front lines should be secure, Wang Feng said, stepping forward to offer comfort. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Xiao Xiang nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Indeed, with Xiao Shan, a formidable expert at the half-step divine sea realm, aiding them, they could hardly be defeated unless the enemy possessed a similar strength. Suddenly, a figure burst into the hall, blood-soaked and alarming in appearance. Old ancestor. Recognition of the visitor sent shockwaves through the room. The person was indeed Xiao Shan, yet he appeared utterly disheveled, lacking the spirited demeanor he had when he first set out. Struggling to maintain his composure, Xiao Shan's eyes reflected despair. He sat cross-legged, desperately, trying to suppress the toxins surging within him. After a brief respite, he looked at everyone and urged, "Flee quickly, Situ Zheng is returning." Situ Zheng. The officials were thrown into a state of shock. After all, Situ Zheng was notorious for inciting internal chaos within the great Liang Dynasty. Nearly everyone had heard of his name. Situ Zheng has somehow gained support from an unknown force, and his strength is now on par with mine. I was careless and fell into his trap, which is why I am in this sorry state. Xiao Shan lamented, a flicker of regret washing over him. He shouldn't have underestimated Situ Zheng in their encounter, otherwise they wouldn't have found themselves in such dire straits. Xiao Shan's words fell like a stone into a still pond, stirring waves of panic throughout the hall. What? Situ Zheng is equal in strength to the old ancestor. Does that mean he has also reached the half-step divine sea realm? This is disastrous. Does this mean there is no hope left for the great Liang Dynasty? Many officials exchanged fearful glances, their minds gripped by terror. Old ancestor, what has happened to the general? King Qin Xiao Zhan asked, anxiously stepping forward. Zhao Feng was his uncle, his pillar of support. If something had happened to him, it would be a devastating blow. Crown Prince Xiao Xiang also looked desperately at Xiao Shan. Although Zhao Feng was not his unwavering supporter, he was the only general in the Great Liang capable of leading troops at this critical time. Moreover, Zhao Feng was one of their most formidable warriors. If he were to fall, the Great Liang Dynasty would truly be on the brink of destruction. Xiao Shan glanced at the two before surveying the officials, ultimately releasing a weary sigh. Zhao Feng has perished in battle, and it was a gruesome death. Now all 40,000 soldiers at Qingkou Pass have also perished. The pass has fallen, and the enemy forces are swiftly approaching the capital. Xiao Shan's proclamation ignited an uproar. What? The general is dead. King Qin Xiao Zhan's vision darkened upon hearing this, barely remaining standing as a nearby official rushed to support him. Xiao Xiang also fell into despair. With Xiao Feng's death, who would command the troops against the enemy? Would he face the ruin of his kingdom before even ascending the throne? What about the regional princes? Why haven't we seen any army come to our aid after all this time? Chancellor Wang Feng stepped forward and bowed slightly. To Xiao Xiang, Your Highness, reports indicate that most of the allied princes have joined Situ Cheng's rebellion. Moreover, nearly all the princes of the same surname have been slaughtered by the southern barbarians and Situ Cheng's forces. It's not that they do not wish to come, it is that they can no longer do so. Hearing this, a true sense of despair washed over Xiao Xiang. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he turned to Wang Feng, urgently pressing, "What of Liu Yu? Is there any news from King Liu Yu of Xia?" Xiao Xiang's question rekindled a glimmer of hope among the officials. Indeed, there was still King Liu Yu of Xia. He commanded a powerful army and had renowned warriors like Li Mu under his banner. If King Liu were to come to the capital, there might still be a chance for them to turn the tide. Even Xiao Zhan, who held little regard for Liu Yu, looked at Wang Feng with urgency. Perhaps only Liu Yu could serve as their savior at this moment. Wang Feng, witnessing the hopeful gazes of the officials, could only shake his head in resignation. There has been no word from King Liu Yu. The entire northern region seems to have vanished. Bang! Xiao Xiang slammed his fist against a nearby stone pillar in fury. What is Liu Yu thinking? Xiao Zhan sighed, revealing a look of resignation. I've always said Liu Yu is untrustworthy. He might have already turned against us. He merely possesses better patience than Situ Cheng. Silence fell, and this time Xiao Xiang did not refute Xiao Zhan. Even the officials remained silent. The hall was engulfed in a suffocating stillness. Plop! Xiao Xiang collapsed onto the ground, despair weighing heavily upon him. Before he could even ascend to the throne, would he see the fall of his kingdom? Report, Your Highness, urgent news. The rebel army has arrived at the gates of Great Liang, and they are rallying in protest. A soldier rushed into the hall hastily. Everyone follow me to the city gates to confront the enemy. Xiao Xiang gritted his teeth and led the civil and military officials towards the battlements. Outside Daliang City, the yellow sand swirled in the air, and the smoke of war rose ominously. Sima Cheng looked at the majestic city gates, his heart filled with profound emotion. He never expected that his return to Daliang City would come in such a manner. Gazing at the tightly shut gates, Hong Lu couldn't help but chuckle, coldly laughing at the soldiers guarding the city. Where is the Emperor of Daliang? Has he died? Huh. The spies planted within Daliang by the southern barbarians had long since relayed this news to him. However, it mattered little whether the emperor was alive or dead to them. After all, what storm could a half-dead invalid stir? This time he aimed to utterly destroy Daliang. At this moment, Xiao Xiang ascended the city walls accompanied by numerous civil and military officials. Looking at the densely packed army outside, many ministers trembled in fear. How do we fight? General Zhao is gone and the old ancestor is severely injured. Daliang is finished. Some ministers had already knelt in despair. Xiao Xiang glared furiously, killing one of them with a single sword stroke. Whoever dares to sow discord among the troops, this prince will deal with them according to the law. Where is Xiao Zhan? Xiao Xiang scanned the area, but he did not see Xiao Zhan, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The sigh of Xiao Zhan echoed from afar. Stop looking, he has left Daliang City. He's left. Xiao Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xiao Zhan. Old ancestor, are you joking? This bastard, as a prince of Daliang, has actually fled in the face of battle. Xiao Zhan sighed helplessly. He did not wish to stop him. Perhaps after fleeing, Xiao Zhan could continue the bloodline of the Liang Dynasty. He clearly understood that the Liang Dynasty was doomed. They were merely making a futile resistance here. The outcome could not be changed. Seeing Xiao Zhan in silence only fueled Xiao Xiang's anger. Yet against the old ancestor he could do nothing but suppress his rage. Meanwhile, in the southern barbarian camp, Hong Lu was informed Marshal, a cavalry unit of several hundred, is fleeing from the north of Daliang City. Hearing this, Hong Lu chuckled. A young general beside him immediately stepped forward and clasped his hands. Brother, I would like to. Hong Liang, I have told you what to call me in the camp. The young general smiled awkwardly. Marshal. Hong Lu nodded in satisfaction and said, what were you saying just now? Brother. Marshal, let me pursue this cavalry. If they are members of the Daliang royal family, it would be a huge gain. Hong Liang looked at Hong Lu excitedly, hoping for his approval. After a moment of silence, Hong Lu nodded. Go ahead. Take 1,000 elite cavalry with you. Thank you, Marshal. Hong Liang replied joyfully as he prepared to depart. Wait. Hong Liang turned back, puzzled. Be cautious in everything you do, not act recklessly. Hong Liang nodded. Rest assured, Marshal. With that, he turned and left the camp with his troops. Watching Hong Liang depart, Hong Lu sighed. This easy task should not cost him his life. He did not wish to take his brother along. If it were not for wanting to gild his reputation, he would not have brought him out at all. Hong Lu shook his head, turning his focus away from Hong Liang. After Hong Liang left, Hong Lu, under the guidance of Situ Zheng, arrived at the foot of Daliang City. Xuan Yu, old coot, you can escape the first day of the month, but what about the 15th? Situ Zheng suddenly appeared above Daliang City, surveying the officials of the Liang Dynasty from a height. He also looked at Xiao Zhan, who was sitting cross-legged in the crowd, healing his injuries. The officials, witnessing Situ Zheng's terrifying visage, trembled, and some even collapsed to the ground. A bunch of useless gluttons. Situ Zheng snorted coldly, a vast oppressive force descending from above. Thud. A group of officials fell to the ground, unable to move. Some couldn't bear the pressure and died on the spot. Xiao Xiang gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. Kneeling was a pipe dream. He glared fiercely at Situ Zheng in the sky, wishing he could rip him apart on the spot. This scene did not escape Situ Zheng's keen observation. With a cold snort, he unleashed a palm strike. Bloodline of the Liang Emperor. Perish. Stop. Xiao Zhan broke his meditation and swiftly countered Situ Zheng's attack with a palm strike. Then he leaped into the air to face Situ Zheng. The two terrifying auras clashed, sending ripples through the space around them. With Xiao Zhan's intervention, Situ Zheng's oppressive force vanished instantly, allowing the officials and Xiao Xiang to breathe a little easier. Situ Zheng chuckled, dismissing his oppressive aura with a casual wave, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, how does it feel to be poisoned? As a half-step divine sea realm powerhouse, he could see that the poison had already invaded Xiao Zhan's meridians. At this moment, Xiao Zhan could exert less than half of his peak power. Facing him, now Xiao Zhan had no chance of victory. Xiao Zhan stared steadfastly at Situ Zheng, his heart steeled for death. Even poison killing you is as easy as pie. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhan, stop boasting. By the way, the Emperor of Liang is surely dead by now. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhan squinted at Situ Zheng without uttering a word. Seeing Xiao Zhan's silence, Situ Zheng lost patience. He looked at Sima Cheng and Hong Lu. The Liang Dynasty's fate is sealed. Today it shall be destroyed. Sima Cheng and Hong Lu nodded, drawing their swords and pointing them at Daliang City, roaring in unison. Sound the drums, attack the city. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums rolled forth and dark clouds gathered in the sky, illuminated by flashes of lightning heralding the impending battle. Kill! As their voices rang out, the southern barbarian army and the eastern forest king stirred into action, a massive force surging towards Daliang city like a swarm of locusts. Xiao Xiang gritted his teeth and roared at his troops outside the city. All soldiers heed my command. Release arrows. Exterminate the enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like a storm. Hong Lu and Sima Cheng exchanged cold glances, summoning a protective barrier of spiritual energy that intercepted all the arrows. Shatter. Crack. All the arrows were reduced to dust. Having completed this, they soared into the air, standing on either side of Sidu Zheng, their eyes fixed menacingly on Xiaoshan. At this moment, Wang Feng, the last peak expert of Daliang's transformation god realm, quickly ascended to join Xiaoshan's side for protection. In an instant, 5 terrifying auras filled the sky, pressing down on many, forcing them to the ground, unable to move. Situ Zheng, you traitor, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Xiaoshan's eyes flashed with cold determination like lightning. He charged straight at Situ Zheng. Wang Feng, seeing this, did not dare to be negligent. He unleashed his full power and engaged in fierce combat with Hong Lu and Sima Cheng above Daliang city. The shockwaves from their clash could obliterate hundreds or thousands of soldiers. The citizens within Daliang city cowered in their homes, trembling in fear, too afraid to step outside. Some brave souls dared to peek outside, gazing at the 5 figures in the sky, their hearts pounding in terror. Xiao Xiang looked up with concern. If Xiaoshan and Wang Feng were defeated, the Daliang dynasty would truly perish. Meanwhile, not too far from Daliang city, in a small county, Liu Yu's army marched into the town. Witnessing the devastation, and fury consumed him. Beasts! These bastards are nothing but a pack of animals. Xuehu cursed angrily at the sight. The fallen banners of the Liang army lay strewn about, and the streets were littered with the corpses of Daliang's soldiers, blood saturating the town. The thick stench of blood filled the air. Even Xuehu, who had witnessed countless battles, felt his stomach churn. It was evident that the town had suffered a massacre. With red eyes, Liu Yu surveyed the grim scene unfolding before him, his heart filled with murderous intent towards the southern barbarians and the eastern forest rebels. Riding through the streets, he saw the dead men lying everywhere and the women who had taken their own lives in shame. His desire to annihilate the southern barbarian army intensified with each passing moment. A truly despicable bunch of beasts. Liu Yu slowly closed his eyes, giving the order, bury all the citizens properly. Yes. Report. A cavalry of 10,000 is pursuing a group of our men, and they are rapidly approaching us. A scout from the White Horse Legion rushed to Liu Yu to deliver the news. Being pursued. Liu Yu furrowed his brow. What flag is the pursuing army flying? Upon hearing this, the soldier did not dare to hide the truth, and replied honestly, they are waving a banner with the words Nan Man. The army of the Nan Dynasty. Liu Yu narrowed his eyes, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him, as he had been longing for an outlet for his rage. Everyone mount up and prepare to face the enemy. Understood. 30,000 soldiers of the White Horse Legion shouted in unison, standing ready for battle. Let's go. Liu Yu cracked the whip and led the charge towards the incoming Nanman forces. Meanwhile, on another road, dozens of warhorses galloped at high speed. The leader frequently glanced back, seemingly fearful of something. Your Highness, where are we headed? Oi? A general protecting Xiaoshan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. For some time now, they had been fleeing without any clear destination, and with the enemy hot on their heels, a sense of panic was rising among the men. Xiaoshan's eyes glinted with determination as he coldly replied, to the northern border to find Liu Yu for reinforcements. As long as Liu Yu is willing to help, the Daliang dynasty will surely be freed from this crisis. Although Xiaoshan was reluctant, he understood that Liu Yu was the last hope for the Daliang dynasty. If he could persuade Liu Yu to aid them, they would still have a chance at survival. As for Liu Yu's potential betrayal, he could only gamble on it. However, after Xiaoshan's words fell, many soldiers fell silent. Everyone was well aware of the events that had transpired in the northern border over the years. The King of Summer would be lucky to harbor no resentment, let alone send troops to rescue Daliang. That was a bit far-fetched. Many could only sigh helplessly. Stop ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down upon Xiaoshan and his men. In an instant, a third of their small contingent was lost. Xiaoshan gritted his teeth as he looked back at the relentless army, chasing them, urging his horse to accelerate towards the northern border. Stop right there. Hong Liang, wielding twin maces and riding a warhorse, charged directly towards Xiaoshan. His speed was far beyond what Xiaoshan could react to. Die? Hong Liang laughed maniacally, unable to conceal his excitement. He never imagined that his target was the Prince of Daliang. Capturing him alive or claiming his head would be a tremendous achievement. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in horror as he saw Hong Liang racing toward him. Your Highness, watch out. A general rushed to shield Xiao Zhan from the twin maces only to be crushed into a pulp on the spot due to the difference in strength. Xiao Zhan's fear escalated. Seeing his protectors being decimated, despair gripped him completely. Xiao Zhan, you can't escape death. Hong Liang laughed madly, a mocking glint in his eyes exuding an aura of strength. Xiao Zhan ran for his life, daring not to stop for even a moment. Boom. Thud, thud, thud. The deafening sound of hooves resonated through the sky. The sudden tremor startled both Hong Liang and his army. Even Xiao Zhan, in the midst of fleeing, halted involuntarily. Before him a sandstorm billowed, and the violently shaking ground clearly indicated the presence of a cavalry force. Moreover, this cavalry was undeniably formidable. Hong Liang frowned as he gazed into the distance, puzzled. All their forces were besieging Daliang City. What other armies could possibly appear here? The entire Daliang dynasty was under full-scale invasion by the Nanman, and nearly all capable forces were gone. How could such a terrifying cavalry emerge? Could it be that his elder brother feared he would fail and sent reinforcements? Questions flooded Hong Liang's mind. But suddenly he recalled something, and his expression changed drastically. The northern border. How could he forget that hidden danger? Liu Yu commanded a cavalry known as the Zhao Bian cavalry in the northern border. Where righteousness lies, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness, and the white horse stands as proof. Where righteousness lies, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness, and the white horse stands as proof. A resounding battle cry echoed through the sky, reverberating like thunder and instilling fear in the hearts of all. Looking up, they saw a cavalry force numbering in the tens of thousands charging towards them. This cavalry was composed of robust, pure white horses, and all riders donned white cloaks and silver armor, wielding long spears and carrying bows and arrows, an awe-inspiring sight. This isn't the Zhao Bian cavalry. What kind of cavalry is this? Hong Liang was utterly astonished. The presence of these riders was overwhelmingly strong. Not a single one was below the Qi condensation realm. Such a configuration of cavalry was unheard of. Everyone listen up. Prepare your bows. Shoot. Under Liu Yu's command, all soldiers of the White Horse Legion drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows that rained down upon the Nanman forces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the relentless downpour of arrows from the White Horse Legion, the Nanman army stood no chance, suffering massive losses in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. Hong Liang stood in shock, witnessing the scene before him. At that moment, Xiao Zhan laughed heartily towards the heavens. Though he knew not where this cavalry had come from, their actions indicated that they were enemies of the Nanman dynasty. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Watching the slaughter of the Nanman soldiers, he felt exhilarated. Soon the White Horse Legion charged into the ranks of the Nanman army. Kill. Liu Yu, spear in hand, led the charge into the enemy ranks. Zhao Yun followed closely behind, and the two, like gods of war, maneuvered effortlessly through the enemy lines, striking down foes as if they were in a world of their own. Especially Zhao Yun, whose spear skills were like a dragon and sword techniques were divine. None who approached him survived. The soldiers of the White Horse Legion sheathed their bows and swung their long spears, each thrust claiming multiple lives. Xing Daorong and Yu Shi showcased their prowess, resembling two demonic figures harvesting the lives of the Nanman forces. Even the veteran Shui who had joined them displayed great might. What a thrill. It's been so many years since I last saw battle, and my bones feel like they might crumble. General Yu, General Xing, let's see who can kill more. All right. Old General Shui were happy to oblige. The three laughed heartily as they charged back into the fray. This 10,000-strong Nanman cavalry had no divine realm experts to command them, and under the overwhelming assault of Liu Yu and his companions, they were utterly routed. Devils. These people are devils. Watching their army being slaughtered without mercy, Hong Liang stood frozen, unable to utter a word. The White Horse Legion already held a numerical advantage, and with just one charge, this 10,000-strong Nanman army was annihilated. Hong Liang sat down helplessly, having no chance to fight back. He had just begun to flee when a young general in white captured him and pulled him back, the point of a spear now pressed against his throat. You? Who are you? Hong Liang looked at the cold glint at his neck, swallowing hard as he cautiously inquired. From what he knew, the northern border only had the Zhao Bian cavalry and the northern border iron cavalry. There were no cavalry clad in white robes and silver armor. If our Nanman dynasty has offended you in any way, I beg your esteemed army to forgive us. He believed this cavalry belonged to another faction, certainly not from the northern border. No ordinary dynasty could sustain such a powerful cavalry. However, the next second his delusions were shattered. Liu Yu rode forward, slowly looking down at Zhang Liang, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Liu Yu. Zhang Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not recognize the army, but he recognized Liu Yu. He had seen him years ago when he visited the Liang Dynasty. As a former Qilan son, it was impossible not to remember him. Liu Yu cast a faint glance at Zhang Liang. He was not surprised that Zhang Liang recognized him. Zilong, kill him. Xiao Yu nodded, and in one fluid motion his spear pierced through Zhang Liang's body without the slightest hesitation. With a soft thud, Xiao Yun withdrew the spear, and Zhang Liang collapsed to the ground. His life force gradually faded until it was completely extinguished. Seeing Zhang Liang die with unclosed eyes, Liu Yu felt no ripple in his heart. Return to the Lord. The White Horse Yitong suffered minor injuries among 20 men with no fatalities and has annihilated the enemy's 10,000 troops without a single escape. Upon hearing the report, Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Distribute healing elixirs to the injured. Do not neglect the valiant soldiers. Yes. Xuanhuan, listening to the battle report, felt a profound shock. This White Horse Yitong was simply monstrous. In contrast to Xuanhuan's astonishment, Liu Yu was not at all surprised. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction. 30,000 White Horse Yitong easily overwhelmed 10,000 ordinary cavalry, though any casualties would be utterly embarrassing. Among the 10,000 cavalry of the southern barbarians, there were indeed quite a few officers and generals in the Qi condensation and even Purple Mansion realms, so some injuries were quite normal. All troops continue advancing. Liu Yu waved his hand, preparing to lead the army onward when a sudden voice interrupted him. Liu Yu, wait. Hold. How dare you speak the Lord's name so directly? Xiao Yun pointed his long-dang silver spear towards the source of the voice, a terrifying pressure emanating instantly. Xing Daorong and Yushi also released their aura, glaring at Xiao Zhan. Locked in by these three terrifying auras, Xiao Zhan's face changed drastically. He dropped to his knees, positioning himself directly in front of Liu Yu. As Liu Yu recognized the newcomer, a smirk appeared on his lips, and he teased, "Oh, isn't this our Prince of Qin? What brings you here?" Xiao Zhan, humiliated in his current state, felt a surge of anger within. As a prince of the Liang Dynasty, kneeling before Liu Yu was a disgrace. How could he face the world if this got out? If Liu Yu knew his thoughts, he would only chuckle. Whether he could leave alive was already in question, yet he was still worrying about such trivial matters. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth, and thinking of the Daliang city, still surrounded by southern barbarian forces, he could only forcibly suppress his fury. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile towards Liu Yu. Liu Yu, Daliang city is in grave danger. I implore you to send troops for rescue. Oh, is that so? What does that have to do with me? Am I on friendly terms with your Daliang royal family? Liu Yu replied blandly with a smile. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Liu Yu. Liu Yu. What do you mean? What do I mean? This is precisely what I mean. Liu Yu's gaze turned icy, and with a flash of cold light, the tip of his spear dripped with crimson droplets. Oh! Xiao Zhan clutched his arm, crying out in pain as a fountain of blood erupted from the wound. His severed arm rolled aside. Liu Yu's attitude was crystal clear. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's heart sank into utter despair. You. Are you rebelling? He bore the pain and unleashed his final fury. A treacherous and hollow Daliang dynasty. So what if it rebels? What can your Daliang dynasty do to me? With a swift motion, Liu Yu drove his spear directly into Xiao Zhan's body. Xiao Zhan clutched the spear embedded within him, his fingers trembling as he pointed weakly at Liu Yu, his heart filled with 1,000 words that failed to escape his lips. You are just like Sima Chung, a traitorous scoundrel. What I aim to do is to save the people of Daliang from fire and water, not to rescue your royal family. Given everything your Daliang royal family has done to the northern lands, the current outcome is entirely self-inflicted. You have no one but yourselves to blame. After hearing Liu Yu's last chilling words, Xiao Zhan collapsed to the ground, filled with endless unwillingness, and lost all vitality. Watching Xiao Zhan die, Liu Yu felt no emotion. To him, Xiao Zhan was merely a pawn. For the Daliang dynasty, he was the Prince of Qin, but now that dynasty had become a hollow shell. In his eyes, the title of Prince of Qin held no weight. After dealing with Xiao Zhan, Liu Yu turned his horse around, raised his whip, and shouted, "All troops march out." Meanwhile, outside Daliang city, the yellow sand filled the sky, dust swirling, and the city walls had become ruins. Corpses piled high, and the battle had yet to cease. Useless. Watching the Daliang city that had yet to fall after such a long siege, the masked woman felt a surge of urgency. Initially, she had hoped to resolve the battle before nightfall, but it was now clear that this would be impossible. To her shock, even at this final stage, the Daliang soldiers' resistance remained unexpectedly tenacious. The troops guarding Daliang city were the elite forces of the Daliang dynasty, the royal guards of the Liang Emperor. Thus, taking the city quickly without a strong fighting force was a daunting task. The masked woman sighed helplessly. Her gaze shifted to the sky, where Situ Zheng and Xiao Shan were locked in fierce combat. One had to admire that Xiao Shan was indeed a renowned powerhouse. Even though wounded by the demise powder, he still fought evenly against Situ Zheng. It was unclear whether Situ Zheng was exceptionally weak or if Xiao Shan was exceptionally strong. As for Sima Cheng and Hong Lu, they were being held up by Wang Feng, a civil official unable to break free. Though Wang Feng was in an Ani against Huo situation, he managed to keep them at bay, albeit with great difficulty. What a pair of useless fools! The masked woman cursed inwardly at Sima Cheng and Hong Lu. Back in the day, I followed His Majesty in countless campaigns. Do you truly think I am weak and frail? Wang Feng laughed wildly, looking down on the two before him with disdain. Though he was a civil official, he was acutely aware that his strength was far beyond that of Sima Cheng and Hong Lu. He dared to claim that aside from Xiao Shan, Zhao Feng, and the former Lu Zhen, he had no rivals within the entire Liang Dynasty. Sima Cheng and Hong Liu's faces turned ashen. Being held up by a civil official for so long was frankly too embarrassing. The masked woman took a deep breath. She could no longer rely on those two useless fools. She turned to Situ Zheng and coldly commanded Situ Zheng, finish it swiftly. Situ Zheng's body trembled, but he could not muster any anger. Instead, he nodded and eagerly complied. This made Xiao Shan laugh. Situ Zheng, what kind of potion has the Black Ming sect fed you, making you a proud man act like a dog? Situ Zheng's face darkened immediately. Xiao Shan, you court death. Situ Zheng roared, and a blood-red pill appeared in his hand. The blood-red pill exuded a chilling aura that made Xiao Shan frown. Situ Zheng grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and laughed maniacally. Xiao Shan, today is your day of death. This Daliang city will become your grave. Go down with the Liang Dynasty. He laughed wildly, his voice echoing in the wind before swallowing the pill. In the next moment, his face contorted in rage as a thick, dark blood aura erupted from within him. His muscles bulged, and a pair of blood-red bat wings sprouted from his back, emitting a terrifying aura. His blood-soaked eyes were truly horrifying. Die! Situ Zheng's voice became slightly hoarse as he raised both hands to the sky, and two columns of blood shot into the air. The blood columns transformed into blood pythons rushing towards Xiao Shan. Everywhere they passed, everything turned to dust, and even the space itself as fragile as paper tore open into two dark fissures. Xiao Shan furrowed his brow, not daring to be careless. He swiftly adjusted his stance, a long sword appearing in his hand, and he swung it fiercely, unleashing terrifying sword energy that cleaved towards the blood python. When the blood python collided with the sword energy, a terrifying spatial ripple erupted. Xiao Shan gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to once again cleave the blood python in two. Situ Zheng was not surprised. He lunged forward, blood light re-emerging in his palm. With a powerful strike, he aimed directly at Xiao Shan's face. Xiao Shan was caught off guard and took the blow full force, crashing to the ground as he spat out old blood, his breath rapidly weakening. Old ancestor. On the city tower watching the battle, Xiao Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of worry. Now all hope for Daliang rested on Xiao Shan's shoulders. If anything happened to him, Daliang would truly be finished. Huh. Old Xiao Shan, now you see my might. Let us settle the old scores once and for all. Old man Xiao Shan, do you now understand my might? Huh. Situ Zheng laughed uproariously. Prepare to meet your end. Behind him, blood-red wings flared, stirring a tempest around them. With a sweep of his hands, countless crimson energies converged before him, gradually forming a massive blood-red spear. Our long-standing grievances will finally be settled. Situ Zheng roared. Then the blood spear erupted forth, racing like lightning, tearing through the sky and rending the very fabric of space with a series of piercing sounds. Xiao Shan fought to rise, hastily waving his spirit sword to form a protective barrier of sword qi around himself. Boom! The blood spear struck the sword qi shield with immense force, shattering it instantly. The spear pierced through the barrier and plunged directly into Xiao Shan's body. Ancestor! Xiao Xiang cried out in anguish. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Shan's mouth as he quickly withered, his breath shallow, his body aging rapidly until he resembled nothing more than a sack of bones. Liang. Despair filled his eyes. With a thud, Xiao Shan collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. Heaven seeks to destroy Liang. Xiao Xiang cried to the heavens, his voice booming like thunder. Overcome with rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, soldiers from the southern barbarians seized the opportunity and pierced him, turning him into a pincushion. Liang is finished. Surrender. The multitude of civil and military officials watched this unfold, their will to resist evaporating. I surrender. Me too. A chorus of officials fell to their knees, begging for mercy. With Xiaoshan dead and Prince Xiaoxiang perished in battle, these ministers knew that to continue fighting would be to send themselves to their doom. Wei Zhongxian glanced at the crowd and quietly retreated into the shadows. Without a guiding force, the guards of de Liang crumbled like a house of cards, swiftly overwhelmed by the southern barbarian army. As the southern and eastern forest armies unleashed a massacre upon the remaining defenders of de Liang, Wang Feng, still engaged in aerial combat, observed the scene with self-mockery. "Surrender, and I'll grant you a dignified death." Hong Lu taunted Wang Feng. With Xiaoshan dead, no one in de Liang stood a chance against their forces. "Surrender? You think you deserve that?" Wang Feng laughed heartily, suddenly striking at his own dantian. In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from within him. Not good. He's about to self-destruct. Hong Lu reacted first, swiftly distancing himself. Die. Even in death, I'll take one down with me." Wang Feng's face twisted with madness as he lunged forward, seizing the dazed Sima Cheng. Sima Cheng's expression shifted to one of horror. "Let go. I command you to let go." Panic-stricken, Sima Cheng punched and kicked at Wang Feng, nearly biting him in desperation. The more frantic Sima Cheng became, the more delighted Wang Feng appeared. "Sima Cheng, since heaven has chosen you, let us journey together." Your Majesty, I have no regrets for de Liang." His laughter echoed through the skies as the pressure emanating from him peaked, beams of light shooting from his body, rendering his visage grotesquely terrifying. No. Sima Cheng struggled, desperately casting a pleading glance at Hong Lu and Si-Tu Zheng. "Save me. Quickly save me." Hong Lu merely chuckled at Sima Cheng's pleas, making no move to rescue him. Setting aside whether he could withstand the self-detonation of a peak divine transformation expert, even if he could, he had no intention of intervening. He held Sima Cheng in utter contempt. If Sima Cheng died without anyone to claim his accomplishments, why not let it be so? Besides, he could successfully recruit the Eastern Forest Army under Sima Cheng's command, which he had coveted for a long time. On the other side, Si-Tu Zheng didn't even cast a glance at Sima Cheng. As for the masked woman, he had no intention whatsoever of considering Sima Cheng's fate. It was outside her mission. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Sima Cheng's fury erupted, and he cursed at the others. "You ungrateful beasts! I curse you to never find rebirth. Never find rebirth." Boom. As his words fell, Wang Feng's body exploded, creating a terrifying force that formed a towering mushroom cloud. The shockwave from the explosion swept outward, slicing through soldiers who came into contact with it, cleaving them in two. Seeing this, Si-Tu Zheng quickly approached the masked woman, conjuring a shield to defend against the onslaught. As the dust settled, the bodies of Wang Feng and Sima Cheng had already turned to dust scattered across the earth. Hong Lu sneered and then roared at the restless Eastern Forest Army. "Surrender or join Sima Cheng in death." The soldiers of the Eastern Forest Army looked at each other before lowering their heads in silence, clearly having chosen to surrender. Hong Lu laughed heartily, reaping the glory of national destruction. In stark contrast to Hong Liu's elation, the masked woman furrowed her brows. "What troubles you, holy maiden?" Si-Tu Zheng inquired, observing her demeanor. The masked woman remained silent, holding a jade plate on which lay a frail golden dragon. If the Emperor of Liang and Xiaoshan were still alive, they would recognize it at a glance. This golden dragon represented the destiny of the Liang Dynasty. How is this possible? The Liang Dynasty has fallen. How can its fate still be collected? The masked woman pondered in confusion, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Hong Lu and commanded, "Huan Lu." Startled from his reverie, Hong Lu rushed to the masked woman's side. "Holy maiden, what is your command?" "Order your men to enter the Liang Imperial Palace and search for the national seal." Upon hearing this, Hong Lu wasted no time and immediately commanded his troops to enter the city. Within the city of Liang, once the southern barbarian army entered, they pillaged the citizens like bandits, committing atrocities and leaving the populace in despair. Hong Lu had no time to concern himself with such matters. He led his forces straight to the Imperial Palace, where the defending soldiers promptly surrendered upon seeing them. Hong Lu effortlessly breached the palace and arrived in the main hall, gazing at the dragon throne once occupied by the Liang Emperor. A cold smile crept across his lips. Indeed, the cycle of karma is profound. The once mighty Liang Dynasty had fallen to such depths. He had no time to admire the scene, gesturing for his subordinates to search for the national seal. "General, it's not here." "General, we found nothing here either." "Not here." Even Hong Lu searched beside the dragon throne, but to no avail. Frowning, he led his men directly toward the rear palace. Upon entering the rear palace, Hong Lu's subordinates felt as if they had entered paradise, surrounded by beautiful maidens and concubines of the palace. Such lovely women they would never have the chance to touch in their lives. "General, this." Hong Lu sighed helplessly. "Go on, but don't go too far. With Hong Lu's consent, the soldiers, like wolves spotting sheep, unleashed their baser instincts. In an instant, the rear palace of De Liang erupted with anguished cries. Many women, unable to bear the humiliation, chose to end their own lives to preserve their dignity. In the Liang Emperor's chamber, the Empress clutched her phoenix hairpin tightly, her nails digging into her palm, tortured by the cries and clashing metal sounds echoing from the corridor. Suddenly, the chamber door swung open and a figure stepped inside. Seeing the Liang Emperor lying upon the bed, Hong Lu's lips curled into a smirk. TSK tisk, who would have thought we would meet again under such circumstances? Then he noticed the Empress beside the Emperor and chuckled, raising his sword to tilt her chin. What a pity, I have no interest in you. Tell me where the national seal is, and perhaps I'll spare your life. If you refuse to speak, you can serve my brothers instead. They haven't had a woman in years. As the Empress, I believe they will be quite interested, especially next to the Liang Emperor. Oh, just imagine the thrill. Hearing Hong Lu's mocking laughter, she trembled in fear. Eventually, she obediently retrieved the national seal of De Liang. Staring at the seal in her hand, a bitter taste filled her heart. Thus, the De Liang dynasty was irrevocably lost. After receiving the seal and inspecting it closely to confirm its authenticity, Hong Lu looked at the woman before him and chuckled. Since you've been so obedient, I'll send you on your way. A flash of cold light passed, and a blinding splash of blood blossomed on the silk covering the Liang Emperor's body. Observing the two corpses on the bed, Hong Lu lost interest and departed the chamber with the national seal in hand. The Saintess, we have found the imperial seal of the great Liang dynasty. Hong Lu came rushing to the masked woman, kneeling on one knee while presenting the great Liang imperial seal with both hands. The masked woman received the seal with delight, placing it on a jade plate, murmuring to herself for some time, yet the golden dragon phantom above the jade plate remained unchanged. Furrowing her brow, she took the seal into her hands for a closer inspection. A flicker of divine consciousness swept over the seal, and her anger erupted. Useless. You didn't even realize you were deceived. With a loud crash, the great Liang imperial seal disintegrated into powder the moment the masked woman infused it with energy. Saintess, is it possible that this is a fake? Hong Lu gasped, staring at the seal turned to dust. Taking a deep breath, the masked woman cast a cold glare at Hong Lu. What nonsense! Where were your eyes? Order your subordinates. Find the real great Liang imperial seal for me, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Otherwise, you will come to me with your head. Hong Lu was startled, nodding fervently as he hurried away to command the army to search. Meanwhile, he cursed inwardly hundreds of times. Situ Zheng glanced at Hong Liu's departing figure, then turned to the masked woman, bowing as he inquired, Saintess, could it be that the remaining fortune of the great Liang dynasty resides within this imperial seal? The masked woman slowly nodded. But what about the northern frontier? Logically speaking, the northern frontier also belongs to the great Liang dynasty. If we are to siphon the entire fortune of the great Liang, we must conquer the northern frontier. Situ Zheng reminded her softly. The masked woman fell into contemplation. Situ Zheng was indeed correct. To obtain the complete fortune of the great Liang, they needed to occupy the northern frontier. Compared to the great Liang royal family, the Xia King Liu Yu was their true adversary. The obliteration of the barbarian nation's hundreds of thousands of troops and the defeat of the barbarian leader Tuoba Xiu were accomplishments grounded in reality. The northern frontier has only Li Mu, a peak transformation realm expert. With you, Elder Situ, present Li Mu is not a concern. Once Hong Lu finds the great Liang imperial seal, we will immediately mobilize troops to the northern frontier. Our Heiming sect is on the verge of ascension, and we must rely on the entire fortune of the great Liang dynasty. This matter must not be mistaken. Otherwise, neither of us can escape the sect's sanctions. As she spoke, a hint of madness flashed in the masked woman's eyes. By the way, Meng Feng, that fool disappeared within the great Liang dynasty a month ago. Dispatch someone to search for him immediately. Understood. Situ Zheng cupped his hands and departed. Meanwhile, within the great Liang city, Hong Lu arrived and commanded his subordinates, search with all your might for the whereabouts of the great Liang imperial seal. Inquire among the Liang citizens along the way, anyone who withholds information shall be killed. Understood. Soon the southern barbarians unleashed an inhumane massacre within the great Liang city. Hong Liu's orders twisted into a perverse form, and anyone who failed to reveal the location of the great Liang imperial seal could not escape the blades of the southern barbarians. Don't, devils. These people are demons. In an instant, wails filled the great Liang city. The entire city transformed into a hell on earth. At the same time, in an alley on the eastern side of Great Liang City, A group of Liang soldiers led by a young general continually slaughtered the southern barbarians. Increasingly more citizens sought refuge behind them. In a city rife with carnage, this place remained a sanctuary of survival. "General Lin, what shall we do next?" a soldier asked, looking to the young general. Lin Xiu closed his eyes, covered in wounds. He was the nephew of the Grand General Zhao Feng, possessing astonishing talent, having reached the transformation realm before turning 30. Now he was lost. With Great Liang City breached, they were merely holding out against overwhelming odds. Once Hong Lu and his men regained their senses, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. Although he too was in the transformation realm, he was still considerably weaker compared to seasoned experts like Hong Lu. The prospect of victory was daunting. As for breaking through, that was a pipe dream. They lacked the strength to escape. "Young General Lin, you must leave. Do not throw away your life in vain." "Yes, young General Lin, go now. Oh, as long as you live, there is hope." Young General Lin. More and more citizens gathered around Lin Xiu, urging him to flee. Watching this scene broke Lin Xiu's heart. He could not abandon the citizens to escape alone. "There is no need for persuasion. As a soldier, it is my duty to protect the realm and its people. I cannot abandon you to save myself." His words deeply moved the gathered citizens. Suddenly, a thin man from the crowd spoke up, suggesting, "What if we surrender to the southern barbarians? Perhaps we could survive." At this, the citizens erupted in outrage. "You coward! Do you not know these southern barbarians are butchers?" "Exactly. Whether we surrender or not, they will wield their blades against us." "We will never surrender." Lin Xiu's expression darkened as he coldly glared at the speaker. "In these dire times, we fight to the death. To speak of surrender is unthinkable." With that, Lin Xiu struck down the man who suggested surrendering, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Yet no one condemned Lin Xiu's actions. Keeping a coward among them would only bring disaster. "General Lin, it's bad. Hong Lu is coming this way with his men." A soldier rushed toward Lin Xiu, but in the next moment an arrow pierced through the soldier's chest, killing him instantly. Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he followed the direction of the arrow, only to see Hong Lu and his army surrounding the alley, leaving no escape. A mocking smile adorned Hong Liu's face as he looked at Lin Xiu and his comrades. "If I remember correctly, you are Zhao Feng's nephew, Lin Xiu. Interesting. A transformation realm expert so young. Surrender to the Great Liang, and I may spare your life." Lin Xiu's gaze hardened as he gripped his spear tightly. "A delusion. Huh, how amusing. Truly delightful." Hong Lu laughed heartily, his gaze full of mockery as he looked at Lin Xiu. What a shame for such a promising talent. However, he understood that having killed Zhao Feng, Lin Xiu would inevitably perish. He would not allow any potential threats to remain. "Prepare to meet your end." With those words, Hong Liu's figure vanished in an instant. The speed was so rapid that Lin Xiu had no time to react. Bang! With a grunt, Lin Xiu was sent flying for dozens of meters, crashing hard against a wall. Hong Lu shook his fist, snorting coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "Reveal the whereabouts of the Great Liang Imperial Seal, or see everyone behind you perish." Lin Xiu spat blood, struggling to rise from the rubble. "You will never get it. Soldiers, stand with me to protect our realm and our people. Slay these bastards. Kill." With Lin Xiu's command, the remaining Liang soldiers surged with newfound vigor, fighting fiercely and fearlessly. In an instant, the southern barbarian army was thrown into disarray. Thousands of southern barbarians were being overwhelmed by just a few hundred Liang soldiers. In this narrow alley, their numerical advantage was nullified, especially since the Liang soldiers fought with a spirit of desperation. The southern barbarians suffered heavy losses. "Huh, well done. Let the southern barbarian army taste our might." Lin Xiu laughed heartily, joy swelling in his heart as he watched the southern barbarians being slaughtered. "You seek death." Seeing this scene, Hong Liu's fury ignited, his eyes blazing with rage. He gathered his strength and hurled his spear directly at Lin Xiu, the weapon slicing through the air with terrifying force, intent on completely obliterating him. As Lin Xiu watched the spear approach, despair washed over him. Suddenly, a silver light descended from the heavens, directly deflecting the spear thrown by Hong Lu. "Hua!" Hong Lu gasped in shock. As the smoke cleared, a silver spear emerged before the crowd. The terrifying pressure emanating from the spear jolted Hong Liu's heart. In the next moment, a figure clad in white appeared before the spear. "Kill!" The sound of thundering hooves filled the air as a cavalry unit clad in silver armor and riding white steeds charged into the ranks of the southern barbarians from behind their army. "Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." Liu Yu, donned in dark armor, led his cavalry into the midst of the southern barbarian forces, ruthlessly cutting down anyone who stood in his way, as unstoppable as a divine force. In an instant, the southern barbarian army suffered tremendous losses. How is this possible? Who are you? Hong Lu stammered, bewildered by the scene before him. What? Don't you recognize your king? Liu Yu chuckled, riding his horse next to Zhao Yun, looking down upon Hong Lu with an air of superiority. Liu Yu. Hong Lu could never forget Liu Ye's face. However, he never expected Liu Yu to arrive at Daliang City so swiftly. It seemed they had cut straight through the northern gate, otherwise how could Sidu Zheng and the others remain unaware? Just a young brat. Suddenly Hong Lu lunged at Liu Yu. Boom. A wave of energy surged from Zhao Yun, sending Hong Lu flying. Who are you? Stabilizing himself, Hong Lu gazed at Zhao Yun in terror. The pressure emanating from Zhao Yun was overwhelming. Zhao Yun extended his hand, and the Longdian shining silver spear returned to him. He regarded Hong Lu coldly and said, "You are not yet worthy to know." Arrogant, Hong Lu roared, and a large knife suddenly appeared in his hand. "You are so arrogant, Ui, this general will teach you a lesson today." With a thunderous roar, his voice echoed like rolling thunder in the narrow alley. With that, he sprang off the ground, the earth cracking beneath him as he charged toward Zhao Yun like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. With an unstoppable momentum, the large knife stirred up a swirling vortex of dark brown energy, the formidable blade aura coalescing, striking down upon Zhao Yun with terrifying force. "Zilong, this one is yours. Rest assured, my lord." Zhao Yun's expression remained calm as he looked at Hong Lu with disdain. "Don't embarrass yourself with your petty tricks." With a light tap of his toes, he vanished from sight like a wraith. In the next moment, Zhao Yun flicked his silver spear, its bright silver shaft glinting in the light, the spear tip shimmering with a chilling radiance, a sense of lethal intent rising within Hong Lu. He couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Hong Lu disregarded everything else and swung his large knife down. With a casual glance, Zhao Yun swung his silver spear, countless spear shadows appearing effortlessly, deflecting Hong Liu's strike as if a white serpent had flicked its tongue. His eyes gleamed with icy light as the silver spear lunged directly at Hong Liu's throat. Hong Lu, aghast, hastily withdrew his knife to defend himself, drawing an arc in front of him to block Zhao Yun's attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing shattered eardrums, causing blood to flow from many ears. 7 Serpent Strike. 7 deadly techniques followed in quick succession, throwing Hong Liu's formation into chaos, ultimately forcing him to lose his knife to Zhao Yun. Hong Lu was horrified, retreating rapidly and glaring fiercely at Liu Yu. "Liu Yu, you must understand that opposing the southern barbarians will not end well for you." "Oh, is that so?" Liu Yu smiled faintly. "Whether I understand or not, I doubt you will live to find out." "Zilong, finish him off." Zhao Yun nodded, a mighty aura radiating from him as white energy enveloped his body. This strike contained the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, causing the very space to warp under its might. Hong Lu held his breath, his eyes filled with dread. He felt a terrifying, despair-inducing force beneath this strike. "Phoenix among birds," Zhao Yun shouted coldly. In an instant, the white energy around him transformed into lifelike silver spirit birds. These spirit birds possessed sharp gazes, their bodies radiating a fierce, killing intent. "Kill!" Zhao Yun kicked off the ground, his long spear thrusting directly at Hong Lu, accompanied by countless spirit birds flying alongside him. "Curse you!" Hong Lu roared, gripping his large knife, tightly unleashing a black energy blade in a desperate attempt to shatter the white spirit birds. Chirp! All the spirit birds merged into one, forming an enormous divine bird behind Zhao Yun. Brilliant and dazzling, it exuded a dangerous aura that sent chills down one's spine. "Die!" Zhao Yun thrust his spear into Hong Liu's body. "This is impossible." Hong Lu spat out blood, collapsing to the ground with reluctance. He could not comprehend why Liu Ye's army had suddenly invaded Daliang City. Like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, they had caught everyone off guard. Yet no matter how he speculated, he could not alter the outcome. With Hong Liu's death, his army was successfully eradicated by the cavalry. "Lord, I have fulfilled my duty." Looking at Zhao Yun, Liu Yu laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "You truly are General Zilong." He could see that Zhao Yun had merely wanted to stretch his muscles in the battle with Hong Lu, not even utilizing half his strength. After all, since arriving in this world, he had yet to face anyone truly powerful. Being a half-step divine sea realm expert exterminating a peak transformation realm opponent was far too easy. "May I ask, are you the Summer King?" Lin Xiu cautiously approached Liu Yu and inquired. Liu Yu nodded lightly. Lin Xiu was instantly astonished and hurriedly knelt, bowing deeply. "I have seen the Summer King." The common folk behind him and the remaining soldiers of Daliang also knelt in reverence. "I have seen the Summer King. Thank you, Summer King, for saving our lives." Liu Yu quickly raised his hand, signaling them to rise. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Thank you, Summer King. After everyone stood, Liu Yu walked over to Lin Xiu and tossed him a healing pill. Well done, you have not shamed General Zhao Feng. Liu Yu naturally recognized Lin Xiu. Among everyone in Daliang City, the only person he held any fondness for was the uncle-nephew duo of Zhao Feng and Lin Xiu. Zhao Feng and Lin Xiu were steadfast and resolute, loyal and righteous, true heroes of the age. Holding the healing pill, Lin Xiu was deeply moved. Liu Yu then turned his gaze toward the remaining soldiers of Daliang and noticed there were only about 200 left. Moreover, most of them were injured, many severely, rendering them incapable of further combat. You all did well, you have not brought shame. The Summer King is mighty. The crowd shouted in unison. They had all heard of this young king, and many had even sworn to follow Liu Yu into battle. Yet they never imagined they would meet Liu Yu in such a manner. My lord, we have completely eliminated the southern barbarian troops in Daliang City, totaling 35,600 men. Zhao Yun presented the battle report delivered by the cavalry to Liu Yu. Upon hearing the report, Lin Xiu was stunned. A 30,000-strong army had been annihilated. Liu Yu remained unfazed, his heart filled with loathing as he surveyed the devastation in Daliang City. Truly a pack of beasts. Summer King, allow me to present this to you. Lin Xiu produced a hard object wrapped in golden silk from his bosom. Liu Yu frowned, and upon receiving it, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Item: Daliang State Seal. Function: contains half of the Daliang Dynasty's fortune, the national treasure of the Daliang Dynasty. The Daliang State Seal. The national jade seal of the Daliang Dynasty. System: what is a fortune item? The system remained silent. After a moment of silence, Liu Yu sighed helplessly. He had come to understand the quirks of this system. It would play dead when you sought it, yet suddenly pop up to spark your curiosity when you weren't looking for it. Fine, he would study it later. With a wave of his hand, he stored it in the system space. Where did you obtain this? Liu Yu inquired. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu would not have access to something like the national seal. Lin Xiu replied, before I left the palace, the Empress personally handed it to me, instructing me to keep it safe. But I doubt I can manage it, so I will leave it to the Summer King. Liu Yu nodded. Master. Wei Zongxian's figure appeared beside Liu Yu. Lin Xiu looked at the man and felt a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. At this moment, Wei Zongxian had reverted to his original appearance, so Lin Xiu did not recognize him. At present, there are still over 200,000 people outside Daliang City, including the Donglin army, Wei Zongxian said softly. Liu Yu nodded, pondering for a moment before addressing Zhao Yun. Zilong, disperse all the soldiers and have them lie in ambush along the streets of Daliang. The interior of the city does not provide room for the Bema Yizhong to exploit their cavalry advantage. We must reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible before ultimately capturing them all. Understood, Zhao Yun responded before turning to leave. On the other side, seeing that Liu Yu did not pay attention to him, Lin Xiu hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands. King Xia, I request to join the battle. Liu Yu glanced at Lin Xiu and said gently, General Lin, your bravery is known to all, but you are gravely injured. It would be wise for you to rest. Moreover, the people here still need your protection. I will leave 1,000 Bema Yizhong to guard the citizens. This place still requires your presence. Liu Yu smiled and patted Lin Xiu's shoulder, then regardless of Lin Xiu's willingness, mounted his horse and rode away. Watching Liu Yu's receding figure, Lin Xiu sighed in resignation. As he looked at the 1,000 Bema Yizhong left behind, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. What an elite cavalry corps. Every member had reached the Qi condensation realm. King Xia is truly extraordinary. Especially that young general in white robes whose aura was not inferior to that of Xiaoshan. Gazing at Liu Yu, Lin Xiu seemed to have made up his mind. Perhaps by following him, he could fulfill his own ambitions. Outside Daliang City, the masked woman frowned. What is going on? Why has that useless Hong Lu not made a sound for so long? What a useless thing. Sidu Zheng, let's go in and take a look. The masked woman had lost her patience and led 20,000 Nanman soldiers back into Daliang City. As soon as they stepped in, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. The entire Daliang City was eerily silent. The stench of blood filled the air, and the once prosperous Daliang City had now become a ghost town. What is happening? Over 30,000 soldiers have entered Daliang City, yet it is so quiet inside. Situ Zheng furrowed his brow, sweeping his consciousness across the city, only to be met with a grim sight of countless corpses. All were soldiers of the Nanman Dynasty. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly bore down on Situ Zheng, causing him to panic and quickly retract his consciousness. Opening his eyes, Situ Zheng gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. Elder Situ, what is happening? Noticing Situ Zheng's strange demeanor, the masked woman promptly inquired. There is some terrifying aura. Situ Zheng swallowed hard and recounted what he had just seen along with that mysterious presence to the masked woman. The masked woman felt a heaviness in her heart. It seemed this mission was not going smoothly. Suddenly, arrows rained down from all directions, and in an instant a large number of Nanman soldiers fell. This is bad. We are ambushed. Situ Zheng was alarmed, hastily trying to unleash his aura to deflect the arrows, but in the next moment a more terrifying presence shattered his efforts. Uft! Situ Zheng groaned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring distinctions of status, he grabbed the masked woman's shoulders and swiftly fled to Liang City. Kill. Observing the two fleeing figures, Liu Yu paid them little mind. Bama Yizhong, heed my orders. Leave no Nanman soldiers alive. With Liu Yu's command, the Bama Yizhong soldiers revealed themselves, bows and crossbows in hand, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the city. Before long, the ground was strewn with the corpses of Nanman soldiers, not a single one left standing. Have Lin Xiu lead the citizens to handle the bodies. The rest of you follow me to the city tower. Yes. Outside Liang City, within the Nanman military camp. Cough, cough. Situ Zheng coughed up blood. The clash of auras had stirred his insides. If it weren't for his high cultivation, he might have perished on the spot. Recalling that white figure, he couldn't help but tremble. What a dreadful person, taking advantage of others' misfortune. The masked woman couldn't help but curse. Once Situ Zheng stabilized his aura, he shook his head. The presence of these people was no less than that of the Qi condensation realm. He had never encountered such a level of army before. Perhaps only the law enforcement team of the Hegemony sect could muster such strength, but even they would face overwhelming odds. From his perception, the number of Bama Yizhong soldiers definitely exceeded 10,000. Saintess Hong Lu is dead. Should we withdraw from the Liang Dynasty for now and investigate the identity of the other side before planning further? Situ Zheng suggested. The masked woman glared at him. Our mission is not yet complete. How can we retreat? Order the Nanman army and the Donglin army to advance towards the Liang City. I want this group to pay the price. Seeing that his advice had no effect, Situ Zheng sighed in resignation. He then proceeded to execute the masked woman's orders. Clop, clop, clop. Nearly 200,000 troops advanced mightily, their overwhelming presence threatening to crush the Liang City. At the forefront of the army, the masked woman and Situ Zheng, each on horseback, fixed their cold gazes on the Liang City. At that moment, atop the Liang City, thousands of Bama Yizhong soldiers stood in formation. The long spears in their hands glinted with a bloodthirsty sheen. No one was daunted by this terrifying pressure. In fact, many revealed glimmers of excitement in their eyes. Liu Yu stood at the center of the Liang City, bracing himself against the city wall, his gaze fixed on the army below. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. The masked woman and Situ Zheng squinted at Liu Yu atop the city wall. Neither recognized Liu Yu, thus they were puzzled by the young man before them. Who are you to dare obstruct the Hegemony sect's affairs? Are you tired of living? Situ Zheng pointed at Liu Yu, questioning him. Liu Yu chuckled. Tisk tisk, is that all you Hegemony sect people can say? Not long ago someone said the same thing, but well, he has since gone to hell. The masked woman's heart sank. Could it be that Meng Feng, that useless person, was slain by this man? They had nearly eradicated all the forces of the Liang Dynasty, leaving only one place. The northern borders. Meng Feng had indeed stated before leaving the sect that he would head to northern Yuan city of the Liang Dynasty for matters concerning the Shishui Pavilion. You are Liu Yu. Smart, it seems not all of you from the Hegemony sect are fools. Liu Yu smiled at the masked woman, noting that her aura was not particularly powerful, at most at the Purple Mansion realm. However, given her age, she was truly exceptionally gifted. She must be a core figure of the Hegemony sect. He and the Hegemony sect were indeed at odds. Now there was no avoiding a confrontation. Liu Yu, surrender. What does your feudal resistance accomplish? As long as you choose to submit to the Hegemony sect and become a vassal force, I can arrange for you to manage the Liang Dynasty in the future. At this proclamation, the soldiers of the Nanman dynasty erupted in uproar. If they truly followed the masked woman's words, what would be the purpose of their expedition to the Liang Dynasty? Were they to make others wear the wedding dress? Saintess, this contradicts our discussions with His Majesty before the expedition. Situ Zheng unleashed a terrifying pressure, instantly silencing the dissent. Listen to me and act accordingly. Faced with Situ Zheng's imposing aura, everyone bowed their heads in silence. How about it? Will the king of Xia reconsider? The masked woman looked earnestly at Liu Yu. The soldiers atop the city walls of Liang were formidable, and the terrifying aura that had severely injured Situ Zheng left her questioning just how terrifying Liu Yu's combat prowess truly was. In this situation, a direct assault was clearly the least advisable approach. If she could capture Liu Yu without bloodshed, it would be an ideal outcome for her. Liu Yu remained silent, glancing at Xing Daorong, and Yu Shi beside him raising an eyebrow. The two immediately understood and stepped forward. Bah, you want our lord to surrender? What a delusion. Exactly. You should consider your own position before demanding our lord's fealty. It seems you've lived too long. Ha, old you couldn't have said it better. Xing Daorong and Yu Shi exchanged banter, leaving the masked woman gritting her teeth in anger. Liu Yu's mouth twitched slightly at the antics of Yu Shi, who had picked up quite a bit from spending days by his side. On the other side, upon hearing Yu Shi's words, the masked woman's expression darkened significantly. She shot a malevolent glare at Liu Yu. Situ Zheng, standing beside her, pointed angrily at Xing Daorong and Yu Shi. You two scoundrels. How dare you insult the holy maiden? You must be tired of living. Once before someone spoke ill of the holy maiden, and that person has long since passed on. Do you two wish to test your fate? Xing Daorong pointed at Situ Zheng and laughed heartily, then turned to Yu Shi and said, This old fool is just bragging. He then shouted at Situ Zheng, Old fool, you talk too much. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Indeed, stop whining like a woman. Yu Shi added, continuing the mockery. You seek death. Situ Zheng roared, a terrifying aura sweeping through the air. Zhao Yun snorted coldly, shattering Situ Zheng's oppressive force effortlessly. The masked woman's dark expression revealed a glimmer of sharpness as she remarked, Is this the way of the king of Xia's subordinates? Liu Yu squinted and smiled. I apologize, but my subordinates only show goodwill to people. As for other beings, well, that's hard to say. At this, the masked woman laughed in rage. Does he truly think I am so easily intimidated? She gestured to the army behind her, commanding coldly, All troops listen up. Launch a full assault on Liang. Leave no one alive within the city. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of troops surged into action, descending upon Liang like a tide. Watching this scene, Liu Yu felt a twinge of disdain. His white horse Yisong was composed entirely of Qi condensation realm warriors. Did they truly believe this was mere brawling? Let them not forget they were in a world of fantasy where realms represented strength. Most of the southern barbarians' forces were merely body refinement realm warriors, with few reaching foundation establishment and even fewer achieving Qi condensation. When it came to realm superiority, the white horse Yisong completely overwhelmed them. All soldiers listen up. Prepare your bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone knocked their arrows. As the southern barbarian army approached within 100 meters of Liang, Liu Yu waved his hand. Fire! Swish! 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 Arrows rained down like a torrential storm, their iron tips gleaming with a chilling light, instantly transforming the southern barbarian army into a pincushion. Amidst the billowing smoke, the cries of despair intertwined with the dull thuds of arrows hitting the ground, creating a cacophony that shook the heavens and the earth. After several volleys of arrows, the southern barbarian army suffered heavy casualties, while the eastern forest army remained largely unscathed. Liu Yu keenly noted this detail. With Situ Zheng dead, the eastern forest army was left like headless flies. Their initial intention was likely not to assist the southern barbarian dynasty in attacking Liang. After all, most of them were originally from the Liang Dynasty. Due to Situ Zheng's authority, they had no choice but to obey orders. However, with his death, their instincts urged them to abandon their fighting spirit. Thus, their desire for battle had diminished significantly. Retreat. Situ Zheng, witnessing the devastation wrought by the arrows upon his forces, hastily ordered a withdrawal. Not a chance. Everyone push forward. The masked woman scolded Situ Zheng angrily. Who told you to retreat? Situ Zheng hesitated, looking at the masked woman. He advised, Holy maiden, the enemy's arrows are too fierce. If this continues, our soldiers will be wiped out. Let's pull back and regroup. Situ Zheng, have you disregarded my words? I command you to attack the city. She was indifferent to the fate of the southern soldiers. As long as her objectives were met, all sacrifices were worthwhile. Drawing her sword, she pointed at Liang, shouting, Beat the drums, attack the city. Anyone who dares to retreat shall be executed without mercy. The southern barbarian army had no choice but to continue their relentless assault, while the eastern forest army lagged behind, reluctant to engage. What are you doing? If you don't join the assault, I will have you executed. Pushed into a corner, the soldiers of the eastern forest army had no choice but to follow the main force. Situ Zheng looked at the reckless holy maiden, feeling utterly helpless. Yet he had no other option. After all, this woman's status completely overshadowed him, and his life was at her mercy. Gazing at Liang, he sighed helplessly and soared into the sky, charging towards Liu Yu to strike. If he could kill Liu Yu, the northern army would be left leaderless. Bold moved. Zhao Yun's eyes gleamed with intensity as he brandished his long-dan silver spear and charged at Situ Zheng. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided fiercely in midair, unleashing a wave of oppressive energy. Bang! Situ Zheng was forced back hundreds of steps, while Zhao Yun remained unfazed, his expression one of disdain. With such strength you dare to take the field as a general? Die, old man. Situ Zheng incensed drew a long sword and charged at Zhao Yun once more. Overestimating yourself. Zhao Yun did not yield, and the two resumed their aerial battle. However, Situ Zheng was continually on the defensive, overwhelmed by Zhao Yun's relentless assault. Below, the masked woman watched Situ Zheng falter with growing anxiety. If Situ Zheng were to fall, their mission would likely fail. Kill. The southern barbarian camp saw several transformation realm experts rise to join the fray, while Xing Darong and Yu Shi were equally unyielding. They raised their weapons, pushing off the ground and launching themselves into battle against the transformation realm experts among the southern barbarian forces. In an instant, all top-tier warriors were locked in fierce combat. Damn it! The masked woman felt a surge of unease as she observed the chaos unfolding. Her gaze towards Liu Yu was filled with murderous intent. Why must he ruin her plans? How exhilarating. Lao Xing, do you still have the strength for one more battle? Needless to say, I am stronger than you. I've killed more than you too. Xing Darong swung his axe, slaying a cultivator at the transformation realm, casting a proud glance at Yu Shi. Yu Shi smacked his lips, but chose to continue seeking out foes to slay. There was no choice. Xing Darong's power was terrifying, sometimes single-handedly overwhelming 3 transformation realm cultivators from the southern barbarians. When it came to the number of enemies killed, he was willing to concede defeat. On the other side, Zhao Yun was a whirlwind of death, tormenting Situ Zheng to the point of despair. Despite employing all his techniques, Situ Zheng could not inflict a single scratch on Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, in contrast, fought with ease, feeling no pressure at all. Within Daliang City, the citizens and Lin Xiu watched the aerial battle with clarity. What terrifying strength! Are these the subordinates of King Xia? Lin Xiu gazed at Zhao Yun, who was showcasing his prowess in the sky, feeling utterly astonished, even swallowing nervously. How frightening. Indeed, these generals under King Xia are simply too powerful. Not only Zhao Yun but Xing Darong and Yu Shi were like deities descending from the heavens, overpowering several transformation realm warriors. Countless citizens of Daliang and the remnants of their army felt their spirits stirred by this scene, admiration for Liu Yu blossoming within them. Observing the dominant figures in the sky, Liu Yu sensed the moment had come. With a voice like thunder, he called out to the soldiers of the Eastern Forest Army. Warriors of the Eastern Forest Army, I know that what you are doing now is out of necessity. I offer you an opportunity for redemption. Raise your weapons and attack the army of the Southern Barbarian Dynasty. Those who slay the enemy shall have their crimes pardoned. At this proclamation, the masked woman was taken aback. She turned her head and indeed found chaos erupting in the ranks of the Eastern Forest Army. Many hearts had begun to waver. They were originally subjects of the Liang Dynasty, and having witnessed the Southern Barbarian armies pillaging, they felt deep sorrow. If not for Sima Cheng's restraint, they would have likely fought to the death against these scoundrels long ago. Now, with Liu Yu's promise, many were starting to stir with intention. Damn it! Let's kill these beasts from the Southern Barbarians. I believe King Xia will keep his word. I believe too. Me too. With leaders stepping forward, the soldiers of the Eastern Forest Army instantly rebelled. Brothers, let's kill. Let's slay these Southern Barbarians and earn our redemption. Charge. They were already positioned behind the Southern Barbarian army, and now they seized their weapons to launch a fierce assault, throwing the Southern Barbarian ranks into disarray. Many were caught off guard, pierced by long spears or decapitated by broadswords. The Southern Barbarian army's formation was thrown into chaos. Bastards! Stop! Anyone causing further trouble will be executed without mercy. The masked woman was seething at this sight. Unfortunately, no matter how furious she became, she could not quell the fury of the Eastern Forest Army soldiers. Their eyes were completely bloodshot, disregarding the Black Underworld sect and the Southern Barbarian Dynasty. They only sought to earn their redemption. Excellent. I knew I did not misjudge you. Liu Yu laughed heartily. Then a long spear appeared in his hand, pointing towards the enemy outside the city as he roared. Open the city gates, and let us charge. With a creak, the gates of Daliang City swung open. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hooves echoed through the sky, shaking the hearts of all. Like phantoms, white figures surged out from Daliang City. The White Horse Isong were light cavalry, only able to unleash their terrifying power on the plains. Leading the charge under the blood-red sunset, Liu Yu emanated a dazzling aura unique to the Purple Mansion realm. With a long spear in hand, he shouted, causing the entire battlefield to hum. "White horse Isong, heed my command. Follow me into battle." As his voice fell, Liu Yu, mounted on his steed, plunged into the heart of the enemy formation. Wherever he passed, the elite forces of the southern barbarians fell like wheat, his spear sweeping through, shredding several opponents of the same realm. Behind him, the iron hooves of the white horse Isong trampled the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. The soldiers of the white horse Isong unsheathed their curved sabers, their cold glints flashing, leaving devastation in their wake. They cut through the enemy formation like a sharp silver blade. Wherever righteousness leads, life and death follow. Let heaven be our witness, and the white horse be our proof. The resonant voices of the white horse Isong echoed forth. Like white phantoms, they mercilessly harvested the lives of the southern barbarian army, turning the ground crimson with blood. Under the charge of the white horse Isong, the southern barbarian army crumbled like paper. They had no power to resist. Upon witnessing Liu Yu leading the army to their aid, the fighting spirit of the Eastern Forest Army surged even stronger. They were among the top troops of the Liang Dynasty, and their combat strength was beyond what these southern barbarian soldiers could withstand. Now besieged by the two formidable forces, the white horse Isong and the Eastern Forest Army, the southern barbarian army was in utter despair. With their commander dead, their lives were like pawns in the hands of the Black Underworld sect. Many even laid down their weapons, kneeling to surrender. Seeing this scene, the masked woman's fury soared. "Damn it, Liu Yu!" She glared at Liu Yu, chanting incantations with her hands, summoning a massive black serpent illusion. "Liu Yu, die?" The enormous black serpent lunged at Liu Yu. Liu Yu merely chuckled, swinging his spear as a vast aura began to rise. A giant silver dragon illusion appeared. Flash! In an instant, the black serpent illusion was scattered by the silver dragon, dissipating like starlight. "Just a fledgling in the Purple Mansion realm. What gives you the courage to attack me?" Liu Yu's figure vanished, reappearing right before her. With a swift thrust, his spear pierced her right arm, prompting a muffled groan and causing her mask to slip away. The masked woman was taken aback, hastily reaching for her mask, but Liu Yu was faster, knocking it away with a thrust. He looked at the woman before him and chuckled. "I thought it was a remarkable beauty hidden away." Upon seeing her face marred by a huge scar that ruined her overall appearance, even an ordinary person would recoil in horror. "Oh, I will kill you." Her true face exposed, she was filled with terror, wishing only to kill Liu Yu. Liu Yu, losing patience with the frenzied woman, thrust his spear into her, ending her life. As for provoking the Black Underworld sect, it was no longer a consideration. Having already offended them, gaining one more enemy or losing one made no difference. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, dam it. The immutable truth of the ages. Saintus. Seeing the woman perish in a gruesome manner, Situ Zhang was taken aback. Suddenly his expression twisted in excruciating pain, his face contorting as he succumbed to death's grip, the light of life extinguished within him. In the next moment, an invisible force was drawn from Situ Zhang's body, a mysterious shadow materializing behind him. His lifeless form collapsed, devoid of strength. Addressing Situ Zhang, the shadow bellowed, "What a useless being." With that, it turned its gaze towards the towering walls of Daliang City. "You young one, dare you slay my sect's saintess? Do you plead guilty and submit to punishment?" The dark shadow took on the visage of a middle-aged man, emanating an aura of authority, yet tinged with a sinister edge, his emotions inscrutable. His voice boomed like thunder across the skies, a terrifying pressure overwhelming all in its wake. Hearing the shadow's words, Liu Yu seemed to hear the most absurd joke. "Huh, you wish for this king to plead guilty and submit. What are you really? Fool?" Observing the young man's audacious grin, the shadow felt its authority challenged, its expression darkening immediately. "This is all self-inflicted. You sought the wine, now you must drink the punishment. Do not blame my sect for this. Prepare to feel the wrath of my sect." Boom. A terrifying aura surged forth, and a blood array manifested in the air, emanating boundless power. Watching this scene, Liu Yu furrowed his brow. Entity: He Hong Shadow. Race: human. Title: Sect Master of He Ming Sect. Realm: Half-Step Divine Sea. So this figure was the Sect Master of He Ming Sect. The mere shadow had reached the Half-Step Divine Sea. How formidable must his true form be? Liu Yu shook his head, deciding to deal with the current predicament before pondering the future. He looked at He Hong and chuckled. Sect Master He Hong certainly has an extensive reach. He Hong, gathering his power, was momentarily taken aback, then retorted at Liu Yu's mockery. "I never thought you would recognize me, but alas, this does not alter your fate. Today the destiny of the Liang Dynasty will fall into my He Ming sect's grasp. And you, Liu Yu, shall merely be a stepping stone on my sect's path to ascension." Array activate. He Hong raised his hands to the sky, and with a thunderous sound, pillars of blood shot up from the ground, suffusing the blood array with terrifying crimson spiritual energy. Enter the array. The blood-red aura swirled around He Hong's shadow, drawing the lifeblood from countless southern barbarians rushing into the blood array. All the southern barbarian soldiers were struck with horror, sensing their vitality draining away. What is happening? Why is my lifeblood flowing away? Me too. If this continues, we will be completely drained. No. Among the southern barbarian army, some had already collapsed to the ground, their forms nothing more than withered bones scattered by the wind. Witnessing this horrifying scene, terror spread among the soldiers. No. Sect Master He Hong, you cannot treat us this way. Wails echoed in the heavens. What are your lives worth? Your lives were entrusted to me by your emperor to be governed at my discretion. Upon hearing this, despair washed over countless souls. The cries of anguish continued unabated as soldiers fell one after another, their lifeblood coalescing above them, resembling a sea of blood. This blood-red sea enveloped the entirety of Daliang City. Everyone instinctively looked up. What? A terrifying aura. This is at with such a powerful presence, the Summer King's army is in grave danger. General Lin, do you think the Summer King can prevail? Some citizens could not help but inquire of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu sighed, glancing at the terrifying spectacle, admitting, I cannot say for certain. Such a formidable pressure could crush any divine transformation realm expert. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the citizens felt a wave of anxiety for Liu Yu. At that moment, Zhao Yun returned to Liu Yu's side. Gazing at the blood sea forming in the air, Liu Yu frowned, astonished that He Hong possessed such a powerful move. Xuanhuan quietly addressed Liu Yu. My lord, I once learned about this formation from an ancient text. Xuanhuan's words immediately captured Liu Yu's attention, and he urged, Uncle Xue, please explain. Nodding slightly, Xuanhuan continued, this formation is called the blood-burning array, modified from the ancient Xian Yuan blood-burning array. While its power is not as formidable as the original, it remains formidable. Once established, it is capable of obliterating all beings below the Nirvana realm. Furthermore, it is simple to arrange and has been favored by many factions. However, each use exhausts the lifeblood of those within the array, leading to its eventual abandonment due to its malevolence. This formation hasn't been seen in thousands of years. Listening to Xuanhuan's explanation, Liu Yu's brow furrowed. He had already witnessed the toll it took on lifeblood. This formation was undeniably sinister. Liu Yu, prepare to receive the grand gift I've prepared for you. He Hong's shadow cackled with wild abandon in the sky. As he shifted the array, waves of lifeblood surged into the formation, from which a blood-colored creature began to emerge. A blood dragon. Roar. A terrifying dragon's roar erupted from the blood dragon, its sound deafening. At this, lifeblood surged within Liu Yu. He looked up at the blood dragon soaring freely in the sky and murmured to Zhao Yun, what do you think, dragon? Do we stand a chance? Zhao Yun remained composed, gazing at the blood dragon. He clasped his hands to Liu Yu, declaring, this general has confidence. Good. Liu Yu laughed heartily, patting Zhao Yun on the shoulder. I leave everything to General Zhao. This general will not disappoint the Lord's expectations. With those words, Zhao Yun shot forth, locking eyes with He Hong in the sky. Your aura is impressive. Why do you follow a frail king? He Hong regarded Zhao Yun warily, clearly unsettled. Zhao Yun's aura had clearly reached the half-step divine, strong and unyielding, far from ordinary for one at that realm. He could not fathom why such a powerful figure would willingly serve a minor dynasty like Daliang. Such needless chatter. He glanced disdainfully at the blood dragon beside He Hong. It has a strong presence, but I wonder about its true capabilities. White Horse Yizhong. All the soldiers of White Horse Yizhong roared in unison, an aura of terror emanating from them. The powerful killing intent swirled above their heads. This is the soul of the military formation. Xuanhuan trembled as he looked at Zhao Yun and White Horse Yizhong. Liu Yu was equally elated, never having expected that Zhao Yun and White Horse Yizhong could manifest the soul of a military formation. The soul of a military formation was enigmatic. Only armies with extraordinarily high cultivation levels and intense killing intent could hope to coalesce it. Even the Iron Cavalry of the northern border, led by his father, had barely grasped it. Had the Iron Cavalry of the north fully mastered the soul of the military formation at that time, the outcome of the battle at Huangquan Valley might have been uncertain. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. How could a mere small dynasty possess an army with the soul of a military formation? As he watched the White Horse Cavalry continuously condensing their military soul, He Hong's face darkened swiftly. He could hardly believe that the army of a dynasty could actually generate a military soul. Throughout his life, despite having seen many things, even the most illustrious empires struggled to produce an army capable of birthing a military soul. The very notion of it arising in a dynasty was unheard of. Roar. A terrifying dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The entire realm trembled and countless malevolent energies converged within Zhao Yun, forming a more formidable silver dragon soul that gradually appeared behind him. Look, another dragon has emerged in the sky. Oh my, isn't that the famed general in white robes under King Xia? Many recognized Zhao Yun, who stood before the colossal silver dragon. After all, they vividly remembered how he had saved Lin Xiu with a single spear and slain Hong Lu. I never expected King Xia to possess such a trump card. It seems the outcome of this battle remains uncertain, Lin Xiu thought, feeling an overwhelming shock. This was indeed the soul of a military formation. Every general yearns for their army to condense a military soul. It is not just a symbol of honor, but a representation of strength. Gazing at the radiant Zhao Yun in the sky, Lin Xiu's resolve intensified. Perhaps King Xia was indeed a great leader. At that moment, the silver dragon and the blood-red dragon locked eyes in the sky. Without uttering a word, their sharpness was already palpable. The once blood-stained firmament was now partially dominated by the malevolent aura of the white horse cavalry, even showing signs of overwhelming it. Damn it! No matter how much I calculated, I never anticipated that Liu Yu had such a hand. He Hong's phantom glared at the silver dragon before him, gritting his teeth. He could sense that the aura of this silver dragon was sufficient to crush his blood dragon. The odds of victory in this battle were minuscule. Regardless, having invested so much effort to reach this point, I cannot retreat. He Hong's determination solidified as he frantically infused spiritual energy into the blood formation. The blood formation erupted in a crimson glow, rapidly absorbing the life force of the southern barbarian soldiers, completing the process in an instant. Tendrils of blood energy flowed into the formation, and in a flash the blood dragon's form became even more solidified. Yet there were no southern barbarian soldiers left standing on the ground. The battlefield was littered with lifeless bodies, nothing more than skin and bones. Witnessing this, many of the Donglin army soldiers couldn't bear to look. Come and fight, Zhao Yun declared coldly. Seeing this, Liu Yu waved his hand. Sound the drums for General Zhao. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums thundered to the heavens, and Zhao Yun, clad in silver armor, was bathed in the blood-red glow of the setting sun, appearing like a war god. Dragon soul, rise. He raised the dragon's spear high, letting out an enraged roar. Huh. All the soldiers of the white horse cavalry shouted in unison, and white spiritual energy began to coalesce around them. This energy surged toward Zhao Yun's body. As the white spiritual energy continued to flow in the silver dragon's phantom behind Zhao, Yun became increasingly tangible. Realizing he could not allow Zhao Yun to continue, He Hong understood that otherwise he would have no chance of victory. Blood dragon, descend upon the heavens. The blood dragon, exuding a nauseating stench, opened its massive mouth lined with fangs and let out a deafening roar. Its body swung forward, carrying an immense might toward Zhao Yun. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and the ground shook violently. Zhao Yun's eyes glinted with coldness as he gripped the dragon's spear, which gleamed like a swimming dragon emerging from the sea, radiating a chilling light. The silver dragon behind him roared and surged forward, its power overwhelming the blood dragon. The blood dragon, unwilling to back down, let out its own roar. Dragons clash in the wild. Zhao Yun shouted, and his silver spear sliced through the air like a dragon in flight, the silver spiritual energy at its tip coalescing into a white rainbow aimed at the blood dragon's vital points. The silver dragon roared freely behind him, lunging straight at the blood dragon. The silver scales shimmered with starlight, and the white dragon whiskers danced wildly in the gale, its 5 massive claws seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space, revealing a storm of spatial chaos. Zhao Yun condensed all his military soul power, charging toward He Hong. Roar. The silver dragon entwined around the blood dragon, its enormous jaws clamping down fiercely on the blood dragon's body. The blood dragon howled in anguish, wildly thrashing its tail in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet the grip of the silver dragon was unyielding, no matter how it struggled, it was futile. In the end, under the silver dragon's furious roar, it dissipated into motes of starlight. Puff! The blood dragon's vanishing affected He Hong's form, causing him to grunt as his already tenuous phantom grew fainter. This is impossible. He Hong stared in shock at Zhao Yun. At that moment, Zhao Yun's aura surged uncontrollably, clearly having broken through to the realm of divine sea. Liu Yu noticed the anomaly as well. Character Zhao Yun, courtesy, name Zilong. Race human. Level top tier general. Affiliation King Xia of the Great Liang Dynasty. Realm first level of Divine Sea. Indeed, Zhao Yun had achieved a breakthrough in this battle, reaching the Divine Sea realm. Who would have thought that he now had a powerhouse at the Divine Sea level among his ranks? With Zhao Yun on their side, even if the Black Underworld sect came knocking, they would not be without the strength to resist. Now let us enjoy this battle. Having successfully broken through, Zhao Yun's gaze grew cold as he looked upon He Hong's phantom as if it were a corpse. What is there to be proud of in defeating a mere shadow of the sect leader? When I emerge from my seclusion, it will be your time of extinction. Shut up, Zhao Yun roared, thrusting his spear violently, causing He Hong's phantom to shatter instantly. Far away, 1,000 miles away in the Black Underworld sect, within a hidden chamber, He Hong clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Clenching his fists, a resounding wave of spiritual power spread throughout the entire Black Underworld sect. All elders and disciples gather at the sect square. Voices echoed out, and the disciples of the Black Underworld sect, upon hearing the command, hurried to the square without delay. Many elders looked on with confusion, clearly unaware of the sect leader's intentions. In the chamber, He Hong, having recovered somewhat from his injuries, slowly rose. You destroyed a projection of mine, Liu Yu. Just wait. I will ensure that you and all your subordinates have no place to rest in death. As he stepped to the chamber's entrance, the terrifying might of Zhao Yun's dragon lingered in his heart, instilling a trace of fear within him. The soul of a military formation. This man is truly a genius. Even he couldn't help but praise Zhao Yun despite being his foe. What a pity that this man is Liu Yu's subordinate. Ultimately, he remains an enemy of the Black Underworld sect. In the plaza of the Black Ming sect, a sea of heads surged forward, streams of light converging from all directions towards the gathering. These were all disciples of the Black Ming sect. The various elders of the sect also hurried to the plaza, taking their respective positions. Additionally, 14 exceptionally powerful presences descended from the heavens, landing on the high platform of the plaza. Upon seeing the newcomers, all the disciples bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We greet the esteemed elders." The 14 nodded in acknowledgement, and with a wave of their sleeves returned to their seats. There were a total of 15 seats on the high platform, 7 on the left, 7 on the right, and 1 central seat crafted from pure jade. These 14 elders were ranked, with 10 of them seated beside the central figure. The 4 in the middle exuded a restrained aura that made onlookers feel as if they were gazing into the depths of an abyss. Clearly, each of these 4 had reached the level of the Divine Sea realm. The other 10 also possessed remarkable strength. Even the weakest among them had attained the 7th level of the transformation realm, with 5 reaching the pinnacle of that realm. Great Elder, is there a particular reason the sect master has summoned everyone? Inquired a female elder seated at the end, glancing toward a white-bearded elder at the front. I am uncertain. However, since the sect is on the verge of ascending to a 6th grade sect, it is likely related to that matter, the elder replied, stroking his white beard thoughtfully. This is a significant affair for us, and we must not err. Once we break through to the 6th grade sect, will we still fear the Shui sect? Scoffed a burly man. The Black Ming sect had long felt oppressed by the Shui sect, and their frustration was palpable. Elder Wu, who refrained from reckless words, "We must not alert the spies of the Shui sect," cautioned the white-bearded elder, shaking his head at Wu Hu's bravado. "Do I look like I fear them?" Wu Hu replied defiantly. This man was the 3rd among the 14 elders, and had also reached the Divine Sea realm, yet his temper was notoriously volatile. However, he spoke the truth. Once the Black Ming sect ascended to a 6th grade sect, their standing would improve significantly. The sects of the Xianxun continent were ranked from 1st to 9th grade, with the grade reflecting their strength. Higher-ranked sects enjoyed richer spiritual energy from their locations, directly influencing their development. 1st grade sects were typically weak, often established by practitioners of the Foundation or Qi gathering stages recognized by the Heavenly Tao and subsequently deemed 1st grade. Such sects usually became targets for stronger sects seeking to absorb their fortune. Indeed, for weaker sects to grow stronger, one path lay in seizing the fortunes of other forces, a rather brutal rule of the Xianxun continent. The weak could only expect to be trampled upon. 9th grade sects were referred to as holy lands. The southern region was the most barren part of the continent, and thus could only boast a 6th grade sect at its pinnacle. Among these, the Shui sect was one of them. The Black Ming sect, a 5th grade sect, had long been oppressed by the Shui sect due to their close proximity. They were an established 5th grade sect in the southern region, and their power was now surging, approaching a critical point for ascending to 6th grade status. This was no secret within the Black Ming sect. Thus, they could hardly afford to be complacent. Should the Shui sect attempt to sabotage their ascension ceremony, all would be lost. Do you think the sect master has summoned us for the purpose of preparing for the sixth great ascension? One disciple speculated. Certainly. What else could it be? Another chimed in. Indeed, not long ago the saintess left the sect reportedly following the sect master's orders to procure something for our ascension. As long as that item is found, our ascension is assured. But we've not seen the saintess return to the sect, another disciple interjected. Huh, who is the saintess? Her realm is far beyond ours. Avoiding our notice would be trivial for her. Well, you do have a point, murmured another disciple. The disciples of the Black Ming sect engaged in hushed conversations, most of them filled with excitement, aware of the advantages that ascension would bring. They eagerly anticipated the elevation of their sect, though a few held skeptical views, but they were in the minority. Suddenly, a black pillar of light shot into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura emanating from the back mountain of the Black Ming sect. All eyes turned toward it, including those of the 14 elders who rose to bow toward the black pillar. Sect Master. Salutations, Sect Master. All the disciples knelt in reverence. With a swish, a middle-aged figure appeared atop the jade chair, radiating an overwhelming presence. Wow, the sect master's realm seems to have improved considerably. Several elders thought, astonished. Rise, the sect master commanded. Thank you, sect master. The elders responded in unison. Sect Master Yu. The white-bearded elder beside He Hong furrowed his brow. While others might not feel it, he sensed the chaotic energy within He Hong, indicating serious internal injuries. He Hong raised a hand, silencing the elder. Great elder, no need for concern. It's merely that my half-step divine sea avatar was destroyed, causing some backlash. It's nothing serious. Hearing this explanation, the white-bearded elder shook his head helplessly. Since He Hong had said so, there was no need for him to pry further. Sect Master, what is your command for gathering us? Inquired a burly man standing to He Hong's left. This was the third elder, Wu Hu. Upon hearing Wu Hu's question, all eyes turned to He Hong. With a sigh, He Hong announced, the saintess is dead. These words sent shockwaves through the assembly, even causing the white-bearded elder to express surprise. After all, the saintess had been accompanied by the formidable half-step divine sea expert Sidu Zhong. How could such a tragedy occur? In the southern region, few dared to disregard the Black Ming sect's reputation, save for the most powerful factions. He Hong recounted the details of the incident to the elders. Upon hearing this, Wu Hu erupted in fury, smashing his chair into splinters. What a bold Liang Dynasty, what a brazen Liu Yu. Do they think the Black Ming sect is a soft target? His outburst sparked speculation among the disciples. Had something truly significant occurred? Sect Master, give the order, Wu Hu demanded. I shall go and eliminate Liu Yu. He is merely at the first level of the divine sea realm. I could easily overpower him. He Hong smiled slightly, pleased with the reaction. Looking at the indignant Wu Hu, he laughed heartily. Excellent. This time I shall accompany you to eliminate Liu Yu. Understood. Wu Hu responded with fervor. He Hong turned to the gathered disciples. Disciples, heed my command. All those at the foundation realm and above step forward and follow me to eradicate any forces obstructing our path to ascension. Understood. All the disciples at the foundation realm and above stepped forward, ready to follow the sect master's command. Daliang City. After dispersing the shadow of He Hong, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. The dark clouds dissipated and sunlight poured down, granting a glimmer of hope to this desolate land. Observing the countless corpses strewn across the ground, Liu Yu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. This was the stark reality of war, far exceeding anything he had previously experienced. The total number of fallen soldiers from both the Daliang defenders and the southern barbarians had reached over 300,000, completely filling the city. Uncle Shui, tally the casualties. Command the army to gather these bodies for cremation, Liu Yu ordered. Burial was out of the question. How large a pit would be needed for over 300,000 corpses? Although in this fantastical world digging a large pit was not difficult, decomposition required time and the stench would be unbearable. Cremation was the simplest solution. Understood. Xuanhuan bowed slightly to Liu Yu and turned to undertake the task. Xing Daorong and Yu Shi flanked Liu Yu, following him toward the Eastern Forest Army's encampment. The soldiers of the Eastern Forest Army felt a tremor of anxiety as Liu Yu approached, fearing that he might turn against them. They had witnessed the might of Zhao Yun and the White Horse Yizong. If Liu Yu decided to act against them, they would have no chance to resist. Among them, the only two commanders possessing the transformation realm cultivation stepped forward, steel in their resolve, and knelt on one knee before Liu Yu. Criminal Wang, Zhao Wu greets His Majesty the Summer King. They bowed their heads and presented their weapons with both hands, signifying their surrender. Their hearts raced with trepidation, for they were not only representing themselves, but also the tens of thousands of brothers who had followed them. As they knelt, all soldiers of the Eastern Forest Army dropped to their knees, awaiting Liu Yu's judgment. Character Zhao Wu. Realm 3rd layer of transformation realm. Character Wang. Realm 2nd layer of transformation realm. Looking at the two before him, Liu Yu laughed heartily and slowly raised his hand, an invisible force lifting their arms. The two commanders were momentarily taken aback. Although you began in sin, your actions have balanced the scales. I promise to keep my word and pardon your crimes. At this proclamation, the entire Eastern Forest Army fell into stunned silence. Moments later, a deafening cheer erupted with many shouting, "Long live the Summer King!" Zhao Wu and Wang Yi exchanged glances, nodding to one another. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, they knelt once more. "Your Majesty, with your benevolence and sense of justice, we are willing to serve you faithfully. We beseech you to grant us this honor." A slight smile graced Liu Yu's lips. This was the reaction he had hoped for. He could sense that Zhao Wu and Wang Yi's loyalty had reached its peak. Following suit, tens of thousands of Eastern Forest soldiers shouted in unison, "We are willing to follow the king, fighting without complaint." "Ha ha ha! Excellent!" Liu Yu exclaimed. "You all please rise. Having such warriors as you is indeed a blessing for me." His every word and action endeared him to the Eastern Forest soldiers. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Liu Yu felt a surge of joy at the sight of the Eastern Forest Army. He had long envisioned them under his command, a force capable of rivaling the famed Northern Iron Cavalry, their strength requiring no further elaboration. "Zhao Wu, how many soldiers remain in the Eastern Forest Army?" Replying to Your Majesty, "I have just counted. Including myself, there are now 65,366 soldiers left." Liu Yu nodded. This level of casualties was acceptable. He could recruit and train more men to restore the Eastern Forest Army to its full strength of 100,000. Though the might not match its zenith, it would still be formidable. It appeared that aside from the losses sustained in the battle against the Daliang defenders, their skirmish with Liu Yu had incurred little damage. After all, during their confrontation, the Eastern Forest Army had been mostly idle, thus evading significant losses. "Your Majesty, the casualty report has been compiled." Xuehu approached Liu Yu to deliver the news. "Uncle Xue, please read it." Xuehu nodded and stated softly, "In this battle, the White Horse Yizong suffered 36 losses and 530 injuries. Liu Yu was not surprised by the report, considering that most of the southern barbarian soldiers had been taken down by He Hong. It was impossible for the White Horse Yizong to suffer heavy casualties. In summary, they had achieved a resounding victory. At this moment, Zhao Yun also arrived by Liu Yu's side. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, the Eastern Forest soldiers trembled with apprehension. The renowned might of Zhao Yun still loomed large in their minds. "Zilong, I leave the Eastern Forest Army in your hands." "Rest assured, my lord." Liu Yu nodded, having complete confidence in Zhao Yun's capabilities. In his heart, Zhao Yun was the most trustworthy of generals. He was meticulous in his endeavors and highly capable. Let the White Horse Yizong and the Eastern Forest Army rest for now. Having issued his directives, Liu Yu returned once more to Daliang City. Gazing upon the city which lay in ruins, he felt a pang of sorrow. This had once been the most prosperous town of the Liang Dynasty. What stood before him now was a stark contrast to its former glory. Lin Xiu emerged with the remaining citizens, their hearts filled with reverence as they beheld Liu Yu. "We have seen the king. Please rise, my good people." Liu Yu, somewhat helpless, urged them to stand. After this, he turned to Lin Xiu and inquired, "General Lin, how many citizens remain?" Replying to Your Majesty, "There are only a little over 8,000 left." "Over 8,000? Liu Yu was taken aback. This was the imperial capital of Daliang. At its peak, the population had soared into the hundreds of thousands, yet now only a few thousand remained, hardly more than a county's worth. It was evident how ruthless the southern barbarian army had been. Daliang City is uninhabitable now. Alas! Liu Yu surveyed the desolation, realizing there was nowhere to accommodate these citizens. Surely they could not remain exposed to the elements. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, Lin Xiu stepped forward. "Your Majesty, why not proceed to Jiuan City, 50 miles east of Daliang City? It has been abandoned for over a decade. Because no one resides there, it is unlikely that the southern barbarian army would have invaded. With some repairs, it should be habitable." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yu agreed to Lin Xiu's proposal. Everyone began their migration toward Jiuan City. 50 miles was not a great distance, and soon, under the protection of the White Horse Yizong and the Eastern Forest Army, they arrived at the abandoned city. As Liu Yu gazed upon the grand yet dilapidated structures, he could not fathom why such a well-equipped place had been left to ruin. Had the Daliang Emperor lost his mind? That night in Jiuan City, Liu Yu began to sort through the spoils of war from this battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying all the southern barbarian army, gaining immense fame. Earned 1 million reputation points. Ding! Task issued. Task name: Ascend the Throne. Reward system: upgrade awarded after upgrade. What? System upgrade. System: what do you need to upgrade? replying to the host currently unknown. Seeing that he couldn't extract any information from the system, he gave up. Host Liu Yu, race human, identity king of the Great Liang Xia. Realm 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Item seal of the Great Liang Kingdom. Reputation points 1,800,000. System, how many reputation points do I need to reach the peak of the primordial realm? 1,800,000. After a moment of silence, Liu Yu's expression turned sour. Great, you've calculated everything to the last drop. Spend 500,000 to elevate me to the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Beep. 500,000 reputation points deducted. In the next moment, Liu Yu felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, as if a powerful force he had cultivated was flooding into him, transforming his meridians. Peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Host Liu Yu, race human, identity king of the Great Liang Xia. Realm peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Item seal of the Great Liang Kingdom. Reputation points 1,300,000. Losing 500,000 points stung Liu Yu's heart. Well, it's done. With over 1,300,000 left, it was time to make further improvements and strengthen his foundation. System summoned 5 civil officials. Beep. 500,000 reputation points deducted. Summoning in progress. Please wait. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the first of the Great Zhuge, the unparalleled civil official Wang Ming. Liu Yu, who had been feeling drowsy, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Who? Wang Ming. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. It really was Wang Ming. This was a great talent. It could be said that Fu Jian would never have unified the north without Wang Ming's assistance. He quelled Li Yin, defeated the former, Yin stabilized the chaos of the 5 states, promoted agriculture and education, improved ethnic relations, and strengthened the former Qin to ultimately unify the north. After Wang Ming's death, Fu Jian disregarded his last words, insisted on a southern campaign, and attacked the eastern Jin. In the end, he suffered a disastrous defeat at the Battle of Feishui, leading to his demise at the hands of Yao Chang. His death also caused the north to fragment once more. This illustrates how powerful Wang Ming was. He was nearly omnipotent, leading troops into battle, governing state affairs, improving the livelihood of the people, and more. A beam of light flashed, and a tall, handsome, middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor slowly stepped forward. I, Wang Ming, pay my respects to the Lord. Ha, no need for formalities, Jing Liu. As Liu Yu looked at Wang Ming, his satisfaction grew. Host Wang Ming, courtesy name Jing Liu. Race human. Level unparalleled civil official. Realm 1st layer of the Divine Sea realm. P.S. a man of both literature and martial prowess, master of myriad affairs, a great minister of the world. Liu Yu could hardly contain his smile. Not only could Wang Ming assist him with state affairs, but he was also a formidable force in the Divine Sea realm. The next 4 summons did not yield such fortune. However, at least he managed to summon something which was better than nothing. Unfortunately, the figures he summoned were all mediocre, third-rate civil officials. He hadn't even heard their names. Yet they were all at the peak of the primordial realm, more than capable of governing a county. Furthermore, they also brought some combat strength. Looking at these 4, Liu Yu decided it was time to pause. It seemed that summoning Wang Ming had drained his luck for the day. He had planned to continue summoning military generals, but perhaps he should wait a few days. Soon Liu Yu arranged for his subordinates to find accommodations for Wang Ming and the others. The next day, Liu Yu rose early. Although the invasion of the southern barbarians had been quelled, the Great Liang was still being continuously eroded by nearby forces. Now they had lost nearly half of their territory. Of the remaining half was in the northern region, so one can imagine how chaotic the Great Liang had become. Xuanhuan City, the Lord's Manor. In the conference hall, all the high-ranking officials had gathered there. On one side were Lin Xiu from the remnants of the Great Liang army, Zhao Wu and Wang Yi from the Eastern Forest Army. The rest included Liu Yu's own subordinates like Zhao Yun, Xuanhuan, and Xing Daro. And then there was Wang Ming. Lin Xiu and Zhao Wu did not recognize this unfamiliar figure, and naturally Xuanhuan was also unaware. But he had grown used to such situations and was not overly surprised. Your Highness. As Liu Yu entered the hall, everyone bowed in greeting. Please, no formalities. Liu Yu raised his hand slowly and strode confidently to the main seat. Has Xun Yu been notified? Command him to come to Xuanhuan City quickly. Xuanhuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. I notified Lord Sun yesterday. Given his strength, it won't take long for him to arrive from Baiyuan City. He should be close now. Liu Yu nodded. Such matters still required Sun Yu's expertise. Although he had Wang Ming, he currently had more pressing tasks for him. By the way, Your Highness, since the news of your victory over the southern barbarian army spread, many displaced citizens have gradually returned to Xuanhuan City. The population within the city has now surpassed 20,000, and many more are still arriving. Hearing this news, Liu Yu was somewhat surprised. But it's good to have them back. At least Zhuan City won't feel like a ghost town. Yesterday, Liu Yu also took a general tour of Zhuan City. Though it could not compare to Liang City and Baiyuan City at present, it was still a large city. It could accommodate over 100,000 people. My lord, Yushi rushed in from outside in a hurry. General Yu, what is it? My lord, I found this while searching the Great Liang Palace in a hidden compartment of one of the palaces. Saying this, she handed a parchment scroll to Liu Yu. Upon seeing the familiar scroll, Liu Yu immediately recalled. He quickly opened the scroll, and it indeed contained the same content as the one Xun Yu had given him. Moreover, this one bore the essence of the Great Liang Emperor, which was enough to validate it. Lin Xiu and the others looked at Liu Yu, who was now furious in confusion. Seeing their expressions, Liu Yu directly threw the parchment scroll to Lin Xiu. Curious, Lin Xiu took a look, then his expression shifted dramatically. This. The king of the north was actually assassinated by someone sent by the Emperor of Liang. As Lin Xiu's voice fell, Zhao Wu and the others were equally bewildered. Most importantly, the scroll bore the Great Liang Emperor's own signature. The residual essence could not be mistaken. Wang Ming glanced at the several of them and stepped forward. My lord, with the Great Liang royal family utterly destroyed and the people's hearts lost, the fate of the Great Liang is doomed. You rose in the northern region wielding your sword to pacify the chaos, vanquishing the barbarians to the north and resisting the southern barbarians to the south. In just a few months, you restored the fragmented Great Liang to unity. This is not merely human effort, but a mandate from heaven. As they say, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day. Now that the sea is calm and the rivers are tranquil, the people are returning to their homes. It is truly a matter of divine will and the people's expectation. May you, my lord, ascend to the throne and establish a foundation for eternity. Wang Ming's impassioned words left everyone present in a state of shock. But soon some began to react. This lord speaks wisely. Lin Xiu clasped his hands in respect and quickly stood up to continue. The prince possesses both virtue and talent. The current De Liang has decayed and perished. This land requires a new emperor. It is evident that the prince is the most suitable candidate. Zhao Wu and Wang Yi also stepped forward, echoing Lin Xiu's sentiments. Alas, you all. Liu Yu looked helplessly at the crowd, not immediately acquiescing. Xing Daorong chuckled. My lord, you should ascend the throne. I too believe what they say is true. My lord is indeed the choice of the people. Yes. Yushi nodded vigorously. Furthermore, we have already occupied this land. We cannot proceed without a legitimate claim. Seeing everyone persuading him, Liu Yu's numerous refusals were to no avail. My lord, I too believe the assembled crowd speaks rightly. A figure slowly stepped into the assembly hall. It was Xun Yu. After an unceasing journey, he had finally arrived at Zhuan City, just in time to hear these words as he was about to meet Liu Yu. Wenrua, how could you? My lord, the world is weary and beleaguered. Although the northern borders are prosperous, the people here are also of our northern kin. Only by having my lord declare himself emperor can we effectively issue decrees across the provinces and bring hope to these displaced citizens. This is the optimal moment to ascend the throne. Once Xun Yu finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Zhao Yun and Xing Daorong. Instantly, they understood and promptly knelt before Liu Yu, exclaiming, We beseech the prince to assume the position of the 9-5. Xing Daorong and Yushi were even more dramatic, shouting from their places, We bow to your majesty. Liu Yu's lips twitched. You truly are. Cough, cough. Maintaining a facade of embarrassment, he waved his hand at the crowd. Enough? Prepare for the coronation. We shall choose a day for the ascent. Upon hearing this, the ministers rejoiced. They all took their leave to prepare for the coronation. Uncle Xue, who was about to depart, paused and turned, bowing slightly. What is your command, my lord? Uncle Xue, lead 10,000 white horse Isung to quell the scattered rebellions. At the same time, notify the surrounding kingdoms to return the territory they have encroached upon, otherwise they will taste the edge of my army's blade. Understood, Xue exclaimed, striding away. Watching Xue Hu's departing figure, Liu Yu felt no concern. At this moment, Xue, who had followed him through numerous battles, breaking through his own limits, and had reached the pinnacle of the Taichu realm. As long as he did not encounter a formidable adversary in the transformation realm, quelling these scattered rebellions would be relatively effortless. However, to be safe, Liu Yu instructed Yushi and Wang Yi to accompany him. When Ruo let the northern borders develop normally, Zhuan City still requires your presence. Xun Yu clasped his hands. I will not fail you. Liu Yu nodded slightly, then turned to Wang Ming, saying to the two, Since we are preparing for the coronation, what location and time do you think is best for the imperial capital? Although Baiyuan City was his stronghold, it was quite distant and the climatic conditions were not favorable. As for Liangqing, it had already become a ruin and would be impossible to restore in a short time. Wang Ming smiled lightly. Is this not the best choice? Xun Yu also nodded. Indeed, Zhuan City is the optimal selection. This place is suffused with dragon energy, both when Ruo and I sense a remarkably rich spiritual vein beneath the surface, albeit it is trapped and unable to flow outward. Moreover, the surrounding mountains make it impossible for large armies to approach, and a long river flows through the city. Truly an exceptional location. Precisely, if we carefully cultivate this place for 3 to 5 years, we could certainly transform it into an imperial capital far more splendid than the former Liang city. Listening to Xun Yu and Wang Ming's analysis, Liu Yu nodded. If that is the case, then let this place be designated as the imperial capital. However, since we wish to regard it as the imperial capital, the name Zhuan must be changed. It shall be named Chang'an, the meaning being long-term peace and stability. Upon hearing this, both men understood the significance of the city's name and nodded in agreement. Although their memories had been partially altered, they still remembered much from their past lives, especially the name Chang'an, which resonated deeply with them. Whether in the Western Han or Tang dynasties, Chang'an served as a central hub for politics, economy, and culture, holding immense significance. Although they did not know much about the Tang dynasty, the name of Han Chang'an was already ingrained in their minds. Since there is no dissent, the name is settled. Jinglu, since Chang'an City is designated as the imperial capital, it must reflect the grandeur of an imperial city. The task of restoring Chang'an shall be entrusted to you. Wang Ming clasped his hands. Understood. All right, everyone may leave. Choose an auspicious day for the coronation. Yes. The two withdrew, leaving Liu Yu alone in the grand hall. Meanwhile, in the southern barbarian dynasty, Liyun City, within the royal palace. Speak if you have matters, if not, withdraw. The eunuch's voice echoed throughout the palace hall. Upon the dragon throne sat a child of approximately 8 years, trembling with fear. Next to him, a beautiful woman surveyed the ministers with an air of authority, causing none below to dare lift their heads. Report. To the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, grave news. A panicked shout came from outside the hall as a frantic messenger stumbled in. His expression was frantic, his helmet askew, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. The 20,000 troops dispatched to conquer the Liang Dynasty have been completely annihilated. General Hong Lu has died in battle with no remains to be found. Clatter. The jade Rui, the woman was toying with, fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. She abruptly stood, her voice quaking. What are you saying? Our southern barbarian dynasty has a formidable army of 20,000 bolstered by the Black Underworld sect. How could they all perish? The civil and military officials were also stunned by this shocking news. To contend with a frail Liang dynasty, they had lost 20,000 troops. Even their military's second-in-command Hong Lu had been left in Liang, which was a devastating loss for the southern barbarian dynasty. Come. A squad of soldiers entered the hall. This person spreads falsehoods. Take him away and execute him. Upon hearing this, the messenger was struck with panic, hastily kneeling and pleading, Empress Dowager, spare me. Empress Dowager, please. I swear every word is true. I dare not utter a single falsehood. Empress Dowager. Your Majesty. The young emperor sitting on the dragon throne trembled at the scene, not daring to hope for rescue. No matter how he pleaded for mercy, it was of no avail. The soldiers quickly seized him and dragged him away. Witnessing this, the ministers fell silent. None dared to voice dissent at this moment. Stop! A sharp shout echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing that familiar voice, many civil and military officials felt a flicker of hope. Xuanhuan, do not take liberties. A towering figure appeared outside the grand hall, his imposing gaze fixed on Xuanhuan, who sat fearlessly upon her high seat. He strode into the hall with purpose, locking eyes with her, and an invisible tension filled the air. The emperor on the dragon throne looked upon this man with delight. Uncle, he exclaimed, rising slightly, only to be pressed down by Xuanhuan. Wu, why have you come to the imperial city instead of tending to your fief? Xuanhuan's expression darkened as she glared at the man before her. If I had stayed away any longer, the southern barbarians would surely be doomed under your reign. Wu retorted boldly, pointing a finger at Xuanhuan without any trace of respect. Unlike the weak officials in the court, he was the eternal king of the southern barbarian army, wielding 1/3 of their military power. He was also the younger brother of the late emperor, sharing the same bloodline and rightful claim to the throne of the southern barbarian dynasty. Had it not been for the late emperor's edict designating his son Mu as the successor, Wu would have been the emperor by now. Given the circumstances at that time, the young crown prince Mu was too immature and incapable to handle the responsibilities of the throne. In contrast, Mu Rongwu was exceptionally talented and had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm before the late emperor passed away. Therefore, he was undoubtedly the most suitable heir to the southern barbarian throne. Nonetheless, Mu Rongwu held great respect for his elder brother and harbored no ambitions for the throne, choosing instead to support his nephew in ascending to power, earning him the reputation of a wise king throughout the southern barbarians. As Xuanhuan glared down at Mu Rongwu from her throne, her heart brimmed with murderous intent. Yet she knew deep down that she could not eliminate him, nor could she easily undermine his influence. His power was widely distributed across the southern barbarian dynasty, and if she wished to maintain her grip on the court, she needed his support. Should he die, chaos would surely ensue. What? Has the southern barbarian court become your one-man show? Mu Rongwu's voice resonated with indignation as he watched Xuanhuan suppress Mu Rongcheng. You need not worry about such matters, Eternal King, she replied coolly. We have known each other for quite some time, and I have just one question. Speak then. I have heard that before the army set out you promised the Heiming sect that should the need arise they could dispose of the lives of our 20,000 soldiers at will. Is this true? Gasps echoed through the court at her bold declaration. Who in their right mind would gamble the lives of 20,000 troops on a stranger? Everyone turned their gaze toward Xuanhuan, who, knowing she had no retort, declared outright, what if it is? As long as we obtain what we desire from the southern barbarians, that is all that matters. If we succeed in conquering the great Liang Dynasty with its vast population, I could easily return 50,000 troops to the southern barbarians. Such foolishness. Mu Rongwu erupted in fury, nearly drawing his sword to strike her down. Do you even comprehend the implications of your actions? Who in the future would dare to serve the southern barbarians under such a tyrant? One day this dynasty will fall because of people like you. With that, he pointed an accusatory finger at Xuanhuan, turned on his heel, and strode out of the hall. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth in anger. Every time Mu Rongwu returned to the court, he would chastise her, and this time was no different. He showed her no respect at all. This man had walked a path toward his demise. She surveyed the silent courtiers around her and coldly commanded, dismissed. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned and made her way to the inner palace. Mother! The young emperor, Mu Rongcheng, hesitated, watching Xuanhuan's retreating figure. The civil and military officials exchanged glances before silently leaving the palace. A few, however, looked contemplatively at the dragon throne, but they all collectively headed to the Eternal King's residence for a visit. In her chamber, Xuanhuan could no longer contain her rage. Cursed Mu Rongwu. She fumed, recalling the earlier events in the court. How dare he deny her any semblance of face? As the one wielding power in the southern barbarians, how was she to stand among the officials? Your Highness, please calm yourself. I noticed many officials have gone to visit the Eternal King. A maid gently pressed Xuanhuan's shoulders, her voice low. Xuanhuan's brows furrowed, her voice icy. Withdraw all our spies around the Eternal King's residence. Your Highness, YA. The maid was puzzled. Hadn't Xuanhuan previously ordered her to plant trustworthy individuals disguised as commoners to monitor the Eternal King's activities? Do you think Mu Rongwu is a fool, as she snapped? When he was absent, monitoring was inconsequential. Now that he has returned, do you think your people can deceive him? The maid fell silent, bowing her head as she continued to massage Xuanhuan's shoulders, unaware of the icy glint in her mistress' eyes. Mu Rongwu, just wait. I will ensure you serve me willingly. At the Eternal King's residence, Mu Rongwu was still seething with anger as he returned. Upon entering, his wife approached to tidy his attire, softly inquiring, My lord, what has happened? That which Xuanhuan, he spat, gritting his teeth. I would like nothing more than to flay her alive. His heart ached at the thought. The once prosperous southern barbarians were on a downward spiral under this sorceress rule. If it did not change course soon, he feared the consequences. He dared not dwell further on the matter. My lord, the chancellor and several dignitaries have come to pay their respects, a servant announced from behind him. Let them in, Mu Rongwu instructed. And take them to the council hall. I will meet them there. He was no fool. He understood why these officials sought him out. Today he would clarify everything without reservation. The Eternal King's wife, knowing the ensuing discussion was beyond her ears, respectfully retreated to the back courtyard. In the council hall, Mu Rongwu sat in the main seat, his expression grim as he toyed with a jade ring, occasionally raising an eyebrow as thoughts swirled in his mind. Soon a group of civil and military officials entered the hall. We pay our respects to the Eternal King. Rise, everyone, and take your seats. Mu Rongwu gestured with a wave of his hand. He observed the more than 10 officials gathered before him, 5 of whom held high ranks: Chancellor Liu Ing, General Li Kai, the Minister of Revenue, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, and the Minister of Personnel. Once everyone was seated, the hall fell into a heavy silence. Finally, it was the Chancellor Liu Yu who broke the stillness. He bowed slightly to Mu Rongwu and said, "Please, Your Highness, restore clarity to the southern barbarians." With Prime Minister Liu Yu taking the lead, the entire meeting hall quickly descended into chaos. Many ministers began to persuade Mu Rongwu. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward, clasping his hands and declaring, "Today, I too shall speak my mind. Your Highness, please forgive this old minister for being blunt. At present, this wicked empress holds sway over the court, relying on the backing of the Black Underworld sect. She undermines His Majesty, disregards loyal counsel, and listens only to slanderous words, leading our southern barbarians into hardship and chaos. The common people suffer greatly, all hoping for a wise ruler to save them. With Your Highness' prestige and wisdom, if you were to raise your voice, a multitude of loyal and righteous men would respond, restoring peace and prosperity to our southern barbarians." Mu Rongwu furrowed his brow, tightly gripping the jade ring in his hand. After struggling for a moment, he released it with a weary sigh. It is not that this king does not wish to act, but the Black Underworld sect is too powerful. He was no fool. He had already contemplated this matter. The strength of the Black Underworld sect was unmatched by their southern barbarian dynasty. The strongest among them barely reached the half-step Divine Sea realm, while the Black Underworld sect had genuine fifth-rank sect status. They had more Divine Sea realm experts than he could count on his fingers. At that moment, General Li Kai of the Southern Barbarian Dynasty stepped forward, his expression somewhat agitated. "Your Highness, surely you do not wish to see the fate of the Southern Barbarian nation fall into the hands of this woman. What if the Black Underworld sect is powerful? They are constrained by the Shishui sect and cannot possibly send Divine Sea realm experts to deal with us." Upon hearing this, Mu Rongwu rose and began pacing back and forth. If he truly chose rebellion, he could never face the guilt he held towards his elder brother. "If it truly comes to that, will you not bear the eternal infamy alongside this king? Your Highness, this old minister understands your concerns." It was still Prime Minister Liu Yu who saw through Mu Rongwu's inner turmoil. "It is because of the late emperor, isn't it?" As these words fell, all the ministers turned their gaze to Mu Rongwu. After a moment of silence, Mu Rongwu nodded silently. Prime Minister Liu Yu hurriedly continued, "We all know of the late emperor's wisdom, and it is indeed suspicious that he passed away suddenly in the prime of his life. Moreover, how could a wise emperor allow a woman to govern? The late emperor was well aware of the prince's timid nature and would never have allowed him to ascend the throne. At that time, no one in the realm doubted that the rightful heir was you, yet somehow it was not. Even the common people can see this clearly. I do not believe the late emperor was ignorant. In fact, I suspect someone tampered with the imperial edict back then." Gasps of shock rippled through the ministers as they looked at Liu Yu. "Prime Minister, you truly dare to speak such words?" Many had harbored doubts about this matter, but none had the courage to voice them, especially since the one on the throne now was Mu Rongcheng, not Mu Rongwu. To speak such words was akin to courting death. Mu Rongwu remained silent. He did not immediately reprimand Liu Yu. Seeing that Mu Rongwu was still unmoved, Liu Yu fanned the flames. "I implore Your Highness to protect the safety of our southern barbarians." Mu Rongwu clenched his teeth, feeling a flicker of resolve within. Liu Yu continued, "Your Highness, the late emperor would not blame you. On the contrary, if the southern barbarian nation is ruined because of this, I believe the late emperor in the heavens would be furious with you for not taking action." Liu Ying's fervent outburst completely roused Mu Rongwu from his stupor. He crushed the jade ring in his palm, and his gaze grew increasingly resolute. "Very well. This king agrees. Since you all stand united with me, let us take a bold step together. Prepare yourselves. Anyone who leaks this matter shall face the law." The ministers, led by Prime Minister Liu Yu, rejoiced and bowed, exclaiming, "We are willing to follow Your Highness' command." Excitement and anticipation sparkled in the eyes of the ministers. In contrast to the swirling tides within the southern barbarian court, Liu Yu was meticulously preparing for his ascension to the throne. A few days later in Chang'an City, under Wang Meng's careful planning, Chang'an City had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although it still could not compare to Baiyuan City, it was not far behind. Most importantly, the population of Chang'an City had now surpassed 100,000. Do not underestimate this figure. Just days prior, when Liu Yu and his companions had taken control of Chang'an City, the population had barely reached 10,000. Of course, this number did not include the military, but only the civilian population. Previously, Chang'an City was merely a small county town limited in its capacity to a few tens of thousands. Now Wang Meng could only order the expansion of Chang'an City. Thus, the expansion project was currently underway in earnest. At the Lord's Manor, Liu Yu was practicing spear techniques under Zhao Yun's guidance. With Zhao Yun a master of spear techniques at the Divine Sea realm, as his mentor, Liu Yu made rapid progress. "Host Liu Yu, Race human. Identity king of Xia. Realm first layer of Taichu realm. Item seal of the Great Liang Kingdom. Reputation points 1,500,000. Indeed, he had officially broken through to the Taichu realm, finally entering the ranks of the powerful. My lord, Miss Linger has departed. Xun Yu walked in slowly, handing Liu Yu a letter written by Li Zhong. Upon examining the letter, Liu Yu realized it was not penned by Li Zhong, but by Dongfang Ling. It stated that the Shishui sect urgently summoned her back, as the Black Underworld sect seemed to be preparing for some large-scale action. The sect leader had taken a group of disciples away from the Black Underworld sect's headquarters. The Black Underworld sect. Could they be coming for me? Liu Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not only had he killed the Black Underworld sect saintess and their young master, but he had also slain a half-step divine sea realm expert. He and the Black Underworld sect had long since reached an irreconcilable state. Without needing to think, he knew where the Black Underworld sect's destination lay. To be on the safe side, he needed to summon a couple of powerful warriors. Liu Yu turned to Zhao Yun and said, Zilong, go and organize the White Horse Yitzong. It seems a battle will soon be upon us. Zhao Yun's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands, replying, understood. After issuing orders to Zhao Yun, Liu Yu turned to Xun Yu and softly inquired, Wenruo, has the entire territory of the Great Liang Dynasty been reclaimed? Xun Yu bowed and replied, General Shui, who leading the White Horse Yitzong, has been making rapid progress, and with General Shaoqing from Huangzhou joining forces, the two armies have advanced unimpeded. The territory of Great Liang is now entirely under our control. However, at this point Xun Yu hesitated. What is it? The territory is now too vast. We simply cannot spare enough troops from the north to garrison every region. Liu Yu nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. This can be resolved, though I will think of a solution when the time comes. After discussing matters with Xun Yu, he too took his leave. After Xun Yu departed, Liu Yu gazed thoughtfully at the 1,500,000 prestige points on his account. With armies needed to guard various regions, and the Black Ming sect looming with an uncertain attack, he realized that this amount was woefully insufficient. Enough of this system. Spend 1 million prestige points to summon troops. Ding. 1 million prestige points deducted. Summoning in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. 7 successful summons, 3 failures. Liu Yu's anxious heart finally relaxed. 7 successful summons were quite a notable achievement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a third-rate troop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a third-rate troop. After a while, Liu Yu looked at the 6 ordinary soldiers that had arrived, his lips twitching in disappointment. Surely they couldn't possibly refuse to grant him a single troop of unique quality. With only one chance left, his heart raced. Come on, just one. He repeated this mantra in his mind, watching powerful troops slide past him, feeling increasingly uneasy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a top-tier troop, Bingzhou Wolf Riders. Huh. I just knew my luck couldn't be that bad. The Bingzhou Wolf Riders under Liu Bu's command are undoubtedly an elite cavalry unit. Under Liu Bu's leadership, they have fought numerous battles, establishing a reputation as a formidable light cavalry corps with outstanding assault capabilities. Of course, compared to the Bingzhou Wolf Riders, Liu Yu was even more intrigued by another army under Liu Bu's command, the Xianjin camp, led by Gao Shan. This indomitable force had long been the object of his envy. Liu Yu shook his head, realizing he shouldn't aim too high. He would inevitably acquire the Xianjin camp in due time. Troop Bingzhou Wolf Riders. Race human. Level top-tier troop. Category light cavalry. Realm Qi condensation stage, first level. Number 50,000. Exact number uncertain. Very well, another impressive army. Liu Yu planned to deploy the Bingzhou Wolf Riders in a valley 50 miles outside Chang'an, serving as one of his trump cards. With a total of 6 troops amounting to 180,000 ordinary soldiers, Liu Yu intended to disperse them across various counties. These soldiers would be utterly loyal to him. Not only could they protect the region, but they could also supervise local officials in their governance, achieving a perfect balance. In contrast to the Bingzhou Wolf Riders, who would remain hidden in the valley for covert training, the sudden appearance of 180,000 troops would undoubtedly alert many factions. After all, the presence of millions of troops without reason would raise suspicion even among fools. System, can we scatter these 180,000 people and let them travel as refugees to various counties? Easy peasy. Upon receiving the system's reply, Liu Yu finally felt at ease. At that point, he would send people to traverse the counties, collectively recruiting soldiers. These troops would only need to check in. This plan would help him evade the eyes of major factions. Your Highness, General Shui, who has returned. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Liu Yu smiled faintly. It seemed that Uncle Shui could not remain idle. Soon he found Xuanhuan and entrusted him with the recruitment task. Upon receiving the mission, Xuanhuan did not harbor any resentment, rather he was quite elated. In his heart, being entrusted with such an important role was a tremendous favor from Liu Yu. Uncle Xuanhuan, I must trouble you again. Your Highness, it's no trouble at all. I used to hide within Baiyuan City and couldn't venture out. Now being given the task to travel around makes me quite happy. Though he didn't understand why Liu Yu needed him for recruitment. After all, Liu Yu could accomplish it with a mere command. He trusted Liu Yu's judgment. By the way, Uncle Xuanhuan, the recruits should possess some martial prowess. Do not recruit ordinary citizens. I understand. Watching Xuanhuan depart, Liu Yu silently vowed to elevate Xuanhuan's realm through whatever means necessary, even if it meant piling up elixirs. After handling various matters, Liu Yu turned his gaze to the remaining 500,000 prestige points. He was determined to summon a powerful general with these points. System: summon a war general with all my remaining prestige points. Ding. 50,000 prestige points deducted. Summoning in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn from the Three Kingdoms realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a third-rate General Xun Yu. What? A well-known general from Hegemony Xun Yu. While his military achievements are decent compared to Yu Shi, the fact that he could withstand 5 exchanges with Liu Bu speaks volumes. Character: Xun Yu. Race: human. Level: third-rate general. Faction: Summer Royal House. Realm: transforming spirit. Stage: 6th level. Indeed, compared to Yu Shi, Xun Yu somewhat deserves the title of famous general. The first draw was a surprise. Oh, what could the next 4 yield? Ding. Draw failed. Ding. Draw failed. This is what we call a surprise. Liu Yu was at a loss for words. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn from the Spring and Autumn Warring States realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a first-rate General Pangwan. Old General Pangwan. Liu Yu was filled with delight. When discussing age defiance, most people would immediately recall the phrase, Lian Per is old, but can he still eat? Another renowned general of Zhao aside from the elderly Lian Pa is Pang, one who burst onto the scene late in life, proving that greatness can indeed blossom with time. Originally a figure from the era of Zhao Wuling Wang, he lived well into the reign of Zhao Xiang, effectively becoming a living relic of the Warring States period. Later he commanded troops even at the age of over 80, leading them to victory over the Yin army and capturing their general Zhu Exine. This battle not only bolstered Zhao's reputation, but also enabled him to unite the 5 states against Qin. However, Pang Wan faced numerous defeats afterward, making his fame somewhat muted, justifiably earning him the title of first-rate general. Character: Pang Wan. Race: human. Level: first-rate general. Faction: Summer Royal House. Realm: divine. C stage, 1st level. Divine C stage. Excellent, another ace up my sleeve. As the portal opened, 2 figures slowly emerged. One was a burly man, his gaze resolute, with a mane of white hair and a beard that had turned gray. Clad in armor and bearing a long sword at his waist, he exuded a calm and confident aura. This was Pang Wan. The other figure was similarly tall and robust, with a fierce demeanor that bespoke strength. This was Xun Yu. I, your subordinate, pay my respects to the Lord. After stepping through the portal, both men knelt before Liu Yu, bowing deeply. Ha, General Pang, General Fong, there's no need for such formality. Liu Yu stepped forward to raise them up, pleasantly surprised that this time the system had not let him down. With 5 opportunities, 2 powerful generals had emerged, leaving one last chance. He wondered what it would bring. He sought not extravagance, just a Lu Fengxian would suffice. The prince was never greedy. As he gazed upon his final opportunity, Liu Yu felt no anxiety within. With Pang Huan by his side, this lottery had already reached a level of perfection. Currently, he commanded 4 formidable experts of the Divine Sea realm, Zhao Yun, Wang Meng, Pang Huan, and the steadfast Li Mu, who was stationed at the northern town gate. Indeed, news had recently arrived that Li Mu had successfully broken through to the Divine Sea realm, officially becoming Liu Yu's 3rd Divine Sea expert following Pang Huan's later induction. With such a powerful assembly, they lacked none of the high-level combat strength needed. As long as the Black Ming sect did not mobilize their entire force, Liu Yu felt confident in his ability to contend with them. He might even inflict some losses on the Black Ming sect. Thus, even if this opportunity were to end in failure, it would not be of great consequence. Yet having a successful outcome was undoubtedly the best scenario. Liu Yu watched as a particular dimension slipped past him, feeling a twinge of nervousness in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the Han Dynasty's 3 Kingdoms dimension. Another 3 Kingdoms. System: how much do you adore the 3 Kingdoms? The system fell silent. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned the top-tier General Zhang Liao. What? Zhang Liao, Zhang Yuan. Wasn't he the beloved of both my brothers Zhou Yu and Ta Dan? Zhang Liang was one of only 2 chosen from the Chao Wei faction to be entered into the Hall of Warriors. He had cut down the Huns at White Wolf Mountain and achieved a monumental victory against the 10,000 at Xiaoyao Crossing. Even in his later years battling illness, he commanded his troops to decisively defeat Eastern Wus Lu Fan. Not to mention, he had quelled numerous rebellions across the realm in his younger days, accumulating countless glorious achievements that elevated him to the Hall of Warriors. Your humble servant Zhang Liang pays respects to the Lord. Liao wishes to follow the Lord into battle across the seas, facing fire and water without hesitation. Seeing the youthful visage of Zhang Liang before him, Liu Yu hurriedly stepped forward to assist him up. When Yuan, there's no need for such formalities. The more he looked at Zhang Liang, the more Liu Yu felt satisfied. The sharpness in his eyes was undeniable. Character Zhang Liang. Courtesy, name Wen Yuan. Race human. Level top tier general. Affiliation Summer King's office. Realm 5th layer of Divine Sea. Incredible. He had reached the 5th layer of Divine Sea. It seemed that as Liu Yu's strength grew, the generals summoned thereafter would also be of higher caliber. Indeed, a 5th layer of Divine Sea was a trump card of nuclear proportions. If the Black Ming sect dared to strike against him, they would soon taste the bitter fruit of their actions. Looking at the prestige points that had reset to 0, Liu Yu could hardly contain his delight. Spending 150,000 prestige points had truly been worthwhile. In the days that followed, Liu Yu immersed himself in the construction of Chang'an City. To aid in its development, he enlisted the idle soldiers of the White Horse Isong. With the assistance of these Qi condensation realm warriors, Chang'an expanded to more than 3 times its original size. The population reached an impressive 500,000, no longer resembling a mere small county. The main thoroughfare Zhuge Street was broad and straight, like a colossal dragon coursing through the north and south, leading directly to the imperial palace. Naturally, as the imperial capital, the palace was indispensable. Liu Yu provided the architectural blueprints for the Han Dynasty Palace to Wang Ming, who was well acquainted with the former palace of Chang'an, and quickly ordered its construction to begin. However, due to ongoing work, Liu Yu conducted state affairs from the former residence of the Chang'an City Lord. Within the City Lord's office, Liu Yu perused the petitions sent from various regions, feeling overwhelmed. Wenruo, how is the planning for the coronation ceremony coming along? Although he had not yet officially ascended as emperor, the various states of the former Liang Dynasty were already sending their petitions to Chang'an nominally under Liu Yu's jurisdiction. Beside him, Xun Yu, who was assisting with the petition, spoke softly, replying to the Lord, I conferred with brother Jinglu, and we have settled on a date for 1 month from now. By then the palace should be adequately prepared. Since Xun Yu and Wang Ming had met, they had hit it off remarkably well. Both were intelligent individuals who communicated without the need for riddles, quickly understanding each other's intentions. It was under the guidance of these 2 clever men that Chang'an developed at such a remarkable pace. Of course, Liu Yu's innovative ideas contributed significantly. He implemented knowledge from his past life that proved to be highly effective in this world. Lord, Zilong has detected several terrifying presences rapidly approaching Chang'an. Xing Daorong bellowed as he rushed into the City Lord's office, panting heavily. Liu Yu and Xun Yu exchanged glances and rose to step outside the office. General Xing, what is the matter that has you so flustered? Xun Yu inquired, gently observing the breathless Xing Daorong. Zilong and Wen Yuan were training the soldiers when they suddenly sensed many powerful auras racing toward Chang'an. These auras are filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing Xing Daorong's words, Liu Yu's heart sank. It was undoubtedly the Black Ming sect's people arriving. Haha, let us go and greet these guests, Liu Yu declared, leading Xun Yu and Xing Daorong toward the outskirts of Chang'an. If a battle were to erupt, he naturally wanted to distance himself from the city. The last thing he wished for was for the newly constructed Chang'an to be destroyed. Look, is that the Summer King? It truly is the Summer King, but what could he be doing? Unclear, but judging by the seriousness on his face, it seems another war is about to break out. The citizens of Chang'an looked upon Liu Yu with admiration. Without him, many of them would still be wandering aimlessly. However, a sense of unease filled the hearts of some. They worried for Liu Yu's safety. Outside the city at the White Horse Isong encampment, Lord. Upon seeing Liu Yu's arrival, Zhao Yu and Zhang Liang and the other generals quickly bowed in greeting. There is no need for such formalities, Liu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Zilong Wen Yuan, what is the situation? Zhao Yun and Zhang Liang exchanged glances. Eventually Zhang Liang stepped forward to explain, my lord Liang and Zilong. Liu Yu, you little brat. Before Zhang Liang could finish his sentence, a furious roar resounded from the sky. Thunder rumbled as a swarm of dark figures sped toward Chang'an. Liu Yu focused his gaze, and the leading figure was none other than the spectral form that had battled Zhao Yun earlier. The leader of the Black Ming sect, He Hong. Accompanying him were two other formidable presences unmistakably experts of the Divine Sea realm. The fact that He Hong led 3 Divine Sea experts himself was a testament to his serious regard for Liu Yu. White Horse Isong, heed my command. Here, 30,000 White Horse Isong soldiers shouted in unison, their formidable aura shaking the heavens. Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, heed my command. I am here. The two clasped their fists in respect to Liu Yu. Where is Pang Huan? I am here. A streak of light shot out from Chang'an and landed before Liu Yu. It was the elderly Pang Huan with white hair and an aged appearance. Despite his age, his spirit remained unyielding, a testament to his enduring vigor. Wenrua Jinglu, I entrust Chang'an City and its people to you. Liu Yu placed a heavy hand on Xun Yu and Wang Meng's shoulders. I will not fail my duty. They replied, bowing deeply. Liu Yu nodded with a smile before turning to Zhao Yun and the others, shouting, the rest of you follow me to confront the enemy. With that, he soared into the air, followed closely by Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, and Pang Huan. Heaven and earth trembled, dark clouds rolled, and an intense sense of oppression surged forth. Powerful auras rushed from the distance, converging on Liu Yu and his companions. The two great forces faced each other, their energies unyielding, causing the very fabric of space to warp. This terrifying scene sent the citizens of Chang'an City scurrying back into their homes, though many remained transfixed by the figures of Liu Yu and his companions in the sky. Most understood that a formidable enemy was approaching. They began to pray for Liu Yu, hoping he would not be defeated. Mother, do you think the prince will win? A small girl asked, anxiously gazing at her mother. He will win. When has the prince ever lost? Her mother replied with a reassuring smile. The girl nodded eagerly, her eyes glued to the high sky. Hey home, Liu Yu called coldly, eyes fixed on the figure at the forefront. Hee Liu Yu, long time no see. Oh wait, Hey home replied with a strange smile. We saw each other not long ago, so I should say we meet again. Sect master, why waste words with them? Just kill them. Elder Wu Hu, the third elder, snorted disdainfully as he surveyed Liu Yu and the others. He Hong raised a hand to stop Wu Hu and coldly addressed Liu Yu. The life soul plate of Meng Feng that our sect possesses remains intact. Hand him over, and I will grant you a swift end. Otherwise you shall know what it means to wish for death. As his words faded, a vast aura of murderous intent erupted from He Hong, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Seeing this, Zhao Yun immediately brandished his spear, unleashing his own aura as a sea of divine spirit practitioner. The two energies clashed violently in an instant. Wu Hu, the third elder of the Black Underworld sect, was taken aback. He had never expected this white-robed youth to also be a sea of divine spirit practitioner. So young yet so extraordinarily gifted. Zhao Yun, right. You have talent, join my Black Underworld sect, and I will do my utmost to cultivate you. He Hong admired Zhao Yun's potential after their previous encounter. Given time, he would surely become a powerful practitioner of the Nirvana realm. Thank you for the kind offer, but this general is not interested, Zhao Yun replied, causing He Hong's expression to darken immediately, his terrifying presence making his robes flutter without wind. You refuse my goodwill at your peril. Enough, you want Meng Feng, don't you? Tisk, he's probably already had his limbs broken and is squatting in a cell somewhere. Liu Yu provocatively glanced at He Hong. You seek death. Third, fifth attack together. He Hong roared in fury. With a wave of his hand, the two elders beside him unleashed terrifying auras. The pressure from two sea of divine spirit practitioners bore down on Liu Yu and his companions. This time, He Hong didn't only bring the third elder Wu Hu, but also the fifth elder to guard against any mishaps. Against the attack from three sea of divine spirit practitioners, Zhao Yun alone could not withstand it. A slight smile curled Liu Yu's lips as he envisioned the grim fate awaiting him. Truly overestimating yourself. Everyone attack. Liu Yu commanded coldly, then waved his hand. In an instant, Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, and Pang Huan surged forth. Zhang Liao faced off against Wu Hu while Pang Huan clashed with the fifth elder of the Black Underworld sect. As for Zhao Yun, he once again confronted his old rival He Hong. The Summer King sends out an old man to fight. What's the matter? Is there no one else? He Hong sneered at Pang Huan. Or do you look down on our Black Underworld sect? Liu Yu merely smiled faintly without responding. Pang Huan, however, let out a cold snort and soared into the air, emanating a terrifying presence. How is this possible? He Hong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Pang Huan. He had thought it an incredible stroke of luck that the Northern Territory could produce Zhao Yun as a sea of divine spirit practitioner, but now there was yet another one. If both of them were sea of divine spirit practitioners, then what about this one? He Hong looked incredulously at Zhang Liao. If his conjectures were correct, this Zhang Liao's cultivation must also have reached the sea of divine spirit. 3 practitioners of the Sea of Divine Spirit. To think that even their black underworld sect had only 6 such practitioners, including himself. Now Liu Yu commanded 3, and the tide of battle had turned dramatically. Fortunately, he had been cautious and brought along an extra elder of the Sea of Divine Spirit. Who are you two? The Northern Territory should not have produced such powerful practitioners. Sea of Divine Spirit practitioners were among the top warriors in the Southern Domain. He recognized most of them, but these 2 besides Zhao Yun were entirely unknown to him. Heihong sect master, it's not only your faction that possesses Sea of Divine Spirit practitioners, Liu Yu taunted, causing Heihong's expression to darken. This truly exceeded all his expectations. If the numbers are equal, then we must speak of quality. My black underworld sect has stood in the Southern Domain for over 1,000 years, not something insignificant characters like you can contend against. Attack. Upon command, Wu Hu and the others unleashed their auras, charging toward Zhang Liao and Peng Huan. Zhang Liao, wielding his great blade, released the full force of his Sea of Divine Spirit 5th realm without any reservations. He met the more powerful Wu Hu Heiden. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for Wu Hu to breathe. 5th realm of the Sea of Divine Spirit. Wu Hu exclaimed, stunned. However, the great blade in Zhang Liao's hands would not give him a chance to react. Swift as the wind, each swing of the blade sent shockwaves through the air, causing the wind to howl. Faced with this might, Wu Hu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly attempted to block. Each strike slammed into him, sending his internal organs tumbling, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was utterly powerless to fight back. Damn it! Wu Hu gritted his teeth, but found himself helpless. Zhang Liao's assault was rapid and relentless, leaving him no time to respond. Meanwhile, the 5th elder of the Black Underworld sect faced off against Peng Huan and found himself equally outmatched, being suppressed much like Wu Hu. He was frequently caught off guard, and if not for his timely evasions, he would have met an early demise. Why are you dodging? Are you afraid of me, old man? The 5th elder of the Black Underworld sect swallowed hard, gazing in terror at Peng Huan. Each of Peng Huan's strikes was filled with lethal intent, leaving him feeling as if he could weep. It is our turn now. Zhao Yun's eyes gleamed with determination as he brandished his bright silver spear, cold light radiating from it. The spear tip of the long and bright silver spear gathered silvery, spiritual energy, coiling around the spear like a swimming dragon. This spiritual energy gradually split, forming intricate threads that twisted into a vivid silver dragon entwined around the spear shaft, enhancing his aura to its peak. With each breath Zhao Yun took, a fierce wind erupted around him. Do you think I fear you? Heihong raised his hands, summoning dark mist that seemed to echo with the cries of countless ghosts. Come, let us fight. The 2 figures transformed into streaks of light, engaging in fierce combat, with no clear victor after several exchanges. On the other side, Zhang Liao grew more invigorated as the battle progressed. Thunderous strike. A fierce killing intent surged in his eyes. The blade in his hand, as dark as jade with silver patterns, radiated arcs of thunder. Each tremble of the blade resonated in the air, echoing with thunderous sounds. His battle robe billowed with the spiritual energy storm, making him appear like a war god. Prepare to die. Even if you possess astounding abilities, you cannot withstand my blade. Zhang Liao roared, launching himself into the air. His great blade crackled with lightning, the arcs tearing through the void, propelled by boundless might as it hurtled toward Wu Hu. Wu Hu's face turned pale with shock, and he cried out for help. Sect Master, save me. Heihong, currently entangled with Zhao Yun, was left dumbfounded at the sight of Wu Hu being thoroughly overpowered by Zhang Liao. Damn, what a useless waste. How embarrassing for their 3rd-ranked elder in the Black Underworld sect. Die? Zhang Liao's great blade reached its peak might, and a phantom of a thunder dragon manifested, unleashing a deafening roar. Wu Hu was taken aback, his pupils constricting in panic as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to form a 5 tall protective shield, desperately shielding himself. Slash! Zhang Liao bellowed, his blade infused with the fury of wind and thunder struck down fiercely. It collided directly with Wu Hu's spiritual shield, creating waves of spiritual ripples that surged outward. Wu Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth, his face contorting into a grimace. His body began to falter, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The intense pain coursing through him elicited a wretched howl. Die for me. The thunder dragon atop the blade roared relentlessly, pummeling the shield. Crack! Wu Hu was horrified. He watched as the spiritual shield shattered under the dragon's ferocious assault, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered across the ground, ultimately dissolving into specks of spiritual starlight. Wu Hu's wails echoed once more. Zhang Liao's blade pierced through the remnants of the shield and struck mercilessly into Wu Hu's shoulder, the thunder dragon relentlessly piercing his chest. His robes could no longer withstand the onslaught, shredding into tatters. Master! Master, save! Save me! Wu Hu's eyes widened, his voice barely a whisper as he looked towards He Hong. Die! Zhang Liao exerted his strength, cleaving Wu Hu in two. In his final moments, Wu Hu's gaze was filled with terror as life slipped away. Without the support of spiritual energy, his severed body plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Third brother. He Hong was taken aback at the sight of Wu Hu's lifeless form. He never expected Zhang Liao to be so merciless. It's over, Elder 3 is dead. Is this really happening? We came to teach a small dynasty a lesson. How did it turn into this? Many disciples of the He Ming sect who had followed were losing faith. They could hardly fathom that an elder they once considered an object to surpass had been utterly defeated without the ability to retaliate. Had daring to be distracted while facing this general. Zhao Yun seized the opportunity, once again engaging He Hong. Under Zhao Yun's divine marksmanship, He Hong found himself retreating step by step. Vile! A mere first-layer God Sea realm, do you truly think this sect leader cannot defeat you? With a furious roar, He Hong's aura surged violently. Liu Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at He Hong. Character: He Hong. Identity: leader of the He Ming sect. Realm: pinnacle of the God Sea. Pinnacle of the God Sea. Liu Yu was astonished. He had never anticipated that He Hong had reached such heights. Beyond this lay the most formidable Nirvana realm in the southern domain. Boom! A colossal sound erupted from the sky. The heavens crumbled, the atmosphere rending under the weight of this terrifying aura, revealing a dark fissure. A fearsome spatial storm surged forth from the crack. He Hong was enveloped in dark energy, his black robes billowing, exuding strands of bone-corroding demonic aura that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. To compel this sect leader to unleash such a secret technique, you are worthy. A horde of ants, bow your heads and accept the arrival of death. He Hong laughed maniacally, his 5 fingers grasping at the sky. In the air, black clouds coalesced into a hand that obscured the sun, bearing the might to destroy the world as it crashed down upon Zhao Yun. How terrifying. Can General Zhao withstand it? I don't know, but we must trust General Zhao. Indeed, trust General Zhao. He will surely triumph. Despite their words, the hearts of the citizens of Chang'an were heavy with worry for Zhao Yun. This blow was too terrifying, capable of annihilating heaven and earth, instilling fear in all. Zhao Yun, clad in white robes and standing tall like a pine, gazed at the colossal hand above with unwavering resolve. The tip of his spear erupted with blinding silver light, summoning a formidable dragon's might around him. The dragon roars through the heavens, the dragon battles in the wild. As his thunderous cry echoed, Zhao Yun's presence transformed, a shadowy figure materializing behind him. The phantom shimmered with radiant dragon scales, sporting a pair of jade-like horns, its 5 claws gripping the power of thunder, resembling a magnificent silver dragon. Within the eyes of this 1,000-zhang silver dragon reflected the sun, moon, and stars. A mere roar could shake the universe and dispel the overwhelming demonic aura. Liu Yu was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Zhao Yun possessed such a hidden ace. Kill! Zhao Yun's voice rang out with divine authority. As he swung his gleaming silver spear, the light at the dragon's throat flared brilliantly, then a terrifying dragon breath erupted from its mighty maw. The dragon breath collided head-on with He Hong's massive black hand, the ensuing roar shattering the surrounding mountains into rubble. The spiritual energy released by the collision surged outward like a tidal wave. The nearest disciples of the He Ming sect were struck by the residual force, suffering devastating losses in an instant. General Xing, General Yu. At Liu Yu's command, Xing Daorong and Yu Shi immediately stepped forward, channeling their spiritual energy to raise a protective shield safeguarding the White Horse Isong warriors. Once the residual wave subsided, Liu Yu surveyed the He Ming sect members, coldly declaring, "White Horse Isong, heed my command." Yes, 30,000 voices of the White Horse Isong resounded in unison. Liu Yu raised his spear, his gaze fixed fiercely on the He Ming sect members as he bellowed, "Not a single disciple of the He Ming sect shall be spared." To leave the roots of the weeds intact is to allow them to flourish anew. He was acutely aware of this. Since these individuals had accompanied their leader, they must follow him to hell. Understood. In an instant, the warriors of the White Horse Isong soared into the sky, charging towards the disciples of the He Ming sect. You two should go as well. Liu Yu smiled at Xing Daorong and Yu Shi. He knew that both of them had been itching to join the fray after witnessing Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao in battle for so long. Meanwhile, Fang Yu had already plunged into the ranks of the He Ming sect alongside the White Horse Isong. It was a scene of slaughter, of force that would crush any obstacle, evoking envy in the two men. With Liu Yu's command, the two were elated, yet they still cast worried glances at Liu Yu. But my lord Yu, rest assured, with Wenhua here, no one can harm this king. Liu Yu smiled, as at that moment Sun Yu's figure had also joined him. The aura of a terrifying half-step God Sea realm powerhouse surged forth. Indeed, no one could approach Liu Yu now. After all those capable of defeating Xun Yu were currently entangled with Zhao Yun and the others. One of them had already fallen. While there were still some transformation God realm experts among the He Ming sect, none were half-step God Sea realm. To harm him would be nothing short of a daydream. It was precisely because there were still many transformation God realm cultivators in the He Ming sect that Xing Daorong and Yu Shi were needed to assist. Only then could they significantly reduce the casualties of the White Horse Isong warriors. After the White Horse Brigade stormed into the ranks of the Black Underworld sect, cries of agony echoed in succession, and for a moment the scene was a whirlwind of blades and blood staining the heavens red. Kill. In this battle, Xing Daorong, Yu Shi, Fang Yue, along with the 6 formidable beings from the God Transformation realm who had surrendered to him, Lin Xiu, Zhao Wu, and Wang Yi, ran rampant in the Black Underworld sect's ranks, slaughtering indiscriminately. Many of the sect's experts could not withstand even a few rounds before being decapitated. The situation had become overwhelmingly one-sided. In the skies above, the fighting continued unabated. Boom. On the other side, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it. Cough, cough. This person was the 5th elder of the Black Underworld sect. His gaze turned to the imposing figure of Pang Huan in the air, filled with terror. The old man's strength was too formidable. General Zhao, I shall assist you. After Zhang Liao dispatched Wu Hu, he wielded his large blade and charged towards He Hong. Zhao Yun, whose realm was only at the 1st level of the God Sea realm, had already managed to pressure the peak expert, He Hong, significantly, which was quite impressive. However, He Hong was no novice, having gained renown for many years, and neither could overpower the other. They remained locked in a stalemate. Now, with Zhang Liao's intervention, the situation shifted dramatically. He Hong found it exceedingly difficult to deal with even Zhao Yun, let alone the addition of Zhang Liao. Under the assault of these 2 God Sea realm experts, He Hong was in a dire predicament. Dragon Soul! Zhao Yun shouted in fury, and the gigantic dragon illusion behind him unleashed another breath attack, pressing straight towards He Hong. He Hong was alarmed and quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to prepare for defense. Seeing this, Zhang Liao moved in, delivering a kick to He Hong's chest. Caught off guard, He Hong felt a surge of coppery sweetness in his throat as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His defensive spiritual energy was also disrupted. Zhang Liao smirked slightly and then vanished from his position. The dragon's breath followed closely, and without time to resist, He Hong was struck directly, flying backward with a heavy thud. Master! The 5th elder of the Black Underworld sect watched in grave concern as He Hong fell to the ground. Take care of yourself first. Pang Huan's aged voice resounded as he swung his great blade down upon him. Though I am old, I am not one you can contend with. Pang Huan's relentless assault forced the 5th elder to retreat step by step, resembling a stray dog in a desperate plight. If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Seizing the moment while Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao were entangled with the sect leader, the 5th elder had a sudden inspiration. With a furious roar, he unleashed a terrifying force that temporarily repelled Pang Huan. Without looking back, he fled towards the direction of the Black Underworld sect. As for He Hong and the disciples of the sect, I will avenge you. Master, I will return to the sect to fetch reinforcements. You fool! He Hong glared at the fleeing 5th elder, filled with rage, wishing he could skin him alive on the spot. Fetch reinforcements. It was uncertain if he could even withstand until they arrived. If he ran away, Pang Huan would be free to deal with him. Facing 3 God Sea realm experts alone, no one could endure. Flee! Can you escape? Pang Huan sheathed his great blade, stroking his pale beard, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, is he capable of running away? Noticing that Pang Huan did not pursue him, the 5th elder felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he could escape back to the sect, he would be safe. He would then notify the Grand Elder and others, mustering the full strength of the sect. Was there any worry left about Liu Yu's demise? Casting a worried glance over his shoulder, confirming that no one was pursuing him, he accelerated and continued sprinting toward the Black Underworld sect. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. All who come are guests, why the hurried pace? Startled, the 5th elder immediately halted, his eyes warily fixed on the man who obstructed him. The man was dressed like a scholar with a long sword at his waist and a feather fan in hand, his deep-set eyes exuding an enigmatic aura. Who are you? The fifth elder's expression tightened, sensing a dangerous aura from this man. This friend here, I am the fifth elder of the Black Underworld sect. Before he could finish his introduction, Wang Ming interrupted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I know who you are. Isn't that right, old General Pang Huan? Wang Ming smiled faintly at the figure behind the fifth elder. The fifth elder gasped and turned around only to see the figure he dreaded, Pang Huan stroking his pale beard with a grin on his face. No, I must flee. He swiftly turned to escape, but Wang Ming waved his fan, conjuring a terrifying whirlwind that yanked the fifth elder back. I've said it before, all who come are guests, why rush? Gazing at the smile on Wang Ming's face, the fifth elder felt a chill. Ooh, another God Sea realm expert. Who on earth is Liu Yu? How could he gather so many God Sea realm masters to serve him? Old General Pang, let us send him on his way together. Pang Huan nodded, his great blade poised for action, while Wang Ming unsheathed his long sword, its edge gleaming menacingly. Feeling the two terrifying auras, the fifth elder plunged into despair. It was over. Everything was over. Back at the main battlefield, He Hong was infuriated by the fifth elder's betrayal. Fortunately, Pang Huan chose to pursue him. Otherwise, facing three God Sea realm experts alone, he would not only perish but suffer greatly. Under Zhao Yun's fierce marksmanship and Zhang Liao's overwhelming blade techniques, he was forced into a complete retreat, unable to retaliate at all. Before long, Pang Huan and Wang Ming returned to the skies above Chang'an City. Pang Huan was holding the head of the fifth elder of the Black Underworld sect. His face was twisted in agony, features contorted, clearly having suffered immensely before his death. Old Five, looking at the fifth elder who had just fled, but now lay decapitated, He Hong was filled with anguish. Though he resented the fifth elder's earlier flight having returned to alert everyone, could have been a glimmer of hope. Little did he expect that it would end in such a gruesome way. Master, we have not disgraced our mission. Pang Huan and Wang Ming stepped forward, presenting the severed head. Liu Yu laughed heartily. Old General Pang Jing, Liu Yu have worked hard. The two nodded, standing beside Liu Yu to continue observing Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao's battle. They had no intention of intervening. This was Liu Yu's command. He recognized the fighting spirit in Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao's eyes. This battle might elevate their strength to new heights. Damn it, even in death, I shall make you pay a price. Realizing the hope of survival was slim, He Hong's eyes flashed with madness. It is all my fault for being careless, oh Liu Yu, let us perish together. He Hong howled to the heavens, his voice rumbling like thunder shattering the clouds. In an instant, the winds and clouds twisted, the sun and moon lost their light, and dark clouds obscured the sky. An overwhelming demonic aura swept across the land, causing the flora to wither and the beasts to lament. He Hong's body surged, gradually transforming into a grotesque being that was neither human nor ghost. Standing several dozen meters tall, his roar tore through the clouds, black demonic energy wrapping around him completely. His twisted visage opened a gaping maw, howling skyward. Liu Yu shook his head as he gazed at the completely corrupted He Hong, who had transformed into a being neither human nor ghost. These individuals were truly mad. In the sky, He Hong had vanished without a trace, replaced by a monstrous beast, a devil incarnate. What a monster! A voice broke the silence with a shrill scream, and in an instant the entire city of Chang'an fell into an eerie stillness. All eyes widened in terror as they beheld the colossal creature looming above them, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Heavens, such a terrifying beast. Do Generals Zhao and Zhang stand a chance? Fear not. Look at the prince, he remains calm and composed. Nothing will happen. Roar. He Hong let out a furious bellow, raising an arm as massive as a mountain to strike at Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao. The two swiftly dodged his attack. He Hong missed, twisting his body to charge at them again. Pang Huan was about to rush in to assist, but Liu Yu quickly stopped him. My lord, why do you not allow me to aid Generals Zilong and Wen Yuan? Pang Huan looked at Liu Yu in confusion. Liu Yu replied softly, Zilong and Wen Yuan would not act recklessly. In the sky, although He Hong had transformed into a beast, his sheer size had greatly reduced his agility. Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao continually engaged him, each strike eliciting a painful howl from the monster. The two exchanged a glance and nodded at one another, a vast aura erupting from their bodies. Dragons battle in the wild, the dragon's soul manifests. Thunderblade. They both roared in unison, their energies surging higher. A silver dragon's soul enveloped Zhao Yun, and the dragon's lance in his hand gleamed fiercely, transforming into a silvery dragon that fixated on the monstrous figure before them. Zhang Liao's great blade crackled with power, gradually forming a thunder dragon that let out a resounding cry to the heavens. The clash of purple-black lightning and silver energy intertwined in the air, forcefully restoring the twisted fabric of time and space to its original state. No, it's impossible. As he witnessed this, He Hong seemed to regain a sliver of sanity, a mixture of shock and rage flooding his being. Slash. In a heartbeat, both warriors swung their weapons, and two great dragons roared as they charged towards He Hong. As he attempted to brace himself for the impact, the silver dragon and thunder dragon descended like meteors. The might of the dragons, infused with the force of the galaxy, relentlessly crushed He Hong's demonic form. Roar! The two colossal dragons whipped their massive tails towards He Hong. With a painful cry, He Hong was struck by their tails and plummeted into the ground. The dragon heads opened wide, letting out a terrible wail, the overwhelming might of the dragons descending as if it were divine retribution. Finally, they dove straight down, crashing into the pit where He Hong lay. A thunderous explosion erupted from the pit, a gigantic mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Roar! He Hong's wails echoed from the depths of the pit, but as time passed, silence soon engulfed the area. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Zhao Yun and Zhang Liang stood tall amidst the rays, their armors gleaming like divine warriors. As the dust settled in the pit, the once mighty and corrupted He Hong had vanished, revealing his original form at the bottom, now devoid of life. It's over. Everything is over. The disciples and elders of the Black Underworld sect, still unbound, lost all will to fight at this sight. They knelt on the ground, surrendering to Liu Yu and his companions. We surrender. I surrender too. I also surrender. With the sect leader and the two elders dead, they had no hope of victory. As one person led the way, more and more chose to kneel in submission. Liu Yu regarded the members of the Black Underworld sect with cold indifference and waved his hand. Kill. His chilling command reached the ears of the sect's disciples, leaving them in shock. They had surrendered. Why were they still to be killed? We refuse. We will not submit. We have all surrendered. Why must we still be killed? Exactly. We have surrendered. Is it not the rule that those who surrender are spared? Faced with the outrage of the Black Underworld sect members, Liu Yu's tone was devoid of mercy. Apologies, but your words hold no weight with me. Kill. At Liu Yu's command, the White Horse Yisong commenced a massacre. In an instant, all members of the Black Underworld sect perished violently. Before their deaths, they glared defiantly at Liu Yu, ultimately succumbing to their fate with unquenched resentment. Liu Yu's cold laughter echoed. The members of the Black Underworld sect had slaughtered more than one batch, from Meng Feng to that so-called saintess, and finally their sect leader. All had fallen to his hand. Yet the Black Underworld sect remained, with many still at the Divine Sea stage. If they attacked him again, these captives could pose a significant threat to his army. Moreover, the reputation of the Black Underworld sect was notoriously poor, and he held no trust for them. Wang Ming and Xun Yu felt no discomfort at Liu Yu's decisiveness. As a ruler, it was entirely normal to possess a clear mind and a ruthless approach. My lord, we have succeeded in our mission. Zhao Yun and Zhang Liang clasped their hands before Liu Yu. Both generals are capable commanders under my banner. Crossing borders to slay He Hong, truly the divine generals of our army. Liu Yu laughed heartily, patting their shoulders. Afterward, he assessed the casualties. The White Horse Yisong had lost several dozen men, but the toll was not severe. The Black Underworld sect had over 3,000 cultivators, all above the foundation establishment stage, now extinguished outside Chang'an. This would severely weaken the Black Underworld sect, rendering them incapable of launching an attack in the near future. Jing Lu, I am here, Wang Ming replied. Liu Yu instructed softly. Send people to comfort the common folk. Understood. With that, Wang Ming departed with the team. Wen Ruo. I am here. Xun Yu stepped forward. Quickly send word to General Li Mu, commanding him to lead his troops north and swallow the entire Man Kingdom. I intend to use the fall of the Man Kingdom to instill fear in the neighboring dynasties, and then hold the grand coronation ceremony under that intimidation. Understood. As Xun Yu prepared to leave, Liu Yu called out to him again. By the way, ensure that Meng Feng in the celestial prison is executed as well. There's no use in keeping him alive, it only wastes a cell. Understood. After receiving the orders, Xun Yu exited. In the Black Underworld sect. Crack. The elder guarding the soul pavilion stared in shock at the shattered soul tokens. When he saw the tokens of Wu Hu Elder 5 and sect leader He Hong break, he nearly fainted from fright. This is terrible. This is terrible. He hurriedly rang the sect's alarm bell, and in an instant several figures rushed into the soul pavilion. Elder Wang, what has happened? The Grand Elder Bai Mei frowned as he looked at the guarding elder. Gr. Grand Elder, the sect leader. Speak. What has befallen the sect? One of the elders grew impatient. The sect leader is dead. Boom. A thunderclap echoed in the sky above the black underworld sect, leaving all the elders frozen in shock, unable to react. The Grand Elder, the first to regain his wits, rushed into the Soul Pavilion, aghast at the sight of shattered fragments strewn across the floor. When he saw He Hong's broken soul token, he collapsed to the ground in shock. How could this be possible? A month later, in Chang'an City, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the streets and alleys adorned with colorful decorations as the laughter of the citizens echoed throughout. Everyone was well aware that they were about to welcome a new emperor, marking the dawn of a new era for themselves. The imperial city was bustling as well, with the crimson palace walls refreshed by vibrant embellishments and golden silk fluttering in the wind, exuding a sense of solemnity and gravitas. Outside the imperial city, a red carpet embroidered with golden threads stretched from the gates of the palace to the front hall of Weiyang Palace. At this moment, the palace in Chang'an had been meticulously constructed through the collective effort of the people, now relatively complete aside from some essential facilities. Flanking the red carpet stood a battalion of armored imperial guards, each soldier standing tall and exuding a commanding aura. These troops were meticulously chosen by Liu Yu from the Wei Wuzhou military camp. They were deeply skilled and above all fiercely loyal, which gave Liu Yu confidence in their ability to safeguard the imperial city. The choice of the Wei Wuzhou was simple. Both the White Horse Yizong and Zhaobian cavalry were cavalry regiments that frequently engaged in battles. Once they arrived at the imperial city, their cavalry advantages diminished, rendering their presence unnecessary. In the front hall of Weiyang Palace, a multitude of civil and military officials had gathered, each taking their respective positions. On the left side stood Xun Yu, Wang Meng, and Li Si, three civil officials alongside several remaining courtiers from the great Liang Dynasty. Though they lacked significant capabilities, they could still serve as placeholders until Liu Yu summoned more competent individuals. At the very least, they were superior to those utterly ignorant of state affairs. As for Li Si, he was the only powerful figure Liu Yu had summoned in the past month. On the right side, Zhao Yun, Li Mu, and Pang Huan led the military officials, with Shaoqing, Lin Xiu, Zhao Wu, and others standing beneath them. Both civil and military officials wore official robes, their expressions grave. The former emperor of the Great Liang was incompetent, leading to the nation's demise and the people's suffering. Today, King Liu Yu rises to restore order and save the crumbling state, as is decreed by heaven. Let the new emperor ascend the throne. Sun Ye's voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the entire imperial city. Liu Yu, donned in a dark dragon robe and crowned with a 12-ornamented imperial crown, steadily ascended the steps of Weiyang Palace, radiating an emperor's formidable presence without uttering a word. Upon entering the front hall, Liu Yu gazed at the powerful dragon throne, his steps measured. As he slowly sat down, the officials knelt and paid their respects. Long live your majesty. Liu Yu raised a hand slightly, an invisible force lifting everyone up. Sitting upright, he surveyed the gathered officials, feeling a surge of emotion within. Over 10 years had passed since he had crossed into this world, and he never imagined he would one day sit in this position. Oh, indeed, the whims of fate were unpredictable. With my humble self graced by heaven's favor and your support, I ascend to the esteemed position of the 9-5. I hereby establish the national title of Xia. The Xia dynasty shall be the name of this nation. Boom. The sound of the great bell rang out. Xia established. The entire Xianxin continent was shaken. None could fathom what had transpired to awaken the great bell that had remained silent for millions of years. This was the sound of the great bell. Recognition from the great path was destined to be extraordinary. Forces across the Xianxin continent began to mobilize, seeking the one or the force that had stirred the great bell. Liu Yu, however, remained oblivious to all of this. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending the throne and achieving the esteemed 9-5 position, founding Xia. Reward 1, a treasure of destiny, the Imperial Jade Seal. Reward 2, the Yuhuang 9 tripods to suppress destiny. Reward 3, the Sword of the Emperor, Qi Shao Sword. Reward 4, Emperor's Armor. Reward 5, a special character summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 9-5 position. The system has prepared a small gift for you. Restores the lost personnel of the host's army and elevates the host by 1 major realm. In the next moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens and enveloped Liu Yu. Instantly, his aura surged, reaching the 5th level of the divine transformation realm before finally stabilizing. From this day forth, I have the Xia Imperial Jade Seal to suppress the destiny of Xia. Suppress. With a thunderous shout, Liu Yu invoked the heavens, and in the next instant a streak of light shot from his body, darting out of the front hall. Seeing this, Liu Yu rose and stepped outside, attended closely by the civil officials. A jade seal appeared high in the sky, unwavering against the thunderous strikes. Commanded by heaven, may it endure forever. For vividly inscribed characters were etched beneath the imperial jade seal, and all the civil and military officials gasped in astonishment. They were all too familiar with this artifact. While Liu did not fully comprehend, he recognized it was the He Sure Bai roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the skies as a golden dragon's ethereal form soared within the clouds circling above the imperial jade seal. This is the dragon of destiny. As they beheld the golden dragon, everyone was taken aback. Many who had once held positions in the great Liang Dynasty began comparing. They had seen the dragon of destiny of the great Liang, which was not even a fraction of the size of this magnificent creature. Was such an immense destiny truly meant for a dynasty? Find it for me. Liu Yu commanded the imperial jade seal to absorb the golden dragon, and eventually the colossal creature vanished, merging into the seal. In an instant, the entire Chang'an city began to tremble as rich spiritual energy surged from beneath the earth, enveloping the city in a moment. The spiritual veins beneath Chang'an have awakened. Xun Yu and Wang Meng, who had previously investigated the underground spiritual veins, exchanged glances of joy. The awakening of the spiritual veins in Chang'an City was bound to give rise to countless mighty individuals. Meanwhile, to the east of Chang'an City, in a modest dwelling, a man anxiously paced, hearing the anguished cries of his wife from within. His heart raced with concern. What abundant spiritual energy! As a martial artist himself, he immediately sensed the monumental changes occurring in Chang'an City. The density of this spiritual energy rivaled that of some sacred cultivation grounds. Wah! Wah! The cries of a newborn suddenly drew the man's attention back. Soon a midwife emerged from the room. He hurried over, stumbling over his words, but the midwife smiled and reassured him, "Calm down, you're too anxious. Mother and child are safe. However, it is strange, Miss Lin was on the brink of death, yet suddenly a surge of spiritual energy flowed into her, allowing for a smooth delivery." The man speculated it must be related to the recent surge in spiritual energy, yet he had little time to ponder. Can I go in now?" he asked cautiously. The midwife nodded. "But don't stay too long, let your wife rest." He nodded repeatedly, then handed the midwife a gold coin before rushing into the delivery room, leaving her speechless. With a resigned smile, she pocketed the gold and departed the modest dwelling. "Xuanhuan, are you all right?" Lin Wan shook her head, her face brimming with excitement as she looked at the baby beside her. "Surely today marks the ascendance of His Majesty, bringing great fortune, resulting in the explosion of spiritual energy in Chang'an, ensuring both of you are safe. What do you think about naming him Li Yuan? Yuan represents the beginning. Today is the day of His Majesty's ascension, as well as the birth of this little one. When he grows up, let him serve the emperor well and help build a powerful nation." Lin Wan smiled gently. "As you wish." Beyond Chang'an City, as the national luck solidified, the density of spiritual energy across the Xia dynasty began to rise. Similar situations to that of Li Yuan's family were unfolding throughout Xia. In the city of Chang'an, amidst the dense fog, spiritual energy transformed into liquid, falling as a rain of vitality. Xun Yu and Wang Meng were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the richness of spiritual energy contained within this vein they had discovered. After the rain, life surged anew, the earth bursting forth with unprecedented vitality. Plants sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The scars of the past battles outside Chang'an were completely erased. Anyone who visited would believe they had entered a paradise, a land of abundance. Liu Yu watched this scene with immense satisfaction. The denser the spiritual energy, the greater the potential of this dynasty blessed by the heavens and the Tao. As he gazed at the imperial seal which suppressed the dragon of fortune in the sky, a thought struck him. Another seal appeared in his hand, the national seal of the great Liang Dynasty. Liu Yu's expression sharpened as he grasped it, a feeble dragon of fortune gradually materializing before him, representing the national fortune of the great Liang. With the fall of the great Liang, its fortune was nearly extinguished. Had it not been for the national seal's suppression, it would have vanished entirely. Roar! The dragon of fortune within the imperial seal gazed hungrily at the one in Liu Yu's hand. Liu Yu smiled faintly, then tossed the dragon toward it. In the next moment, the dragon of fortune within the imperial seal reappeared, swallowing the one Liu Yu had offered. The fortune transformed into specks of starlight, strengthening the dragon itself. Return. As the dragon of fortune entered the imperial seal, it floated back into Liu Yu's hand. After settling matters of fortune, Liu Yu turned back to his ministers. "I have decided to divide the Great Xia into 9 provinces with the divine artifact, the 9 tripod cauldrons guarding the 4 directions." With a clang, 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 Great cauldrons materialized from thin air, each radiating a terrifying might. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, ascending the throne. System updating, please wait. The sudden voice of the system startled him, and despite several calls, there was no response. The system interface remained in an updating state. Liu Yu shook his head, disregarding it. After positioning the 9 tripods, he returned to the main hall and seated himself upon the dragon throne. The ministers followed Liu Yu into the hall, standing at their designated places awaiting his decree. Today, as I ascend the throne, I have 2 matters to address. The first is to reward those who have served with merit. Upon hearing this, the ministers began to rub their hands in anticipation, excitedly gazing at Liu Yu. The former officials of the great Liang remained silent, fully aware that regardless of Liu Yu's generosity, they would not be among the rewarded. Nevertheless, they were curious about who would receive honors. Liu Yu waved his hand, and a pre-prepared edict appeared in his grasp. "Where is Li Mu?" "I am here." A military general stepped forward from the right side, kneeling on one knee and cupping his fists toward Liu Yu on the throne. "General Li Mu, loyal and courageous, has repeatedly saved me from peril, vanquished the barbarian nation, and achieved remarkable military exploits. I appoint him as the Grand General of the North, overseeing the barbarian province to protect our great Xia's northern borders. The Zhao border cavalry and the 30,000 troops of the northern frontier shall fall under his command." "I obey." Indeed, a month prior, Liu Yu's orders had reached the northern border. Without delay, Li Mu set up the defenses of the northern border city and personally led the Zhao border cavalry to subjugate the barbarian nation. With the loss of their top combat power, the barbarians stood no chance against Li Mu's assault. In just 10 days, he had pushed them to their capital. Ultimately, in desperation, the barbarian king surrendered the entire nation, and Liu Yu decreed that the territory of the former barbarian state be renamed Barbarian Province, officially coming under the governance of the Great Xia. "Where is Zhao Yun?" General Zhao Yun, full of valor, undefeated in battle, has repeatedly triumphed over formidable foes, earning significant military achievements. I appoint him as the Marquis of Loyalty and Justice, and he shall command the cavalry. The White Horse Brotherhood shall be under his jurisdiction. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Yun, with a resolute expression, rose and returned to his place upon Liu Yu's signal. "Where are Zhang Liao and Pang Wan?" "I am here." Zhang Liao and Pang Wan stepped forward together. "I appoint Zhang Liao as the Marquis of the Inner Lands, commanding the Eastern General. He shall lead the wolf cavalry of Bingzhou." The others, including Lin Xiu, were bewildered. What kind of army was the wolf cavalry of Bingzhou? At this moment, the wolf cavalry remained hidden in the valleys, their existence unknown. However, Zhang Liao's face brightened. He had been to that hidden valley under Liu Yu's lead, and the wolf cavalry suited him perfectly. Pang Wan shall be appointed Marquis of the Inner Lands. He will serve as the southern general. Seeing Pang Wan, Lin Xiu and others gasped. Indeed, he was still strong, his valiant pursuit of the 5th elder of the Black Soul sect fresh in their memories. Xun Yu is appointed as the left chancellor and Wang Meng as the right chancellor. Li Si shall serve as the Minister of Personnel, overseeing the appointments, assessments, transfers, and promotions of officials in our Great Xia. I obey. There was much to commend about Li Si. He had assisted the first emperor in unifying language, currency, and advocated for the abolition of feudalism. I decree. Xing Daorong. Quickly, Liu Yu continued to issue a series of appointments, including those for Xing Daorong and Yu Shi. Although Liu Yu did not grant them titles of nobility, he bestowed upon them the honorary title of general. Most importantly, Liu Yu intended for them to oversee the security and defense of Chang'an City, with Xing Daorong as the head and Yu Shi as his deputy, which served as a commendation for their efforts. After all, these 2 generals were better suited for leading troops than for commanding armies independently. Thank you, Your Majesty. The few stepped forward and bowed to Liu Yu. All of them were Liu Yu's closest allies, having made significant contributions to the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty. The other officials dared not show disrespect. Once Liu Yu had completed his rewards for his own, he turned to Shao Qing and the others. I appoint Shao Qing as the Marquis of the Inner Lands, and he shall serve as the Western General. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Shao Qing's face lit up with joy, never expecting the emperor would bestow upon him a Marquis title. Though merely a Marquis of the Inner Lands, it was still a nobility title. Even Zhang Liao, who had fought alongside Zhao Yun to slay He Hong, had only attained the rank of Marquis of the Inner Lands. General Shao Qing has fought valiantly in the northern campaigns, remaining steadfast during our most perilous times. You deserve this honor, Liu Yu said softly, looking at Shao Qing. Afterward, he glanced at Shui, who not granting him substantial rewards, but instead offering him a luxurious mansion in Chang'an, which had been his own suggestion. He was already content with having helped Liu Yu so much and sought only to enjoy a peaceful retirement. After all, he understood that in terms of cultivation, he was no longer keeping pace with the development of the great Xia dynasty. It was time for this old man to step aside for the younger generation. I appoint Lin Xiu as. Following this, Liu Yu issued a flurry of moderate rewards mainly to those who had recognized the situation early on and surrendered to follow him. Unfortunately, there was a shortage of talented individuals at present, failing to form a complete foundation. Among the 6 ministries, only the Minister of Personnel was held by Li Si, while the other 5 ministries lacked adequate personnel. The system was still in the process of updating. After concluding matters regarding the imperial rewards, Liu Yu intended to raise the topic of the civil service examination, as the great Xia was currently in dire need of talent. However, he understood the importance of pacing himself and decided to proceed step by step. Reporting. Your Majesty, beyond the imperial city, an elderly man seeks an audience claiming to be an old friend of the late emperor. Oh, Liu Yu raised an eyebrow. An old friend of his father. How could he not be aware? Summon him. Soon an elderly man accompanied by a young man arrived at the front hall of Wei Yang Palace under the guidance of Wei Zhongxian. The white-haired elder and the youth walked steadily into the grand hall, which was resplendent with golden splendor, with civil and military officials positioned on either side. Upon the dragon throne radiating golden light sat a young man clad in a black dragon robe, a royal crown obscuring his visage. His languid posture did little to mask the imperial pressure that emanated from him, a natural aura of authority that left the elder trembling. This imperial presence surpassed even that of the Emperor of Liang, something the elder had never experienced before. Liu Yu's majesty was far more overwhelming, invoking a desire to submit that belied his status as a newly ascended emperor. The young man beside the elder was left astonished, captivated by the sight before him. Commoner pays his respects to your majesty. The elder exclaimed, pulling the young man to kneel before Liu Yu. I hear you claim to know my father. Is that true? Liu Yu's voice resonated with authority throughout the hall. The elder nodded slightly. I am the former head of the Dongfang family from the previous dynasty. I survived a great calamity by retreating into seclusion with some of my kin. The Dongfang family. Liu Yu straightened in his seat, narrowing his eyes at the elder. He and his father Liu Zhen had witnessed the tragic demise of the Dongfang family. Not a single member had escaped the retribution of the Liang emperor. The devastation was so thorough that even the eggs of Dongfang's chickens were crushed, leaving no survivors. If it weren't for the elder sending Dongfang Ling to Liu Zhen beforehand, the entire lineage would have been extinguished. The elder's name was Dongfang Tsangshan, the founder of the Dongfang family, and his son was indeed Dongfang Ling's father. It seemed the elder spoke the truth. Then why do you choose to appear at this time? Liu Yu's tone turned cold. The old man wishes to lead the remaining descendants of the Dongfang family to serve the court and contribute to the great Xia dynasty. Dongfang Tsangshan stated with confidence, as if certain that Liu Yu would accept them. Upon hearing this, the courtiers stared at Dongfang Tsangshan in disbelief. Liu Yu's expression darkened as well. Despite feeling joy for Dongfang Ling's survival, he was aware that they had come to him so soon after his ascension. There was a saying, those who seek the emperor do so only for profit. It was unlikely they would approach him without ulterior motives. If they truly wished to assist him, they could have emerged when he was battling against the southern barbarians. Dongfang Tsangshan sensed the shift in atmosphere within the hall. You would do well to remain in your secluded mountains. My great Xia is abundant in talent and has no need for the Dongfang family's people, Liu Yu declared, resolutely unwilling to mask his words due to Dongfang Ling's connection. Dongfang Tsangshan's confidence faltered at Liu Yu's response as it diverged from his expectations of a gracious acceptance and a high-ranking position for the Dongfang family. Wouldn't their name once again resonate throughout the land? Liu Yu waved his hand, and officials like Xun Yu quickly responded, looking at Dongfang Tsangshan with indifferent smiles and extending their arms. Please, Dongfang family head. Just as Dongfang Tsangshan intended to speak further, the overwhelming pressure from Xun Yu hit him, causing his expression to change dramatically. The realm of divine sea. Indeed, Xun Yu had also reached that level. What do you think you are acting so grand? The young man beside Dongfang Tsangshan muttered indignantly. Dongfang Kangshan's expression shifted alarmingly as he hastily covered the youth's mouth. Liu Yu's cultivation allowed him to hear every word clearly. His gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, he conjured an ethereal hand that lifted the young man effortlessly, a sudden sense of choking overwhelming him. Silence, and no one will think you mute. Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Majesty, I beg for mercy. Dongfang Tsangshan exclaimed in panic, dropping to his knees to plead for mercy. This boy is young and ignorant, he knows not what he says. I hope your Majesty spares his life, he implored. Ignorance is no excuse. Such reasoning is outdated. Liu Yu tightened his grip, and the youth's eyes began to roll back in his head from lack of oxygen. If this continued, he would surely perish. Liu Yu released his hand, and the young man fell to the ground gasping for breath. Seeing that Liu Yu held no intention of killing Dongfang, Tsangshan sighed in relief. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty," he repeated, bowing deeply. However, the young man glared at Liu Yu with eyes filled with malice, as if wishing to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. Liu Yu found the sight amusing. Who had given him such audacity? In an instant, Liu Yu unleashed 2 blasts of spiritual energy, striking the youth's legs. Ow! The intense pain surged through him, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his thigh in agony. Geyer! Dongfang Kangshan's expression darkened as he rushed to assess Dongfang Gui's injuries. "Seize these 2 and throw them into the dungeon," Liu Yu commanded. Yes. Several guards rushed into the hall. Given that Dongfang Tsangshan was a figure of the divine, Si Zhao Yun quickly stepped forward to seal his cultivation. Without his powers, Dongfang Tsangshan aged several decades, in an instant fear written across his face as he regretted following the counsel of the clan elders to seek Liu Yu. He had believed that the relationship between Liu Yu and Dongfang Ling would guarantee them a high position within the court. Yet he had underestimated Liu Yu, who was no benevolent gentleman, but a ruler gazing down upon the populace. A bitter laugh escaped Dongfang Tsangshan as he was led away by the guards, and Dongfang Gui fared even worse as Liu Yu made no move to have him treated. After the brief incident involving Dongfang Tsangshan and Dongfang Gui, Liu Yu turned his attention once more to the governance of the realm. That episode had taught him a hard lesson: the great clans had grown dangerously audacious. No dynasty ought to be beholden to families that swell beyond measure. Renewed conviction kindled within him. He resolved to institute the imperial examinations. Once the rewards are distributed, my next decree will be the establishment of regular examinations, he proclaimed. I hereby decide that every 3 years there shall be examinations with martial and civil tests held separately. Selection shall be indifferent to rank or station. The purpose of the Keiju is to recruit men of virtue and ability into official service. Only thus can we prevent knaves and sycophants from dominating the court. At these words, many of the old ministers of Daliang rose in protest. Your Majesty, they implored, the institutions of the previous reign suffered no intrinsic flaw. It was the folly of the last emperor that brought ruin. With Your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, such a fate cannot befall us. We beg you to rescind this order. Liu Yu regarded the elder ministers with a cold, cutting gaze. Men who clung to life at any cost. If he had had sufficient capable talent at hand, he would never have retained such sycophants. Humph, he said. I seek officials who will enrich the state, strengthen the army, and live incorrupt. I will not tolerate flatterers. My will is settled. Any who oppose it shall be executed without mercy. A deadly gravity settled over the hall. Terrified, many ministers fell to their knees. Wenruo, I entrust the Keiju to you, Liu Yu commanded. Your servant obeys, Xun Yu replied. He understood well this was a path to national consolidation and military vigor. Through such examinations, those summoned would be men of genuine merit, not idle pretenders who sat upon office without purpose. Is there any who still resist? Liu Yu scanned the assembly. Heads bowed in submission wherever his eyes rested. He snorted inwardly. These men had never known pain. They fancied themselves negotiable. There is one final matter, he continued. A collective chill passed through the ministers. There was yet more. Liu Yu watched their anxious faces with a trace of amusement. Be not so fearful. I am no monster, he said. I speak of the Nanman Wanchao. Though they overthrew the former dynasty, they colluded with the Haiming Zong and had the audacity to strike at the gates of Chang'an. Now that Daxiao enjoys internal peace, we must respond in kind. We shall take the Nanman first. Relief spread through the hall. So long as the court itself remained untouched, they could accept war elsewhere. At Liu Yu's declaration, generals such as Zhang Liang and Zhao Yun stared at him with sharpened eyes. Their martial ardor flared. Li Mu, having already accomplished the annihilation of a kingdom, displayed a composed detachment, yet duty bound him to the northern garrison, and once the court concluded, he would proceed to his post. Your Majesty, I volunteer, Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao cried in unison. For a moment, they both paused, then broke into laughter as each sought to claim the honor. General Zilong Wenyuan has not yet achieved great deeds. Let this opportunity be mine, Zhang Liao urged. Before Zhao Yun could answer, another figure stepped forward. Your Majesty, allow this old servant to go. Pang Xian interposed. Why do you? Zhang Liao stammered, flustered. Wenyuan, do you not think me too old? Of course not, Pang Xian replied with a laugh, stroking his white beard. The two men fumbled for words. Liu Yu, smiling faintly at their bickering, waved his hand. Very well. Decide it by lot. He produced 2 folded slips of paper. On one he had inscribed a single character that signified departure, the other remained blank. He let the 2 slips fall before Zhang Liao and Pang Xian. Zhao Yun, bewildered, saluted Liu Yu. Your servant, then. Liu Yu smiled. Zilong remained to guard Chang'an for now. Wen Yuan and Pang Xian are eager for glory, oh let this occasion be theirs. Such chances will not be scarce. Zhao Yun inclined his head and returned to the ranks without complaint, an admirable lack of thirst for personal acclaim. Liu Yu nodded in approval. Two pillars of Daxia, he said to Zhang Liao, and Pang Xian with a light laugh, let chance decide. Whoever draws the mark goes. No cheating. Do not use spiritual arts to peak. If you do, all shall be void. Both generals nodded. Zhang Liao, mindful of deference to elders, offered Pang Xian the first draw. With a boisterous laugh, Pang Xian, selected at random, unfolded the slip and beamed when he saw the marked character. Huh. I always said this task should fall to me. When you end, do you regret it? Pang Xian chortled. Zhang Liao could only smile ruefully. If heaven has ordained it, what regret can I have? Very well. Orders, Liu Yu declared. Zhang Liao straightened. He had assumed there might be other matters for him. By imperial command, Pang Xian is appointed supreme commander for the punitive campaign against the Nanman Wangchao to lead 200,000 troops southward. Your servant receives the decree. Pang Xian exclaimed, accepting the command baton with exhilaration. Further, Zhang Liao is named vanguard general to lead 50,000 Bingzhou Wolf cavalry as the advance force following Supreme Commander Pang south to engage the Nanman. Zhang Liao glowed with pride at the assignment of the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. He saluted eagerly. We shall prepare at once. Let the wolf cavalry show its prowess. Pang Xian clapped Zhang Liao on the shoulder. Wen Yuan, congratulations. Huh. Mutual joy, Zhang Liao replied, unable to conceal his excitement. Xun Yu, Wang Meng, and the others exchanged pleased glances at his elation. Liu Yu surveyed the court once more. All matters have been dispatched. If there is business, speak, otherwise the court is dismissed. The first court meeting of the great Xia dynasty finally concluded. In the imperial study, Liu Yu gazed at the towering piles of memorials on the dragon table, his heart filled with lament. How difficult it is to be a wise ruler. No wonder there have been far more incompetent monarchs throughout history than wise ones. Even an ATM would light up for this. By the time Liu Yu finished dealing with the memorials, it was already deep into the night. He stood up, stretched lazily, and slowly walked over to the window, gazing at the moonlight that bathed the world in brilliance. He never imagined he would become an emperor in this foreign realm. Who would believe such a tale? Suddenly he thought of his father in this world, King Lu Zhan of the North. This heroic figure who had lived a life of valor ultimately met his demise at the hands of those he had sworn loyalty to. How ironic it is. 3 years have passed. Father, I miss you dearly. During his time at the North King's residence, despite his exceptional talents and intelligence, he often found himself in trouble. The citizens of Baiyuan City even dubbed him the Demon King, causing chaos throughout the city and even in Daliang City. Yet his father never scolded him, even once showering him with all the love a father could offer. With this recollection, Liu Yu felt a pang in his heart, his eyes unwittingly moistening with tears. Now that he had ascended the throne, his father would never see him again. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, Liu Yu slowly stepped out of the study. With a light leap, he gracefully soared to the rooftop. With a flick of his hand, a wine gourd appeared in his grasp. In his past life, he had no habit of drinking, but here he had grown accustomed to it. Perhaps this is what they call transformation. He drank deeply from the gourd, as if attempting to drown out the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Drawing a knife to sever the water only makes it flow more, raising a cup to dispel sorrow only deepens it. No matter how much Liu Yu drank, the tumultuous thoughts in his mind only intensified. He forced a bitter smile, and then deliberately withdrew his spiritual energy protection, allowing the alcohol to seep into his body. Gradually his head grew heavier, and his eyelids felt almost impossible to lift. After a moment of struggle, he succumbed to sleep on the rooftop. He slept soundly until noon the next day. The sun shone brightly, its rays spilling over the earth and landing on Liu Ye's face, stirring him from slumber. Blinking awake, he found himself bemused to have spent the night sleeping on the rooftop outside his chamber. Surely he was the first emperor to ascend the throne and then sleep on the rooftop on his first day. Recalling the events of the previous night, Liu Yu promptly descended from the rooftop. Someone come. Your Majesty, I am here. Wei Zhongxian approached, his face a mask of flattery. Send someone to Huangquan Valley to collect the remains of all the soldiers from the north. Yes. Wei Zhongxian bowed and retreated. Huangquan Valley lay within the territory of the barbarian nation, which he had since conquered, thus bringing the valley into his possession. Ding. System update complete. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Liu Ye's mind, startling him. Finally, it had been updated. System, what new features have you added? Ding. The host has ascended to the throne, established a nation, and activated the fortune mode. Reputation points have been removed, and the lottery system has been cancelled, now transformed into fortune points. The higher your nation's fortune, the more fortune points you will gain. Simultaneously, the mall system has been activated, allowing items to be purchased with fortune points or to summon cards for civil and military officials. Fortune points. Host Liu Yu. Race human. Identity Emperor of the Great Xia. Realm 5th layer of divine transformation. Fortune points 530000. Items Qi Shao Sword Imperial Seal 9 Tripod of Emperor Yu Emperor's Armor 1 Special Character Summon Card. Summon Character. Though the interface had changed somewhat, it was largely the same. By the way, system, will consuming fortune points affect the national fortune of the Great Xia? It will not. This will only serve as a tally akin to duplicating the Great Xia's national fortune. Even if you exhaust your fortune points, the national fortune will remain unaffected. Hearing this, Liu Yu released a sigh of relief. He feared that consuming fortune points might damage the national fortune of the Great Xia. If that were the case, he would hesitate to spend freely. Thankfully, that fear was unfounded. Curious, Liu Yu clicked into the system's mall, dazzled by the myriad of items that nearly blinded him. The Pango Axe, the map of mountains and rivers, the Jade Disc of Creation, the Chaos Bell. Wow, you sell all these. Haha, what a joke. This system knows the heavens above and the earth below. Is it strange to sell such items? Liu Yu was at a loss for words. He felt that the updated system was no longer as rigid as before. It had become increasingly personable. Indeed, it was growing more human-like. When he glanced at the prices of these items, he nearly spat out old blood. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Good heavens, there are still more zeros. You damn system, why don't you go rob a bank? System, haha, didn't I tell you before? System, stealing isn't as fast as accumulating wealth. Come on, make that money. And one more thing, do you think these items aren't worth the price? Faced with the system's question, Liu Yu fell silent. While considering the value and power of these items, adding a few more zeros was not unreasonable. Can't you recommend something I can afford? Poor fool. Want to see today's flash sale? Hearing the system's merciless taunt, Liu Yu almost spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt that being too personable wasn't necessarily a good thing. Its tongue was too sharp. Today's flash sale. Where did you learn this from? Spill it. None of your business, just tell me if you want to see. Show me, open it for me. Suddenly Liu Yu froze. What had he just said? Daily flash sale mall. Legendary sword scrap metal 100 fortune points. Stamina pill essential for strong men 100 fortune points. Top quality stockings used 100 fortune points. Liu Yu was speechless. This merchant was clearly running a black market. What kind of stockings cost 100 fortune points? I have no such tastes. And that legendary sword. Last time it cost him 100 reputation points, and now it demands 100 fortune points. Had it never been educated? As he spoke, he clicked on the stamina pill without hesitation. Ahem, this doesn't represent anything. He was merely curious. As for those stockings, he could keep them for himself. Internally cursing the system, he noticed that the flash sale mall refreshed with one last item. Special character summon card, 50000 fortune points. Holy cow, a golden legend. Finally something useful. Bai. Liu Yu decisively purchased it. Liu Yu now possessed 2 special summoning cards for historical figures. Without hesitation, he decided to use one. He took out one of the cards and addressed the system, activate this for me. Received. 1 special summoning card has been consumed, summoning in progress. Names began to materialize before Liu Yu, each one gliding past his eyes. Mozi Laozi Bian Ke Zhang Zhongjing and Zhang Heng, among others. A host of well-known historical figures appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned the representative of Taoism, the successor of Laozi Zhuangzhou. Between heaven and earth I coexist, all things are unified with me. A white-robed elder with an ethereal demeanor slowly emerged. With a relaxed posture, he slightly bowed to Liu Yu and said, I Zhuangzhou pay my respects to your majesty. Zhuangzi, there's no need for such formalities. I have long heard of your esteemed name and have yearned for it. Ha ha ha, Zhuangzhou chuckled, stroking his beard. Character Zhuangzhou Zhuangzi. Race human. Level special figure. Realm peak of the divine sea realm. Seeing the celestial presence of the elder before him, Liu Yu felt a wave of excitement. While Zhuangzi might not be the archetypal strategist, his ideas were remarkably profound. If one were to categorize him, he belonged to the esteemed sages who enlighten the masses. He never expected such a delightful surprise from this summoning. System, continue summoning. Use my second special summoning card as well. Ding, summoning in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully summoned the sage of Confucianism, Xuanhuan. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. I Sun Kuang pay my respects to your majesty. Another elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Liu Yu. Character Sun Kuang Xuanzi. Race human. Level special figure. Realm peak of the divine sea realm. Liu Yu laughed heartily as he assisted Sun Kuang to his feet. Today was indeed a stroke of luck. Two peak divine sea realm powerhouses, both top-tier sages. Zhuang Zhou and Sun Kuang exchanged a glance, both smiling faintly. Their sage-like aura was unmistakable. Zhuangzi, as a representative of Taoism, advocated concepts like free and easy wandering and equivalence of things with thoughts that transcended nature. Sun Kuang, as a culmination of Confucian thought, emphasized rights and law and the nature of evil, focusing on social order. Looking at the two, Liu Yu's mind was already brimming with ideas. Establish an academy. Recruit talented individuals from across the nation for nurturing. This was undoubtedly the best choice. Liu Yu did not shy away and directly shared his thoughts with the two sages. Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement. Since your majesty has decided, I propose that Brother Sun take the position of dean. Zhuang Zhou smiled gently. Sun Kuang shook his head. I am not suitable. Brother Zhuang is more fitting. Zhuang Zhou chuckled, shaking his head. I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and am not suited for this position. From my perspective, Brother Sun is indeed more suitable for the role. As Sun Kuang was about to respond, Liu Yu interrupted him. Enough of this modesty. Brother Zhuang is right. His nature indeed does not suit such a role. It must be you, Elder Sun, who takes on this responsibility. I plan to name the academy Jishao Academy. I will soon have someone select a prime location for its construction, and once the academy is complete, it will be time to enroll students. Since Elder Zhuang prefers not to deal with the intricacies, he can take the role of vice dean, overseeing the academy and guiding students when needed. Your command I shall obey. Xuanzi had served as the master of sacrifices at Jishao Academy 3 times, so Liu Yu felt entirely at ease in trusting the role to him. You may leave now. Oh, I will announce your appointments at the court tomorrow. Understood. Both sages bowed and departed. Ding. The system has an update gift package. Would you like to open it? An update gift package. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Isn't this informing you now? Will you open it or not? Of course I want to. Open it for me. Ding. The update gift package has been successfully opened. Reward 1. 2 low-level troop cultivation cards. Reward 2. 1 card for summoning a peerless beauty. Reward 3. Elevate the host's cultivation to the peak of the transformation realm. As the 3 rewards were bestowed, Liu Yu's aura began to surge. Transformation realm level 6. Transformation realm level 7. Transformation realm peak. 666, not even needing to pretend. Is this what it means to cheat? It feels incredibly exhilarating. After experiencing the surge of power within him, Liu Yu turned his attention to the other 2 rewards. Low-level troop cultivation card can enhance the cultivation of a troop below the Qi condensation realm with a random enhancement range. This is quite the fortunate turn of events, just as I needed it arrived. System, I suspect you might have a crush on me. This is evidently tailored for the Zhao border cavalry and the Wei Wu infantry. Both of these units have yet to step into the Qi condensation realm. Don't be so self-important. Ignoring the system's cold water, Liu Yu directly handed the 2 cultivation cards to the Zhao border cavalry and the Wei Wu infantry. In an instant, a terrifying aura and oppressive force erupted from the Zhao border cavalry camp far away in Manzhou. Everyone's cultivation instantly ascended to the Qi condensation realm. Similarly, the Wei Wu infantry stationed outside Beiyuan City also released an overwhelming pressure as all members stepped into the Qi condensation realm. Now, aside from ordinary soldiers, all his troops had entered the Qi condensation realm. Perhaps no dynasty could match such a grand scale. From what he understood, the forces across the entire Xiansheng continent possessed their own fate, categorized by the level of their fortune. In terms of sects, they range from 1st to 9th rank, with those reaching the 9th rank being known as sacred grounds. As far as he knew, the Heiming sect, which opposed their great Xia dynasty, was a 5th rank sect. As for nations, they were divided into 1st to 9th rank as well. 1st to 2nd rank were called kingdoms, 3rd to 5th rank were referred to as dynasties, 6th to 8th rank as empires, and 9th rank as imperial dynasties. For example, the former Liang Dynasty was ranked 5th at its inception, which was its most glorious period. It was the strongest dynasty within 100,000 miles. However, as time waned, the national fortune of the Liang Dynasty began to decline, with powerful figures perishing one after another, ultimately leading to its downfall. The army of Pang Huan, currently waging war against the southern barbarian dynasty, was merely a 4th-rank dynasty. Thus, it was indeed unlikely for an ordinary 6th-rank empire to possess 4 or 5 entire armies at the Qi condensation realm. Liu Yu cast his gaze upon the final reward, a card to summon a peerless beauty. There was no need for further inspection, it was clear. System summon her for me. Ding. Summoning in progress, please wait. One by one names floated before him: Zhao Fian, Shishir Jiao Chan, each a paragon of beauty. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the peerless beauty Zhenmi. Oh, it was actually Zhenmi. There were rumors that Chao Ji's Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River was inspired by Zhenmi, though such tales were merely whispers given the many versions that existed. As a beam of light flickered, a figure stepped gracefully out from the portal. Liu Yu was momentarily spellbound. An awe-inspiring beauty, like a startled swan, graceful as a drifting dragon, honored like autumn chrysanthemums, splendid like spring pines. Her presence was ethereal like light clouds veiling the moon, and her movements were as flowing as snow caught in a gentle breeze. Her figure was both slender and curvaceous, perfectly proportioned. With a graceful neck and a complexion as radiant as jade, her lips were a vibrant red and her teeth gleamed like pearls. Her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence and her dimples hinted at mischief. Liu Yu felt that these words fit Zhenmi perfectly, as if they were crafted just for her. Your humble servant Zhenmi pays her respects to your majesty. With that, Zhenmi prepared to kneel in reverence, but Liu Yu quickly stepped forward to help her up. There's no need for such formality here, Meyer. As Liu Yu held her hand, Zhenmi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Those summoned were bound to him with unwavering loyalty, so Liu Yu felt no fear of her resentment. Character: Zhenmi. Race: human. Level: peerless beauty. Realm: pinnacle of transformation. Holding her hand, Liu Yu declared, from this day forth you shall be the beloved consort me of the great Xia. Zhenmi, blushing, nodded slightly. Days later, in the Nanman Dynasty, at Liyun City. In the court, panic erupted. Not good. Not good. The great Liang, the great Xia dynasty has suddenly attacked us in the south. Their forces have split into two armies and have already conquered most of our territory. The local governors are surrendering. Currently, the two armies of the great Xia are advancing rapidly toward. Bang! The Empress Dowager Xuanhuan slammed her palm on her seat and stood up abruptly. Bring this instigator here. Cut him down. The court fell silent in shock. The individual was merely reporting the truth of the situation, and such actions could only destabilize morale. No, Your Majesty, I was only reporting the facts. Why must you kill me? Yet under Xuanhuan's cold gaze, the Imperial Guards dared not hesitate and immediately moved to act. That's enough. Murong Wu, clad in battle armor and wielding a sharp blade, strode into the Great Hall. Murong Chong, seated upon the dragon throne, was overjoyed. However, the presence of the poisonous woman beside him compelled him to suppress his delight. As he beheld the fully armed Murong Wu, Xuanhuan narrowed her eyes and coldly stated, "What? Does Prince Yong come to court in armor with intentions of rebelling?" She was well aware of the brotherly bond between Murong Wu and the late emperor. He would never dare to rebel, as the ruling emperor was his brother's own son. Murong Wu remained silent, his gaze as cold as frost, sending a jolt through Xuanhuan's heart. Could it be that Murong Wu truly dared to rebel? A flicker of unease rose within her. "Your Highness, save my life." The soldier reporting the battle situation, seeing Murong Wu, cried out in desperation as if he had found a lifeline. The Imperial Guards flanking him were caught in a dilemma. Neither the Empress Dowager nor Prince Yong were figures they could afford to offend. They still wished to live a few more years. "Release him. All of you leave the Great Hall." Murong Wu's voice was firm and unmistakable, dismissing all Imperial Guards and soldiers. "Stay where you are." Seeing the guards preparing to leave, Xuanhuan bellowed in anger to stop them. Faced with her command, they found themselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Murong Wu waved his hand and issued a sharp command: "Withdraw." All present trembled in fear and quickly exited the Great Hall. Witnessing this scene, Xuanhuan's expression turned as dark as thunder, and the air in the hall grew icy. All civil and military officials felt a shiver run down their spines. "Murong Wu, do you truly dare to rebel? Have you forgotten the late emperor's edict?" Xuanhuan invoked the memory of the late emperor, once more attempting to suppress Murong Wu. However, Murong Wu was no longer the same person he had once been. He looked at Xuanhuan and chuckled softly. "All that I do today is for the sake of the South's stability. If it weren't for you, this demon empress, my Nanman dynasty, would not have fallen to this state." Now the great Xia dynasty was at its zenith. Its offensive was swift and relentless, and the Nanman dynasty stood on the brink of annihilation. If he did not act swiftly to save them, the South would vanish into the annals of history. As for my brother, I trust he will understand my actions, and you today shall undoubtedly meet your end. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan took a deep breath and shouted, "Why aren't you taking action?" Yet a long moment passed in silence throughout the hall. Xuanhuan was taken aback. What is going on? Shenrong, all your men have long been dismissed by me. The palace is now filled with Prince Yong's people. General Li Kai stepped forward mocking her. Prime Minister Liu Ying also chimed in with a smirk. If I'm not mistaken, your Shen family is probably being raided at this very moment. You. Shenrong pointed at Prime Minister Liu Ying in disbelief. Shenrong, your chances of victory have vanished. Murong Wu's voice echoed in her mind like the arrival of death itself. Each word bore down on her like a colossal weight. She glanced at Murong Chong beside her, feeling a surge of determination. Murong Wu furrowed his brow and in a swift motion seized Murong Chong. Shenrong's gaze turned vacant as she missed her mark. I anticipated you would resort to such tactics. You truly are ruthless even against your own child. Ha ha ha. Murong Wu, you have won. With a fierce glare fixed on Murong Wu, Shenrong uttered each word with venomous intent. Finally, she slowly rose, her eyes widening suddenly as blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. She collapsed onto the dragon throne. Murong Chong watched as Shenrong breathed her last, feeling no sorrow, only an overwhelming sense of liberation. Though she was his mother, she had subjected him to inhumane torment. Living under constant fear, he had long lost any affection for her, replaced entirely by deep-seated hatred. Gazing upon Shenrong's corpse, Murong Wu lifted his head and murmured, "Brother, do not blame me." Shenrong's influence was not particularly formidable. It was primarily due to her backing from the so-called edict of the late emperor and the support of the Heiming sect. This had caused no one in the Nanman court to dare oppose her. Now, with the Heiming sect entirely sealed off, the powerful figures surrounding Shenrong had all been recalled. The path to success was now exceedingly simple. As for the Heiming sect's future revenge, they themselves had been heavily wounded by the Great Xia dynasty. At this point, it was fortunate that the Great Xia Emperor did not have them in his sights. Bring someone to clean the Great Hall and the Dragon Throne. Your Majesty, please reclaim the throne. Murong Wu knelt beside Murong Chong, clasping his hands respectfully. Murong Chong remained motionless, instead kneeling before Murong Wu, lifting him gently and advising, I am well aware that I am not the best candidate for the throne. This position rightly belongs to my uncle. Today I shall abdicate in favor of Prince Yong. Who supports this and who opposes it? Murong Wu was taken aback and quickly rose to intervene. My actions today are solely to purge the treacherous and restore clarity to the South Barbarian court. The throne should still be yours, your Majesty. I implore you not to jest. Before Murong Chong could respond, a soldier rushed into the grand hall in haste. Urgent report. Reporting to His Majesty. The soldier instinctively began, but upon noticing that Shenrong was not present, he quickly amended his words. Reporting to your Majesty and to Prince Yong. The two armies of the Great Xia dynasty are advancing with unstoppable momentum. They have now united and are less than 100 miles from Liyun City. Upon hearing this news, panic spread among the ministers. Alas, how can the Great Xia dynasty's troops march so swiftly? Oh heavens, is this a sign that the heavens wish to destroy our South Barbarian kingdom? Indeed, the Great Xia's forces must be formidable, or otherwise the various counties would not have surrendered so readily. Within the court, most ministers had fallen into despair. Even the Chancellor Liu Ying wore a solemn expression. The might of the Great Xia army was terrifyingly real. Though they had only recently established their nation, they demonstrated an extraordinary ability to govern. The territories seized by various nations during the upheaval in the Great Liang had been reclaimed by a mere word from them. The fortune of the Great Xia dynasty had undoubtedly reached the level of a fifth-tier dynasty, a stark contrast to their South Barbarian kingdom. Even the members of the Heiming sect had proven no match for them, let alone the South Barbarian kingdom. It was a humiliation, and he could only resent Shenrong for embarking on a campaign against the Great Liang at that time. Now the Great Xia had seized the opportunity to counterattack. At this moment, even if the coup were to succeed, there was no smile to be found on Murong Wu's face. What are your thoughts on the approaching Great Xia army? Murong Wu's voice echoed through the hall, and after exchanging glances, several ministers stepped forward. I will hold the defense. Our South Barbarian forces are at a disadvantage, so it seems best to remain steadfast. Another minister spoke up. I will take the offensive. Since death is inevitable, we might as well fight. From the corner, a diminutive figure hesitantly emerged. I will surrender, feign surrender. No, I will truly surrender. As these words left his lips, Murong Wu and the assembled ministers turned to him. The one who had suggested true surrender shrank back, quickly retreating among the ranks. I will take the offensive. General Li Kai's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. Murong Wu, taken aback, turned to Li Kai and asked, what kind of offensive do you propose? Your Highness, given our current situation, we are already in a fight for our lives. We should gather all our forces and charge out through the city gates to meet the Great Xia army hidden. Li Kai's determination remained firm, embodying a spirit ready to face death. Morong Wu raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. How was it different from seeking death? At that moment, the Chancellor Liu Ying, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said softly, "Your Highness, surrender." As Liu Ying's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the Grand Hall. Everyone was stunned that such a statement had come from the mouth of their South barbarian chancellor. "Truly surrender?" Morong Wu inquired, not in anger, but rather tentatively. Liu Ying sighed helplessly and nodded. "Indeed, truly surrender. I need a reason." According to reports, the two armies of the Great Xia attacking our South Barbarian Kingdom are led by Zhang Liang and Pang Huan. Who are these two? I believe I need not elaborate further, you all are well aware. The news of Zhang Liang and Zhao Yun slaying the leader of the He Ming sect had spread far and wide across the land. Everyone understood that the Great Xia dynasty had formidable experts of the divine Xi realm among their ranks. Moreover, Pang Huan had also slain an elder of the He Ming sect, and the names of these two were now shining brightly. One was able to collaborate with Zhao Yun to defeat the leader of the He Ming sect, while the other single-handedly injured the sect's fifth elder before ultimately slaying him. The strength of these two has clearly ascended to the divine Xi realm. The most powerful among us in the South Barbarian Kingdom is none other than your Highness, yet even your half-step into the divine Xi realm cannot equate to true divine Xi power. Liu Ying's words lingered in the ears of the ministers, each statement revealing a grim reality. At that moment, all fell silent. Indeed, what chance did they have under the leadership of a divine Xi expert? One divine Xi expert alone could easily push the South Barbarian Kingdom aside, not to mention that the Great Xia dynasty was deploying two such experts this time. Any further resistance would only lead to needless casualties. Morong Wu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, and no one dared to interrupt his contemplation. Morong Chong stood beside him, watching his uncle, fully aware of the turmoil within Morong Wu's heart. "Uncle, make a decision. Whatever choice you make, I shall support you even if it leads to death." The mention of death caused Morong Wu to glance sharply at Morong Chong. In his eyes, he saw a readiness to face death, and he smiled with a sense of reassurance. Surrender. As members of the royal family, he and Morong Chong could hardly hope to escape fate. Perhaps death was their ultimate destiny. Report. The Great Xia army has reached the outskirts of Liyun City. The commander of the Great Xia, Pang Huan, has issued terms. As long as your Highness leads the ministers in surrender, the Great Xia will show mercy. With the message from the messenger, an eerie atmosphere once again enveloped the Grand Hall. Most ministers turned their gaze toward Morong Wu, eagerly anticipating the decision of the Prince Yang. After struggling internally for a moment, Morong Wu let out a resigned sigh. He drew Morong Chong close and took the royal seal of the South Barbarian Kingdom from his hand. "Let us surrender." As these words left his lips, Morong Wu seemed to lose all vitality, appearing to age considerably in an instant. The former splendor in his demeanor was gone, replaced by a weary hero, gazing upon his fallen kingdom, powerless to change its fate. Thunder roared. With Morong Wu's words, a clap of thunder echoed through the skies, as if heralding the severance of the South Barbarian Kingdom's destiny. Outside Liyun City, elders and Pang Huan had united their forces, gazing at the towering Liyun City, before them an aura of tension and murderous intent enveloping the city. The guards, witnessing the imposing and battle-ready Great Xia army, felt an overwhelming fear. Yet the conviction to defend their homeland held them firm, preventing any thoughts of retreat. Wen Yuan, how do you think this Prince Yang of the South Barbarian will choose? If he truly possesses the wisdom that the people of the South Barbarian Kingdom speak of, he will have only one path: surrender. Pang Huan laughed heartily in response. They chose not to assault the city, but continued to watch Liyun City intently. Creak. The gates of Liyun City swung open. The gates of Liyun City swung open. Morong Wu and Morong Chong stood bare-chested, with Morong Wu holding the seal of the Southern Barbarian Kingdom as they led the civil and military officials out of Liyun City. Zhang Liang and Pang Huan watched them quietly, showing no signs of movement. Soon after, Morong Wu and Morong Chong knelt before Zhang Liang and Pang Huan. Criminals, Morong Wu and Morong Chong, accompanied by the civil and military officials of the Southern Barbarian Kingdom, submit to the Great Xia dynasty, they proclaimed. After speaking, Morong Wu turned to Morong Chong, who understood the silent cue, and presented several items. I, Morong Chong, offer the entirety of the Southern Barbarian territory with a population of 56 million, the seal of the Southern Barbarian Kingdom, the household registration, and maps for the general's acceptance. Pang Huan and Zhang Liang exchanged glances and nodded. As the commander of this operation, Pang Huan waved his hand, and two men stepped out of the military formation to accept the items from Morong Chong. After ensuring everything was in order, Pang Huan ordered seal the cultivation levels of all southern barbarian officials and escort them to Chang'an City, awaiting the emperor's decree. Zhang Liang stepped forward to carry out the command. Murong Wu, Murong Chong, and Chancellor Liu Ying remained calm. This was a standard procedure. After all, Zhang Liang and the others were merely generals, and the final decision rested with Emperor Liu Yu of the Great Xia. They allowed Zhang Liang to seal their cultivation. General Li Kai felt deeply frustrated, yet he had no choice but to comply under Zhang Liang's overwhelming pressure. Since the southern barbarian dynasty has fallen, with Pang Huan's voice, the entire Great Xia army erupted in a deafening cheer. In stark contrast, the officials of the southern barbarian dynasty were engulfed in sorrow. Let's go. A group of Bingzhou wolf riders approached Murong Wu and the others. Upon seeing these cavalrymen, Murong Wu was taken aback. Each one was at the qi condensation stage. He couldn't help but bitterly smile, as their defeat was indeed justified. Wen Yuan, although the southern barbarian royal family chose to surrender, there are still many stubborn elements among the local garrisons that need to be subdued, Zhang Liang remarked, nodding in agreement, before leading the Bingzhou wolf riders to continue the campaign against the southern barbarians. Meanwhile, Pang Huan entered Liyun City, taking direct control of the troops within, dispersing them into various divisions. As the Great Xia army entered the city, the citizens of Liyun City were filled with apprehension. Pang Huan promptly commanded the troops not to pillage or kill, with strict penalties for violators, which prevented any significant harm to the city. Though the people of Liyun City felt a sense of loss for the fallen dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty treated them well, allowing them to focus less on the change of rule. As long as their new rulers were benevolent, they were content. Uncle, how do you think the Emperor of the Great Xia will deal with us? In a prison cart, Murong Wu and Murong Chong were confined together. Despite having prepared for the worst, Murong Chong, still young, felt a surge of fear in facing death, a primal instinct in all humans. Murong Wu ruffled Murong Chong's hair and sighed, "I have no idea, nephew." The fall of the southern barbarian dynasty weighed heavily on his heart. Although it was not unjust to fall to such a powerful dynasty as Great Xia, it still felt like a profound loss. Now consumed by confusion, he could see only darkness ahead, unable to discern the path. With their fears nestled deep within, the cart sped toward Chang'an. A week later, after a long journey, the Bingzhou wolf riders finally brought Murong Wu and the others to Chang'an. This is Chang'an. Such rich spiritual energy. Murong Wu marveled at the aura surrounding Chang'an. This level of spiritual energy was something even many sixth-tier powers could not boast. "It's enormous, even larger than Liyun City," Murong Chong exclaimed, gazing at the grand city before him. The officials of the southern barbarian dynasty were equally astounded by the magnificence of Chang'an. Just months ago, this was merely an abandoned old city. A soldier of the Bingzhou wolf riders explained, sharing the city's development, which was not a secret, but rather a means to establish the emperor's authority. Hearing this, Murong Wu felt a renewed wave of astonishment. The summer emperor is truly extraordinary. Upon entering Chang'an, a wide straight road came into view. It was Zhuge Street. Flanked by various vendors, the street bustled with people, each face radiating happiness. "This road is Zhuge Street. Keep going straight, and you will reach the imperial palace," someone clarified. Murong Wu and the others nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the front hall of Weiyang Palace, Liu Yu maintained his usual demeanor. He had already announced matters concerning Jixia Academy in court, and regarding Zhenmi, he had granted her a noble status without hesitation. As of now, Zhenmi was the only one in Liu Yu's harem, yet she acted with the authority of an empress. "Your Majesty, General Pang has sent word that the southern barbarian dynasty has completely submitted to our Great Xia. The southern barbarian Emperor Murong Chong and Prince Murong Wu have arrived outside the imperial city." Splendid. Indeed, General Pang and General Zhang Liang have shown remarkable speed in conquering the southern barbarians. This is indeed a great achievement. The ministers were all taken aback, surprised by the rapidity of Zhang Liang and Pang Huan's assault. It hadn't been long at all, and a kingdom had already fallen. They looked towards Liu Yu and collectively bowed. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Liu Yu waved his hand and shouted, "Summon Murong Chong and Murong Wu along with the southern barbarian civil and military officials to the court." "Understood." Soon Murong Wu and the others were brought into the grand hall. Criminals Murong Wu and Murong Chong pay their respects to the Great Xia Emperor. Recognizing the situation, Murong Wu and Murong Chong knelt immediately. With them leading, Liu Ying and Li Kai followed suit. "Rise," Liu Yu commanded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Murong Wu and the others slowly stood up, gazing at Liu Yu seated on the dragon throne. Young. This was Murong Wu's first impression of Liu Yu. And then there was the majesty. An unparalleled authority, the true demeanor of an emperor. one he had never witnessed even in his own elder brother. As he scanned the court, the ministers of the former Great Liang Dynasty were automatically filtered from his view. He quickly identified two prominent civil ministers and the leading military commander. Though he did not recognize the two civil officials, the young man clad in court attire at the forefront of the military contingent must be Zhao Yun. Before he could express his gratitude, Murong Chong stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Feeling the overwhelming pressure exuding from Liu Yu, Murong Chong swallowed hard, trembling as he mustered the courage to say, "Criminal." Murong Chong, bearing the seal of the Southern Barbarian Kingdom maps and household registrations, beseeches Great Xia for mercy. Liu Yu regarded the young emperor with interest. As he remained silent, the hearts of all those from the Southern Barbarian Kingdom rose to their throats. They could not fathom the mind of this ruler nor the depths of his thoughts. They feared Liu Yu's bloodthirstiness, anxious about what fate awaited them. "I accept your surrender." With Liu Yu's voice echoing through the hall, the ministers and military officials of the Southern Barbarians let out a collective sigh of relief. Murong Wu, Murong Chong, you too are part of the Southern Barbarian royal family, and by rights I should not spare you. At these words, both Murong Wu and Murong Chong felt a chill run down their spines. "However, today I shall show mercy and grant you your lives." Murong Wu was astonished while Murong Chong's face radiated joy. They would not die. He realized he was spared. Murong Wu could hardly fathom the breadth of the young emperor's heart before him. After all, they were indeed members of the Southern Barbarian royal family. Was he not concerned that someone would rally support for them to restore the Southern Barbarians? What Murong Wu contemplated remained unknown to Liu Yu, and even if he did know, he would dismiss it with scorn. Currently, the upper echelon of the Great Xia dynasty was predominantly composed of his loyal followers. Murong Wu's rebellion, with only these former officials of the Southern Barbarian dynasty. Let us not forget that in this world where power reigns supreme, Liu Yu and his allies would only grow stronger. Their pace was not something Murong Wu could hope to match. By the time Murong Wu broke through to the Divine Sea or Nirvana stages, Liu Yu and his cadre of civil and military officials would be far beyond him in cultivation. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding Murong Wu's potential rebellion. Once they were integrated into the Great Xia, he believed that even the former officials of the Southern Barbarian dynasty would no longer reminisce about the past. Although Murong Wu possessed talent and strength, Liu Yu was resolute in not allowing him to hold military power. That was his bottom line. If Murong Wu and Murong Chong lived quietly in Chang'an, he would not pursue the matter further. But should they dare to act against him, they must be prepared for death. He was certain that this simple truth was well understood by Murong Wu. "From now on you shall reside in Chang'an. I will provide you with a residence. Although it cannot compare to the splendor of the Southern Barbarian palace, it will suffice." Surprise lit up the faces of Murong Wu and Murong Chong, and they quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your benevolence." They had anticipated certain death, never expecting Liu Yu to spare them. Their hearts swelled with gratitude. The officials and generals of the Southern Barbarian dynasty were equally astonished, realizing the expansive heart of the Xia Emperor. "Dismissed. Shortly, I will send someone to escort you to your new residence." "Yes, Your Majesty." Murong Wu and Murong Chong clasped their hands in salute and slowly exited the grand hall. Once outside, Murong Chong gazed at the blue sky, feeling a tremendous lightness in his heart. "Chong, do you not regret it?" Murong Wu inquired. Murong Chong shook his head, a smile blooming on his face that had long been absent. "Uncle, I do not regret it. For so many years I have felt like a marionette without any freedom." He reminisced about the past, his heart heavy with oppression. Now it felt as if he had shed the shackles of his former life, experiencing true freedom at last. Perhaps he was not suited to a royal existence. Seeing the smile on Murong Chong's face brought joy to Murong Wu's heart as well. Having lived a life without wife or child, he had treated this nephew as his own son. This was one of the reasons he had hesitated to seize the throne from Murong Chong for so long. Now, witnessing Murong Chong's unprecedented smile, he too felt a sense of relief. Let the past be as fleeting as a passing cloud, oh let it scatter away. Come, let us go. Wei Zhongxian approached them softly. Murong Wu and Murong Chong nodded, following Wei Zhongxian as they exited the imperial city. Returning to the front hall of Weiyang Palace, Liu Yu turned his attention to Liu Ying, Li Kai, and the other important officials from the Southern Barbarians. Among them were the Southern Barbarian Prime Minister Liu Ying and General Li Kai, both at the peak of the transformation stage. Even within the Great Xia dynasty, they were considered formidable figures. "Liu Ying, you are the Prime Minister of the Southern Barbarians, correct?" Liu Ying trembled at the words, stepping forward and bowing deeply. "Reporting to Your Majesty, I am indeed Liu Ying." Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Liu Ying was indeed a shrewd individual. I have heard of your integrity and impartiality in governance, a pillar of the nation. Would you be willing to serve in my court? Liu Ying was taken aback, gazing at Liu Yu in astonishment. He was currently a man burdened by crime, yet Liu Yu wished for him to serve. Your Majesty, I am but a sinner. I fear. Before he could finish, Liu Yu waved his hand impatiently. That is why I want you to redeem yourself through service. I will ask you once, are you willing? No more unnecessary words. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Liu Ying quickly knelt. I am willing. Liu Yu nodded. Good. From now on, you shall be the Deputy Minister of Personnel, assisting Li Si in managing personnel affairs. Deputy Minister of Personnel, Li Si. Seeing the confusion in Liu Ying's eyes, Liu Yu turned to Li Si and smiled. Li Qing, I have found you a helper. Are you satisfied? Li Si stepped forward, bowing deeply. I am very satisfied, immensely satisfied. Liu Yu smiled, and then addressed Liu Ying. This is Li Si, the Minister of Personnel in my great Xia dynasty. From now on, you will work under him. As long as you are diligent, you may yet clear your name. Thank you, Your Majesty. Next, Liu Yu's gaze fell upon Li Kai. He did not bestow any official title upon him, having discerned the defiance in his eyes. He ordered Li Kai to be sent to Zhao Yun's army. With Zhao Yun's firm hand to discipline him, Liu Yu believed he would soon recognize his true mistakes. Continuing, Liu Yu conferred positions upon several ministers, assigning them to minor, yet necessary posts. However, most of the southern barbarian criminals Liu Yu chose to exile or demote to commoners. His selections were primarily individuals of merit. He would not harbor idlers among his ranks. Once he had settled the officials and military personnel of the southern barbarian dynasty, Liu Yu began issuing orders. The former territories of the southern barbarians shall be renamed Southern Barbarian Prefecture, officially becoming part of the Great Xia. I command General Pang to deploy troops to Southern Barbarian Prefecture to ensure its safety. Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, Liu Yu turned to Wang Meng and asked softly, Jing Lu, how goes the construction of the Jixia Academy? Wang Meng stepped forward, reporting to Your Majesty, it is already over half complete. It should be operational within a month at most. Excellent. Take care to construct the Jixia Academy properly. It will be the face of our great Xia on the entire Xianxin continent. Understood. Unbeknownst to Liu Yu, with the fall of the southern barbarian dynasty, this news reverberated like thunder across several neighboring dynasties. They viewed the great Xia dynasty as a ravenous wolf, deeply concerned about a sudden attack. Consequently, they began to amass heavy troops along their borders. Regarding these developments, Liu Yu remained oblivious, as he had already dismissed the court and returned to the imperial harem. Upon his return, Xun Yu gracefully approached from behind, helping Liu Yu out of his dragon robe and into a resplendent brocade robe. Then she silently stood behind Liu Yu, massaging him to relax. Meyer, it is truly wonderful to have you. Liu Yu said, a smile gracing his lips as he pulled Xun Yu into his embrace. At his words, Xun Yu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. It is merely my duty, Your Majesty. Seeing the shyness on Xun Yu's stunning face ignited a fire within Liu Yu, and he swiftly swept her into his arms. Xun Yu gasped in surprise, quickly exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is daytime. Liu Yu smirked, looking down at Xun Yu. What of the daytime? If there is blame, let it fall upon you for being too beautiful. With that, he strode into the inner chamber. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. Soon the harem was enveloped in a flurry of passion. Several hours later, under Xun Yu's pleas for mercy, Liu Yu finally decided to spare her. On the dragon bed, Xun Yu glared at Liu Yu with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You scoundrel. Liu Yu managed an awkward smile, realizing he had lost control. All right, Meyer, you should rest well, he said, covering her with a blanket to conceal her exquisite figure. Exhausted, Xun Yu quickly fell asleep. Liu Yu donned his clothes and cautiously exited the chamber, making his way to a nearby pavilion. System, how much fortune is required for the extraordinary civil official summoning card? As he brewed a pot of tea, Liu Yu inquired mentally. Ding. To the host, the extraordinary civil official summoning card requires 50 million fortune points. Spitting out a mouthful of tea, Liu Yu exclaimed, What? 50 million? Looking at the mere 5 million fortune points in his account, he felt utterly disheartened. The previous mechanics were more favorable, at least allowing for a gamble. Ah, how frustrating. With a flick of his hand, a jade seal appeared. Indeed, it was the national seal of the Southern Barbarian Dynasty. Liu Yu then took out the imperial jade seal. Now that the Southern Barbarian Dynasty had perished, all its fortune was concentrated within this seal. Rised. With a surge of spiritual energy, he infused the Southern Barbarian seal. Roar. A low growl emanated from the Southern Barbarian seal, and a golden dragon of fortune burst forth. As Liu Yu watched the golden dragon soar through the air, he marveled at how the southern barbarian dynasty's fortune surpassed that of the former great Liang dynasty. It was evident how much the great Liang had lost the people's hearts. Immediately, he released the golden dragon of fortune from the great Xia dynasty to confront that of the southern barbarians. Without a hint of hesitation, the great Xia's golden dragon swallowed the southern barbarians in one swift motion. In an instant, golden light erupted. The great Xia's golden dragon expanded further, its might intensified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for annihilating the southern barbarian dynasty, devouring its fortune, and gaining 500,000 fortune points. Host Liu Yu. Race human. Identity Emperor of Great Xia. Realm Pinnacle of Transformation. Fortune points 10,085,000. Items Qi Shao Sword, Imperial Jade Seal, Yu Huang's 9 Tripod Cauldrons, Emperor's Armor. Hegemony. Summonable characters, Zhao Yun Li Mu. Over 10 million fortune points now. Ding! Today's flash sale shop has been refreshed. Would the host like to purchase items? Refilling his tea, Liu Yu felt intrigued by the system's prompt. Let's take a look and see what good items you have today. Daily flash sale shop. Extraordinary Civil Official Summoning Card, 100 million fortune points. Heh. Liu Yu couldn't help but scoff. The black market truly lived up to its name. This damn system remained as it was. Priced 50% higher than the original, only a fool would buy it. Shaking his head, he continued to scroll down. Cultivation Method Blind Box, 1 million fortune points. 10,000 Premium Spirit Stones, 1 million fortune points. Second-rate General Summoning Card, 100,000 fortune points. Liu Yu felt a flicker of surprise. Today's offerings were quite remarkable, and there was even an extra item. Not to mention what the Cultivation Method Blind Box contained. The prices for the last 2 items were a steal. Spirit stones were the circulating currency among upper-tier cultivators in this world. These stones primarily supported array formations, aided in cultivation, and were even necessary for refining puppets or alchemical concoctions. Since they contained abundant spiritual energy, spirit stones were categorized into levels low, middle, high, and premium. Premium spirit stones were the rarest. 100,000 premium spirit stones for just 1 million fortune points was an incredible deal. Then there was the second-rate General Summoning Card, originally 5 million prestige points, now only 100,000, a massive bargain. Third-rate General Civil Official Summoning Card, 1 million fortune points. Second-rate General Civil Official Summoning Card, 5 million fortune points. First-rate General Civil Official Summoning Card, 10 million fortune points. Top-tier General Civil Official Summoning Card, 30 million fortune points. Extraordinary General Civil Official Summoning Card, 50 million fortune points. This was the system's pricing for summoning cards. Special character summoning cards and beauty summoning cards only appeared in the black market. Returning to the matter at hand, Liu Yu unhesitatingly purchased the premium spirit stones and the second-rate general summoning card. As for the cultivation method blind box, he found it somewhat enigmatic. He opened the description for the blind box. Cultivation method blind box, encompassing all it contains, every method from the vast world. Upon opening, one can randomly obtain a method of any grade. The introduction was lengthy, but Liu Yu distilled it down to a few words. Bet on fate. This was a gamble on luck. Opening it could yield an earth-shattering extraordinary cultivation method, or it could deliver a worthless one. Currently, he indeed lacked a cultivation method of his own. His cultivation had been forcibly elevated by the system, although it was solidified, lacking the personal touch of his own practice. Yet this posed a significant flaw, without a unified attribute. Possessing formidable cultivation, yet lacking the support of a method meant he couldn't unleash his full potential. To gamble 1 million fortune points for a mere 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000 chance. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Yu decided to buy it. The luck of a gambler. Watching the blind box flickering before him, Liu Yu felt a surge of tension. This was 1 million fortune points, it better not go to waste. Soon various methods slid past him. Some were powerful enough to move mountains, to hold stars in hand, shatter the void, and distort space. Countless extraordinary techniques were on display. Yet there were also many useless techniques like lightning whip, little dog digging, and chick pecking rice that he found perplexing. As he watched the methods flash before his eyes, his heart raced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the Imperial Grade Cultivation Method, Hongming, Tiandi Jing. Imperial Grade Cultivation Method. Liu Yu's grin nearly split his face. He knew his luck wouldn't be too shabby. A stream of light materialized, surging directly into Liu Yu's mind. In an instant, all the contents of Hongming, Tiandi Jing were imprinted in his consciousness. Liu Yu's expression brightened. Cultivating using the fortune of the dynasty was indeed tailored for him. He sat cross-legged, operating the Hongming Tiandi Jing to begin converting his cultivation. By the time he completed the conversion, it was already deep into the night. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he slowly stood up and stretched his limbs. He could sense that his current strength far exceeded his previous self by several folds. What a fortunate day it had been. Liu Yu stretched lazily, reflecting on the day before returning to his chamber. Looking at the still sleeping Zhenmi, he smiled faintly. Then, quietly exiting the chamber, he gently closed the door, gazing at the bright moonlight as he made his way to the rooftop. This girl had accompanied him through so much chaos, she truly needed her rest. He wasn't driven by lust, so he let her recuperate properly. Reclining on the rooftop, he gazed at the moonlight, his thoughts drifting further and further until he eventually succumbed to sleep. Though he could substitute cultivation for rest, he had grown accustomed to sleeping. He could not shake this habit. Yet it was of little concern. In a realm shrouded in misty clouds, gray stone steps wind, like a sleeping dragon ascending towards the eaves hidden in the heavens. An imposing mountain gate stands midway up the slope, its 3 characters, Shishui Zong, gleaming brilliantly, exuding an endless aura of Tao. This place is the Xiansheng continent, home to the 6th-tier sect of the southern region, Shishui Zong. On a peak rich in spiritual energy, a breathtakingly beautiful woman dances with her sword the wind, carrying her graceful movements. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her skin is as pale as snow, and her dark hair dances wildly in the breeze, radiating a chill that keeps others at bay. As she continues to wield her sword, her techniques alternate between the ferocity of a raging river and the delicacy of a gentle brook. The holy maiden, the crown prince of the Liang Dynasty, has come to propose to you again, an elderly woman softly remarked. Aren't you going to take a look? The woman paused her practice, sheathed her sword, and shook her head at the elder. Xiao Popo, let master handle it. I have no interest in that crown prince, she declared resolutely. Indeed, the elder was Xiao Popo, and the woman was Dongfang Ling. Seeing her flat refusal, Xiao Popo hesitated for a moment before stepping closer and gently urged, Holy maiden, I think the crown prince of the Liang Dynasty is quite good. He is not only handsome, but also possesses remarkable talent in cultivation. Furthermore, he is backed by the powerful Liang Dynasty, a force not inferior to our Shishui Zong. Enough, Xiao Popo. Dongfang Ling interrupted, her expression displeased. I've said it before, I am not interested in this crown prince. She had heard of this crown prince, known for his talent in cultivation, but he was also notorious for his indulgent lifestyle. Even if he were perfect, she still would not be interested. Seeing her swift and decisive refusal, Xiao Popo could only shake her head in resignation. Suddenly, Dongfang Ling recalled something and quickly asked, By the way, Xiao Popo, what is going on with the people from the Heiming Zone? I noticed their grand elder had come to our Shishui Zone some time ago, yet they have not left for so long, she continued. Since returning to Shishui Zone, she had chosen to enter seclusion, remaining unaware of the events unfolding outside. Xiao Popo cleared her throat and softly explained, I don't know much, but I heard from the elders that the Heiming Zone suffered a setback while collaborating with the Nanman Dynasty to attack the Liang Dynasty. Their joint forces were defeated by the Summer King of the Liang Dynasty, and in a fit of rage their sect leader He Hong led his disciples to strike again. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ling turned pale and urgently asked, What about Xiang Yu? Is he all right? Xiao Popo sighed, helplessly looking at her holy maiden with a smile. It seems that only the Summer King can capture the attention of our holy maiden. Though her cheeks flushed slightly, Dongfang Ling pressed on for more information about Liu Yu's situation. Rest assured, the Summer King is doing well. He truly is an extraordinary figure, commanding a host of fierce generals. She continued. The sect leader of Heiming Zone, along with their 3rd and 5th elders, 3 formidable experts in the Divine Sea realm, along with thousands of their disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, or above all, fell at the hands of the Summer King. The Heiming Zone has suffered a significant blow, which is why their grand elder has come to our Shishui Zone. Dongfang Ling finally let out a breath of relief upon hearing Xiao Popo's explanation. Yet she couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Liu Yu had the power to kill experts in the Divine Sea realm. He Hong was a well-known figure, and even most of the Divine Sea elders within Shishui Zone could not match him. Only the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and a few supreme elders could overpower He Hong. The fact that such a powerful being could fall to Liu Yu was astonishing. Xiao Popo, do you know what Liu Yu is doing now? As she inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Popo replied, the Summer King. No, he should be called the Summer Emperor now. He has replaced the Liang Dynasty and occupied all its territories, establishing the Xia. Hearing this series of good news about Liu Yu, Dongfang Ling's heart finally felt at ease. At the same time, she felt joy for Liu Yu's achievements. Holy Maiden, the sect leader requests your presence, a disciple announced. The joy on Dongfang Ling's face vanished in an instant, her brows furrowing. Her intuition warned her that this visit would not bode well. However, she had to heed her master's words. In the main hall of Zong, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor sat regally on the sect leader's seat. This was Shui Chongxing, the leader of Zong. Below in the hall stood several elders of Zong and a young man clad in a dragon robe. 2 elders stood beside him, emanating an exceptionally powerful aura. Clearly, they were also experts in the divine sea realm. "Leader, the holy maiden has arrived," a disciple's voice echoed from outside. The young man in the dragon robe brightened at the news, swiftly turning to the entrance. Dongfang Ling, adorned in her white attire with her long dark hair cascading down to her waist, appeared like a celestial maiden under the sun's radiance. As he gazed at the stunning Dongfang Ling, the young man felt a stir in his heart. He was determined to make her his princess. Ever since his last visit to Zong with the national teacher of the Liang Dynasty, he had been captivated by her beauty. From his position, Shui Chongxing regarded Dongfang Ling with a gentle smile. "Linger has arrived." However, Dongfang Ling entered the hall without even casting a glance at the young man in the dragon robe, bypassing him to respectfully greet Shui Chongxing. "Master." "Please." Shui Chongxing nodded and stroked his white beard, speaking softly. "This is the crown prince of the Liang Dynasty, who has come to propose to you multiple times. In the past I declined on your behalf, but seeing his earnestness I wanted to hear your thoughts." As his voice fell, the young man stepped forward, presenting himself as gallantly as he could. "Linger, I am Chu Yun, the crown prince of the Liang Dynasty. I fell for you at first sight, and I..." Before he could finish, he met Dongfang Ling's cold, distant gaze that struck him deeply. "Crown Prince, please address me by my full name. We are not familiar." Her voice was frigid and unyielding, leaving Chu Yun bewildered. "Linger, I am genuine in my affections for you." "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I must decline such fortune as it is beyond my reach," Dongfang Ling replied resolutely. She then clasped her hands before Shui Chongxing, who sat upon the high seat, and said, "Master, I have someone I admire and do not wish to accept the Crown Prince's proposal." Her gaze was unwavering, leaving no room for anyone present to plead with her. Shui Chongxing was taken aback. Dongfang Ling had someone she liked. How could he, as her master, have been completely unaware of this? Chu Yun was equally astonished. Observing the expression on Dongfang Ling's face, it was clear that she spoke the truth. The woman he had set his sights on had feelings for another. Who could this person be that made Dongfang Ling look down on him? Shui Chongxing did not dwell on whom Dongfang Ling admired. Instead, he sighed in resignation at his disciple's determination. "Very well, since you refuse, I cannot force you." He then turned his gaze to Chu Yun and said, "I have fulfilled your request, and this girl does not reciprocate your feelings. You should cease your pursuit, or else." His tone turned frigid towards the end of his statement, sending a chill throughout the grand hall. Chu Yun had intended to say more, but Shui Changsheng's words silenced him completely. After a moment of silence, Chu Yun's expression darkened. He addressed Dongfang Ling. "Might I inquire who it is that you hold in such regard? I wish to see what he possesses that I lack." Dongfang Ling shot him a glance and replied softly, "Your Highness, you are indeed exceptional, and there are countless admirers of yours. There is no need for you to waste your time on me. As for the one I like, it is not your concern. She was not foolish enough to create enemies for herself. Surely you are not fabricating a person to dismiss me." Chu Yun's face grew stormy. Dongfang Ling's displeasure was evident as she retorted, "What difference does it make to you?" Chu Yun, faced with Dongfang Ling's icy demeanor, was about to continue when Shui Chongxing intervened firmly. "Enough. Chu Yun, considering your father's standing, I have shown you great leniency. Do not overstep. Take these gifts from the Dacian Empire and leave the mountain. Someone see them out." Seeing Chu Yun persistently press Dongfang Ling, a surge of anger welled up within Shui Chongxing. Did he truly believe Shishui's sect was so easily trifled with? In the grand hall, all the elders of Shishui's sect rose, their auras bearing down on Chu Yun and his companions. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yun led the 2 elders away from Shishui's sect. At the foot of Shishui Mountain, Chu Yun felt immensely disgruntled. He turned to look back at the sect's entrance, his frustration boiling over. "Find out who Dongfang Ling likes." "Yes." The 2 elders beside him answered in unison. "Umph." With a glance back at Shishui's sect, Chu Yun turned with his companions and headed toward the Dacian Empire. Within the sect's grand hall, Dongfang Ling bowed to Shui Chongxing, saying, "Thank you, master, for your understanding." Shui Chongxing waved his hand dismissively, his gaze softening as he looked at Dongfang Ling, the affection in his eyes unmistakable. "You, my dear, will you not tell me who it is that you admire?" Shui Chongxing teased, stroking his white beard. Dongfang Ling's cheeks flushed. "Master, you'll know in due time." With that, she fled the grand hall, her retreating figure eliciting a gentle smile from Shui Chongxing. He could roughly guess whom Dongfang Ling held in her heart. Liu Yu, the emperor of the Daxiao Empire. He was well aware of the childhood bond between Liu Yu and Dongfang Ling. When she had recently expressed her desire to travel to Beiyuan City, her uncle had hinted at the situation. But ultimately, it was not his place to interfere. Half a year later. Daxia Dynasty. Chang'an City. Come and see the fresh meat buns. If they aren't delicious, you won't know a thing. Hey, honored guests, take a look at these ornaments crafted from pure gold of the highest purity. How much? 100 taels of gold. Are you out of your mind? You want me to pay 100 taels for this little bit of gold? Watch out, or I might just have to expose your scheming. The streets of Chang'an were alive with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. With nearly 300,000 people residing in the city, its expanse had grown several times over. Amidst the bustling streets stood a young man in splendid attire, holding a folding fan, exuding elegance as his robes billowed in the wind. He radiated an air of nobility and authority that deterred others from approaching. Beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman with fair skin and captivating features, drawing even more attention to their striking appearance as a pair. Your husband, where are we headed? Zhenmi asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked around at the bustling Zhuge Street. Clearly the trinkets and goods around her did not pique her interest. Liu Yu gently brushed Zhenmi's hair aside and smiled softly. This outing is for your enjoyment, so where would you like to go? Indeed, these two were Liu Yu and Zhenmi. Noticing that Zhenmi was growing bored confined within the palace, Liu Yu had decided to take her out for some leisure and relaxation. Before Zhenmi could respond, a large group of people rushed toward the southern part of Chang'an City. Hurry, hurry. If we delay any longer, we'll miss the enrollment ceremony at Jixiao Academy. Some newcomers to Chang'an were puzzled. Jixiao Academy? What place was that? Why was it so enticing? Excuse me, brother, is Jixiao Academy some top-tier faction? One daring individual asked another. Newcomer, are you unaware? Jixiao Academy was established by the emperor with experts in the divine sea realm providing guidance. Most importantly, the emperor does not discriminate. Anyone with exceptional abilities can be elected for admission. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enough talk. If we delay, we might miss our chance. Upon hearing this explanation, curiosity ignited among those from various lands. Let's go. We should see for ourselves. Absolutely, let's all go check it out. Divine Sea Realm experts. Such figures typically only guided cultivation in forces above the 5th rank. If one could chance upon the opportunity to enroll in Jixiao Academy, it could open new paths. Zhenmi's interest peaked as she turned to Liu Yu. Husband, shall we also attend the enrollment ceremony at Jixiao Academy? Liu Yu nodded, gently, affectionately taking Zhenmi's hand as they made their way toward the academy. It will be good to see how Sun Lao and Zhuang Lao are managing Jixiao Academy. Since the order was given to construct the academy, he had yet to visit it himself. What better occasion than the enrollment ceremony to finally take a look? Jixiao Academy. Located in the southern part of Chang'an, it occupies a vast expanse of land close to a mountain range imbued with a rich spiritual essence. At this moment, the entrance of Jixiao Academy was bustling with activity, chariots and pedestrians flowing like a river. Under the towering archway, throngs of people came and went continuously in motion. It was indeed a scene of great prosperity. By the way, why didn't Elder Zhuang and Elder Sun inform me about the enrollment at Jixiao Academy? Liu Yu remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhenmi, exasperated, raised her hand to her forehead and explained, "It's because you left in such a hurry, Your Majesty. The people from Jixiao Academy have already come to the palace to deliver the message, but you were too eager to leave to read it," she continued. Liu Yu found himself at a loss for words. This morning, indeed, representatives from Jixiao Academy had delivered a letter, but he had yet to glance at it. With a flick of his wrist, the envelope appeared. Upon opening it, he confirmed it was in Sunzi's handwriting, indicating that the enrollment ceremony would take place today. "Never mind now that I know, let us go take a look," Liu Yu said, walking with Zhenmi towards the entrance of Jixiao Academy. Their striking appearances instantly drew the attention of the crowd. The guards stationed at the academy also noticed the two and were taken aback. As a few of them began to salute, Liu Yu raised his hand slightly to halt them. "Do not mind me, continue with your duties." His voice echoed in their minds, prompting them to nod in unison. Liu Yu then took Zhenmi by the hand and entered the academy gates. Along the way, all the guards they passed saluted, to which Liu Yu merely responded with a gentle nod. Before long, Liu Yu reached Sun Quan and Zhuangzhou. "Your Majesty," the two called out, cupping their hands in salute. Liu Yu smiled faintly and waved his hand. "No need for such formalities, esteemed elders." At this moment, another elder slowly approached and bowed to Liu Yu. "I greet Your Majesty." "Elder Hua, please rise," Liu Yu said, stepping forward to assist Hua Tuo. Character: Hua Tuo. Race: human. Level: special character. Realm: 5th stage of Divine Sea. Special talent medical arts. Note renowned for his surgical skills and as the father of surgery. Indeed, the elder before him was Huo Qubing. Over the past 6 months, he had summoned this unique character from the black market using the only special character summoning card available, which cost him 5 million fortune points. Fortunately, it was well worth it. Huo Qubing's abilities were undeniable. Even in this fantastical world, medical expertise remained of paramount importance. Liu Yu had invited Huo Qubing to establish a medical school at Jishao Academy to impart his knowledge of medicine. Liu Yu quietly inquired, "How are the preparations for enrollment at Jishao Academy coming along?" Xuanhuan stepped forward to explain, "We have conducted 3 rounds of enrollment, but the results have been quite disappointing. There are no extraordinary talents, it seems limited to Chang'an. If we expand to the whole of Daxiao in the future, there may be some prodigies that emerge," he suggested. Liu Yu frowned slightly and replied, "Then let us wait until I have fully developed Jishao Academy and hold a large-scale enrollment covering all of Daxia." Understood. Jixia Academy was destined to be the face of the Daxia dynasty in the face of various forces from Xianxin continent, and Liu Yu was naturally keen to prioritize it. The following time passed rather uneventfully, as Sun Quan had mentioned, without any remarkable talents surfacing. "Your Majesty, General Pang Huan has come to report." A soldier approached Liu Yu to relay the news. Liu Yu, who had been keenly watching the enrollment ceremony with interest, furrowed his brow. He looked at the soldier and softly asked, "What is it?" The soldier presented a handwritten note from Pang Huan. "Your Majesty, General Pang Huan has discovered disciples of the Heiming sect and an army from an unknown dynasty gathering 3,000 miles outside Nanmen province. They are converging in a gorge heading towards Daxia." Reading the note from Pang Huan, Liu Yu chuckled. "What a Heiming sect! I hadn't even sought you out, and yet you come looking for me. Send a decree for all ministers to gather at Weiyang Palace for a court assembly." "Yes." After issuing the command, Liu Yu turned to Zhenmi. "I'm sorry, Meyer, but I cannot accompany you any longer." Zhenmi smiled sweetly. "State affairs are important now, I understand." Liu Yu looked at her and pulled her into an embrace, then leaned in to kiss her soft lips. After a long moment, they parted. In front of the main hall of Weiyang Palace. "Your Majesty has arrived." With Wei Zhongxian's announcement, Liu Yu, clad in a dark dragon robe, ascended the throne. "Long live your Majesty," the ministers chimed in unison. "All rise." Liu Yu waved his hand. The civil officials remained unchanged over the past 6 months, still led by Xun Yu, Wang Ming, and Li Si. Following them was the former Prime Minister of Nanmen, Liu Ying. Among the military officials, aside from Zhao Yun, there were 2 new figures. One was a towering man, striking in appearance, donned in a purple gold crown with a crimson robe from Sichuan and a fine belt adorned with a lion motif. This was none other than our great filial son, Liu Bu. Of course, teasing aside, Liu Bu's martial prowess was indeed formidable. Character: Liu Bu. Race: human. Level: peerless general. Realm: 5th stage of nirvana. Weapon: Fong Tianhua Ji. Note: a god of war. He slays those who oppose him without mercy. Indeed, he was a force to be reckoned with in the nirvana realm. With Liu Bu present, he could dominate the entire southern region. Besides Liu Bu, there was another imposing figure. This man was robust and tall, standing 9 feet with a waist circumference of 12, exuding a powerful aura. Character: Pan Feng. Race: human. Level: second-rate general. Realm: 2nd stage of divine sea. Weapon: mountain-cleaving axe. Yes, he was the renowned commander of Jizhou, famed as East Pan Feng, West Liu Bu. This character had also been summoned 6 months ago, using a second-rate general summoning card from the black market. He felt as though the system was targeting him with 3 of the 5 tiger generals from Hulao Pass already summoned: Feng, Yue Pan Feng, and Yu Shi. "Your Majesty, may I ask why the court assembly has been called so suddenly?" Xun Yu inquired softly. "The Heiming sect harbors malicious intentions. I have received word from General Pang that they are gathering with an unknown dynasty's army outside Nanmen province." "What? The Heiming sect is truly unrepentant," one minister exclaimed in shock. Another minister scoffed. "Their obstinacy will only be eradicated when they are completely uprooted." "Enough." Liu Yu interrupted the fervent debate among the ministers. "This battle shall be led by General Liu without a single soldier." As soon as these words were uttered, it was as if a deep-sea bomb had exploded in calm waters, stirring up a tempest. "Your Majesty, to go without a single soldier seems rather unwise." Indeed, even if General Liu possesses great might, this could. What could it be? Liu Yu's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the room. "I am well aware of General Liu's strength. Furthermore, Zhang Liang and General Pang are also in Nanmen province. What is there to fear?" With Liu Yu's assertion, the ministers fell silent. "Feng, do you have any objections?" Liu Bu grinned slyly. "I shall not fail in my duty." His aura surged, emanating a terrifying pressure that showcased his formidable power. Sensing this overwhelming presence, even the discontent ministers quelled their grievances. Lu Bu rode his steed Red Hair down Zhuge Avenue, as the townsfolk hurriedly stepped aside. Is that General Lu Bu? Indeed, I saw him a month ago. He is the very Lu Bu. But why is he in such a rush? Uncertain, but judging by his direction, he seems to be heading to Nanman Prefecture. Perhaps the emperor is preparing to strike against the Heiming sect. I believe so as well. The Heiming sect has been so rampant it is high time they paid the price. The citizens speculated as they watched Lu Bu's figure fade into the distance. Inside the palace, after dispersing the court assembly, Liu Yu returned to the imperial study. Host Liu Yu, race human, identity Emperor of Daxia, realm second stage of Shanghai. Cultivation, method Hongming, Tianyi Canon. Fortune value 8550000. Items Qishao sword, imperial seal, 9 tripods of Yu Emperor's armor. Harem Zhenmi. Summonable figures Zhao Yun Lu Bu Li Mu. Indeed, his cultivation had successfully broken through to the second stage of Shanghai. System refresh the black market. Ding. Remember, it's called the instant kill mall, not a black market. Is there any difference? The system was too lazy to argue with Liu Yu. The instant kill mall is now open. Today's refresh is complete. Random general summon card, 1000 fortune value. Random civil official summon card, 1000 fortune value. Random troop summon card, 1000 fortune value. Oh, today seems to be a day of great fortune. Just 1 million fortune value is worth any level of acquisition. He'll buy them all. 3 summon cards in hand. System use them all for me. Ding. Summoning in progress, please wait. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the unparalleled general. Xuanhuan, Jun the god of slaughter, Bai Qi. What? The god of slaughter, Bai Qi? Liu Yu was frozen in place, speechless with astonishment. Bai Qi, the undefeated general known as the god of slaughter. In total, 200,000 soldiers perished during the Warring States period, and he was responsible for half. In the Battle of Yi, he annihilated the combined forces of Han and Wei, consisting of 2,000 with only 1,000 of his own troops. In the Battle of Yan Ying, he flooded the city and drowned over 1,000 soldiers and civilians from Chu. In the Battle of Huayang, he killed 1,000 Wei troops and drowned 1,000 Zhao troops. In the Battle of Xingqing, he captured 5 cities in a row and beheaded 5,000. And finally, in the Battle of Chongping, he executed 4,000 Zhao soldiers. Such astonishing accomplishments propelled him to the forefront of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, and he was also one of the 10 sages revered in the martial temple. It could be said that the state of Qin relied on Bai Qi to devastate the 6 states of Shandong, accelerating the unification of the Warring States. Boom. The light was stained blood red. A middle-aged general clad in dark armor slowly stepped forth. His long ebony hair was casually tied back with a few strands dancing in the wind, adding an air of rebelliousness and ferocity. Bai Qi's eyes were strikingly black and white, yet deep and profound, as if they contained the vastness of the starry sky and the essence of endless slaughter. It was enough to captivate the heart. A blood-red aura of slaughter surrounded him, and the wails of vengeful spirits echoed within it, sending chills down the spine. His white cloak contrasted with the blood-red aura, making it hard to gaze directly at him. I, Bai Qi, pay my respects to your majesty. Liu Yu's lips curled upward. He was already delighted inside. He had actually summoned Bai Qi. Spending 1 million fortune value was absolutely worth it. He hurried forward to help. Bai Qi, rise. General Bai, please rise. With you, General Bai, I have gained the strength of a tiger. Character Bai Qi. Race human. Level unparalleled general. Realm 5th stage of nirvana. PS the god of slaughter, invincible in attack, undefeated in battle. In terms of annihilation, no one surpasses him. Looking at Bai Qi's cultivation, Liu Yu felt his smile widening. Another Nirvana realm warrior. Who has seen a dynasty with 2 Nirvana realm powerhouses? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a top civil official, Liu Muji. Liu Muji, the talented individual who managed logistics for Liu Yu and was known as Liu Yu's Xiaoyi. There are rumors that if Liu Muji had lived longer, Liu Yu might have led his army to conquer the Central Plains. But alas, history has no ifs. However, given the legends surrounding him, Liu Muji's abilities are certainly not to be underestimated. A middle-aged man knelt before Liu Yu, bowing in respect. I, Liu Muji, pay my respects to your majesty. Rise, Daohi. I appoint you as Minister of Revenue, overseeing the Ministry of Revenue. As you command. Character Liu Muji, courtesy, name Dao, race human. Level top civil official. Realm 5th stage of Shanghai. And now for the final random troop summon card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the elite troops, Jin Yue. Xun Yu. Today is indeed a day of extraordinary fortune. 3 top-tier summons in a row. Troop Xun Yu. Race human. Level top-tier troop. Number 50000. Realm peak of Qi condensation. Peak of Zifu. Commander Liu Bing. Liu Bing. An unexpected gain. Character Liu Bing. Race human. Identity commander of Jinyi. Realm peak of Shanghai. Excellent. As the commander of Jinyi, his peak Shanghai realm is enough to command respect. A shadow flitted past, and Liu Bing, clad in a flying fish suit and holding a decorated spring knife, knelt before Liu Yu. I, Liu Bing, pay my respects to your majesty. Very well. I assign you the responsibility of overseeing the officials spreading Jinyi throughout Daxia to monitor the realm. I obey. With that, Liu Bing vanished into the shadows. Daohe General, I will announce your appointments at tomorrow's morning assembly. You may leave for now. After Liu Bing's departure, Liu Yu turned his attention to Bai Qi and Liu Muji. After they accepted their orders, they exited the imperial study. Once they left, Liu Yu resumed his tedious task of reviewing memorials. As dusk fell, a creaking sound echoed. Zhenmi slowly entered her heart, aching at the sight of Liu Yu still buried in work. Hearing the noise, Liu Yu looked up, meeting Zhenmi's gaze. He smiled faintly. Meyer, what brings you here? Without a word, Zhenmi silently approached and began to massage his shoulders. Under Zhenmi's gentle touch, Liu Yu felt much more relaxed, placing his hand atop hers. My dear Meyer, you treat me so well. Zhenmi's face flushed, and she shyly replied, it is what a servant should do. Liu Yu pulled Zhenmi into his embrace, lifting her chin and kissing her. After a long while, he finally released her as she struggled to break free. Zhenmi gasped for breath, casting Liu Yu a reproachful glance at her disheveled attire. You scoundrel! Liu Yu laughed heartily, holding Zhenmi tightly, greedily inhaling her fragrant scent. At that moment, Zhenmi suddenly said, Your Majesty, why not find another sister? Liu Yu was taken aback and looked at Zhenmi, questioning, What makes you suggest that all of a sudden? Zhenmi shot him an annoyed glance. Did she not know her own strength? Every day, she was the one exhausted by his vigor at night. Yet she could not find the words to explain herself to Liu Yu. Seeing Zhenmi's hesitant expression, Liu Yu laughed heartily, fully aware of what she meant. He embraced her and chuckled. But who could ever compare to you, Meyer? Upon hearing this, Zhenmi's heart blossomed with joy. As a woman who does not relish being praised for her beauty, especially when it comes from her husband. So, Meyer, you should yield to me. In the midst of Zhenmi's terrified gaze, Liu Yu lunged forward, and the imperial study resonated with the symphony of love. The next day at dawn, as Liu Yu gently covered Zhenmi with a blanket shielding her perfect form, he quietly left the chambers. Stepping outside, Liu Yu stretched lazily, inhaling the fresh morning air, which was truly invigorating. Your Majesty, the Right Chancellor has arrived, Wei Zhongxian announced, bowing before Liu Yu. Oh, have him come to the imperial study. Yes, Your Majesty. In the imperial study, Liu Yu sat before the dragon desk, poring over the map of the southern region. The Great Xia Dynasty occupied the southern part of this region, bordered by an endless sea to the east and a mountain range to the south, which separated them from the southern barbarians after their annexation. Beyond the mountains lay the Silver Moon Dynasty, a formidable power in its own right. Ranked as a fifth-tier dynasty, it housed many strong practitioners of the Divine Sea realm. The Black Abyss sect was also situated quite close to the Silver Moon Dynasty. Liu Yu speculated that the mysterious dynasty allied with the Black Abyss sect was likely the Silver Moon Dynasty, with an 80% certainty. To the north of the Great Xia Dynasty lay another vast mountain range known among the powers of the southern region as the Death Mountain Range, rumored to be home to many terrifying beasts. Indeed, these were not mere demonic beasts, but ferocious creatures. There exists an essential distinction between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. The latter possesses intelligence akin to humans, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Most importantly, they can transform into human forms. In stark contrast, ferocious beasts thrive on the chaotic energy that envelopes them, relying on it to survive and lacking any semblance of intelligence. Mere beasts in the truest sense. Within the Death Mountain Range, ferocious beasts roamed freely. Few could traverse this treacherous terrain unscathed. Even some practitioners of the Divine Sea realm faced dismal odds of survival. Thus, a coalition of major powers in the southern region had sealed off the entire mountain range 10 millennia ago, forbidding any entry and confining all ferocious beasts within. As Liu Yu diligently examined the map, Wang Ming entered the room. Liu Yu gestured to a chair with a smile. Jing Lu, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once Wang Ming was seated, Liu Yu inquired, What brings you here, Jing Lu? Your Majesty, the construction of Chang'an City is now relatively complete. The east and west markets, divided by Zhuge Street, have commenced operations, alleviating some of the traffic congestion along Zhuge Street. Liu Yu nodded approvingly. Excellent, let the merchants begin selling their goods in the east and west markets. However, Zhuge Street, being the main thoroughfare of Chang'an, must not have shops blocking the road. This must be enforced. Understood, Wang Ming responded with a respectful bow. By the way, how is the enrollment at the Jixiao Academy progressing? Liu Yu asked, recalling that he had left the last enrollment ceremony prematurely due to matters concerning the Black Abyss sect. Wang Ming shook his head. According to Old Sun, it's not going very well. However, Old Hua's medical school has recruited 5 promising medical talents. This did not exceed Liu Yu's expectations. It would be best to conduct the imperial examinations and the Jixiao Academy's enrollment simultaneously in due time. Now regarding the entire Great Xia territory. Report. Just as Liu Yu prepared to continue his inquiries, a soldier from the Imperial Guards accompanied by a cavalryman from the Zhao border hurriedly arrived at the Imperial study. What is the matter? Wei Zhongxian blocked the soldier. Urgent news from the northern border. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's expression changed, and just as he was about to report to Liu Yu had already stepped forward. What has happened? The Zhao border cavalryman knelt before Liu Yu, handing him a handwritten missive from General Limu. Your Majesty, urgent news from the northern border. A massive breach has occurred in the seal outside the Death Mountain range, and countless ferocious beasts have poured out, heading straight for the northern border. The border guards have suffered heavy casualties, and the pass has been compromised. General Limu has personally led the Zhao cavalry northward to reclaim the pass, but the ferocious beasts continue to surge forth, and our brothers in the Zhao cavalry are diminishing in numbers daily. General Li has sent me to the capital to request aid. The seal of the Death Mountain range has been breached. For millennia, the seal protecting the northern Death Mountain range had been unbreakable. How could it now have a massive hole? Could it be that someone had done this intentionally? A flurry of questions flooded Liu Yu's mind, but the immediate priority was to provide assistance to Limu. Summon Xun Yu, Zhao Yun, Bai Qi, Li Si, and Lu Muji to the Imperial study to see me. Yes. Wei Zhongxian, receiving the order, wasted no time and quickly went to notify the others. Soon, under Wei Zhongxian's guidance, the group hurriedly arrived at the Imperial study. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Liu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Spare the formalities. Urgent news from the northern border indicates that ferocious beasts have breached the Death Mountain range. General Limu is struggling to hold the line. I have decided to personally lead an expedition to assist General Limu. Upon hearing this, Li Si was the first to object. Your Majesty must not lead the expedition yourself. What if? There are no what ifs, Minister Li. I am fully aware that your concerns stem from my safety, but I am not helpless. Li Si attempted to voice his concerns again, but Liu Yu cut him off. Enough, my mind is made up. I entrust Chang'an to all of you. Liu Yu clasped his fists in gratitude to them. Your humble servant is in trepidation. Enough, I have told you to dispense with these formalities. When Ruo Jing Lu Dao, after my departure, the affairs of Chang'an and the various local reports will fall to your care. Liu Yu smiled as he patted the shoulders of the three. After giving these instructions, Liu Yu turned his gaze to Zhao Yun. Zilong, you have been the earliest to follow me, and my confidence in you is unparalleled. I entrust Chang'an to you. Hearing this, Zhao Yun felt deeply moved. I shall not fail your expectations. Character: Zhao Yun. Race: human. Rank: top tier general. Realm: divine sea realm. P.S. riding a white horse with a silver spear, advancing and retreating 7 times, diligently protecting the throne. An ideal general. Indeed, in just 6 months, Zhao Yun's realm had soared from the 1st to the 8th level of the divine sea realm. If not for the earlier summons, his strength would have surely reached at least the 1st level of the Nirvana realm by now. In the camp of the White Horse Yisong, Liu Yu donned the Emperor's armor, an invisible aura of imperial power radiating from him. The Qishao sword at his waist glimmered with a cold sheen. Soldiers, we shall march north to aid General Limu, he commanded. Yes, the troops responded in unison. This time Liu Yu took with him 20,000 men of the White Horse Yisong, leaving 10,000 to guard Chang'an. To confront the terrifying entities emerging from the Death Mountain, he decided to bring Bai Qi along. With Bai Qi a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm at his side, he was confident that no beast from the Death Mountain would pose a significant threat. Advance. Liu Yu rode at the forefront, leading the White Horse Yisong towards the northern frontier. The northern territory had now merged with the former barbarian lands, and Liu Yu boldly named it the Northern Frontier, as both regions lay north of the Great Xia. Passing through Beiyuan City, Liu Yu dared not linger, hastening northward. Days later, at the border, Limu was stationed at the border fort, his gaze fixed on the towering sandstorm outside. He knew well that it was no ordinary storm, but a tide of ferocious beasts. All personnel stand ready. Limu narrowed his eyes, the border fortress now in disarray. The soldiers of the Zhao border riders readied their bows, hearts racing as they awaited Limu's command. Fire. With Liu Yu's shout, arrows infused with spiritual energy poured forth like rain. Roar! The sounds of howls erupted from the beast tide, undeterred by the arrows raining down from above, charging forward like mindless corpses. In an instant, numerous beasts fell lifeless in pools of blood. However, many more, relying on their terrifying physiques, withstood the barrage and advanced toward the fortress. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Liu Yu snorted coldly, an overwhelming wave of energy erupting from him. Boom! The beasts closest were obliterated, their corpses exploding into fragments scattered across the ground. Yet rather than deterring the remaining beasts, this horrifying sight only intensified their bloodlust. A furious roar came from the rear of the beast tide, and in that moment they surged towards the fortress like they were fueled by a frenzy. Begone! A thunderous shout rang out from the heavens, an immense killing intent enveloping the beasts, causing them to halt in their tracks, some even retreating. Their primal instincts sensed danger. Liu Yu was equally astonished. This overwhelming pressure could not possibly be generated by a mere God Sea realm expert. Two figures descended from the sky, landing atop the border fortress. Recognizing the newcomers, Liu Yu gasped, "Your Majesty! Salute to your Majesty!" The soldiers of the Zhao border riders knelt in respect. Liu Yu raised his hand slightly. "All soldiers rise. There is no need for excessive formality on the battlefield." "Thank you, Your Majesty," they replied, and Liu Yu turned to Liu Yu softly, inquiring, "General Liu Yu, what has transpired here?" Liu Yu shook his head. "I am unclear. I have only discovered that the area known as the Death Mountain seems to be sealed by a formation. Recently, a hole appeared in that formation, allowing these beasts to escape. I once led an army to the breach in an attempt to seal it, but it was futile." Upon hearing Liu Yu's explanation, Liu Yu grasped the situation more clearly. "If it cannot be sealed, then we shall annihilate them. By General, it is up to you." Bai Qi nodded slightly at Liu Yu's command, and a vast aura of malevolence manifested behind him, filled with vengeful spirits and their incessant wails. Liu Yu was taken aback. This scene reminded him of a legend. Bai Qi, the Lord of Warfare, the infamous butcher. Could this man truly be the legendary slaughterer, Bai Qi? "Kill!" Bai Qi roared, his voice like rolling thunder, shaking the very earth beneath him. He soared upward, clad in dark, gleaming armor, wielding a blood-tinged spear, standing proud in the sky. Wherever his gaze landed, fear spread like wildfire. Roar! The towering beast at the rear of the tide bellowed, attempting to intimidate Bai Qi. It sensed the threat of death emanating from him. Though devoid of intelligence, it was not entirely mindless. Bai Qi's pressure was enough to crush it. Driven by instinct, it fled in terror. Bai Qi's expression remained stoic, observing the beasts as if they were lifeless. Die? His spear surged with blood-red, killing intent, a beam of crimson light shooting skyward, a terrifying aura coalescing around it. As the blood light solidified, a gigantic blood-red blade materialized, exuding boundless bloodlust that sent shivers down the spine. Slash! The blood-red blade fell, cleaving through the beast horde. Any touched by it met certain death. The overwhelming killing intent tore through the beasts, filling the air with their wails. Boom! As the blood-red blade struck the earth, the surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, the explosive wave of spiritual energy radiating outward for miles. Liu Yu and Liu Yu quickly gathered their spiritual energy to form a shield protecting the entire border fortress. Liu Yu could not help but swallow hard. Good heavens, this was akin to a human nuclear bomb. Moments later, as the dust settled, a vast and deep chasm revealed itself before them, littered with the corpses and remains of the beasts, while many had been reduced to pools of blood flowing outward. The beast that had roared at Bai Qi earlier now lay lifeless, utterly defeated. Was this the power of a Nirvana realm expert? Terrifying indeed. Bai Qi slowly landed atop the border fortress and saluted Liu Yu. "I have not failed in my duty." "Ha ha, General Bai, you are truly a divine being." Liu Yu could not help but praise him. "General Li, General Bai, you both shall accompany me to investigate the Death Mountain. The White Horse, Isong, and Zhao border riders will guard the border fortress." Understood. The two men clasped their hands in acknowledgement to Liu Yu. As Liu Yu gazed outside the city, he noted that the previous tide of beasts had not been particularly large, the strongest among them merely at the God Sea realm. Even without Bai Qi's intervention, Liu Yu could have handled it, as he had also reached the 7th level of the God Sea realm. He had learned his lesson from earlier summons and must find ways to enhance the cultivation of his generals. Returning to the matter at hand, while the scale of this beast tide was not immense, Liu Yu still intended to investigate the breach in the seal, lest more formidable foes emerge. If he could seal the breach, that would be ideal. Once the great Xiang Dynasty continued to grow and became more established, he would lead his forces to completely subdue the Death Mountain. After all, any entity that posed a constant threat to the great Xia dynasty must be eradicated. Translation: The Death Mountains. On the outskirts, Liu Yu, Bai Qi, and Li Mu traversed the mountain path, feeling the increasingly intense aura of death surrounding them. They knew their destination was near. As anticipated, they soon discovered a breach in the ceiling formation. Beyond the breach, the ground had been trampled flat by fierce beasts, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding terrain. Something's off. This breach was definitely caused by someone intentionally, Liu Yu analyzed thoughtfully as he examined the gap. It was unreasonable to believe that the formation had decayed over time and weakened to such an extent. Moreover, the traces of attack on the formation further confirmed that this was not a natural deterioration. Bai Qi's eyes sharpened, and in an instant he vanished. Liu Yu and Li Mu exchanged glances, their hearts racing. They realized that had Bai Qi not been present, they might have fallen into a trap. Silently, they stood in place waiting for Bai Qi. Liu Yu held no concerns regarding Bai Qi's capabilities. Soon Bai Qi returned to Liu Yu's side, dragging a figure clad in black robes. Liu Yu activated his detection ability and was taken aback. A 9th-level Xunhuan realm cultivator. This person had come here to spy on them. With a swift motion, Bai Qi crushed the black-robed figure's dantian with a single slap. Pooh! The black-robed figure's face changed dramatically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Bai Qi tossed him to the ground, his tone cold and demanding. The black-robed figure remained silent, looking at Bai Qi as though he were a demon filled with dread. This was the first time he had felt such despair since he had begun his cultivation. The overwhelming pressure nearly shattered his resolve. To think you could pry information from me, how delusional. The black-robed figure showed a defiant demeanor that only made Liu Yu scoff. The Black Xian divine sect has overreached its bounds, even encroaching on the territory of the great Xia dynasty. How do you know? The black-robed figure's eyes widened in disbelief. Liu Yu chuckled, unsheathing the Qishao sword and pressing it against the figure's neck. I know all. You would do well to cooperate and divulge everything to spare yourself from suffering. Otherwise, well, you understand. A chill radiated from Liu Yu. The black-robed figure trembled at Liu Yu's icy gaze. You are the emperor of this dynasty. What terrible luck he had. It is I who is asking you. Liu Yu's voice chilled the air once more, as piercing as a winter gale. The black-robed figure clenched his teeth, still refusing to speak. Liu Yu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. General, Bai, keep him under guard here. Understood. Bai Qi stepped forward, sealing the black-robed figure's limbs, rendering him immobile. What have you done to me? The black-robed figure cried out. Bai Qi, losing patience, sealed the figure's vocal cords. Then he released a hint of murderous intent around the black-robed figure to prevent any unforeseen events. Let's go. Liu Yu led the two to the breach and continued to observe the ceiling formation. General Bai, can you repair it? Liu Yu asked, feeling the vibrations of spiritual power emanating from the formation. Bai Qi examined the formation with a strand of his consciousness. Your Majesty, this formation is formidable. Fortunately, it has only a single breach. If I collaborate with General Li, we may have the ability to restore its seal. Nodding at Bai Qi's response, Liu Yu felt reassured. Although Bai Qi stated it was only a possibility, such modesty belied his true capability. If he asserted he could do it, then he undoubtedly could. Very well, then I implore General Bai and General Li to proceed. Yes. The two responded in unison, positioning themselves at the breach. With two terrifying streams of spiritual energy emanating from them, as they channeled their power into the formation, it burst forth with dazzling light. The breach visibly began to heal. Seeing this, the black-robed figure panicked. The hole he had painstakingly created was being restored. He had expended the Black Xian divine sect's secret methods to open it. Moreover, he couldn't comprehend how a mere dynasty could harbor a Nirvana realm expert. If this were an ordinary dynasty, how could a peak Shanghai realm cultivator like him suffer such humiliation? Now that his cultivation had been crippled, despair consumed him. Even suicide seemed impossible. Just as the ceiling was about to be fully restored, a streak of light shot out and landed before Liu Yu. Taken aback, Liu Yu watched as the light faded, revealing an egg about half a meter in size. An egg. The egg, adorned with golden patterns, radiated an air of nobility. Item: unknown dragon egg. Life force abundant. Status: soon to hatch. A dragon egg. Liu Yu was astonished. This was indeed a dragon egg. The black-robed figure in the distance was stunned, his heart racing. This was the very purpose of his journey. Observing the black-robed figure's frantic demeanor, Liu Yu approached, inquiring, "Do you recognize it?" At the same time, he released the seal on the figure's vocal cords. Cough, cough. If I tell you, will you spare me? The black-robed figure looked at Liu Yu, hoping for a reassuring answer. Better to live in disgrace than die with honor. He had no desire for death. As long as he lived, his cultivation could undoubtedly be restored. Then he would seek revenge on the great Xia dynasty through his sect. Seeing the glimmer of hope in the black-robed figure's eyes, Liu Yu chuckled, then turned his attention back to the magnificent egg. The black-robed figure, realizing Liu Yu was ignoring him, grew anxious. This was not going as he had anticipated. Soon Bai Qi and Li Mu successfully sealed the breach. Your Majesty, the breach has been successfully closed. Excellent, let us depart. It is time to leave. With a wave of his hand, Liu Yu stored the dragon egg in his system space. In the system space, time was frozen, ensuring the egg would not hatch. He planned to bring it back to Chang'an City before allowing it to hatch. At that time, with proper nurturing, it could become a guardian beast for the nation. And take him with us. Bai Qi nodded, waving his hand as a thread of spiritual energy ensnared the black-robed figure. Having completed their tasks, the three made their way back to the border fortress. As a precaution, Liu Yu decided to leave 20,000 White Horse Ezone troops under Li Mu's command to continue guarding the northern frontier while remaining vigilant against any further schemes regarding the Death Mountains. Once the strength of the great Xia dynasty was restored, they would eradicate all threats in one fell swoop. After issuing instructions to Li Mu, Liu Yu and Bai Qi hastened back to Chang'an City with the black-robed figure. With their current prowess, they traversed vast distances in a single day and soon arrived in the city. I leave him to you. Extract some useful information for me. Liu Yu summoned Liu Bing and with a gesture tossed the black-robed figure to him. I will not fail your command. Heiming sect. What a bunch of useless fools. Lu Bu coldly snorted after piercing the last elder with his Fantian Hujia. He had anticipated a fierce battle, but instead faced a group of weaklings hardly even enough to warm him up. Ha ha, General Liu is indeed mighty. Pang Wan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Liu Bu's combat prowess was truly unfathomable and terrifying. Even he could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. Since Liu Bu arrived at Liyun City, Pang Wan had led an army alongside him to attack the Heiming sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang remained in Liyun City guarding against any lurking miscreants. I dare not claim such credit, Liu Bu humbly smiled. This Heiming sect actually dared to ally with the Silver Moon Dynasty against our great Xia Dynasty. They must be tired of living. If it weren't for the lack of a decree from His Majesty, I would have led the army straight to the Silver Moon Dynasty and annihilated them. The battle intent within Liu Bu seemed to find no outlet as he pounded his chest in frustration. Pang Wan could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Everyone swiftly clean the battlefield and bring back all the treasures and martial arts of the Heiming sect to Chang'an. Yes, one could not deny that the Heiming sect, a venerable fifth-tier sect with a history spanning thousands of years, was indeed wealthy. They unearthed an astonishing number of martial arts and techniques. Moreover, there were countless treasures, various spiritual herbs, and spirit stones in abundance. Such wealth could sustain a fourth-tier power for a millennium without decline. As the news of the Heiming sect's annihilation spread, the entire southern region was shaken. After all, the Heiming sect was a well-established fifth-tier power rumored to be on the verge of breaking into a sixth-tier sect. How could such a formidable sect be reduced to ruins overnight? How could anyone possibly believe it? To verify the truth, many forces dispatched personnel to investigate the Heiming sect. Sure enough, the once glorious Heiming sect had already turned into scorched earth. The area was strewn with the bodies of deceased disciples, and at the center of the plaza the corpse of the Grand Elder was nailed to the central pillar. Beneath it were inscribed words that sent chills down one's spine. Those who dare to offend the Great Xia shall be executed no matter how far. The Great Xia Dynasty. This emerging force once again caught the attention of the southern region's factions. The last time was when they had slain the Heiming sect's master during the unification of the Liang Dynasty. Now they had decisively wiped out the Heiming sect. Moreover, they showed no regard for the Silver Moon Dynasty, leaving behind the 100,000-strong army sent to assist the Heiming sect. One could only wonder whether to commend the Great Xia for their fearlessness or to lament their ignorance. Silver Moon Dynasty. In the imperial capital of the Silver Moon Yu City. Within the court, the Silver Moon Emperor was furious, pointing at his civil and military officials, shouting, "Useless! What background does this Great Xia Dynasty have? How dare they brazenly annihilate my Silver Moon Dynasty's army of 100,000? Where do they get their audacity? Among them are two of our Silver Moon's generals at the God Sea realm. This is a tremendous loss, do you understand?" The officials fell silent, internally rolling their eyes. Wasn't it the Emperor himself who decided to assist the Heiming sect? The Grand Elder of the Heiming sect had shamelessly sought refuge at the Shishui sect for days, and they had refused to lend aid. Yet here the Emperor was tricked by the Heiming sect after only a few days of their arrival at the Silver Moon Dynasty. The news of the great Xia dynasty slaying the Heiming sect's master had long circulated through the southern region. Who was Heihong? A peak expert at the God Sea realm. If such a powerful figure had fallen to the great Xia dynasty, did the emperor genuinely believe that the two generals he dispatched could be their match? The court officials could only shake their heads internally. They dared not voice their thoughts as they wished to preserve their lives a bit longer. The crown prince, Xun Yu, stepped forward bowing respectfully to his enraged father on the dragon throne. Father, please calm your anger. This great Xia dynasty was founded by the king of Xia from the former Liang Dynasty. Since even Heihong perished at the hands of the great Xia, our two generals from the Silver Moon are naturally. Xian Yu knelt, gritting his teeth as he continued. This son dares to say that your decision to assist the Heiming sect was utterly misguided. Boom. These words were like thunder crashing through the court of the Silver Moon dynasty. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Xian Yu. The crown prince was indeed bold. The officials aligned with the crown prince turned ashen. This remark would undoubtedly infuriate the Silver Moon emperor. It seemed the crown prince's position was already in jeopardy. The Silver Moon emperor's face darkened, his tiger-like eyes fixated on Xian Yu, a piercing voice ringing throughout the hall. Where did I go wrong? His voice boomed like a bell, shaking the hearts of the officials. Many, unable to bear the pressure, fainted on the spot. Xian Yu too was momentarily stunned by the emperor's roar. I ask you again, where did I go wrong? Regaining his composure, Xian Yu waved his sleeve, rising without waiting for the emperor's command. He met the emperor's gaze fearlessly despite his inner trepidation. Seeing the boldness of the crown prince, the Silver Moon emperor could not help but smirk coldly, yet he felt a measure of respect. Finally, there was a royal who resembled him. Father, you were wrong. This act of aiding the Heiming sect is a blunder upon a blunder. Watching the unyielding crown prince, the civil and military officials closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. They could hardly imagine how the Silver Moon emperor would react next. Yet the scene they envisioned did not unfold. The Silver Moon emperor's gaze remained fixed on Xian Yu, curious to see what rationale he would present. He was a man of supreme confidence and did not believe his decisions could be flawed. Had it not been for him, the Silver Moon dynasty could not have ascended to a fifth-tier power in just a millennium. He recalled that at the time of his ascension, the Silver Moon dynasty was merely a third-tier power and one of the weaker factions at that. It was his every wise decision that had forged the Silver Moon of today, and he was unyieldingly proud of that. Seeing that his father did not continue to refute him, Xian Yu's confidence surged. Clearing his throat, he gazed at his father and said, The Heiming sect suffered the loss of 3 God Sea realm experts, their strongest master among them. Yet father still chose to befriend the Heiming sect. This is a grave mistake. Knowing full well the great Xia dynasty's unfathomable strength, you still chose to provoke them. This is a second mistake. Thus, due to these 2 errors, father, your decision, this time, is entirely incorrect. Xian Yu spoke with conviction. The Silver Moon emperor, however, burst into laughter, his voice tinged with sarcasm. You do not understand the nuances of power. How could I be unaware of the great Xia dynasty's might? If we allow the Heiming sect to fall to the great Xia, we will be completely surrounded in the southern region. To the south and east of the Silver Moon dynasty lay boundless seas. The east was adjacent to the great Xia dynasty due to mountain ranges. As for the west, a kingdom existed beyond the mountains, but that kingdom had fallen into conflict with the Silver Moon dynasty centuries ago. If we do not assist the Heiming sect, we will be isolated. Can you guarantee that the great Xia emperor harbors no ulterior motives? Do you truly believe the great Xia dynasty has no designs on the Silver Moon dynasty? Each of the emperor's questions struck Xian Yu like boulders, weighing heavily upon his heart. The words of the Silver Moon emperor pierced through Xuan Yu's heart like sharp thorns. Bowing his head, he silently knelt on the ground. Seeing Xian Yu in this state, the Silver Moon emperor shook his head, offering no reproach. Under his absolute authoritarian rule, the mere act of standing up had already earned Xian Yu his recognition. Observing the silent officials, the Silver Moon emperor grew impatient with the court assembly. From today onwards, the entire nation is on high alert. No one is allowed to let their guard down for even a moment. Deploy 2/3 of our military strength to the northern border to prevent an ambush from the great Xia dynasty. I command Crown Prince Xian Yu to immediately leave the Silver Moon dynasty and travel to the southern realms to persuade the various kingdoms, fostering a united front to eradicate the great Xia dynasty. With a wave of his hand, a series of edicts flowed forth from his lips. Undoubtedly, he was afraid. His original plan had been to assist the Black Underworld sect and unite forces to exert pressure on the great Xia dynasty, attempting to create a tripartite balance of power. After all, the Silver Moon dynasty had already made enemies to the west, If the Great Xia dynasty harbored ambitions against them, they would find themselves besieged on both sides. This was a situation he wished to avoid. However, the outcome had exceeded his expectations. The Black Underworld sect had suffered a devastating defeat. He had never anticipated that this newly established Great Xia dynasty possessed such terrifying power. This miscalculation weighed heavily on him. Now he could only pray that the Great Xia dynasty would abandon their hostility towards the Silver Moon dynasty. He had no confidence. The strength of the Black Underworld sect was nearly equal to that of the Silver Moon dynasty, yet they had fallen. This sense of crisis was unavoidable. Seeing the civil and military officials remain mute, the Silver Moon Emperor's anger flared. He pointed at his ministers and barked, "Do you understand what I am saying?" Understood. The sight of these feeble officials only intensified his fury. He then turned to Xuan Yu, his tone icy. "Do you understand?" Xuan Yu gritted his teeth and voiced his concerns. "Father, the other nations and sects in the southern realms have no ties to the Great Xia dynasty. Furthermore, the Great Xia dynasty has now demonstrated formidable strength enough to intimidate the various kingdoms and sects. It will be exceptionally difficult to unite them." The Silver Moon Emperor snorted coldly. "Find your own reasons. Use deception, use intimidation. The Great Xia dynasty has revealed its prowess. They cannot escape this fate. Do I need to teach you this?" With a flick of his sleeve, the Silver Moon Emperor rose and departed the hall. The mere sight of these useless officials stoked his anger even further. Upon returning to the harem, a throng of beautiful women surrounded him. "Your Majesty, you did not come to visit your humble servant last night." One lady feigned shyness as she gazed at the Silver Moon Emperor, her flirtatious demeanor igniting a desire within him. He was in dire need of an outlet for his frustrations. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and headed toward the inner chambers. "Today I shall indulge you thoroughly, ensuring you cannot rise from bed for 3 days. Ha ha. Stop it, how annoying." Before long, melodious tunes resonated throughout the harem. In stark contrast to the Silver Moon Emperor's carefree demeanor, the civil and military officials in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Serving under this emperor was stifling. They faced constant beratement and even the looming threat of death. Crown Prince Xuan Yu's mindset was in turmoil. The dynasty to the west of the Silver Moon dynasty was already a bitter enemy, and he would have to traverse this hostile territory to reach other lands. Furthermore, he could not guarantee the success of his mission. It was unbearably difficult to be a crown prince. At the Shishui sect, upon hearing the news of the Black Underworld sect's annihilation, the entire sect was taken aback. In a side chamber of the main hall, a long jade table was surrounded by people. Naturally seated in the foremost position was the sect leader, Shui Chongsheng. Flanking him were 5 elders, each of similar age to him, radiating an enigmatic aura. These 5 were the 5 grand elders of the Shishui sect, Shui Changsheng's senior brothers. "What are your thoughts on the destruction of the Black Underworld sect?" Shui Chongsheng, as the leader, spoke first. After a moment of silence, one elder slowly responded, "The rapid rise in strength of the Great Xia dynasty may not bode well for the southern realms. It is said that several kingdoms are preparing to unite to eliminate the Great Xia dynasty, and they have even extended invitations to us at the Shishui sect. Haha, I find the Great Xia dynasty quite to my taste. They are decisive in their actions and strike at the heart of matters. Moreover, the Great Xia dynasty has no enmity with our Shishui sect. To ask me to act against them would be a dream." Before the elder could finish, another elder stood to express a differing opinion. "While I also believe the Great Xia dynasty is decisive, such a bloodthirsty nature may not bode well for their longevity." "I agree with Elder Six's view." "I disagree. It was clearly the Black Underworld sect that instigated the conflict with the Great Xia dynasty. Their annihilation is entirely reasonable. If it were me, I would have left them in ruins." "You brutish man. You coward afraid of conflict." Soon several elders began to passionately voice their opinions, leading to a heated exchange where 2 elders nearly came to blows. Shui Chongsheng listened quietly to their debate, clearly used to this kind of situation. However, he had already made up his mind regarding the Great Xia dynasty. "Leader, what do you think we should do? Should we unite with other forces to oppose the Great Xia dynasty, or sit back and watch the tiger fight, or perhaps assist the Great Xia dynasty? The decision is yours, leader." One elder directly posed the question to Shui Chongsheng. He didn't respond immediately, but suggested softly, "Let's take a vote. Afterward, I will share my thoughts." The 5 grand elders nodded in agreement with Shui Changsheng's proposal. Once they consented, he nodded slightly and said, "Elders who stand against the Great Xia dynasty, raise your hands." Quickly, 2 elders raised their hands. "Elders who stand with the Great Xia dynasty, raise your hands." Another 2 elders raised their hands. The last elder remained neutral, choosing to watch the conflict unfold. Observing the voting results, Shui Chongqing understood that the most critical vote rested in his hands. His decision would determine the future of the Shishui sect. Since that is the case, I will express my views. I choose to assist the Great Xia dynasty. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. Leader Wei. The two elders who had opposed the Great Xia dynasty were utterly perplexed. Given that various forces were preparing to unite against the Great Xia dynasty, wouldn't aiding them push the Shishui sect into the fire? Shui Chongqing smiled faintly and continued, "It is simple, for I see the potential of the Great Xia dynasty. Pray tell which newly established dynasty possesses such terrifying strength from the outset." Recently I received news that the previously dormant Death Mountains recently stirred a bloody light soaring into the sky, slaughtering countless ferocious beasts. I suspect there are Nirvana realm experts within the Great Xia dynasty, and their cultivation is not inferior to our own. Nirvana realm experts. Translation: the realm of Nirvana, a powerful one. All the elders present were taken aback by the words of the sect leader, Shui Chongqing. Even the two elders who had previously supported the Great Xia dynasty now wore expressions of astonishment. A Nirvana realm expert was no joke. In the southern region, such a figure represented the pinnacle of combat power. Any force possessing a Nirvana realm expert stood at the very apex of the southern region. Yet how could the Great Xia dynasty, merely a dynasty, possibly harbor a Nirvana realm expert? Throughout the history of the southern region and even the Xian continent, no dynasty had ever produced a Nirvana realm expert. The fortune of a dynasty simply could not sustain one. Therefore, the possibility was utterly unfathomable. As for becoming a patron of the dynasty, that was absurd. If a dynasty could not even give birth to a Nirvana realm expert, what qualifications would it have to invite one as a patron? Thus, the notion that the Great Xia dynasty possessed a Nirvana realm expert profoundly shook their hearts. Moreover, according to Shui Chongqing, the prowess of this expert was terrifying, not inferior even to themselves. "Leader, you can't be joking, right?" one elder asked incredulously. "Indeed, even if the Great Xia dynasty really has a Nirvana realm expert, how could they possibly compare to us?" Another added, "That's right, I too find it hard to believe. You must be mistaken, leader." The five supreme elders exchanged disbelief, each voicing their skepticism. At that moment, whether supportive of the Great Xia dynasty or opposed, the elders shook their heads in disagreement with Shui Chongqing's claim. Shui Chongqing did not argue with them. Instead, he calmly stated, "All this intelligence is genuine. This leader speaks no falsehood. While you were in seclusion, you were unaware, but that day the sky was stained with blood, shaking the entire southern region. I personally felt it, and I would not deceive you. That concentration of blood energy was no less than the fifth stage of Nirvana, and the quality of its aura surpassed even that." Seeing Shui Chongqing's unwavering gaze devoid of any deception, the elders furrowed their brows. Despite their disbelief in the strength of the Great Xia dynasty, they found themselves reassessing their stance. What if Shui Chongqing was right? Such matters were uncertain, and none dared guarantee otherwise. "Leader, do we truly choose to support the Great Xia dynasty?" one elder questioned, though hesitant. Even though the Great Xia dynasty has a Nirvana realm expert, another elder tried to continue persuading, only to be halted by Shui Chongqing's gesture. "The reason I choose to assist the Great Xia dynasty is that our Shishui sect currently needs this ally. Recently, the pressures from the Black Xian sect and the various forces in the southern region have intensified. Although they currently fear our Shishui sect and dare not act recklessly, one can never be certain. Disciples sent out for training have been disappearing frequently. This could very well be the doing of the Black Xian sect." The supreme elders fell silent. Although the Shishui sect was undeniably the leading force in the southern region, they were acutely aware that their prestige was steadily declining. The root cause was the emergence of the Black Xian sect. They were aggressively merging forces, seizing fortunes, and expanding their influence, which had likely long surpassed that of the Shishui sect. More critically, the strength of the Black Xian sect was terrifying. The number of Nirvana realm experts already revealed had reached 5. It was important to note that all the Nirvana realm experts of the Shishui sect were already present here. Sect leader, Shui Chongqing, and the 5 supreme elders. The strength exposed by the Black Xian sect was alarmingly close to that of the Shishui sect, and they were uncertain about how many more Nirvana realm experts the Black Xian sect might have hidden. Most importantly, the Black Xian sect had never shown its full hand. They could potentially possess yet another Nirvana realm expert. In this light, the Black Xian sect and the Shishui sect were nearly evenly matched in strength. However, that was the entirety of the Shishui sect's cards, while they had no idea what the Black Xian sect's cards were. Alas, the elders sighed helplessly. The Black Xian sect was indeed a significant problem, a far greater issue than the Great Xia dynasty. They had sought alliances with other forces possessing Nirvana realm experts, but one by one they hesitated due to the fearsome pressure from the Black Qian sect. Many forces outright rejected the Shishui sect, leaving the senior members in a fit of anger, yet powerless. They could not coerce others into alliances. In the grand scheme, perhaps a reckless youth like the Great Xia dynasty could be a suitable ally. At that moment, even the two elders who opposed the Great Xia dynasty set aside their animosity. Compared to the Great Xia dynasty, the Black Qian sect was the real malignancy of the southern region. Leader, if we are to ally with the Great Xia dynasty, who should we send? One elder expressed concern. The current actions of the Great Xia dynasty were entirely reckless. If their negotiations went awry, it would be counterproductive. Shui Chongqing stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Naturally, it will be my disciple. Dongfang Ling. Oh, third, are you planning to use beauty as a tactic? The eldest elder grinned mischievously at Shui Chongqing as if he hadn't seen through him before. The other elders also wore amused expressions, casting knowing glances at Shui Chongqing. He could only manage a wry smile, feeling exasperated by their antics. Ahem. If you want to call it a beauty tactic, I won't argue, he said. But this is a willingly given beauty tactic. Shui Chongqing's lips curled upward, sparking the curiosity of the elders. The Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Liu Yu, and Linger are childhood sweethearts. In fact, I have even seen Liu Yu when he was a child. What? You scoundrel! Why didn't you say so earlier? Exactly. Had I known the Saintess had this connection with the Emperor of the Great Xia, we wouldn't even need to discuss it. Indeed, we would support the Great Xia dynasty unconditionally. As the elders' expressions transformed, Shui Chongqing laughed sheepishly. Soon this news reached Dongfang Ling, who was in the midst of her training. Saintess, messages from the sect leader. He wishes for you to go to the Great Xia dynasty to persuade the emperor to ally with the Shishui sect. Grandma Xiao, is this true? Dongfang Ling immediately ceased her training, her expression filled with excitement. Upon seeing Grandma Xiao nodding with a smile, her heart soared with joy. She could finally return to the Great Xia dynasty to see Xiang Yu. Time is of the essence. Grandma Xiao, let's set off immediately. Dongfang Ling was eager to delay no longer. She quickly packed her belongings and soared toward the direction of the Great Xia dynasty. Grandma Xiao sighed helplessly, watching Dongfang Ling's departing figure. Truly, a girl grows up too fast. She hurriedly followed, knowing it was her duty to protect Dongfang Ling. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, three figures swiftly followed in pursuit. The Great Xia dynasty. Chang'an City. The news of the destruction of the Black Ming sect by Liu Bu and his companions reached Liu Yu, bringing him immense joy. Upon learning that the Silver Moon dynasty was amassing a formidable army at the border, he chuckled softly. At that moment, he had no particular thoughts regarding the Silver Moon dynasty. However, to prepare for any tricks they might play, he decided to keep Liu Bu in Nanman Prefecture. Within the imperial palace, outside Liu Ye's private chamber, a massive dragon egg lay in the courtyard. According to the system's hints, this dragon egg was on the verge of hatching. It was uncertain what kind of dragon would emerge from it. Deep down, he leaned towards hoping for an eastern dragon, though he wouldn't be disheartened if it turned out to be a lizard dragon. After all, it was still a dragon, and the dragonkin had no weak members. Your Majesty, what is this? Zhenmi approached Liu Yu, her face filled with astonishment as she gazed at the dragon egg. It was her first time seeing such a large egg, and her curiosity piqued. She was tempted to reach out and touch it. This was brought back from the Death Mountains, Liu Yu replied, observing Zhenmi's inquisitive expression with a faint smile. He then gestured for her to touch it. How marvelous! The life energy within is so potent, it seems it is about to hatch. Indeed, this dragon egg shows signs of imminent hatching, yet there has been no movement for quite some time. I can't help but wonder if there's something wrong with it, Liu Yu lamented, gazing at the egg with concern. It had been some time since he returned to Chang'an City with it, and despite the promise of hatching, nothing had happened. Zhenmi pondered for a moment, then placed her delicate hand on the dragon egg, feeling the life force within and raising her brows in intrigue. Soon strands of gentle green light emanated from her palm, gradually merging into the egg. Liu Yu watched this scene silently, refraining from intervening as he observed her every move. As Zhenmi's energy flowed into the egg, the vitality within surged. Crack! A crisp sound drew both Liu Ye's and Zhenmi's attention. A small crack appeared on the surface of the dragon egg. With Zhenmi's continuous infusion of spiritual power, the fissure widened, and soon beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Liu Yu quickly understood the situation. It wasn't that the life within the egg didn't wish to break free, rather it was too weak to do so. He promptly stepped forward and embraced Zhenmi, saying, "Meyer, thank you for your effort." Taking over her task, he began to channel his own life energy into the dragon egg. Under Liu Yu's infusions, the fortunes of the great Xia dynasty began to enhance, intertwining the egg's fate with that of the dynasty. Boom! A pillar of light shot into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire heavens. The citizens of Chang'an stood in awe, gazing at this spectacle. What is happening? I'm not sure, but look. The pillar of light is emanating from the palace. It must be the emperor's doing. I believe so. The emperor's powers are beyond our comprehension. Countless citizens murmured about the light, all holding unwavering faith in Liu Yu. Voila! The cry of an infant resonated throughout the imperial palace, startling Liu Yu. A human infant. He could hardly believe his eyes as he beheld the baby girl emerging from the cracked egg. Indeed, the creature before him was a girl, a baby born from a dragon egg. Liu Yu was taken aback. Yet upon closer inspection, he noticed the infant had a pair of delicate silver dragon horns atop her head and a tiny dragon tail behind her. It truly seemed she was a dragon. But how could she take form so soon after hatching? Xun Yu, filled with maternal affection, stepped forward to cradle the infant from the egg. What a beautiful little girl! Seeing the overflowing love in Xun Yu's eyes, Liu Yu sighed helplessly. Well, a baby is a baby. At least she's somewhat related to dragons, right? Your Majesty, what name shall we give her? Xun Yu asked, clearly enamored with the child. Shall I bestow her 2 names? Liu Yu pondered for a moment before softly declaring, Liu Ying Ao Ying. Liu Ying would carry his surname. As for Ao, it was well understood. This was the surname of the dragon, a fitting name for a child of dragons. Liu Ying Ao Ying. A lovely name. Little one, from now on you shall be called Yinger. Xun Yu lovingly embraced the infant, gently pressing a kiss to her cheek. The previously crying baby instantly stopped her fussing and began to giggle, seemingly delighted with her name, nestling closer to Xun Yu. Witnessing such an adorable little girl, Liu Yu felt his heart melt. How extraordinary! In his past life, he had been a solitary man. He didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a daughter. Now he had taken in a little dragon girl. What a peculiar feeling. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and several generals request an audience, came the voice of Wei Zhongxian echoing into the chamber. Understanding their arrival was likely drawn by the earlier spectacle of little Yinger breaking free and the sound of her cries, Liu Yu replied, Let them wait for me in the imperial study. Yes. With a smile, Liu Yu took Yinger from Xun Yu's arms, saying, I will bring her to see the ministers. Xun Yu nodded her understanding. In the imperial study. Wenruo, what do you think that infant's cry was about? Wang Ming asked, puzzled as he looked at Xun Yu. Since Xun Yu interacted with Liu Yu the most, Wang Ming assumed he would have some insight. However, Xun Yu shook his head, equally baffled. By all accounts, concubine Mi was not pregnant, so this infant could not be Liu Yu's child. Yet a child that could provoke such phenomena must be extraordinary. Seeing Xun Yu's confusion, Wang Ming decided to remain silent, waiting for the emperor's arrival. Soon footsteps approached from outside the imperial study. With a creak, Liu Yu entered, cradling little Yinger, accompanied by Wei Zhongxian. Your subjects pay their respects, Your Majesty. Upon Liu Yu's arrival, everyone bowed. Liu Yu took a moment to survey the room and noticed Wang Ming, Sun, Yu Li, Si Zhao Yun, and Bai Qi were present. Except for the likes of Yu Shi and Fang Yue, who were still fulfilling their duties as the 5 tiger generals of Hulao Pass, the remaining ministers had gathered. Your Majesty, we just witnessed a pillar of light shooting into the sky from the palace, accompanied by the cry of an infant, which puzzled us, prompting our visit, Xun Yu explained first. Upon seeing the baby in Liu Yu's arms, everyone quickly understood the situation, but they were left with one question: where did this infant come from? Liu Yu had no reason to conceal the truth from his core ministers. Only Bai Qi already knew the origins of the little infant. After hearing Liu Yu's explanation, all present were left in awe. In the city of Chang'an, more than half a month had passed since the birth of the little dragon girl Liu Ying. 2 figures hurriedly arrived at the grand city. Upon witnessing the magnificent city walls before her, Granny Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, Chang'an is truly magnificent. She sensed that many formations, both large and small, had been embedded within the walls to reinforce them and fend off external threats. The mastermind behind this construction was undoubtedly a remarkable individual, a true genius. Dongfang Ling was equally astonished as she gazed upon Chang'an. The grandeur of this city left her speechless. Even the former capital of Daliang paled in comparison to the present-day Chang'an. At the gates of Chang'an, countless citizens and merchants jostled against one another, with a steady stream of goods entering and exiting the city, creating an unparalleled, bustling atmosphere. Granny Xiao, let's go inside. Dongfang Ling patted the entranced Granny Xiao and made her way toward the city gates. Coming to her senses, Granny Xiao hurriedly followed suit without a moment's delay. Wei Wuzhu. Dongfang Ling observed the rows of soldiers at the city gate with some confusion. These soldiers must be the Wei Wuzhu. She had seen them in Beiyuan City, and in just over half a year their overall strength had become terrifying, all of them now at the Qi condensation realm. The decision to station the Wei Wuzhu in Chang'an had been made by Liu Yu. Compared to the White Horse Yitong, the Wei Wuzhu was evidently more suited for guarding Chang'an. After all, the White Horse Yitong had lost their steeds, and their overall combat effectiveness had drastically diminished, making the arrangement somewhat unwise. Dongfang Ling shook her head, deciding not to dwell on the Wei Wuzhu any longer. Upon entering Chang'an, she was once again astonished. The wide Zhuge Street was bustling with traffic, with the shouts of merchants and the bargaining of citizens creating a lively cacophony. It was truly a scene of prosperity. The citizens and traders flowed in and out, an unending tide. What a vibrant imperial capital! Even Granny Xiao, a member of a 6th-grade sect, was taken aback. She had seen many renowned cities, but the level of prosperity in Chang'an was enough to rival that of the capitals of many dynasties. Suddenly, a furious shout drew everyone's attention. "You insolent wretch! Do you know who I am?" Dongfang Ling and Granny Xiao turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, spotting a young man in ornate robes standing defiantly. Kneeling before him was a woman clutching her child tightly. "It was you who knocked us over first." The woman's child, bold and unafraid, retorted. "You little brat, say that again." The young man's expression twisted with rage, as if he intended to strike. "Stop!" A troop of armed Wei Wuzhu soldiers swiftly dispersed the crowd. Xing Tairong strode confidently to the center of the tumult. "It's General Xing." "General Xing, greetings." As the citizens recognized him, they quickly made way. As the public security administrator of Chang'an, Xing Daorong was known for his fairness and was beloved by the populace. "Greetings to you all." Xing Daorong laughed heartily in response. He approached the young man and the woman, demanding, "What happened here?" The woman, trembling as she held her child, didn't recognize Xing Daorong's reputation. The surrounding citizens quickly stepped forward to explain the situation. "General Xing, it was this young man who is in the wrong." "Indeed, I saw it too. He was the one who knocked down the mother and child." "That's right. I also witnessed it. And he even tried to draw his sword to kill the child." "Who does this guy think he is, acting so brazenly? Does he not know this is the capital of the great Xia dynasty? To commit such a crime openly, does he think our laws are mere decorations?" Xing Daorong's fury grew with each account. He fixed a fierce gaze on the young man. "You dare violate the laws of the great Xia? To dare do this in my great Xia's capital, you must be courting death." Xing Daorong exuded an aura of terror, making the young man gulp nervously. Do you know who I am?" The young man stammered, "My father." Smack! Xing Daorong struck him hard, leaving the young man dazed. "I don't care who you are. You dare assault me, a member of the royal family." The young man's attendant attempted to speak, only to be sent flying by another slap from Xing Daorong. "Royal family? Am I afraid of you? Someone capture these people for me." In the distance, Dongfang Ling and Granny Xiao moved closer, surprised by the young man's predicament. The 6th prince of the great Qian dynasty, Chu He. Indeed, this arrogant young man was none other than Chu He, the 6th prince of the great Qian dynasty. Under Xing Daorong's orders, the Wei Wuzhu soldiers moved in to subdue the attendants surrounding him. Any who dared to resist would face death. In the end, only Chu He remained standing, utterly petrified. As he watched Xing Daorong approach, he was so frightened that he nearly lost control. "Don't. No. Stop." A figure appeared before Chu He, halting Xing Daorong's advance. As his voice fell, 2 elders emerged, instantaneously releasing their formidable divine sea realm aura. Then the young man cast a disdainful glance at Chu He. "What an embarrassment. Never claim to be from the great Qian dynasty again. I cannot afford to be associated with such disgrace." Xing Daorong narrowed his eyes, also unleashing a divine sea realm presence. "How you think you can overwhelm us with sheer numbers?" Whoosh! 2 figures streaked through the air at lightning speed, landing beside Xing Daorong. It was Fang Yu and Yushi. Fang Yu also emanated the aura of a divine sea realm expert. Even Yushi, known as a general, had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The arrival of the 3 left the leading young man momentarily stunned. Wasn't the great Xia a newly established dynasty? How could they casually encounter 2 divine sea realm experts? Chu Yun frowned deeply. Indeed, this was Chu Yun, the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty. Ever since he learned of Dongfang Ling's attachment to another, he had been restless, lurking outside Shishui's sect, waiting for her to leave so he could follow and find her beloved. Little did he expect to arrive in the great Xia, and even more unexpectedly to encounter his infamous and wasteful younger brother. What utter humiliation for the great Qian royal family. However, he was also surprised by the unexpected strength of the great Xia dynasty. "Are you certain you wish to oppose the great Qian dynasty?" Chu Yun said, his voice cold. The Great Qian is one of the top powers in the southern region. Oh heavens, they are actually from the Great Qian Dynasty. I wonder how General Xing will deal with them. At the mention of the Great Qian Dynasty, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. This was no ordinary force. The Great Qian Dynasty was indeed a top-tier power in the southern region. Dongfang Ling glared at the appearance of the crown prince of Deqian, Chu Yun in Chang'an City, her brows furrowed in anger. Even if she were foolish, she understood that she was being followed by Chu Yun. In an instant, a wave of fury surged within her, yet deeper still was her concern for Liu Yu. She did not wish for the nascent Xia dynasty built by Liu Yu to fall into conflict with the formidable Deqian dynasty. Although she loathed Chu Yun, she recognized the strength of the Deqian dynasty. Offending them would place Xia in a precarious position. Of course, she was unaware that the Xia dynasty harbored a powerful Nirvana realm expert. Otherwise, her perspective would surely shift. Xing Daorong found Chu Yun's threats laughable. Deqian dynasty. I've never even heard of it. What kind of ragtag dynasty is that? He casually flicked his ear, dismissing Chu Yun with a sneer. Chu Yun could hardly believe his ears. This man had the audacity to insult their esteemed Deqian dynasty. Apart from Dongfang Ling, he valued the reputation of Deqian above all else. This man had sealed his own fate. Oh, look at that expression. One might think I owe him money, Xing Daorong taunted. What? You want to kill me? Come on. I'm right here, just afraid you don't have the capability. Xing Daorong raised an eyebrow, inciting a blaze of anger within Chu Yun. Yushi and Fang Yu exchanged glances, completely bewildered by Xing Daorong's bravado, indicating they did not know him. Kill him. Chu Yun's fury reached its zenith. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the two elder protectors of Chu Yun locked their energies onto Xing Daorong. Xing Daorong chuckled, beckoning with his fingers. You really think I'm afraid of you? Come. With a roar, an even more terrifying energy erupted from him, as a pear flower mountain axe appeared in his hand, accentuating his formidable physique. Beside him, Yushi and Fang Yu focused their gazes on Chu Yun's group, preparing to strike at any moment. Everyone stepped back to avoid injury. Xing Daorong's voice echoed, prompting the onlookers to disperse in anticipation of the impending chaos. General Xing, don't. Dongfang Ling rushed to the forefront, disregarding Granny Xiao's warnings. Ling. Chu Yun was startled by Dongfang Ling's sudden appearance. Then his expression brightened. Could it be that Dongfang Ling feared for his safety and had come to aid him? The thought filled him with joy. Xing Daorong and Yushi, upon seeing Dongfang Ling, quickly saluted. We greet your highness. Both had encountered her before, but Fang Yu was utterly confused, having no idea who she was. However, upon witnessing the other's gestures, he too quickly bowed. Your highness. Dongfang Ling was taken aback, but soon remembered that Liu Yu was now the Emperor of Xia. Her cheeks flushed crimson at the realization, and she hurriedly helped the men up. Gentlemen, please refrain from saying such things. I am not in that kind of relationship with Liu Yu. The more she explained, the more muddled her words became. Xing Daorong chuckled slyly. From Dongfang Ling's blushing demeanor, it was evident she harbored feelings for their emperor. Moreover, in the past, the emperor enjoyed spending time with her. It seemed that soon their relationship would be made clear. On the other hand, Chu Yun's face darkened to an extreme. From Xing Daorong's words, he had deduced that Dongfang Ling's affections likely lay with the Emperor of Xia. He had initially thought Dongfang Ling stood up for him, but now he realized she was merely anxious about his retaliation against Xia. Seeing her shy expression only fueled his rage, and he longed to obliterate the Xia dynasty on the spot. Kill these men for me. The two elder protectors hesitated, but upon meeting Chu Yun's bloodthirsty gaze, they trembled. Your highness should wait aside for now. Some people are not to be trifled with. Xing Daorong's gaze turned icy as he addressed Chu Yun. Did he truly believe the Xia dynasty was easy to bully? Die. Before Xing Daorong could act, a cold voice resounded from afar. Bang! Bang! In an instant, two bursts of blood mist erupted in the air. Everyone froze in shock. Elders. Chu Yun stood frozen, realizing that the two protectors who had shielded him had been reduced to mere blood mist. Two Nirvana realm experts had been slain with a single word. In midair, a figure hovered, wielding a blood-soaked long sword, exuding an aura that instilled terror. This person was a Nirvana realm expert. Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the Xia dynasty possess a Nirvana realm expert? General Bai. Xing Daorong, Yushi, and Fang Yu all bowed to the figure hovering above. Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement before his voice echoed across the heavens. The emperor has decreed that all individuals from the Deqian dynasty be imprisoned in the celestial dungeons. Understood. Xing Daorong and Yushi swiftly led their troops to apprehend the Deqian individuals. Save me, imperial sister. I don't want to die. Chu He panicking shouted toward Dongfang Ling, fully aware that his elder brother Chu Yun had long pursued her affections. He was desperate for any hope of salvation. Dongfang Ling narrowed her eyes with disdain, ignoring Chu He. She was not his imperial sister. If he wished for rescue, he should seek out his actual imperial sister. Silence. Slap. Yushi struck Chu He across the face. Stunned, Chu He bowed his head, feeling the sting on his cheek, and chose to remain silent as he was led away by the soldiers. I am the crown prince of Deqian. Who dares to touch me? Chu Yun was resolute, believing that the Xia dynasty could not possibly fear the might of Deqian. Though the names of their dynasties differed by a mere character, the disparity in power was immense. Despite Xia being a unique case, he could not accept that it could rival the Deqian dynasty. In the southern domain, even the Shishui sect would not dare provoke them, let alone a mere dynasty. Enough of your nonsense. Xing Daorong kicked Chu Yun, sending him sprawling into the dirt, eliciting laughter from onlookers. Whether you are a princely fool or not, stepping into Xia and breaking our laws makes you a criminal. With that, Xing Daorong delivered another kick to Chu Yun. Chu Yun's face burned with humiliation and rage. How had he, the crown prince of Deqian, ever endured such disgrace? Just wait. Once this crown prince returned to Deqian, he would rally an army to trample Xia. Unbeknownst to Xing Daorong and the others, they were oblivious to Chu Yun's inner turmoil and impotent rage. Even if they were aware, Xing Daorong would merely chuckle dismissively. To think they could trample the great Xia dynasty. It was nothing more than the delusions of a mind intoxicated by wild fantasies. After sealing Chu Yun's cultivation, Xing Daorong led his companions to the dungeon. Bai Qi, on the other hand, approached Dongfang Ling and knelt on one knee. I, Bai Qi, pay my respects to your majesty. General Bai, please rise. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Dongfang Ling quickly stepped forward to assist him. She could hardly bear the weight of such reverence, especially from a formidable Nirvana realm expert, one of the same caliber as her master and several elder counselors. Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. As a loyal subject, I beseech you to accept this gesture. Bai Qi insisted. With his words, Dongfang Ling felt compelled to acquiesce, though she could not fathom how Xiao Yu had garnered the loyalty of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. General Bai, I beseech you to take me to see the young. Your Majesty. With Liu Yu's status transformed, it would be disrespectful for her to address him as she did before. Even if Liu Yu himself did not mind, his subordinates would certainly perceive it as a breach of imperial decorum. Bai Qi nodded in response to Dongfang Ling's request and led her toward the palace. Within the palace, in the imperial study, Liu Yu scrutinized the map of the southern region laid out before him on the dragon table. It detailed the various factions in the southern region and their approximate locations. He focused intently on the name of a sect at the northernmost part of the map, Heishuan Shenzong. This was the sect associated with the black-robed figure who had recently broken the seal of the Death Mountains. Remarkably, that individual had remained tight-lipped even under the brutal interrogation of Liu Bing. Heishuan Shenzong, a sixth-tier sect in the southern region, was helmed by its master Shizun, a seasoned Nirvana realm expert. As Liu Yu contemplated the details inscribed on the map, he realized that the black-robed figure's intentions went beyond merely unsealing the barrier. His gaze upon the Yedo-Bebran Xiao Yinger was far from ordinary. Perhaps Heishuan Shenzong's goal was centered around her. Host Liu Yu. Race human. Identity Emperor of Great Xia. Realm 4th layer of Divine Sea. Cultivation technique, Hongming, Tindi Jing. Fortune value 1858000. Items: Qi Shao Sword, Imperial Seal, Yu Huang's 9 Tripods, Emperor's Armor. Harem Jinmi. Summoned figures by Qi Zhao Yun Lu Buli Mu Xun Yu. Over 10 million of this fortune value stemmed from the absorption of Heiming sect's fortunes. Now the Heishuan Shenzong posed an unknown threat. As a traditional 6th-tier sect in the southern region, its strength was indeed formidable, likely possessing several Nirvana realm experts. Currently, the Great Xia dynasty had only Bai Qi and Liu Bu within their ranks, rendering them vastly outnumbered. Should the Heishuan Shenzong discover that their black-robed individual had not returned, they would undoubtedly send out search parties. Inevitably, the Great Xia would confront this power. The road ahead was fraught with challenges. System has the black market refreshed. The system seemed to have grown weary of Liu Yu. Ding. The flash sale market has been refreshed. Daily flash sale market is now open. Second-rate civil official summon card, 1/0 fortune value. Dragon Heart Technique, 8/0 fortune value. Top-tier general summon card, 1/0 fortune value. First-rate civil official summon card, 5/0 fortune value. Looking at the first item, Liu Yu felt his vision darken. This insidious system had not changed its ways. He yearned for both the top-tier general summon card and the first-rate civil official summon card, but the Dragon Heart Technique. He raised a finger and gently tapped, bringing up the details of the dragon heart technique. Dragon heart technique, an imperial-grade cultivation method. This technique, a closely guarded secret of the dragon race, was one of their most elite methods best suited for pureblood dragons. I wasn't Xiao Ying'er of the dragon lineage. This dragon heart technique was clearly tailored for her. Upon checking the system's marketplace, he discovered that the selling price was a staggering 100 million fortune value. What an incredible opportunity. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase the dragon heart technique. However, he also desired the first-rate civil official and top-tier general. With only 18 million fortune value remaining, he felt a pang of regret as his hard-earned wealth dwindled. Cursing the system inwardly, he thought, this wretched system keeps tempting me. System, activate the top-tier general summon card for me. Ding. The top-tier general summon card has been activated, summoning in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the renowned general of Qi, Guangzhong. Guangzhong. The name felt unfamiliar to Liu Yu until he recalled that this man was the only general to breach Hanggu Pass during the Warring States period. In the Battle of Sangqiu, he dealt a crushing blow to the Qin army. In the Battle of Chuaisha, he vanquished the Chu nation, forcing them to cede territory and further solidifying Qi's dominance. He had even besieged Yin, nearly annihilating it. Though Guangzhong's record was not extensive, each achievement was of immense significance. To label him a top-tier general would be no exaggeration. Character: Guangzhong. Race: human. Level: top-tier general. Realm: second layer of Nirvana. Okay, Nirvana realm second layer. It would suffice as long as he was a Nirvana expert. Liu Yu sighed internally. Achieving the same level as Bai Qi and Lu Bu would indeed be a challenge. He had initially expected a first-layer Nirvana expert. The second layer was already quite impressive. I am Guangzhong, paying my respects to your majesty. Guangzhong stepped forth from the portal and bowed deeply to Liu Yu. Seeing this, Liu Yu burst into laughter, moving forward to assist Guangzhong. General Guang, there is no need for such formality. With you by my side, all nations shall tremble. Ha ha ha. Deeply honored by your majesty's trust, I vow to serve you faithfully with unwavering loyalty. Moved by Liu Yu's words, Guangzhong prepared to kneel in gratitude, but Liu Yu quickly supported him. Your intentions are more than enough. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Guangzhong nodded solemnly, feeling increasingly grateful. Your Majesty, General Bai Qi has brought a lady to the palace and is currently requesting an audience. Wei Zhongxian's voice rang from outside the study. Liu Yu frowned at the mention of a woman seeking to see him. Before he could respond, Wei Zhongxian continued. General Bai Qi mentioned that General Xing and General Yu seem to recognize this lady, referring to her as Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Liu Yu was taken aback. When did he acquire a lady outside? And how did Xing Daorong and Yu Shi know her? Could it be Sister Linger? Summon her in. In the imperial study, Liu Yu stared in astonishment at the enchanting figure brought in by Bai Qi. Linger. Indeed, this graceful figure was Dongfang Ling. At this moment, Dongfang Ling smiled at Liu Yu and then slightly bowed, saying, "This humble girl, Dongfang Ling, greets Your Majesty." Liu Yu laughed heartily and stepped forward to help Dongfang Ling up. Sister Linger, what kind of relationship do we have? No need for such formalities. Dongfang Ling shot Liu Yu an exasperated glance. You are the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. This is the proper etiquette, and there can be no exceptions, understand? If everyone disregarded the rules, wouldn't the dynasty be thrown into chaos? Liu Yu smiled, but did not refute her. Bai Qi's gaze landed on Guangzhong, whose aura intrigued him. So powerful. At the very least, he was a Nirvana realm expert. Guangzhong also noticed Bai Qi, his heart racing with astonishment. What a formidable presence. What a dense aura of killing intent. This man was undoubtedly a fierce general, and judging by his wise eyes, Bai Qi was certainly a top-tier commander. He couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Truly, His Majesty was surrounded by talents. I am Bai Qi. It is an honor to meet you, General. Bai Qi introduced himself to Guangzhong. Snapping back to reality, Guangzhong replied softly, I am unworthy. I am Guangzhong, honored to meet you, General Bai Qi. Guangzhong. It was normal for Guangzhong not to recognize Bai Qi, but Bai Qi certainly knew Guangzhong. He hadn't expected this man to also be under His Majesty's command. Seeing the two engage in pleasant conversation, Liu Yu smiled faintly and then gestured for them to withdraw. He wanted a private space to converse. Then Liu Yu dismissed Wei Zhongxian, leaving only himself and Dongfang Ling in the imperial study. As for Granny Xiao, the palace guards did not allow her to enter, and she was anxiously waiting outside. In the study, with a casual wave of Liu Yu's hand, a chair appeared before them. Sister Linger, please sit. Dongfang Ling smiled lightly, nodded gracefully, and sat elegantly in the chair. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Liu Yu as if she were observing a peculiar creature. Sister Linger, why are you looking at me like that? Liu Yu asked with a strange smile. He brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Dongfang Ling. Tilting her head, Dongfang Ling blinked her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yu, how have you changed so much? In just a year you have eradicated the great Liang Dynasty, defeated the southern barbarians, and even annihilated the black underworld sect. I find it hard to see through you now. Liu Yu took a sip of tea but remained silent. Dongfang Ling understood that everyone had their secrets, and since Liu Yu didn't want to elaborate, she wisely chose to keep quiet. She wanted to ask something more, but before she could speak, Liu Yu changed the topic. Sister Linger, do you know Dongfang Songshan? Grandfather. Dongfang Ling looked at Liu Yu in confusion. Xiao Yu, why are you mentioning my grandfather? What if I told you he is still alive? Would you believe it? Dongfang Ling suddenly stood up, her arms trembling. Xiao Yu, is what you say true? She believed that all members of the Dongfang family had been wiped out by the Emperor of the Great Liang. Liu Yu nodded slightly and recounted all that Dongfang Songshan and the remaining members of the Dongfang family had done. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ling's initial excitement was doused. She could not understand why her grandfather would act this way. Xiao Yu, where is my grandfather now? In the sky prison, Liu Yu replied nonchalantly. Dongfang Songshan and the Dongfang family's actions left him with no goodwill. The sky prison. Dongfang Ling was taken aback, but seeing the indifferent expression on Liu Yu's face, she understood that this was the consequence of the Dongfang family's own actions, and she did not expect Liu Yu to show mercy. Do you wish to see him? Liu Yu's voice gradually resonated. Dongfang Ling glanced at Liu Yu, who was sipping tea, and quietly asked, is that allowed? Your grandfather, you have the right to see him. Thank you. Liu Yu said nothing further, slowly rising to Dongfang Ling's side, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. In the next moment, the two vanished. Dongfang Ling felt her head spin, and when she regained her senses, they found themselves in the sky prison of the Great Xia. Surrounded by dark, damp cells, the atmosphere was uncomfortable. Instant teleportation. Dongfang Ling was somewhat shocked at just how high had Liu Yu's cultivation reached. At the same time, in the cell where Dongfang Songshan and Dongfang Gui were imprisoned, Dongfang Gui, whose legs had been crippled by Liu Yu, could only kneel on the ground. Without the support of his cultivation, the dampness of the sky prison worsened his injuries. If not treated promptly, his legs would remain useless for life. No chance of standing again unless he found a miraculous elixir. That despicable Liu Yu. We of the Dongfang family used to look after the Liu family, and now they treat us this way. Dongfang Gui was furious, slamming his fist into the ground. His bloodied and bruised fist did not bring him pain, his eyes were filled with malice. If we ever escape this hellhole, I will take Liu Yu's place. Suddenly Dongfang Songshan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and berated Dongfang Gui. Shut up. Foolish child, do you have any idea what you're saying? If the Emperor of Xia or his subordinates hear your words, the Dongfang family will face annihilation. Do you understand? Dongfang Gui snorted coldly, unconcerned. Grandfather, what are you afraid of? Does Liu Yu really have the time to come to this dark place to eavesdrop? You insolent fool. Dongfang Songshan was incensed and slapped Dongfang Gui across the face. Why did I ever choose to save you? Even a distant relative would have more foresight than you. And those elders in our clan, I don't know how they were blinded to support you as the young master. The more he looked at Dongfang Gui, the angrier he became. Dongfang Gui touched his stinging red face in shock. His grandfather actually hit him. And without holding back. Outside the cell in the shadows, two figures stood there, choosing not to advance. Your grandfather has some sense, but this Dongfang Gui. TSK tisk, Liu Yu chuckled. Dongfang Ling felt helpless. Just based on Dongfang Gui's words, Liu Yu could easily send people to crush the Dongfang family repeatedly. Annihilating the entire clan would be no exaggeration. She vaguely recognized Dongfang Gui. He seemed to be the child of her second uncle. Do you want to take a look? Dongfang Ling nodded, her steps heavy as she approached Dongfang Kangshan's cell. She had countless questions bottled up inside her. Why was he still alive, and why hadn't he chosen to visit her even once in these past 10 years? It had led her to believe that she had no family left in this world. Soon Dongfang Ling arrived in front of the two's cell. Looking at the familiar aged figure within, her heart felt incredibly complex. Sensing someone watching him, Dongfang Songshan slowly raised his head and locked eyes with Dongfang Ling outside the cell. Instantly, a wave of familiarity surged within him. Finally, I'm out. You are. Linger. Dongfang Songshan was taken aback as he gazed at the graceful figure outside the cell. Ever since Dongfang Ling had been secretly taken in by Liu Zhun, he had occasionally managed to sneak a glance at her. However, after Dongfang Ling went to Shishui's sect for cultivation, he had not seen her again. The formidable strength of Shishui's sect prevented him from infiltrating its grounds. Yet now the ethereal aura surrounding Dongfang Ling and those familiar eyes struck him deeply. Dongfang Ling looked at Dongfang Songshan in the cell, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she gently called out, "Grandfather, is it really you, Linger?" Dongfang Tsangshan felt a whirlwind of conflicting feelings within him. Her presence here indicated that Liu Yu had granted her permission, and Liu Yu must have informed her of everything the Dongfang family had done. This left him at a loss for words before her. Dongfang Ling. Dongfang Gui, upon hearing Dongfang Tsangshan utter that name, quickly turned to look outside the cell. Upon seeing Dongfang Ling, he was momentarily stunned by her beauty, a sudden surge of possessiveness washing over him. If Dongfang Tsangshan were to find out, he would probably slap him to death. After all, Dongfang Ling was his cousin. Blood ties ran deep. But soon Dongfang Gui turned back, realizing Dongfang Ling's connection with Liu Yu. He shouted desperately, "Dongfang Ling, please save me. I'm Dongfang Gui, your cousin. Get Liu Yu to let me out and heal my legs." He crawled to the cell door on his knees, disregarding his image entirely. However, Dongfang Ling paid him no mind. Her gaze remained fixed on Dongfang Tsangshan. "Why didn't you come to see me even once in 10 years? Dongfang Ling questioned coldly. He wanted to say that he had visited her, but the words stuck in his throat. "Dongfang Ling, I told you to save me." Seeing Dongfang Ling ignore him completely, Dongfang Gui erupted in anger, pointing at her and shouting. Suddenly, a stone flew from a distance, striking Dongfang Gui's right arm with a thud. "Oh!" The sharp pain made him cry out in agony. "Is it not better to behave and stay in the cell? Why seek death?" Liu Yu's figure emerged slowly from the shadows. "Your Majesty." Dongfang Tsangshan bowed in respect. He understood that Liu Yu was a man of deep feelings, but also one who differentiated right from wrong, not sparing anyone due to familial ties. Liu Yu waved his hand. "You two can have a good chat. As for him, come out." The first part of his statement was accompanied by a smile, but the latter half turned cold and ruthless. He raised his hand, and Dongfang Gui's body lifted into the air. The cell door swung open, and after Dongfang Gui floated out, it closed again. "Your Majesty, where are you taking Gui?" "Geyer," Dongfang Tsangshan asked with concern. Even if Dongfang Gui was cowardly, he was still the current heir of the Dongfang family and his grandson. "Of course I am sending him on his way," Liu Yu replied with a slight smile. Someone like Dongfang Gui deserved to die. His words could lead Liu Yu to destroy the entire Dongfang family. On hearing those words, Dongfang Gui panicked. "No, don't kill me. Dongfang Ling. Cousin, save me. I don't want to die yet." Dongfang Ling turned a deaf ear to his cries. She held no affection for Dongfang Gui and understood that once Liu Yu made up his mind about something, no one could change it. Even if she tried to persuade him, it would only leave a negative impression of her in Liu Yu's mind, which was not worth the risk. "Linger. After all, he is your cousin. Why not?" Dongfang Tsangshan wanted to plead with Dongfang Ling, knowing that if she spoke up, Liu Yu would surely spare Dongfang Gui. However, before he could finish, a glance from Dongfang Ling silenced him completely. She was acutely aware that even if she pleaded for Dongfang Gui, Liu Yu would not only refuse to spare him, but would also grow to despise her. Dongfang Tsangshan watched Liu Yu depart, feeling utterly helpless. This was the consequence of his own actions. Had he listened to the elders of the clan, he wouldn't have come to the great Xia dynasty and encountered such events. Everything was fated. After giving Dongfang Ling and Dongfang Tsangshan some space, Liu Yu took Dongfang Gui directly to the Jingyi guard's interrogation chamber. Upon Liu Yu's arrival, Liu Bing hurriedly stepped forward to bow. "Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The guards in the interrogation room also bowed in unison. "Don't be formal." Upon entering the interrogation room, Liu Yu tossed Dongfang Gui to the ground. "I leave him to you. Execute him immediately." "No." Hearing Liu Yu's command, Dongfang Gui was so frightened that he wet himself. The guards looked at him with disdain and immediately dragged him out of the interrogation room. After handling Dongfang Gui, Liu Yu asked casually, "What have you learned from the Black Xian sect member?" Reporting to Your Majesty, the black-robed man only revealed that he was sent by the sect leader of the Black Xian sect to disrupt the seal of the Death Mountain solely for the dragon egg, but he did not know what it would be used for. He, a being at the Sea of God's level, can disrupt the seal of the Death Mountain. Liu Bing continued to explain. He claimed to possess a jade slip containing the full power of the Black Xian sect leader, and it was with that force that the seal was broken. Keep him alive for now. If he dies, the Black Xian sect will surely know, and it will be detrimental to our great Xia. Understood. Once everything was arranged, Liu Yu returned to the area outside the heavenly prison. Dongfang Ling was already waiting for him outside. "How is it? What are your thoughts?" Liu Yu asked gently. Although his relationship with Dongfang Ling was close, her attitude towards the Dongfang family influenced his feelings towards her. Perhaps whatever choice she made was not wrong, but Liu Yu's thoughts were also justified. It was merely a matter of differing positions. Dongfang Ling suddenly knelt down with a thud. Liu Yu was startled, and quickly moved to assist her feeling helpless. Sister Linger, I've told you, please don't kneel so often. However, this time, no matter how Liu Yu tried to help her up, she remained unmoved. Your Majesty, please spare my grandfather's life. I do not ask for mercy for the entire Dongfang family, but I hope your Majesty will investigate thoroughly and not involve innocent people. Liu Yu sighed in resignation. I promise you that should suffice. Thank you, your Majesty. Dongfang Ling smiled radiantly, her heart finally feeling at ease. No matter how despicable Dongfang Kangshan's actions were, he was still her own grandfather. She could not bear to watch him die. If she truly stood by and did nothing, could she still consider herself a person? Liu Yu's decision to spare Dongfang Tsongshan was not solely because of Dongfang Ling, but was because Dongfang Tsongshan, despite his faults, was not inherently bad. He was likely being manipulated by those within the family, and from the conversation in the heavenly prison, it was clear that he still retained a sense of conscience. Upon returning to the palace, Liu Yu swiftly made his way to the harem. Look who's back, little one, Zhenmi teased as she played with the baby in her arms. Dongfang Ling, having opted not to return to the palace with Liu Yu due to matters concerning Dongfang Tsongshan, chose instead to meet with Granny Xiao, seeking a place to find some peace. Liu Yu, with a knowing smile, gazed at the infant, then turned to Zhenmi with a charming grin. Meyer, do you desire a baby of your own? Of course. Zhenmi had just begun to reply when she suddenly realized something was amiss. Your Majesty, perhaps it's best we reconsider. Unable to resist the allure of Zhenmi's stunning beauty, Liu Yu, after entrusting Liu Ying to Wei Zongxian's care, swept her off her feet, and in a flash they were back in the inner chamber. Soon melodious music filled the chamber, igniting the imagination. Several hours later, Zhenmi's delicate body lay languid, and despite her pleas for mercy, Liu Yu finally relented. Since cultivating the Hongming Tiandi Jing, his prowess had reached an epic level. He gently kissed Zhenmi and tucked her in before settling down in a meditative position to continue his cultivation. The next morning, in the front hall of Weiyang Palace, all the civil and military officials had gathered awaiting Liu Yu's arrival. Your Majesty has arrived? At Wei Zongxian's announcement, Liu Yu, clad in a dark dragon robe, ascended the dais and took his seat upon the dragon throne. Your subjects pay their respects to the emperor. Enough with the formalities, let us commence the court session directly. Liu Yu interjected, raising a hand to stop the bowing officials. Our great Xia dynasty has now annexed the territory of the Nanman dynasty and all lands held by the Heiming sect. These territories will require time to assimilate. Let us not forget that the Silver Moon dynasty regards our great Xia as a formidable enemy. The Jinyui has reported that the Silver Moon dynasty is rallying alliances across the southern regions, preparing to jointly obliterate us. Thus we find ourselves in a precarious position and must focus on development. Liu Yu's words resonated with the court, even with the likes of Liu Ying, who wholeheartedly agreed, as this was an undeniable truth. The rapid ascent of the great Xia dynasty had sparked a sense of urgency among many forces in the southern regions. They feared that they would soon be the next targets of the great Xia. Therefore, I decree that the great Xia dynasty will remain dormant for 3 years, after which we shall reveal our strength. Liu Yu's eyes narrowed, a glint of ambition sparkling within. Furthermore, starting today, 3 years from now, will mark the first imperial examination of our great Xia dynasty. When Ruo, ensure you prepare thoroughly. Xun Yu stepped forward and clasped his hands. As you command. Liu Yu had entrusted the entire matter of the imperial examination to Xun Yu, providing him with several methods for reference. It was undeniable that Xun Yu was a genius. Through Liu Yu's suggestions, he had refined the rules and regulations for the examination to perfection, even surpassing Liu Yu's initial ideas. Thus, entrusting the examination to Xun Yu filled Liu Yu with confidence. As for administrative matters, they were now under the purview of Wang Ming, a political prodigy whose tactics were exceptionally astute. Additionally, I declare that the first large-scale enrollment of the Jixiao Academy will also be scheduled for 3 years from now, with the precise timing to follow the completion of the examination. I order all prefectures and county governments to establish statron academies to accept students under the age of 16, providing age-appropriate education in knowledge and cultivation. The required funds will be fully covered by the national treasury. This announcement was akin to a boulder dropping into a lake, instantly stirring up monumental waves. The Minister of Personnel, Liu Ying, was the first to voice his concern. Your Majesty, the cost will be entirely borne by the treasury. This expenditure may be astronomical. The great Xia dynasty currently controlled vast territories, including those of the Liang Dynasty, the Nanman Dynasty, and the Heiming sect. The sheer number of counties they governed was staggering. If every county were to establish an academy, the expenses would be truly overwhelming. He couldn't even begin to fathom the numbers involved. Wang Ming furrowed his brow and stepped forward as well. Your Majesty, while establishing academies nationwide, is undoubtedly beneficial for the populace, as the minister has pointed out the costs could be quite substantial and the treasury may not be able to absorb them. Liu Yu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Do not worry about finances, I may not have much, but I do have wealth. There's no shortage of it. Acquiring funds was a matter of simplicity for him. The system's marketplace allowed for the exchange of wealth. He could effortlessly exchange 100,000 luck points for enough money to establish academies across the nation. In fact, he would likely have excess funds, so money was hardly a concern. The primary issue lay with securing qualified instructors. To nurture virtuous students, having excellent teachers was paramount. Teaching cultivation required instructors to be knowledgeable and skilled with proficiency no less than the Qi condensation stage. However, attracting such teachers would necessitate spirit stones for their remuneration. Thus, compared to money, the demand for spirit stones would be relatively higher. Yet this was not a significant problem. He could simply spend 1,000,000 luck points to address this step. He had no qualms about such an expenditure, as he had been contemplating the establishment of academies for quite some time. This initiative represented a long-term developmental goal for the great Xia dynasty, bringing only benefits and no drawbacks. After all, he couldn't rely indefinitely on summoned heroic spirits. There were plenty of talented individuals among the local aristocratic families. These people also needed to be utilized. The talents of those from the Xiansheng continent were still formidable. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, there were always a few who shone brilliantly. While they may not rival Xun Yu or Wang Meng, they could certainly manage local governance competently. Enough. I have spoken. You need only act according to my wishes. Do not raise any further issues. If there are matters that cannot be resolved, bring them to me. Lastly, regarding the funds from the national treasury, should anyone dare to embezzle, they shall experience the severe punishments of the Jinyui. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials responded in unison, clasping their hands. As you command. All right, since there are no objections, we shall conclude the court session. Your Majesty is wise. Liu Yu nodded slightly before rising and departing from the grand hall. Soon, with each decree issued by Liu Yu, the entire great Xia dynasty entered a frenzy of construction. Counties swiftly designated plots of land to commence the building of academies. The officials of each county were in full agreement with this decree. They understood well that this was a golden opportunity for their careers. If they could nurture even a couple of geniuses to excel in the imperial examination, their reputations would soar, earning them significant merit. Simultaneously, they began strategizing to ensure that their academy's students would gain admission to the Jixia Academy 3 years hence. Given the emperor's regard for the Jixia Academy, it would undoubtedly become the face of the great Xia dynasty in the future. After the edict issued by Liu Yu, the entire Daxia dynasty, except for initiating infrastructure projects and frantically repairing academies, experienced no significant events. Even minor occurrences became rare. The Daxia dynasty, this emerging realm, transformed into a tranquil lake, stirring not a ripple in the southern region. This bizarre scene only deepened the suspicions among the various factions in the southern region. Many forces which had been persuaded by the Prince Xiang Yu of the Silver Moon dynasty to unite against Daxia opted to wait and watch instead. After all, the Daxia dynasty was currently developing steadily and posed no threat to them. Why should they trouble themselves with Daxia? What benefits would antagonizing the Daxia dynasty bring them? In the Silver Moon dynasty, within the imperial capital of Yu City, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne. Court officials stood on either side of the grand hall, while Prince Xiang Yu knelt in the center. Father, forgive my inadequacy. Most dynasties had initially agreed to join us in attacking Daxia, but now they have all chosen to hesitate. No matter how I persuade them, it is futile. Scoundrels. A bunch of short-sighted fools. The Silver Moon Emperor roared, slamming his palm onto the throne, producing a thunderous sound that resonated throughout the hall. Do these idiots not realize that calmness is merely a precursor to the storm? The Daxia dynasty is quiet for a reason. They must be concocting a grand conspiracy in the shadows. If the war machine of the Daxia dynasty begins to operate, the southern regional powers will be utterly annihilated. Do these worthless beings not have any sense of urgency? The emperor, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, Father. The court officials and Prince Xiang Yu were alarmed, especially the prince, who attempted to rush forward to support him. The emperor raised a hand to stop him, his voice tinged with resignation. We cannot concern ourselves with the fate of other factions. The Silver Moon dynasty must strengthen its vigilance against the Daxia dynasty. Deploy the border troops to the north to stand guard against Daxia. We must not let our guard down. The command to mobilize the border troops. After the emperor's words, the court officials and Prince Xiang Yu exchanged incredulous glances. Such a casual mobilization of the border troops could destabilize the foundations of the nation. Just then Prime Minister Gu Bao stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect towards the emperor. "Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to speak candidly." The emperor glanced at Gu Bao, an old minister who had been instrumental in establishing the Silver Moon Dynasty as a fifth-tier kingdom. He nodded slightly to Gu Bao. "Speak freely, Prime Minister." "Your Majesty, are you perhaps overly concerned about the Daxia dynasty? After all, we were the ones who provoked Daxia. Their restraint in not retaliating so far indicates that they are not interested in our Silver Moon Dynasty. Now your Majesty wishes to deploy most of our border troops north. What will happen to our defenses in the west? The kingdom of Jinsen in the west is our true enemy. It is our long-standing rival, not some inexplicable Daxia." Gu Bao laid out his thoughts clearly. The officials nodded in agreement. The Silver Moon Dynasty had indeed been too sensitive. The Daxia dynasty likely hadn't even noticed their existence. Before the emperor could respond, Gu Bao continued, "If the border troops are moved north and the kingdom of Jinsen attacks, how shall we respond?" This was his true concern. Compared to the yet uncertain Daxia dynasty, the kingdom of Jinsen, their sworn enemy, deserved more attention. After all, the Silver Moon Dynasty and the kingdom of Jinsen were adversaries. If the border troops were withdrawn from the west, the western defenses of the Silver Moon Dynasty would be left unguarded. Should the forces of Jinsen invade, they could advance unimpeded, striking directly at the heart of the Silver Moon Dynasty. "Your Majesty, I too agree with the Prime Minister's words." "Indeed, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has a point. Our primary enemy at present is Jinsen, not Daxia." "Exactly, Your Majesty. Oh, I support the Prime Minister's statements." "Me too." With the Prime Minister leading the charge, the court, which had been silent, finally buzzed with activity. These officials had previously refrained from speaking due to the emperor's autocratic rule, but Prime Minister Gu Bao was different. He was arguably the greatest contributor to the establishment of the current Silver Moon Dynasty, and with him present, they no longer felt fearful. "Father, I also believe there is some truth in the Prime Minister's words. If we indeed deploy the border troops north to resist Daxia, our western defenses will be wide open. The strength of ordinary troops cannot compare to that of the border troops." The Silver Moon Emperor fell silent. He had considered this issue before. Yet he felt an unsettling conviction that the Daxia dynasty would be their future formidable adversary. The Silver Moon Dynasty might even be obliterated by this Daxia dynasty. As the emperor, he had to remain wary. However, Gu Bao and the other officials were not entirely without merit. The kingdom of Jinsen was indeed their sworn enemy. If they learned of the border troops' withdrawal, a large-scale invasion would undoubtedly ensue. At that moment, the Silver Moon Dynasty would face a genuine crisis. "Very well, the border troops shall remain inactive and defend the west. However, we shall conduct a national recruitment drive and send trained soldiers north." "Your wisdom is unmatched." Gu Bao and the officials bowed in unison. "Send spies to infiltrate the Daxia dynasty and gather intelligence for future needs." "Understood." The Silver Moon Emperor waved his hand, signaling the court to disperse. After saying this, he left the Grand Hall and headed to the inner palace to release his pent-up frustration. The matters concerning the Daxia dynasty had ignited a fire in his heart that he could no longer contain. Watching the emperor's retreating figure, Xian Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had feared his father would reprimand him, but was taken aback by how lightly the matter was dismissed. Prime Minister Gu Bao, however, sighed in resignation. The emperor no longer possesses his former vigor. His words silenced the court. They did not dare to debate, yet they wholly agreed with Gu Bao's sentiment. The previous emperor, though autocratic, had been wise and valiant. The current emperor, with each unilateral decision, dragged the Silver Moon Dynasty deeper into peril. Each time they were left to clean up after him. This sentiment was not just held by the officials. Prince Xian Yu shared the same view. "Well, we shall take it one step at a time." Gu Bao shook his head, his aged face etched with worry for the Silver Moon Dynasty. "As for the Daxia dynasty, although I previously stated it is not important, you should still remain vigilant. This Daxia dynasty has established itself and grown strong in such a short time, its strength should not be underestimated." "Understood." The Daxia dynasty. Liu Yu was unaware of the various happenings within the Silver Moon Dynasty. Even if he had known, he would have merely scoffed at it. Truly, he held himself in high regard. However, he had no desire to engage in external warfare at the moment. Otherwise, the Silver Moon Dynasty would undoubtedly be the first victim, given its geographical significance. Even if it were not for their location, his primary target would be them solely based on their decision to send troops to assist the Black Nether sect. In the imperial palace of Daxia within the royal garden, Liu Yu reclined on a cool chair in a pavilion, indulging in fruits offered by a maid while enjoying a massage from the beautiful Xun Yu. Life was indeed comfortable. Should anyone witness this scene, they would surely curse him for being a foolish ruler. It must be admitted that after delegating state affairs to Wang Ming, he felt remarkably unburdened. Truly being a foolish ruler had its comforts. During these days he either studied the art of creation with Zhenmi or wandered the mountains. Occasionally he would cultivate, but overall he relished the carefree life. Your Majesty, Miss Dongfang requests an audience, Wei Zhongxian reported as he approached Liu Yu. Sister Ling. Liu Yu paused for a moment. Ever since Dongfang Ling had expressed the need for some time apart, he had not sought her out. It seemed she had come to terms with some matters now. Bring her here. Yes. With that, Wei Zhongxian withdrew. Soon under Wei Zongxian's guidance, Dongfang Ling was brought to the royal garden. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Please, no need for formalities. Sister Ling, what brings you to me? Dongfang Ling slowly lifted her gaze and immediately noticed Zhenmi standing behind Liu Yu. How beautiful! That was her first impression of Zhenmi. The beauty before her was unparalleled. Even she who was often regarded as an extraordinary woman felt overshadowed by Zhenmi. Sister Ling, Liu Yu gently prompted. Dongfang Ling snapped back to reality, and just as she was about to speak, she suddenly spotted the infant Liu Ying nearby. Little Yu has even had a child. In an instant she felt an inexplicable emptiness deep within her. This strange feeling was something she had never experienced before. Noticing that Dongfang Ling kept glancing between Zhenmi and little Liu Ying, Liu Yu smiled softly and introduced them. This is Meyer, my concubine of the Xia dynasty, and this little one is Liu Ying, whom I have adopted. Dongfang Ling seized upon a key word, adopted. This meant that Liu Yu did not yet have his own biological children. Hello, I am Zhenmi. Zhenmi greeted Dongfang Ling with a smile and a nod. Dongfang Ling numbly nodded in response. By the way, Sister Ling, what brings you here this time? Don't tell me it's about the trivial matters of the Dongfang family. Liu Yu waved his hand, inviting Dongfang Ling to sit down. Dongfang Ling shook her head. She had already secured a sliver of hope for the Dongfang family, and how they proceeded from now on was no longer her concern. Her primary purpose for coming this time was to fulfill the task assigned by her master, to establish a good relationship with the Xia dynasty. She quickly conveyed the attitude of the Shishui sect towards the Xia dynasty and shared their desire to cultivate a good rapport. Liu Yu was taken aback. He had not expected the Shishui sect to hold such a favorable view of the Xia dynasty. Very well, I accept the goodwill of the Shishui sect. We are more than willing to befriend the Shishui sect. Liu Yu harbored no aversion towards the Shishui sect. Although the establishment of the Shishui pavilion was viewed as disgraceful, by scholars their actions were respectable. They could genuinely be considered a righteous force. Dongfang Ling sighed in relief, surprised by Liu Yu's swift agreement. She had anticipated needing to argue her case. All right, Sister Ling, let's put aside serious matters for now. It's rare to relax, so let's enjoy ourselves. In the southern region north border, within a desolate mountain range, a place rich in spiritual energy emerged beyond the black wasteland. Soon a massive stone door entwined with black vines came into view. Heavenly Black Sect. The words appeared prominently on the plaque of the stone door. An eerie, unsettling aura enveloped the area. This was the location of the Heavenly Black Sect, a sixth-tier sect in the southern region of the Xianxin continent. Following the stone door, a vast plaza appeared, dominated by a grand hall. Inside the hall, a figure cloaked in black sat in the master's seat, casually playing with a dagger that shimmered ominously in the light, its sharpness capable of rending space itself. Master, the majority of forces in the southern region have chosen to submit to our Heavenly Black Sect. An elderly man, bent and leaning on a dragon head, cane spoke softly from below. The man in black chuckled sinisterly, revealing a surprisingly youthful face beneath the cloak. His first impression was one of elegance, with deep, wise eyes that seemed to assess everything as if capable of piercing through souls. This man was the sect master of the Heavenly Black Sect, Hun Feng, a seasoned powerhouse whose reputation had long preceded him. In terms of seniority, even the current sect master of the Shishui sect, Shui Changxing, could not compare to Hun Feng. He was the true hidden monster of the southern region. I have had my eyes on the southern region for millennia. If it were not for this damnable geographical limitation, I would have already broken through to the Nirvana realm and led the Heavenly Black Sect into the imperial capital. After thousands of years, my plans are finally coming to fruition. Hun Feng laughed maniacally, his voice betraying an uncontrolled madness. What about He Wu? I sent him to the Death Mountain to release ferocious beasts while searching for dragon eggs. Oh, why have I not heard from him yet? At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed to Hun Feng, saying, Master He Wu remains uncontactable. Despite our efforts to reach him, we have received no reply. Upon hearing this, Hun Feng furrowed his brow. What of He Wu's life soul token? It remains intact. He should be fine. How with the life-saving token I provided him combined with his latest divine sea cultivation, if he were to encounter trouble, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Han Feng's voice was commanding and intimidating, instilling an unapproachable pressure. By the way, Master, just an hour before He Wu lost contact, a terrifying aura of killing intent erupted from the Death Mountain. At that time, the killing intent shot into the sky, shocking many forces with its overwhelming pressure. It was a spiritual energy pressure that. Han Feng began to speak slowly. That what? That was not inferior to you, Master. Han Feng's eyes widened in shock. Not inferior to him. He was a top-tier Nirvana realm powerhouse. In the entire southern region, he believed no one could match him. Even the sect master of the Shishui sect, Shui Chongxing, hardly piqued his interest. Thus he dismissed his subordinates' words entirely. This is not arrogance, it is confidence, an unwavering belief in one's own strength. He Huanfeng has roamed the southern domain for a millennium, and those who can contend with him are few and far between, and most have long since perished, leaving only him alive. Han Feng flicked the dagger in his hand, producing a crisp metallic sound. From where did that blood light erupt in the Death Mountains? His cold voice resonated throughout the Great Hall. Though he doubted the owner of the blood light possessed strength comparable to his own from the reports of his subordinates, this person was at least a Nirvana realm powerhouse. There were not many of such beings in the entire southern domain. As for someone exuding such a murderous aura, he had no recollection whatsoever. Could it be a newly emerged Nirvana realm cultivator? Impossible. In his memory, the areas surrounding the Death Mountains were predominantly occupied by 4th and 5th grade dynasties and sects. From these forces, it was unlikely that a Nirvana realm expert could arise. Reporting to the sect leader, it comes from a dynasty called Daxiao. A figure stepped forward to answer. Han Feng furrowed his brow. Daxiao dynasty. What kind of force is this? I have never heard of it before. At this moment, another elder stepped forward, the Grand Elder of the Black Xian sect, Heishan. Heishan approached Han Feng and clasped his hands in respect. Sect leader, the Daxiao dynasty is merely a newly established force. However, it has developed quite aggressively, having eradicated a 4th grade force and a 5th grade force right from its inception. And we are familiar with the 5th grade force that was destroyed. Oh, upon hearing Heishan's explanation, Han Feng's curiosity piqued. There were not many sects in the southern domain that could be associated with the Black Xian sect. Heishan continued, that sect is the Black Ming sect. The Black Ming sect. Is that the one belonging to He Hong? Heishan nodded. Han Feng sneered, this fickle faction, let it be extinguished. He held a disdainful view of the Black Ming sect's actions. He had once attempted to woo them to his side, only to be met with rejection, as they firmly declared their allegiance to the Shishui sect. However, not long after they sent someone to seek help, but due to their previous stance, the Black Xian sect directly executed the envoy they sent. It seemed they had already suffered a counterattack from the Daxiao dynasty at that time. By the way, since the Daxiao dynasty is formidable, we should send someone to make contact and ascertain their intentions. If they are willing to submit to the Black Xian sect, I can spare their lives. If they exhibit the same attitude as the Black Ming sect, then once we consolidate our power in the southern domain, they will be the first to face annihilation. Han Feng's gaze turned sharp, and with a flick of his wrist he threw the dagger, which emitted a cold gleam as the sharp blade embedded itself into a jade pillar in the hall. As you command. Heishan, upon receiving the task, prepared to leave. Wait. Han Feng called out to Heishan, who was about to depart. Heishan turned back puzzled. Does the sect leader have further instructions? Han Feng spoke slowly. Make sure to send someone to search for the whereabouts of He Wu. That dragon egg is something I must obtain. Heishan nodded slightly, and then strode out of the great hall. Han Feng watched his retreating figure, envisioning a scene where the Black Xian sect would dominate the southern domain. As long as they could establish supremacy, the Black Xian sect would accrue enough fortune to rise to a 7th grade sect. At that time, the Black Xian sect would finally join the ranks of the top powers in the Xianxin continent. He Huanfeng would lead the Black Xian sect to heights never reached by any previous sect leader. Time flew swiftly, and 3 years later, in the city of Chang'an, it had become exceedingly prosperous. On Zhuge Street, students from all directions seemed to step onto this wide straight road. Many were still outside Chang'an, undergoing inspections to enter the city. Looking at this magnificent metropolis, many felt a swell of pride. This was the mother city of their Daxiao dynasty, the imperial capital. Outside Chang'an, a veiled woman stood with a charming young girl, gazing at the throngs of people, sighing in wonder. Tisk tisk, elder sister, is this really still the great Liang Dynasty? The charming girl exclaimed in awe at the grandeur of the city beside the veiled woman. Upon hearing the girl's words, passers-by paused in their tracks. Miss, you are newcomers, aren't you? The great Liang Dynasty has fallen for several years. Now we are all subjects of the Daxiao Dynasty. The Daxiao Dynasty. The charming girl looked puzzled. Even the veiled woman felt a twinge of shock. Had it really been only a few years for such a drastic change to occur? As for the person she was searching for, a sudden emptiness filled her heart. Hold on, are you also a candidate for the imperial examination? A youth dressed in tattered clothes was stopped by the guards at the gates of Chang'an. They were not looking down on him. Rather, his attire was simply too unbefitting for a candidate. Candidates for the imperial examination had to undergo strict assessments in various prefectures and counties, and those elected to go to the imperial capital were exceptional individuals. Such talents would certainly attract the attention of local officials. How could they not provide proper clothing? The youth, upon being halted, panicked and stammered, I was just robbed on the road. Hearing the youth's explanation, the surrounding guards frowned. How dare someone lay hands on a student of their Dynasty? What audacity! What is going on? A lazy yet authoritative voice slowly rang out. The crowd quickly parted to create a path, revealing an elderly figure who appeared to be half asleep. This commotion naturally drew the attention of many onlookers. The veiled woman and the charming girl were also captivated by the scene. Zhuang Lao. The guards at the city gate were taken aback and hurriedly bowed. What powerful aura! The veiled woman gasped in astonishment. The presence exuded by this elder was terrifying, at least at the Nirvana realm. Greetings, Zhuang Lao. People entering and exiting the city, merchants, students, and commoners alike all bowed in respect. The visitor was none other than Zhuang Zhou. Now one of the top forces of the Dynasty, he was also one of the 3 sages of the Jixia Academy appointed by Liu Yu. Indeed, during these 3 years, Liu Yu established 3 sages to elevate the status of the Jixia Academy. They were Xuanzi, Zhuangzi, and Mozi. Mozi, the founder of the Mahis school, advocated for universal love and non-aggression, and he was also a top-tier scientist. With expertise in optics, mechanics, and mathematics, he was a true polymath. With these 3 sages present at the Jixia Academy, its status naturally soared. Many nobles recognized the importance of the Jixia Academy to the Dynasty. Through their influence, the academy had become a sacred ground for innumerable students. Following this imperial examination, a large-scale enrollment ceremony would commence at the Jixia Academy, attracting students from all corners. Apart from the desire to succeed in the examination, their aim was to join the Jixia Academy. Everyone need not be overly courteous. Zhuang Zhou maintained a gentle smile. Go about your business, do not block the traffic, ha ha ha. He was a free spirit, unconstrained by formalities, and viewed such elaborate rituals with great indifference. What has happened? Zhuang Zhou withdrew his gaze, redirecting his attention to the young man in tattered clothes and the city guards. One of the guards stepped forward to explain the situation. Hearing this, Zhuang Zhou nodded slightly, observing the young man's guilty expression, and he shook his head in resignation. You must have stolen someone else's opportunity. Zhuang Zhou bluntly stated this without leaving the young man any dignity. The words caused a shift in the expressions of those present. The guards who had initially sympathized with the young man's plight now glared at him with anger. The young man turned pale at Zhuang Zhou's accusation, his panic evident. No, that's not true. I didn't. Seeing his reaction, Zhuang Zhou sighed. The truth was already glaringly obvious. What a scoundrel he is. Indeed, how desperate must the rightful owner of that opportunity feel right now. As the murmurs of reproach echoed around him, the young man's guilt surged within. That exam certificate you hold was stolen, and you altered the name on it, am I wrong? Confess honestly, or you shall face the death penalty. Zhuang Zhou's final words shattered the young man's resolve, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this, I was forced. I was terrified of poverty. I heard that participating in the imperial examination could change my fate, so I harbored malicious intent and secretly stole a candidate's certificate. I'm sorry. Zhuang Zhou shook his head gently and said, inform the rightful candidate. The young man nodded and recounted everything without hesitation. After receiving the information, several Jin Yi imperial guards suddenly appeared, and Zhuang Zhou calmly instructed, we must not wrong any candidate. Send someone to bring the rightful candidate here. A few of the Jin Yi disappeared at once while the others took the young man away. Imperial examination. What is that? Why do these people regard it with such importance? The beautiful woman tilted her head, her expression filled with confusion. The woman in the veil also shook her head lightly, admitting she had never heard of such a term. At that moment, Zhuang Zhou's gaze suddenly fell upon the 2 women, causing them to stiffen as if they had encountered a great beast. However, the next second, Zhuang Zhou merely smiled gently at them before transforming into a flurry of ethereal butterflies and vanishing from sight. Big sister, it seems we are being watched. What should we do? The beautiful woman's face paled, her voice stuttering. At this point, a shadow emerged from the darkness, kneeling behind the veiled woman. "My apologies, miss. I was discovered by that old man. The pressure from his released consciousness nearly annihilated me. Fortunately, it was merely a warning." The shadow's forehead was already beaded with sweat, clearly intimidated by Zhuang Zhou's overwhelming presence. The veiled woman sighed, realizing that the Great Xia dynasty was indeed a place of hidden talents. "Let us enter the city." "Ah, big sister, we are already being watched. Do we still need to go in?" "Perhaps we should leave." The shadow protecting them hesitated. "Miss, this city is fraught with danger. Perhaps we should." The veiled woman shook her head, interrupting their thoughts. "We shall enter. I wish to see what wonders the Great Xia dynasty holds." She had observed the people's attitudes toward the Great Xia dynasty, where happiness was evident on their faces, something that could not be feigned. This proved that the dynasty was not entirely unreasonable. At least they would not be disturbed as long as they did not commit any wrongdoing. After all, they had no grievances with the Great Xia dynasty. "Little fish, do not be afraid. Your big sister is here." The veiled woman affectionately ruffled the beautiful woman's hair before leading them into Chang'an. Indeed, these two were the same women from outside Beiyuan City. Once inside Chang'an, little fish was instantly captivated by the dazzling array of goods. "Wow, what is that delicious smell?" As soon as they stepped into Chang'an, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, grabbing the attention of all three. "Come and take a look. Freshly steamed buns. This is the Emperor's secret recipe. You won't regret it. If you don't like them, you don't have to pay." A sign reading "Bun You Satisfied" hung in front of a bun shop, surrounded by a crowd seemingly fighting over buns. This left the two women baffled. Was a simple bun worth fighting for? They noticed that among the crowd were not only commoners, but also many cultivators. Even some from the Purple Mansion realm were vying for buns. Old Zhong by a few. The figure in the black robe behind the veiled woman nodded, just as he prepared to cut in line. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon him. At that moment, a patrol team happened to approach. The leading general seemed to notice old Zhong's predicament and smiled, explaining, "In Chang'an, fighting is prohibited. It is the rule, so please abide by it." After speaking, the general led the patrol team away to continue their duties. "Old Zhong, you should follow the rules. After all, this is their territory," the veiled woman advised. Old Zhong nodded, helplessly, feeling quite embarrassed. As a powerful Nirvana realm cultivator, he had now stooped to waiting in line for buns. Wouldn't this make him the laughingstock if word got out? But what could he do? He sensed that the warning pressure he felt earlier did not come from the previous old man, but from someone else entirely. The aura of this person was equally terrifying. Killing him would be a trivial matter. Looking at the long line that seemed to stretch endlessly, old Zhong felt despondent. Wasn't this just bullying an old man? Soon after nearly an hour of waiting, he finally purchased 10 buns. Returning to the two women, little fish could no longer resist and took one to taste. The moment she bit into it, her eyes lit up. "So delicious. Big sister, old Zhong, you must try this, it's so good." Little fish exclaimed, her mouth smeared with grease. The veiled woman skeptically picked up a bun, lifting her veil slightly to take a bite. She was immediately dazzled. The flavors linger on the palate, truly exquisite. Old Zhong, intrigued, decided to try one as well after witnessing the young lad's delight. One bite, and he was astounded. It was worth the long wait. "Huh. How do you like the taste, esteemed guests?" The owner of the bun shop, having finished his duties, approached the trio with a smile. Transforming spirit realm. The three were taken aback. A mere bun shop owner possessed transforming spirit realm cultivation. What kind of place was the Great Xia dynasty? "Boss, these buns are fantastic," Little Fish commented, unabashedly praising the owner's culinary skills. The bun shop owner laughed heartily. "General Shui." The commoners passing by greeted the bun shop owner warmly. "A general?" The bun shop owner was a general. The three exchanged astonished glances at the man before them. "General Shui." The three exchanged bewildered glances at the owner of the bun shop before them. "Haha, those are all in the past. I retired long ago," Shui, who laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, the owner of this bun shop was none other than Shui himself. After Liu Yu established the Great Xia dynasty and perfected its systems, he truly chose to retire. During this period, he developed a passion for cooking, and Liu Yu generously shared the culinary knowledge and techniques from his previous life with him. It must be said that Shui was not particularly adept at cultivation. However, when it came to culinary skills, he was a genius among geniuses. Liu Yu merely needed to give him a few pointers, and he could clearly remember them, and even make some improvements, ultimately establishing the Bao and I Mandi bun shop. This name was personally suggested by Liu Yu and was humorously dubbed the best bun shop in the world by the literati and military officials of the Great Xia. Because of this, coupled with Shui, whose extraordinary skills, Bao and I Man, he was always bustling with customers. By the way, you three don't seem to be from the Great Xia, do you? Xuanhuan inquired softly. The three nodded in response. There was no need to hide such matters. They were completely ignorant of the Great Xia dynasty, and any casual remark could expose them. Concealing it was futile. We are merely passing through and happened to find this place lively, so we decided to take a look. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan burst into laughter. Well, you came at just the right time. You coincidentally arrived during our Great Xia dynasty's imperial examination and the enrollment ceremony of the Jixia Academy. Another mention of the imperial examination. Having arrived in Chang'an, she had heard it mentioned no less than 10 times, as nearly everyone she conversed with brought it up. This piqued the curiosity of the veiled woman even more. Boss, what exactly is this imperial examination? I've noticed everyone along the way discussing it. Xuanhuan cleared his throat and began to explain. You've asked the right person. The imperial examination, Soon Xuanhuan launched into a lengthy explanation about the examination to the three. Once they fully grasped the details, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Emperor of Xia indeed possessed great ambition. However, unfortunately, the literary part of the examination is conducted in private, so you won't be able to watch. The martial examination, however, is open for viewing. And as for the enrollment ceremony at Jixia Academy, you can also go to see it if you wish. This large-scale enrollment by Jixia Academy is quite a significant event. The veiled woman nodded gently and expressed her gratitude to Xuanhuan. Thank you for the information. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and inexplicably asked Xuanhuan, May I ask, do you know Liu Yu? Liu Yu? Xuanhuan's expression changed, narrowing his eyes at the veiled woman. There are many people named Liu Yu in the world. May I ask which Liu Yu you are seeking? Elder Zhong noticed Xuanhuan's sudden shift in demeanor and quickly moved to stop the veiled woman's reckless inquiry. The great Liang Dynasty had been destroyed. How well could Liu Yu as the king of Liang Xia be faring? If they angered someone from the Great Xia Dynasty, they might not escape unharmed. Liu Yu is just a companion traveling with us. We happened to get separated, and we were just inquiring. Thank you for your information. We shall take our leave now. Elder Zhong chuckled awkwardly, leading the veiled woman and Xiang Yu away from the scene. Xuanhuan watched the trio disappear, pondering over something. Yet with so many talented individuals around His Majesty, these three posed no real threat to him. Miss, you are usually meticulous and cautious. Why have you acted so recklessly this time? The veiled woman remained silent as she knew that her earlier question had been indiscreet. If this were a weaker dynasty with Elder Zhong's strength, she could have inquired freely. After all, with a Nirvana realm powerhouse guarding her, no one would dare to speak against her. But this Great Xia dynasty was entirely different. This dynasty had more than one Nirvana realm expert, and they were extraordinarily powerful. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Big sister. Seeing the girl with her head down, Xiang Yu expressed her concern. The veiled woman shook her head, gently ruffling Xiang Yu's hair with a soft smile. I'm fine. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, the Imperial Garden. Sister, don't run away. A chubby little boy and a girl were playing and frolicking in the garden. In a pavilion, Liu Yu lay on Zhan Mi's lap, gazing fondly at the two children playing in the garden. Zhen Mi occasionally fed Liu Yu a grape, creating a warm atmosphere. Your Majesty, are you truly not planning to take a concubine? Zhen Mi asked gently. Liu Yu looked at her in confusion before suddenly sitting up, pressing his hand on Zhan Mi's forehead. Myra, what are you talking about? Are you willing to share your husband with others? Liu Yu smiled lightly, pulling Zhen Mi into his embrace. Zhen Mi shot him an annoyed glare. You keep tormenting me, I can't take it anymore. I might as well find a sister to share the burden. Liu Yu felt quite awkward. He had not expected Zhen Mi to voice such a reason. However, he did not wish for it either. Ever since cultivating the Hongming Tiandi scripture, his desires had grown intense, and if he didn't relieve that pressure, it would be stifling. Zhen Mi continued. Your Majesty, I see that Sister Ling has deep feelings for you. Why not? Zhen Mi did not finish her thought, knowing Liu Yu must understand what she was implying. Sister Ling, Since Dongfang Ling had arrived in Chang'an 3 years ago, she had not returned to the Shishui sect. Due to her unique circumstances, Liu Yu had granted her certain privileges. She could roam freely in the inner palace, and over the past 3 years Zhen Mi and Dongfang Ling had become close friends. Zhen Mi could also see Dongfang Ling's feelings for Liu Yu. She did not want her to keep bottling it up, as Liu Yu was somewhat dense. If she did not push him a little, neither of them would take that first step. Let's put it off for now. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yu replied lightly. To be honest, Liu Yu did have feelings for Dongfang Ling. However, given their upbringing together, he found it difficult to take that step. Zhen Mi looked at Liu Yu with exasperation. It seemed she would have to continue to coax him. Your Highness, Princess, please be careful not to fall. A maid followed the two children closely, her face full of concern. Liu Yu waved his hand at the maid. It's fine, I don't worry about these two little rascals. If they were that fragile, they wouldn't be my children. The maid inclined her head slightly, responding, understood. Then she slowly withdrew. Watching the two children playing, Liu Yu smiled faintly. The little boy was about 2 years old, named Liu Yin, born to Zhenbei 2 years ago. On the day of his birth, auspicious signs abounded, leading Liu Yu to promptly declare Liu Yin as the crown prince to stabilize the court. As for the other little one with silvery dragon horns, she was naturally Liu Ying. General Xue. The three exchanged bewildered glances at the owner of the bun shop before them. Haha, those are all in the past, or I retired long ago, Xue Hu laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, the owner of this bun shop was none other than Xue Hu himself. After Liu Yu established the great Xia dynasty and perfected its systems, he truly chose to retire. During this period, he developed a passion for cooking, and Liu Yu generously shared the culinary knowledge and techniques from his previous life with him. It must be said that Xue Hu was not particularly adept at cultivation. However, when it came to culinary skills, he was a genius among geniuses. Liu Yu merely needed to give him a few pointers, and he could clearly remember them, and even make some improvements, ultimately establishing the Bao and I Mandi bun shop. This name was personally suggested by Liu Yu and was humorously dubbed the best bun shop in the world by the literati and military officials of the Great Xia. Because of this, coupled with Xue Hu's extraordinary skills, Bao and I Mandi was always bustling with customers. By the way, you three don't seem to be from the Great Xia, do you? Xue Hu inquired softly. The three nodded in response. There was no need to hide such matters. They were completely ignorant of the great Xia dynasty, and any casual remark could expose them. Concealing it was futile. We are merely passing through and happened to find this place lively, so we decided to take a look. Upon hearing this, Xue Hu burst into laughter. Well, you came at just the right time. You coincidentally arrived during our great Xia dynasty's imperial examination and the enrollment ceremony of the Jixia Academy. Another mention of the imperial examination. Having arrived in Chang'an, she had heard it mentioned no less than 10 times, as nearly everyone she conversed with brought it up. This piqued the curiosity of the veiled woman even more. Boss, what exactly is this imperial examination? I've noticed everyone along the way discussing it. Xue Hu cleared his throat and began to explain. You've asked the right person. The imperial examination, Soon Xue Hu launched into a lengthy explanation about the examination to the three. Once they fully grasped the details, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Emperor of Xia indeed possessed great ambition. However, unfortunately, the literary part of the examination is conducted in private, so you won't be able to watch. The martial examination, however, is open for viewing. And as for the enrollment ceremony at Jixia Academy, you can also go to see it if you wish. This large-scale enrollment by Jixia Academy is quite a significant event. The veiled woman nodded gently and expressed her gratitude to Xue Hu. Thank you for the information. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and inexplicably asked Xue Hu, May I ask, do you know Liu Yu? Liu Yu? Xue Hu's expression changed, narrowing his eyes at the veiled woman. There are many people named Liu Yu in the world. May I ask which Liu Yu you are seeking? Elder Zhong noticed Xue Hu's sudden shift in demeanor and quickly moved to stop the veiled woman's reckless inquiry. The great Liang Dynasty had been destroyed. How well could Liu Yu, as the king of Liang Xia, be faring? If they angered someone from the great Xia dynasty, they might not escape unharmed. Liu Yu is just a companion traveling with us. We happened to get separated, and we were just inquiring. Thank you for your information. We shall take our leave now. Elder Zhong chuckled awkwardly, leading the veiled woman and Xiang Yu away from the scene. Xue Hu watched the trio disappear, pondering over something. Yet with so many talented individuals around His Majesty, these three posed no real threat to him. Miss, you are usually meticulous and cautious. Why have you acted so recklessly this time? The veiled woman remained silent, as she knew that her earlier question had been indiscreet. If this were a weaker dynasty with Elder Zhong's strength, she could have inquired freely. After all, with a Nirvana realm powerhouse guarding her, no one would dare to speak against her. But this great Xia dynasty was entirely different. This dynasty had more than one Nirvana realm expert, and they were extraordinarily powerful. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Big sister. Seeing the girl with her head down, Xiang Yu expressed her concern. The veiled woman shook her head, gently ruffling Xiang Yu's hair with a soft smile. I'm fine. In the great Xia Imperial Palace, the Imperial Garden. Sister, don't run away. A chubby little boy and a girl were playing and frolicking in the garden. In a pavilion, Liu Yu lay on Zhan Mi's lap, gazing fondly at the two children playing in the garden. Zhenmi occasionally fed Liu Yu a grape, creating a warm atmosphere. Your Majesty, are you truly not planning to take a concubine? Zhenmi asked gently. Liu Yu looked at her in confusion before suddenly sitting up, pressing his hand on Zhan Mi's forehead. Myra, what are you talking about? Are you willing to share your husband with others? Liu Yu smiled lightly, pulling Zhenmi into his embrace. Zhenmi shot him an annoyed glare. You keep tormenting me, I can't take it anymore. I might as well find a sister to share the burden. Liu Yu felt quite awkward. He had not expected Zhenmi to voice such a reason. However, he did not wish for it either. Ever since cultivating the Hongming Tiandi scripture, his desires had grown intense, and if he didn't relieve that pressure, it would be stifling. Zhenmi continued, Your Majesty, I see that Sister Ling has deep feelings for you, why not? Zhenmi did not finish her thought, knowing Liu Yu must understand what she was implying. Sister Ling, huh? Since Dongfang Ling had arrived in Chang'an 3 years ago, she had not returned to the Shishui sect. Due to her unique circumstances, Liu Yu had granted her certain privileges. She could roam freely in the inner palace, and over the past 3 years Zhenmi and Dongfang Ling had become close friends. Zhenmi could also see Dongfang Ling's feelings for Liu Yu. She did not want her to keep bottling it up, as Liu Yu was somewhat dense. If she did not push him a little, neither of them would take that first step. Let's put it off for now. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yu replied lightly. To be honest, Liu Yu did have feelings for Dongfang Ling. However, given their upbringing together, he found it difficult to take that step. Zhenmi looked at Liu Yu with exasperation. It seemed she would have to continue to coax him. Your Highness Princess, please be careful not to fall. A maid followed the 2 children closely, her face full of concern. Liu Yu waved his hand at the maid. It's fine, I don't worry about these 2 little rascals. If they were that fragile, they wouldn't be my children. The maid inclined her head slightly, responding, Understood. Then she slowly withdrew. Watching the 2 children playing, Liu Yu smiled faintly. The little boy was about 2 years old, named Liu Yin, born to Zhenmi 2 years ago. On the day of his birth, auspicious signs abounded, leading Liu Yu to promptly declare Liu Yin as the crown prince to stabilize the court. As for the other little one with silvery dragon horns, she was naturally Liu Ying. The following day in Chang'an City, the streets of Zhuge were adorned with festive decorations, bustling with a throng of people. Everywhere one looked, eager scholars prepared for the upcoming imperial examination, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was not merely a moment for self-validation, it was an opportunity to gain admission to the prestigious Jixia Academy. A stellar performance could even lead to being personally mentored by one of the 3 sages of the academy. At this moment, a veiled woman and various influential figures had also arrived on Zhuge Street. The great Xiang Dynasty certainly enjoys stirring things up, chuckled a young man seated by the window of a nearby tavern. Taking a sip of his tea, he surveyed the crowd below, a smile forming on his lips. Your Highness, do not underestimate the world, cautioned an elderly man across from him, sipping his own tea with a grave expression. This Emperor of Great Xia is no ordinary ruler, we must not belittle the people of the realm. Understood, third uncle, but you are quite tedious, the young man retorted, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the significance of the Great Xia Dynasty. The elder sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. You young lad, if you continue like this, you will surely regret it. The young man merely laughed in response, unconcerned. Excitedly, a girl named Xiang Yu turned to the crowd below, exclaiming, These people really take the exam seriously. Not long after, dozens of ministers made their way onto the ramparts of the imperial city, forming 2 orderly lines. Look, is that Chancellor's son? Indeed. And there's Chancellor Wang and General Zhao too. The common folk gazed up at the figures atop the imperial city walls, their conversations filled with envy. Ah, big sister, look. It's that general in white robes. Xiao Yu exclaimed, instantly recognizing Zhao Yun. She eagerly tugged at the veiled woman's arm. The veiled woman was equally astonished, as Zhao Yun's appearance was etched into her memory, especially since she had once teased Xiao Yu about him. But how could Zhao Yun possibly be in the Great Xia Dynasty? His position seemed quite significant. Wait a moment. The Summer King, the Great Xia? Could it be that the founder of the Great Xia Dynasty is indeed King Liu Yu? An implausible thought flashed through her mind. His Majesty has arrived. With this exclamation, countless citizens collectively bowed, chanting, We greet His Majesty. The sound of their reverent bows rose like a tidal wave, echoing throughout Chang'an City. The veiled woman was drawn by this commotion, curious to see if this Emperor of Great Xia was truly the former King Liu Yu. Soon several figures emerged into view. The leading individual donned a dark-colored dragon robe and a royal crown, his striking visage radiating authority. It was unmistakably Liu Yu. Big sister, it's the Summer King. Xiao Yu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The veiled woman nodded slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. It seemed her journey here was not in vain. What a young emperor. Within the tavern, both the young man and the elder were taken aback. The elder in particular sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Liu Yu. He was formidable. At the very least, he was not someone the elder could contend with. How could a dynasty possess such a powerful figure? The elder even contemplated leaving Yu. Facing the great Xia dynasty as an enemy could be perilous. Your Majesty, all present, whether commoners or students attending the examination, bowed in unison, once more kneeling down. The atmosphere was indescribable, a palpable weight pressing upon their souls. Humans are herd creatures, yet their devotion was sincere, not born of coercion or intimidation. Liu Yu had brought them a better life, a chance to learn and cultivate. If one were to phrase it, he was their benefactor, a savior. Rise, everyone. Liu Yu's authoritative voice resonated throughout Chang'an. It struck at the very core of their beings, instilling fear. A being of nirvana. Zhang Liang was astounded. The Emperor of Great Xia was also a formidable figure in the nirvana realm. This aura was beyond what any Shanhai realm cultivator could unleash. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly furrowed his brow, unconsciously glancing toward the veiled woman's direction. How strange. He felt an odd familiarity. Shaking his head, he dispelled the distracting thoughts and approached the ramparts, leaning on his Qishao sword. His voice resonant as a bell rang out. All of you are the future of the great Xia dynasty. I see talent and strength in you. Your ability to arrive in Chang'an speaks volumes of your capabilities. The final imperial examination will be your grand stage. To fuel your passion, I assure you, anyone ranking within the top 1,000, whether in martial or literary exams, will receive unconditional admission to Jishao Academy. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the Emperor! A voice rang out, and soon the entire city of Chang'an was engulfed in deafening applause. Liu Yu raised a hand to quell the noise silence. In addition to this reward, I will also personally grant exquisite spirit stones and martial techniques to the top 10. Listening to Liu Yu's words, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, eager to commence the examinations immediately. I declare the first imperial examination of the great Xia dynasty officially begun. The rules will be explained by Chancellor Sun. At Liu Yu's signal, Xun Yu stepped up to where Liu Yu had just stood. This examination will be divided into 5 venues. Staff will distribute identification cards for random testing. Martial exams need no further explanation. However, regarding the literary exams, any attempt at cheating will result in death. Sun Yu's voice was cold, an aura of authority emanating from him that startled many. He demanded absolute fairness. If the penalties were too lenient, they would not serve as a deterrent. Indeed, after Xun Yu laid down his strict rules, several would-be cheats hastily burned their notes, realizing that their lives were far more valuable. If they lost their lives, passing the exam would be meaningless. Another Nirvana realm powerhouse. What is the true origin of the great Xia dynasty? Zhang Liang felt numb. Based on Sun Yu's displayed power, it was undoubtedly from the Nirvana realm. The examinations progressed quickly, and before long 10 days had passed. The grand imperial examination gradually approached its conclusion. At last, exhausted, Liu Yu stretched his limbs. The proctoring had indeed been tiring. It took 10 full days to complete the assessments, with the results set to be announced that afternoon. When Ruo, how did the literary exams fare? Were there any prodigies? Liu Yu inquired softly. The literary exams had been rather dull. Throughout these days, he had focused on the martial assessments, where several promising candidates had emerged. Approximately 100 had reached the Tai Chu realm by the age of 20. Moreover, 5 individuals above 25 yet below 30 had achieved the transformation into the Xuanhuan realm. It was worth noting that even Shao Qing had only broken through to the Xuanhuan realm at that age, indicating that these 5 possessed talents comparable to his. Such gifted individuals would be considered exceptional even in the southern region. Once they entered the military and were trained by Bai Qi and others, they might very well become great generals. Sun Yu slowly unfolded the document in front of him. Your Majesty, there are indeed some promising talents among the candidates, and their ability to govern is commendable. It would be feasible to let some of them manage a county. Liu Yu nodded. It seemed quite challenging to find great talents like Sun Yu, Wang Ming, or Li Si. What is their martial arts level? Liu Yu inquired. In the Xiansheng continent, one could say that the future was determined by martial prowess. No matter how knowledgeable or capable a person was in management, without strong cultivation to support them, everything would fall apart. If one assumed a position without the respect of their subordinates, their life could be easily threatened. Hearing Liu Yu's question, Sun Yu appeared somewhat troubled. Your Majesty, this Sai? Sun Yu began to speak slowly. The martial levels of the students were not particularly high. Among the top 20 candidates, most were only at the Purple Mansion realm, with a few reaching the first stage of the Primordial Beginning realm. The weakest among them barely reached the Qi Condensation realm. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that one could not have both fish and bear's paw. However, there are 2 exceptions, Sun Yu quickly added. His words piqued Liu Yu's curiosity. When Ruo, please elaborate. Sun Yu nodded, pointing to the names of the 1st and 5th candidates. Lin Xiao, Gu Chun. The The two names caught Liu Yu's attention. These names seemed familiar. Liu Yu mused, stroking his chin, and suddenly realized with astonishment. These two were ranked 3rd and 5th in the martial arts examination. Lin Xiao, 25 years old, 2nd stage of the God Transformation Realm, 1st place in the literary exam, 3rd place in the martial exam. Gu Chun, 25 years old, 1st stage of the God Transformation Realm, 5th place in the literary exam, 5th place in the martial exam. Looking at the details on the document, Liu Yu was overjoyed. A genius. This was true genius. Liu Yu had already made up his mind, whether they chose to take office in the provinces or join the Jixia Academy for further study, he would not stand in their way. If they chose to enter Jixia Academy, that would be the best decision. It was the perfect opportunity for their advancement. At just 25, it was indeed a prime age for self-improvement. Make a note of these two, reserve spots for them in Jixia Academy. Understood. Liu Yu continued to peruse the document, but found no other promising candidates. Have someone post a notice in the square of the West Market. After receiving the order, Xun Yu left with the document. Your Majesty, Elder Mo has arrived, Wei Zhongxian said softly. Liu Yu nodded. Let him in. With a creak, the door to the study swung open. Mod.'s figure slowly entered. Dressed as a wandering knight, Mod bore a hint of sage-like demeanor, yet his wise eyes could captivate anyone. Interestingly, Moz appeared to be only in his 50s or 60s. His hair was jet black, devoid of any gray, giving him an image far from that of a scholar. He resembled a free-spirited wanderer instead. Mod pays respects to your Majesty. Moz's voice rang clear and powerful, showing no signs of frailty. Elder Mo, no need for such formality, Liu Yu replied with a faint smile. Character Mod Moz. Race human. Level special talent. Realm peak of the Nirvana realm. Companions 300 Mo Knights. PS universal love, non-aggression. Mod was the greatest gain Liu Yu had made over the past 3 years, and unlike others, Moz brought with him characters from history. Unit type Mo Knights. Race human. Level none. Number 300. Realm peak of the God Transformation Realm. Indeed, all 300 Mo Knights were at the peak of the God Transformation Realm, which represented an incredibly formidable force. Liu Yu had seen these 300 individuals, and like Moz, they each trained like ascetics. Every one of them wore a determined expression. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that all 300 possessed the secret techniques of the Mo family. To this end, Liu Yu had specially established the Mo Academy within Jixia Academy. Every project in Chang'an City was entrusted to the people of the Mo Academy. Your Majesty, the student dormitories have been completely built, accommodating over 10,000 people, Mod said softly. Liu Yu nodded slightly. Elder Mo, thank you for your hard work. This is our duty. Liu Yu said nothing further. He turned to Moz and quietly instructed, Elder Mo, please inform Elder Sun and Elder Zhuang that Jixia Academy can begin enrollment tomorrow. Understood. With that, Moz turned and left. In the West Market Square of Chang'an City. This square was constructed under Liu Yu's orders. It was vast enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Everyone was awaiting, eagerly hoping to make the list. After all, 1,000 spots were available. What position do you think you will rank? With 5,000 of us, if I could land in the top half, that would be incredible. Exactly, I think I might just make it into the top 1,000. I am quite confident about that. Ugh, I probably flunked. I don't think I did too well. Amidst the chatter, confidence varied among the crowd. Among them, Lin Xiao silently closed his eyes and prayed. Sun Chancellor has arrived. At this announcement, the entire West Market Square fell silent. All eyes turned towards the distance. Soon Sun Yu's figure flew in from afar, appearing above the crowd. Students pay respects to Chancellor Sun. All the students knelt in unison. Xun Yu nodded, gently waving his hand, an invisible aura lifting everyone's hands. The lists for the literary and martial examinations have been finalized. Only the names of the top 1,000 will be displayed. If you do not see your name, it means you have been eliminated. With these words, the expressions of the crowd grew tense. Xun Yu waved his hand, opening the document with a resounding thud, golden light bursting forth from it. Soon names began to appear in the air. First in the literary exam, Lin Xiao. Second in the literary exam, Wang Ming. Third in the literary exam, Ouyang Hai. Fifth in the literary exam, Gu Chun. As names continued to be announced, many hearts sank. They had yet to see their own names. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief, and his expression brightened with joy. He had unexpectedly become the top scholar in the literary exam. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. The list continued. 851st in the literary exam, Li Fong. I made it. I'm in. Li Fong exclaimed, laughing wildly in place, completely oblivious to his image. However, the crowd had no room to mock Li Fang's exuberance. The glances directed at him were filled with envy. As the rankings approached the bottom, the absence of their names weighed heavily on many. Soon the literary exam rankings were completed. Many felt disheartened, realizing that the absence of their names meant they had not passed. Now the only option left was to strive for a chance at Jixia Academy. As long as they could enter Jixia Academy, this trip to Chang'an would not have been in vain. Following closely, the martial examination rankings were announced. First in the martial exam, Li Meng. Li Meng. Huh, I knew it was me. People glanced sideways, witnessing a muscular man laughing heartily, brimming with pride. Clearly, he was Li Meng. Commoner Li Meng pays respects to your majesty. With that, he knelt before Liu Yu on one knee. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the entire square. At this moment, Liu Yu had also arrived at the West Market Square, standing beside Xun Yu. Impressive. This Li Meng doesn't seem like someone to be trifled with. The citizens gasped in awe. Liu Yu smiled gently and raised his hand. Get up. Thank you, your majesty. The more Liu Yu observed Li Meng, the more he resembled Xing Daro. Speaking of which, Xing had made significant contributions to the security of Chang'an City. This fellow was not one to turn a blind eye to wrongdoing. Anyone attempting to deceive him would receive a beating, which had led to a sharp decrease in disputes within Chang'an. This young man appears to be only 29 years old, yet his realm has reached the 5th level of the transformation of the gods. He can be considered a genius in the southern region. Old Zhong nodded in approval as he regarded Li Meng. Grandfather Zhong, for you to praise this fellow Li Meng must be quite remarkable, Xiao Yuer chuckled. Bang! The veiled woman delivered a light smack to Xiao Yuer's head. Stop talking nonsense and behave yourself. Oh, Xiao Yuer rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. On the other side, a young man and an elder, both mocking the great Xia dynasty, squinted at Li Meng. Saint Sun, this Li Meng is a talent worth nurturing, the elder spoke softly to the young man. This Saint Sun wants him as my subordinate. The youth's ambitions swelled. Only such talent is worthy of being under my command. With him around, I will surely rise in rank during the Holy Sun ranking battle of the Wuzhizong a year from now. The elder looked at the young man in shock, realizing that the Saint Sun had not forgotten his grudge. The Wuzhizong, a 6th-tier sect in the southern region, was second only to the Shishui sect and the Heishuan divine sect, as well as being one of the oldest sects in southern history. The Wuzhizong had experienced its ups and downs, and the combat power of its upper echelons was continually dwindling due to a lack of emerging strong figures. If this continued, the fortunes of 6th-tier sects would likely decline. To attract more exceptionally talented individuals to their ranks, the Wuzhizong established 10 holy sons. This was also to motivate the disciples to engage earnestly in cultivation. The 10 holy sons were divided into ranks, the strongest being the first holy son, who enjoyed abundant resources and treatment. To enhance competitiveness, the Wuzhizong initiated the Holy Sun ranking battle, which not only tested individual strength, but also allowed for the selection of subordinates to compete. This was a method for the Wuzhizong to attract loose cultivators and strengthen its own power. Over the years, the sect had gone to great lengths for its strength. Qihua, ranked as the second Holy Sun, had always been overshadowed by the first Holy Sun in every ranking battle, causing resentment to brew within him. As long as Li Meng is willing to come under my banner, I will offer him countless benefits. A hint of madness flickered in Qihua's eyes. The elder shook his head at Qihua's demeanor. Regardless of whether the benefits would appeal to Li Meng, he was certain that Li Meng would never leave the great Xia dynasty. That was his intuition. Li Meng's loyalty to the great Xia dynasty was undoubtedly terrifyingly high, and with such formidable talent, he would absolutely become one of the holy sons, even if he directly joined the Wuzhizong. Would he settle for being a subordinate? Had he lost his mind? The elder sighed inwardly. He was truly weary of protecting Qihua for the sect. Second in the martial exam, Xuanhuan. At this moment, another name appeared on the light screen in the sky, followed by the appearance of a figure that exuded an aura of valor before the crowd. The man donned a white robe, his eyes filled with a sharp, killing intent. He was clearly a formidable warrior. That must be Xuanhuan. He certainly looks like a fierce general. Indeed, but his attire resembles that of General Zhao. The citizens were in awe of the impressive Xuanhuan. Old Zhong gasped. This person is only 27 years old, yet he has reached the 4th level of the transformation of the gods. His talent surpasses that of Li Meng. It was one thing for a gifted individual like Li Meng to emerge in the great Xia dynasty, but now there was someone whose talent exceeded his. Was the great Xia dynasty favored by the heavens? Commoner pays respects to your majesty. Greetings to General Zhao. Zhao Yun was taken aback. Oh, was there something about him? Liu Yu smiled, gently patting Zhao Yun on the shoulder. Zilong, it's clear this young man sees you as an idol. With his white robe and appearance, he was clearly a replica of Zhao Yun. Liu Yu would not believe it if Zhao Yun was not considered an idol. What is an idol? Zhao Yun asked, bewildered. Ahem. It means a role model. He looks up to you. Liu Yu cleared his throat and waved his hand at Feng Hua. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Hua stood his gaze toward Zhao Yun, brimming with admiration. He had long heard of Zhao Yun's exploits and held immense respect for Zhao Yun's terrifying strength. Not to mention that Zhao Yun had once led the White Horse Yisong during the southern barbarian dynasty's invasion to save a village. He was one of the villagers saved, so in a sense Zhao Yun was also his lifesaver. Third in the martial exam, Lin Xiao. A heavyweight name emerged before everyone. Who? Lin Xiao. Have I seen this name somewhere? Yes. I think it sounds familiar. Wait, isn't this the top name on the literary rankings? With this reminder, everyone turned their attention to the literary rankings. At this moment, the two characters, Lin Xiao, shone brightly behind the first place on the literary rankings. What the heck? It really is the same person. Could it be a case of namesakes? It seems not impossible, right? However, as Lin Xiao slowly stood up, everyone confirmed that it was indeed the same individual. A refined and amiable young man captured the gazes of many. His aura was restrained, and from a distance he appeared to be just another bookish scholar. Who would have guessed that this seemingly bookish individual had actually reached the second level of the transformation of the gods? Ordinary people were no match for him at all. While he has made both the literary and martial rankings, is this Lin Xiao some kind of prodigy? Indeed, a well-rounded genius. Such talent is exceedingly rare. This person possesses the qualities of a strong individual, old Zhong remarked calmly. With immense talent that remained humble and reserved, possessing intellect, such a person could thrive anywhere in the Xianxin continent. The great Xia dynasty truly had its fair share of talented prodigies. For other factions, having even one such genius would bring joy, yet the great Xia dynasty had numerous. If other factions learned of this, they would surely be heartbroken. The announcement of the rankings continued. Among the next list, the 4th and 5th place holders Wu Cao and Gu Chun sparked a stir, but the rest of the candidates' talents did not come as a surprise to anyone. These individuals were of an ordinary caliber. Enough, the results are out. Those who did not succeed should not be disheartened. Return to your respective academies and continue your studies and training. You can still take the exam in the future to enter the Jixia Academy. Liu Yu spoke, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the despondent candidates. Do not lose heart. You are still the outstanding talents of our great Xia, the future of our dynasty. I take pride in you. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. With Liu Yu's encouraging words, a deafening cheer erupted in the square of the West Market. This Xia emperor knows how to win hearts, Elder Zhong remarked, observing the scene with a sense of admiration. He could clearly perceive that thanks to Liu Yu's few words, the loyalty of the students in the square had probably reached its peak. If not fully, then certainly above 90%. To the remaining 1,000 ranked students, you have proven yourselves. I shall keep my promise. Each of you will have the opportunity to enter the Jixia Academy. I will also grant you corresponding official positions and rewards based on your rankings. Whether you choose to enter the Jixia Academy or take up official duties directly is up to you. But remember, entering the Jixia Academy is merely a chance I offer you. An opportunity is still just an opportunity. To succeed in gaining admission to the Jixia Academy, both talent and effort are essential. After all, it's not easy to get in. I give you the night to decide. We shall meet at the Jixia Academy tomorrow. May you have sweet dreams tonight. With a gentle smile, Liu Yu posed a riddle and then vanished with Xun Yu from the West Market, leaving a bewildered crowd in their wake. Those who had failed the imperial examination began to leave Chang'an one after another, retracing their steps back to their hometowns, as there was little left for them to do in the city. Let's go. Tomorrow we will visit the Jixia Academy, the veiled woman said, tapping the little fish beside her on the head as she slowly departed with Elder Zhong. The next day, early morning. Countless individuals rose early, for today was the enrollment ceremony for the Jixia Academy, and they were all eager to participate. The grand entrance of the academy was already crowded with people, and the walls outside were inscribed with famous sayings. Qing derived from blue is bluer than blue, ice formed from water is colder than water. Xuanzi, the weak and will cannot achieve wisdom. Those who lack credibility cannot fulfill their actions. Mozi, the frog in the well cannot converse with the ocean, the summer insect cannot discuss with the ice. Zhuangzi, the ultimate person has no self, the divine person has no merit, the sage has no name. Zhuangzi, wow, no wonder they are the three sages, their words are enlightening. Indeed, the realm of the three sages is beyond our comparison. Sai, if I could become a disciple of the three sages, my life would be complete. As they gazed upon the wall of famous sayings, many were astonished by the talents and realms of the three sages. "This Jixiao Academy is remarkable," Elder Zhong remarked softly as he looked at the magnificent institution before him. Judging by the Academy's own strength, it was likely on par with a 6th-grade power in the southern region. He sensed the presence of more than one Nirvana realm expert within the Jixiao Academy. One of them he recognized well. This must be the Zhuangzi spoken of by the common folk of Chang'an. His realm is indeed profound. "Please everyone enter the academy," came the invitation as the gates of the Jixiao Academy swung open and several Xia walked out slowly. At the peak of the transformation realm, all of these individuals were at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. "Who are these people? They don't look like students of the academy," some students remarked in shock. "I don't know, but their aura is terrifying. And look at their attire. So unique." Those unfamiliar with the Xia were taken aback, intrigued by their presence. "While their aura is so powerful, were the people of the Jixiao Academy all this formidable?" Little Fish exclaimed from a distance. The veiled woman nodded slightly. Even among 6th-grade powers, these individuals could easily serve as elders, and within 5th-grade powers, they could certainly become patrons. "Ha ha, you ladies may not know, but these individuals are the Xia," a young man approached with a smile. Elder Zhong stepped forward, positioning himself between the young man and the two women. The young man remained unperturbed and continued, "The Xia are from the Ink Academy of the Jixiao Academy. The Ink Academy is headed by one of the three sages, Mo Lao. The Xia, numbering a total of 300, were personally trained by Mo Lao." Upon hearing this, not only were the two women taken aback, but even Elder Zhong was astonished by the sheer number. 300. The Xia numbered 300. Could it be that their strengths are all quite similar? Little Fish couldn't help but inquire. The young man nodded slightly. Stunned, they realized that 300 peak transformation realm experts were all cultivated by Mo Lao alone. It seemed that Mo Lao was no ordinary figure. He was likely the Mozi from the Wall of Sayings outside the academy. If one Mozi is this extraordinary, how terrifying must Zhuangzi and Sunzi, who are also among the three sages, be? The trio couldn't help but gasp in awe. With these three present, the lower-tier experts of the Great Xia Dynasty would likely emerge in a continuous stream, a truly frightening prospect. What a far-fetched claim. Don't boast so grandly." A young man holding a folding fan approached the veiled woman with a disdainful expression, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "If what you say were true, why hasn't the Great Xia Dynasty unified the entire southern region?" "If I may say, you are nothing but a clown," Qi Hua sneered. As he drew closer, Qi Hua was immediately captivated by Little Fish's stunning beauty. At the same time, he glanced at the veiled woman, and his intuition told him that her beauty far surpassed that of the girl named Little Fish. Even with her veil, her ethereal aura was undeniable. This woman must possess an unparalleled beauty. He hadn't anticipated that merely stepping away from his sect for a journey would lead him to encounter such a woman. Beneath the veil, her delicate brows furrowed. Qi Hua's gaze made her feel uncomfortable and restless. Meanwhile, the young man, hearing Qi Hua's disparaging remarks, chuckled lightly. "The frog in the well cannot converse with the ocean. The summer insect cannot discuss with the ice." With that, he turned to leave, but Qi Hua paused, suddenly realizing that those were the words of Zhuangzi. This scoundrel had compared him to a frog at the bottom of a well. "Stop right there. You think I'll just stop because you told me to? Who do you think you are?" The young man turned his back on Qi Hua, his tone dripping with disdain, even laced with a hint of mockery. Did he really think he was something special? He wouldn't entertain this any longer. "Damn it." Qi Hua gritted his teeth, his figure flashing as he leapt forward, charging straight at the young man. His cultivation level in the Tai Chu realm was evident. "Saint Sun, no." The old man gasped, taken aback by Qi Hua's sudden outburst. The news of the prohibition against violence in Chang'an had been conveyed to everyone at the city gate by Zhuangzhou. He felt utterly powerless in the face of the pressure emanating from Zhuangzhou. Offending the Great Xia Dynasty over this would be a grave mistake. "That's it, that young man is in trouble," Elder Zhong murmured among the onlookers. Little Yu tilted her head. "Grandpa Zhong, which young man are you talking about?" "The one attacking others. Though his aura is indeed powerful and he stands out among his peers, he pales in comparison to another young man." Elder Zhong explained softly. The veiled woman also nodded, agreeing with Elder Zhong's assessment. "Wow. To dare engage in violence in Chang'an, this kid must be tired of living. Indeed, it looks like a conflict is brewing. Wait, isn't that Gu Feng a senior from the Jixiao Academy?" "Gu Feng. I remember now, or he seems to be a named disciple accepted by Old Sun a year ago." The students who had yet to enter the Jixiao Academy and the passing citizens were captivated by the unfolding scene. Some even recognized the young man's identity at a glance. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy behind him, Gu Feng smirked, letting out a helpless sigh. Why seek death like this? He inclined his body slightly, easily dodging Qi Hua's attack, then, with a swift kick, sent Qi Hua flying hundreds of meters, crashing hard into a wall. Boom! The wall collapsed, burying Qi Hua beneath the debris. Waste, Gu Feng remarked disdainfully. At 25 or 26, you haven't even reached the transformation realm, yet you dare to act so brazenly. You don't even know who taught you to launch sneak attacks. He waved his robe dismissively, coldly admonishing Qi Hua before turning to walk towards the Jixia Academy. Saint Sun. The old man hurriedly ran towards Qi Hua, pulling him out from the rubble. Little Yu stared wide-eyed. This young man is so strong. The veiled woman concurred. Among his peers in the south region, he's quite extraordinary. Damn. Cough, cough. Qi Hua clutched his chest, gritting his teeth in anger. However, Gu Feng's next words nearly made him spit blood in rage. By the way, remember to pay for the repairs to the wall. General Xing is quite petty, you know. Damaging the wall without compensation will lead to punishment. With that, Gu Feng laughed heartily and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Old Ling, should we kill him? Seeing Gu Feng's insufferable expression, Qi Hua could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily at the old man beside him. Elder Ling was taken aback and quickly tried to persuade him. Saint Sun, this is the imperial capital of the great Xia dynasty, not our territory. Let it go. Once we return to the sect, we can report everything to the master, who will make the decisions. Idiot. Slap. In a fit of rage, Qi Hua slapped Elder Ling across the face. What do you even count as to instruct this Saint Sun on what to do? If he reported what happened in the great Xia dynasty back to the sect, it would only make him look foolish. His reputation as a Saint Sun would suffer greatly, possibly even leading to his downfall. Even if he defeated the first Saint Sun, it would forever be a stain on his record. Elder Ling, stunned, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could a mere child in the Taichu realm strike him, a revered Nirvana realm expert? A flash of malice crossed his eyes. He almost wished to kill Qi Hua on the spot. This scene did not escape Qi Hua's notice. He saw the fierce look in Elder Ling's eyes. Instead of feeling fear, he sneered. You dare to lay a hand on this Saint Sun? A jade slip appeared in Qi Hua's hand. He squeezed it slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. What? Want to try me? Elder Ling was taken aback. How could such a thing be in the hands of a mere child like Qi Hua? Did these Wuji sect bastards truly not trust him anymore? How about you guess what will happen to you if I crush this jade slip? Hearing Qi Hua's voice, Elder Ling gritted his teeth, ultimately deflating like a balloon. Grandpa Zhong, what is that thing? Why does this powerful expert seem so fearful? Little Yu asked, puzzled. To judge by his aura, Elder Ling was undoubtedly a peak expert. Just moments ago he was furious, but upon seeing the jade slip, he completely wilted. That is a soul jade slip which seals the life force of this expert. If it is crushed, he will die on the spot. This is a rather extreme method used by some major powers to enhance their own strength. They capture a powerful expert and force him to release his life force, thus controlling him for their own use. However, the materials for the soul jade slip are extremely rare and difficult to gather. Upon hearing Elder Zhong's explanation, the two finally understood. They had not realized such dark arts existed in this world. Go, kill him. Qi Hua shouted once more, his fury unabated. Elder Ling wrestled with his conscience, ultimately bellowing at Gu Feng, boy, my apologies. As soon as he spoke, he gathered his energy, his body moving like lightning towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng smiled, indifferently unfazed. If he could be killed at the entrance of the Jixia Academy, then the academy would be meaningless. He knew his master was quietly observing everything from the shadows. This is bad. That old man looks so strong. Can Senior Gu Feng withstand it? Many onlookers began to worry. Are you kidding? Look at Senior Gu Feng's composure. Don't forget where we are. How could I be so forgetful? This is the Jixia Academy. Within the academy, countless powerful figures were present, and the commotion outside had likely already drawn their attention. They simply had not revealed themselves yet. On a balcony within the academy, Liu Yu along with Xuanzi Mozi and Zhuangzi silently watched the scene unfold. Liu Yu suddenly chuckled lightly. Old Sun, your student is in trouble. Aren't you going to save him? Xuanzi chuckled softly. Someone is already intervening. I need not trouble myself. Liu Yu sighed in resignation, lacking any sense of humor. Just then, as Elder Ling was about to strike Gu Feng, a sharp axe descended from the sky, landing right in front of Gu Feng. The terrifying force repelled Elder Ling. Who? Elder Ling exclaimed. Could it be that a powerful figure from the great Xia dynasty had stepped in? If a Nirvana realm expert from the Great Xia dynasty truly intervened, they might not make it out alive this time. Ha ha, to dare act in Chang'an under my watch, you have quite the audacity. A figure descended from the sky, landing before the axe. Who goes there? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes, his voice harsh. Ha ha, I'm not changing my name or my surname. Your grandfather here is Ling Ling. No, I am Xing Daorong, the commander of the Chang'an City Guard. I am your grandfather, Xing Daorong. Xing Daorong seized the pear blossom axe before him, releasing all the energy within him. He stood at the pinnacle of the divine sea realm. Just a mere divine sea cultivator. What can you do to me? Elder Ling snorted coldly, gathering power in both hands once more. With a single strike, I can subdue you. Ha ha ha, what a boast. Let's see your true abilities then. Xing Daorong roared, charging forward, swinging his pear blossom axe with an unpredictable ferocity. Shadows of axes materialized in the air. Elder Ling, seeing this, unleashed a series of palm strikes, instantly dispersing some of the axe shadows. You old fool, you're not as strong as you think. What are you even talking about? As Xing Daorong's mocking laughter echoed, Elder Ling's fury ignited, arrogant. Boom. A terrifying aura surged from him, instantly coalescing into a bloodthirsty tiger. Roar. The blood tiger let out a fierce roar, lunging directly at Xing Daorong's face. Xing Daorong hastily swung his axe, but despite delivering several blows, he could not dispel the blood tiger. Each strike he made only replenished the dissipating malevolence. The battle fell into a standoff, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. This General Xing Daorong is quite impressive, Little Fish remarked in surprise. He can actually contend with a Nirvana realm expert. Grandpa Zhong, do you think General Xing Daorong can overcome the Nirvana realm expert? Little Fish looked at Elder Zhong with curiosity. Currently, he was the only Nirvana realm expert by their side, capable of comprehending such a battle. The veiled woman cast her gaze over, as well, clearly intrigued. If Xing Daorong could indeed defeat a Nirvana realm expert, it would be monumental news in the southern domain. Although there were records of peak divine sea experts slaying Nirvana realm cultivators, they were mostly against those who had only recently broken through. If someone truly managed to slay a seasoned Nirvana realm expert, it would undoubtedly make headlines. However, Elder Zhong shook his head. Though General Xing Daorong's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary peak divine sea expert, slaying this Nirvana realm expert will still be quite challenging. There may be a chance, but it is slim. Oh, Little Fish replied, slightly disappointed. She had hoped to witness a miracle today. As expected, Xing Daorong was beginning to show signs of fatigue, and the once evenly matched confrontation began to tilt in favor of Elder Ling. Xing Daorong was at a disadvantage. Within the high tower of the Jixiao Academy, Liu Yu spoke softly. Zilong, it's up to you now. In this fight quickly, or General Xing Daorong won't be able to last, and it will hold up the Academy's recruitment process. Understood. Not far away, Zhao Yun clasped his hands and vanished in an instant. Have we uncovered the forces behind these individuals? A figure clad in a flying fish robe knelt before Liu Yu and replied, Your Majesty, that youth and the old man hail from the southern domain's third force, the Wuzhizong. This youth is named Qi Hua, the second holy son of the Wuzhizong. As for the old man, he is merely a puppet controlled by the Wuzhizong, using a soul jade slip. Liu Yu nodded slightly. And those three? He pointed at the veiled woman and her companions. I must apologize, but I have been unable to uncover any information about them, Liu Bing answered. Liu Yu waved his hand, forgiving Liu Bing's failure. He was well aware of the investigative capabilities of Liu Bing and the Imperial Guards. The only reason they had no information about those three was that they did not originate from the southern domain, but rather from regions beyond it. This made it impossible for the Imperial Guards to gather intelligence. Enough, you may leave. Prepare for the Imperial Guards to detain them. Let this Wuzhizong individual be imprisoned in the sky prison for now. I shall interrogate him when I have the time. Understood. Liu Bing bowed and then vanished into the night. Liu Yu rubbed his chin, contemplating the sky prison. There seemed to be many people already confined there, didn't there? In the past 3 years, he hadn't visited the sky prison even once, so he was uncertain how many were actually there. Back outside the Jixiao Academy, Xing Daorong was increasingly strained, and just when he felt he could no longer hold on, a silver spear descended from the heavens, saving him in the same manner. Oh dear, Zilong, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I truly wouldn't have been able to withstand it any longer. Seeing Zhao Yun's figure, Xing Daorong sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Big sister, it's that white-robed general, Little Fish exclaimed. The veiled woman cast a glance at Little Fish, noticing the pink hearts in her eyes, and shook her head in exasperation. What a lovesick girl. Miss, the aura surrounding this white-robed general is incredibly dense. His cultivation level has undoubtedly reached mid to late Nirvana realm. I am no match, Elder Zhong said softly. He was still only at the second level of the Nirvana realm and was well aware of his own limitations. Upon hearing Elder Zhong's words, the veiled woman's curiosity about the great Xia dynasty deepened. Gu Feng, being quite perceptive, stepped forward to fan Xing Daorong and offer him water. This pleased Xing Daorong immensely. "Hey, you lad, have a keen eye?" "Thank you, General Xing, for saving my life just now," Gu Feng replied with a chuckle. Nothing. It is my duty as a general. You haven't tarnished the reputation of our great Xia dynasty. You are quite the hero." "Not at all. It's still General Xing, the war god, descending." The two exchanged mutual flattery, which made Qi Hua grind his teeth in irritation. "Elder Ling, what are you doing? First kill this pretty boy, then take care of these two." Elder Ling was inwardly cursing. Kill this pretty boy first. What a ridiculous joke. The aura emanating from this pretty boy was even more terrifying, clearly extraordinary. Moreover, seeing how much respect Xing Daorong held for this pretty boy combined with the latter's formidable aura, it was evident he had reached the Nirvana realm. A Nirvana realm expert, who could be defeated with a single blow. "What brings you here, sir?" "I have no intention of being your enemy," Elder Ling faltered when facing Zhao Yun. He clearly understood that if a fight broke out, he was no match for Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun wielded a shining silver spear, its cold gleam radiating outward, sending a terrifying wave of energy scattering from him. A Nirvana realm. Indeed, a Nirvana realm. And not just any Nirvana realm. Zhao Yun had evidently traversed far within it, possessing a depth of spiritual power that ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators could not match. "If you wish to know my name, it depends on whether you qualify." With a cold shout from Zhao Yun, a massive dragon apparition appeared beside him, its terrifying pressure pinning Elder Ling to the ground, rendering him unable to move. "Elder Ling, what are you doing? Stand up," Qi Hua roared. Elder Ling, disregarding the soul jade slip, glared angrily at Qi Hua. "You standing there talking bravely is easy, why don't you try it yourself?" The nerve of him. He turned back to Zhao Yun, utterly astonished. As a fellow Nirvana realm expert, why did he feel utterly powerless? Zhao Yun stood silently, gripping his silver spear, his cold gaze fixed on the old man before him. The spectral silver dragon let out a furious roar and charged straight at Old Ling, the terrifying force propelling him hundreds of meters away. As the dragon pierced through his chest, Old Ling coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. "Old Ling!" Qi Hua exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward. To him, Old Ling was a powerful Nirvana realm expert, someone who could easily dominate in a minor dynasty. How could he possibly be defeated? Cough, cough. Old Ling stared wide-eyed at Qi Hua, struggling to utter a single word before collapsing into unconsciousness. No amount of yelling from Qi Hua could revive him. Even when he threatened with a soul jade slip, there was still no response from Old Ling. At that moment, panic gripped him. He was merely a Tai Chu realm cultivator, and if the people of the Xia dynasty decided to attack him, he would stand no chance to retaliate. He might even lose his life here. Wah? So handsome. Xiao Yu gazed at Zhao Yun starry-eyed. The veiled woman facepalmed in exasperation, indicating her unfamiliarity with the infatuated girl. Elder Zhong was equally surprised to see a man capable of captivating the third miss. Could this be love at first sight? He shook his head. As a lifelong bachelor, he couldn't comprehend such feelings. Suddenly, a group of elite guards clad in flying fish uniforms appeared, swiftly lifting the unconscious Old Ling. They also prepared to confront Qi Hua. Seeing the guards approaching, Qi Hua panicked. "Stop! I am a member of the Wu Ji sect. Do you dare to touch me?" It dawned on him that he was affiliated with the Wu Ji sect, and how could a mere minor dynasty dare to lay hands on him? Thinking this, his arrogance began to swell. "If you kneel and apologize, I might spare your Xia dynasty. Otherwise, Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Qi Hua as if he were a fool. Xiao Yu couldn't help but snicker. Sister, is this guy out of his mind? Qi Hua seemed oblivious to his precarious situation, threatening the people of the Xia dynasty despite being in a position of weakness. Wasn't that foolish? "What should we do, Captain?" one guard inquired softly. He was not summoned by Liu Yu, but had joined in recent years. Liu Yu desired the guard's eyes and ears spread throughout the southern region and even the entire Xianshan continent. Thus, 3 years prior, he ordered the recruitment of new guards under Liu Bing's unified training. These new guards were aware of the Wu Ji sect's power and feared causing trouble for the Xia dynasty. However, the captain struck the guard on the head with the hilt of his sword. "What are you afraid of? This is the Emperor's command. Charge! Capture him!" With the captain's order, the remaining guards shed their hesitations and swiftly subdued Qi Hua. "General Zhao, we shall take our leave," the captain said, bowing and saluting Zhao Yun with his sword. Zhao Yun nodded. Soon the guards departed rapidly, carrying Old Ling and Qi Hua, leaving as swiftly as they had come. By the way, remember to collect some spirit stones from him. We need to repair this wall. As the guards vanished, Xing Daorong suddenly called out. The guards nearly stumbled, responding instantly before making their exit without a trace. Wuji sect. Is that the third-ranked sect in the southern region? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Elder Zhong nodded, explaining. This sect has begun to decline. Their hold on the third position in the southern region is a result of reckless actions in recent years. That old man who was just knocked out was a loose cultivator enslaved by a soul jade slip. The veiled woman scoffed at the Wu Ji sect's methods. They can only maintain their sect's strength through such means. It's truly pitiful. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, the Nirvana realm cultivators suddenly froze in surprise. It seems the show is far from over. Liu Yu smirked, a glint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Is our Xia dynasty truly so alluring that all sorts of characters come crawling? Sun Zi remarked with a faint smile. If any of them threaten the dynasty, we old fellows will simply eradicate them. His words exuded boundless dominance. Liu Yu glanced at the trio of elders, Sun Zi, Mo Zi, and Zhuang Zi, who returned his smile. He did not refute Sun Zi because they had the capability. Currently, all three elders had reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Indeed, the pinnacle. In just 3 years, not only had Sun Zi and Zhuang Zi's powers surged, but Bai Qi and Liu Bu had also attained the Nirvana realm's apex. Now the Xia dynasty boasted 5 peak Nirvana realm experts alongside Zhao Yun, Li Mu, and other formidable cultivators. The dynasty's strength was nothing short of terrifying. Liu Yu could confidently say that the Xia dynasty's power was sufficient to look down upon the entire southern region. If only they had revealed their fangs, many factions across the southern region would surely be left astounded. A good show is about to unfold. Oh, prepare yourselves, everyone. If anyone dares to endanger Chang'an City, act immediately and show no mercy, Liu Yu whispered. The 3 elders clasped their hands together. Obediently following your command. Outside the Jishao Academy, the onlooking students realized that Qi Hua and his companion had been captured by the elite guards, prompting them to remember they had come to attend the academy's recruitment. Having dallied for so long, they hoped the recruitment had yet to commence. A throng of students surged into the academy, leaving only commoners, the veiled woman and her companions, as well as Zhao Yun and Xing Daorong outside the entrance. As they could not attend the recruitment, they prepared to leave when Elder Zhong's expression turned grave. Grandpa Zhong, what's wrong? Xiao Yu asked with concern. The veiled woman seemed to sense something, her tone solemn. Elder Zhong, have they come? Elder Zhong sighed, ultimately nodding. Xiao Yu, not foolish, pieced together the conversation. Are they here to capture my sister again? Are they relentless? I've told them my sister has no intention of marrying. Why do they keep forcing her? Father should have just refused outright. Elder Zhong sighed again. Their power is too formidable. This is beyond the Jima family's control. The head of the family cannot stop this situation. Xiao Yu's expression grew sorrowful. Are we really going to let them take my sister away? The veiled woman fell silent, troubled by the prospect of this forced marriage which had driven her to flee to the southern region. Grandpa Zhong, can you handle this? Elder Zhong shook his head with a bitter smile. This time they seem to be serious. There are 3 powerful presences, each surpassing me. Suddenly Xiao Yu had a bright idea. Why not ask the Xia dynasty for help to drive them away? The veiled woman shook her head. Do not involve the Xia dynasty, they are not a match for them. In the skies above Chang'an, 3 figures darted swiftly through the air. This imperial capital of the dynasty is quite impressive, far superior to that of an ordinary kingdom, remarked a middle-aged man with a chuckle as he hovered above the city, surveying the expanse of Chang'an. Li Man, don't complicate matters, quickly bring the young lady of Jima back to complete the task. An elderly man with a white beard said, his face contorted with displeasure as he glared at the man named Li Man. Li Man cast a sidelong glance at the elder, and recognizing the latter's formidable strength, he snorted in discontent, but ultimately chose to remain silent. All right, let's descend, said the third figure, an old woman. Though hunched and weathered, her presence radiated the strongest aura among the trio. The 3 figures landed directly at the entrance of the Jishao Academy, where they immediately spotted 2 young women being protected by Elder Zhong. Zhong Shan, hand over the young lady of Jima, and I will spare your life, Li Man bellowed, his temper flaring. Beside him, Zhao Yun maintained a restrained demeanor unnoticed by the 3 intruders. However, he narrowed his eyes, assessing them. Their auras were formidable, all at least above the 5th stage of the Nirvana realm. Hold your ground. If Chang'an is threatened, we will act immediately. Zhao Yun suddenly received a telepathic message from Liu Yu. He understood that if a fierce battle erupted, Gu Feng and Xing Daorong might hinder him, so he swiftly instructed Xing Daorong to escort Gu Feng into the academy, taking a position at the entrance alone. Meanwhile, Elder Zhong chuckled softly and unleashed his aura, revealing his second-stage Nirvana realm power. If you wish to take the young lady, you must first step over my dead body. The two young women felt a surge of emotion as they looked at Elder Zhong, their hearts heavy with concern. They knew all too well that Zhongshan could not stand against the trio. The disparity in both number and cultivation was insurmountable. Zhongshan, do you think a mere second-stage Nirvana realm cultivator can stop us? Li Man scoffed as if he had heard the greatest joke. It was commendable in a twisted sense that he had the courage to attempt such a feat. Yet in this brutal world, courage was worthless, only strength mattered. Enough, Zhongshan. If you refuse the wine offered in good faith, you'll be forced to drink the bitter. The old woman stepped forward, her staff striking the ground with a resounding thud. Boom. Waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, leveling most structures within 100 meters, turning them to rubble. By the heavens! Xing Daorong, who was hiding in the shadows, felt his anger boil over. How dare they destroy the Chang'an he protected? They were courting death. Zhongshan's heart sank. The old woman was at the 8th stage of the Nirvana realm. You are the Death Matron, he exclaimed in shock. The Death Matron laughed softly. It has been many years, I never expected anyone to recognize me. You will die knowing your sins. Zhongshan, steward of the Jima family, has kidnapped the young lady of Jima. The third miss has fled to the southern region, and you have been found. You will face death for your crimes. Her voice rang out, her gaze fixed intently on Zhongshan. A chill washed over him. You speak falsely. Grandfather Zhong has done no such thing, shouted Xiao Yu, rushing forward to protest. The veiled woman quickly pulled her back, shaking her head. Baseless accusations cannot be explained. Zhongshan knew he could not escape death. Taking a deep breath, he spoke to the two young women. Young lady, third miss, you must flee now. Even if I die, I will fight for your chance to escape. Grandfather Zhong, I won't leave. Xiao Yu cried, gripping Zhongshan's hand tightly. Tears welled in Zhongshan's eyes. He had served the Jima family for thousands of years, developing deep feelings for them. After the two young women were born, he had carried out all the duties expected of a guardian and had come to regard them as his own granddaughters. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. No one will leave here today. The Death Matron shouted angrily, releasing another wave of spiritual pressure that affected many bystanders. Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, coldly stating, Chang'an prohibits violence. If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. His words immediately drew the attention of the others. Perfect. The Daxia dynasty has intervened. Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully. Zhongshan felt a temporary relief. Zhao Yun's strength was not weak, and these three might not be his match. Moreover, with a powerhouse like Zhuangzhou in the Daxia dynasty, once he was attracted out, everything would be secure. However, the veiled woman found herself in a dilemma. She did not wish to involve the innocent Daxia dynasty in this conflict. Looking at the young Zhao Yun, Li Man chuckled. Boy, do you dare obstruct the Sacred Heart dynasty. Are you courting death? The Death Matron and the other elder also turned their attention to Zhao Yun, surprised to find they could not discern his cultivation. Zhao Yun snorted casually, dispelling the Death Matron's pressure, providing relief to the surrounding citizens. I have stated it clearly, Chang'an prohibits violence. Anyone who defies this will face the full weight of Daxia's law. Who do you think you are? Li Man's fury ignited. How dare someone defy him? He unleashed an overwhelming pressure towards Zhao Yun. Unfazed, Zhao Yun gathered a terrifying aura behind him. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, causing Li Man to spew blood and collapse to the ground. I have made myself clear, Chang'an prohibits violence. Are your ears deaf? Zhao Yun continued coldly. A latest-stage Nirvana realm expert. The Death Matron and the other elder were astonished. How could a mere minor dynasty produce a latest-stage Nirvana realm cultivator? This was a talent worthy of being a national treasure, even among 6th-grade powers. To be found in a 5th-grade power was utterly shocking. What astonished them even more was Zhao Yun's youth. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. A Nirvana realm expert at this age was truly formidable. This is merely our matter with these three. It is best you do not interfere. Otherwise, I cannot predict what the Sacred Heart dynasty might do, the Death Matron said coldly, her eyes narrowed with a hint of menace. Though she was also a latest-stage Nirvana realm cultivator, she was uncertain of Zhao Yun's precise level, while she herself was at the 8th stage. This level was sufficient for her to confront Zhao Yun directly. Are you threatening me? Zhao Yun asked indifferently. His tone revealed no hint of fear, rather a trace of disdain and mockery. The Death Matron, though puzzled as to why Zhao Yun showed no signs of fear, steeled herself and said, We are 3 latest-stage Nirvana realm cultivators. Do you really think you can take us on alone? Do you truly expect us to risk a unknown duel? Why should we take such a risk when we have the advantage in numbers? Zhao Yun's lips curled into a smirk. With a whoosh, 4 figures barreled in from the distance, landing around the trio. 4 figures emanated a terrifying aura. Among them, 3 possessed a powerful yet gentle presence, while the last radiated an overwhelming killing intent, as if millions of vengeful souls were howling behind him, shaking the very core of one's being. The 4 were Mozi Zhuangzi Zhuang, Zhou Xuanzi Sun Kuang, and the god of slaughter Bai Qi. Upon receiving Liu Yu's orders, Bai Qi rushed over from the military camp without delay. Outnumbered. We are not afraid, Zhao Yun chuckled lightly. To have more people in their own territory. That was sheer folly. Feeling the faint yet formidable pressure emanating from the 4, the hearts of the 3 rose to their throats. It was already miraculous for a dynasty to produce a Nirvana realm powerhouse like Zhao Yun. How could it possibly have 4? Moreover, each of these 4 surpassed them in strength. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the leading figure, the death matron, bowed, with an apologetic expression, to Zhao Yun and the others. We mean no harm to the great Xia dynasty. Our mission is solely to retrieve those 3. She gestured towards the 3 veiled women behind her. Xiao Yu quickly interjected, don't even think about it. We would rather die than go back with you. A glint of fierce determination flashed in the death matron's eyes, but her thoughts were interrupted by a voice that cut through the tension. To destroy the city of Chang'an and expect to leave unscathed. Does such a thing happen in this world? A figure approached slowly, exuding a kingly aura that compelled submission. Your Majesty. Xuanzi Bai Qi and the others hastily bowed in respect. Liu Yu nodded slightly, signaling them to stand down. The very presence of this person revealed him to be the Emperor of the dynasty. The death matron and her companions gazed at Liu Yu in shock. They had assumed that someone capable of developing a dynasty to such heights must be a figure of immense power, only to find he was a youth of around 20. Liu Yu's gaze turned cold as he addressed the death matron and her party. Do you see this area? You think you can just leave without compensation? The vicinity they occupied had been reduced to ruins save for the Jixiao Academy, which had special protections. Are you certain the great Xia dynasty wishes to oppose the Sacred Heart dynasty? Li Man's eyes darkened, his voice icy. Known for his violent temper, he felt deeply insulted by the threat from a dynasty in the southern region, given the backing of the Sacred Heart dynasty. The Sacred Heart dynasty. Liu Yu sneered. Never heard of it. Even if it is formidable, how often do you think your master has time to spare for the southern region? His contempt was palpable. The Sacred Heart dynasty could easily dispatch 3 Nirvana realm experts for a mission, indicating its significant strength, likely sourced from the Imperial Prefecture, central to the Xianxin continent. The Imperial Prefecture was vast, occupying nearly 90% of the continent, and its spiritual energy was far denser than in other regions. However, this also meant that the fighting the law of the jungle was more brutal there than elsewhere. Thus, the Sacred Heart dynasty would surely have its formidable enemies, making it unlikely they could casually send their powerful experts across the sea to confront a single dynasty. This was the harsh reality. The mixed strength of the 3 indicated their hastily assembled nature. It proved that the so-called Sacred Heart dynasty did not have enough strong figures to spare. As long as they didn't mobilize experts above the Nirvana realm, the great Xia dynasty had confidence in handling the situation. In a few years, the Sacred Heart dynasty might not even be a concern for him, let alone instill fear. You? Upon hearing Liu Yu's derisive laughter, the 3 fell momentarily silent, struggling to find words. Liu Yu was right. The Sacred Heart dynasty wouldn't send powerful experts across the sea for them. Realizing Liu Yu was serious, the death matron stepped forward, suppressing Li Man's rising anger. Your Majesty, what must we offer to avoid conflict? Let you go? Sorry, none of you is leaving. Liu Yu commanded. Attack. At his order, the 5 revealed their powers, and a terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the 3, quelling any thoughts of resistance. 4 at the peak of the Nirvana realm. 1 at the 7th level. How is this possible? At that moment, not only Li Man and the others, but even the onlookers, including Zhongshan, were taken aback. A dynasty of this caliber with 5 Nirvana realm experts, 4 of whom were at the pinnacle. Such a combination was inconceivable. Yet the great Xia dynasty shattered that expectation. The 4 peak Nirvana realm experts and 1 at the 7th level crushed the death matron and her companions, rendering them immobile. Bai Qi snorted as 3 streams of blood energy surged toward the 3. In their astonished gaze, the energy entered their bodies, wreaking havoc upon their meridians. What have you done to us? Li Man searched frantically for the blood energy within, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not expel it. The excruciating pain from his meridians twisted his face in agony. The death matron and the other elder also exerted their spiritual power to resist Bai Qi's blood energy, but all efforts were in vain. The speed of Bai Qi's energy was blinding, and even their utmost effort couldn't catch it. The blood energy continued to rampage within them, corroding their meridians, causing their realms to falter. No, this is impossible. Li Man roared in fury. The level he had painstakingly cultivated was slipping away so easily. Centuries of effort wasted in an instant. We surrender. We surrender. The death matron panicked, not wanting to lose her powers and meet her demise. Silence. Liu Yu's voice brooked no dissent. Following his command, Bai Qi crushed the blood energy within the three, shattering their entire meridian systems. In an instant, their cries of agony echoed throughout the Jixiao Academy as the three collapsed like lifeless dogs devoid of any movement. Liu Yu casually tossed 3 pills, forcing them into the mouths of the fallen, sustaining their lives. As long as the three lived, the so-called Sacred Heart Dynasty would remain unaware of their fate. They would delay the inevitable for as long as possible. Currently, the Great Xia Dynasty did not wish to entangle itself with the forces of the Imperial Prefecture, and Liu Yu had little understanding of the Sacred Heart Dynasty's capabilities. With swift efficiency, the court's enforcers, the Xun, arrived on the battlefield. Liu Yu waved his hand, and they immediately understood, dragging the three now like dead dogs away. After dealing with the 3 specters, Liu Yu turned his gaze towards Zhongshan and the others. Noticing Liu Yu's attention, Zhongshan's expression tightened, fearing that Liu Yu might order them to take action against them. It was worth noting that even the 3 specters couldn't withstand a few rounds against Liu Yu's subordinates, let alone himself. It was a complete one-hit knockout. At that moment, the veiled woman gracefully stepped forward and slightly bowed to Liu Yu. I am GMO Shui, and I pay my respects to your majesty of the Great Xia Empire. Following her lead, Xiao Yu and Zhongshan also bowed slightly, saying, We are GMO Yu Zhongshan, paying our respects to your majesty of the Great Xia Empire. Liu Yu raised his eyes to look at GMO Shui, noting that this woman had a strong will. Moreover, why did it feel as if some thread of fate was tugging at him upon seeing her? Was he being watched by the heavens? After receiving no answers from the system, Liu Yu could only sigh helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the woman before him. Character GMO Shui. Race human. Faction young lady of the GMO clan of the Holy Heart Dynasty. Physique Destiny Phoenix body. Realm peak of the transformation realm. Destiny Phoenix body. Liu Yu was taken aback. This was the first unique physique from the native land of the Xianxin continent he had encountered besides Yinger and Yinner. Furthermore, this woman appeared to be around his age, yet her realm had already reached the peak of the transformation realm. Such talent was enough to make her stand above others. Destiny Phoenix body, one of the 3,000 divine bodies in the vast world born with a phoenix fate. The host can take her into the harem. The Destiny Phoenix body is an exceptionally strong dual cultivation physique, perfectly compatible with the host's Hongming Heavenly Emperor scripture. Additionally, incorporating the Destiny Phoenix body will also enhance national fortune. The system's frivolous voice echoed in Liu Yu's mind. Liu Yu twitched his lips. This unreliable system remained unchanged. However, what it said did capture his attention. Perfectly compatible with his Hongming Heavenly Emperor scripture, and it would enhance national fortune. Looking at GMO Shui, Liu Yu's eyes sparkled. She was indeed a valuable gem. Under his gaze, the three felt a chill run down their spines, with Zhongshan's back becoming damp with sweat. It was said that emperors were unpredictable in their moods, and they were unaware of Liu Yu's temperament. If he were to truly act against them, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Get up. Upon hearing Liu Yu's voice, the three finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, Your Majesty, they responded in unison, slowly straightening their bodies. After a moment of silence, GMO Shui stepped forward and spoke softly. Your Majesty, we are not associated with those three. Our arrival in your esteemed nation is purely coincidental. If we have done anything wrong, please inform us, and we will compensate as long as it does not exceed ethical and moral boundaries. GMO Yu looked at her elder sister in astonishment. Coincidence? Wasn't it true that after fleeing the Holy Heart Dynasty, her sister actively chose to head towards the southern domain, arriving at the Great Xia Dynasty? Your compensation is unnecessary. However, because of you, my Great Xia has now offended the Holy Heart Dynasty. Until the crisis facing the Great Xia is resolved, I ask that you three remain in Chang'an. Liu Yu spoke with a calm tone. He was not foolish. GMO Shui and GMO Yu clearly held a significant status within the Holy Heart Dynasty, but had fled for some reason. Thus, controlling the three of them meant that if the Holy Heart Dynasty's enemies came calling, GMO Shui would serve as a life-saving card in his hand. Of course, there was another reason for not letting GMO Shui and her companions go, fear that they would alert the Holy Heart Dynasty's people. Although GMO Shui and the others had escaped, he was unclear about their specific relationships. If he let them go, it could lead to disaster. However, upon hearing Liu Yu's words, Gmo Shui and her companions not only did not feel anger, instead they sighed in relief. Their constant wandering in the southern domain had been exhausting, and now that the great Xia dynasty was powerful residing, there was not a bad option at all. At the very least, their safety was guaranteed. Moreover, from Liu Yu's demeanor, he did not seem like an unkind ruler. We shall comply with your majesty's orders. Gmo Shui slightly inclined her head. Her main intention was to uncover the mysteries of the great Xia dynasty and Liu Yu. A dynasty established 3 years ago had developed to such a terrifying scale, her curiosity was piqued. Liu Yu's lips curled upwards. With the Destiny Phoenix body, how could he let her slip away? All right, the enrollment for the Jishao Academy has been delayed for too long. You should hurry along, I shall join shortly. Liu Yu turned to look at Zhuang Zi and the other three. As the 3 sages of the Jishao Academy, their presence at the enrollment was essential, otherwise it would be quite inappropriate. Understood. The 3 of them cupped their hands and vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yun and Bai Qi stood beside Liu Yu. Gmo Yu looked at Zhao Yun with eyes full of admiration, and Liu Yu sharply caught this moment. He smiled faintly, choosing not to address it. Bai Qi's aura, however, made Gmo Shui and the others uncomfortable, as it was laden with a heavy killing intent. Standing beside Bai Qi felt as if something was choking their throats, making it quite unpleasant. Would you 3 like to witness the enrollment ceremony of the Jishao Academy? Is that allowed, Oi? Gmo Shui asked tentatively. To be honest, she was curious to see why the so-called Jishao Academy was so favored by scholars. However, as an outsider coupled with everything that had just transpired, she thought Liu Yu would never allow them to watch. Unexpectedly, he proactively offered the opportunity. For a moment, she questioned whether Liu Yu harbored ulterior motives. Could it be? Gmo Shui glanced at herself from head to toe, her face suddenly flushing red. Gmo Shui, what are you thinking? Liu Yu is known for his integrity. It is widely known that he currently only has one consort, Mi Fei. If it weren't for Zhen Mi having given birth to the crown prince, the ministers would likely advise Liu Yu to take more consorts. Due to her veiled appearance, no one noticed Gmo Shui's unusual reaction. Elder sister, say something. Gmo Yu shook Gmo Shui's arm to remind her. Coming back to her senses, Gmo Shui softly said, "Thank you for your majesty's grace." Liu Yu laughed heartily before leading everyone into the Jishao Academy. He turned to Xing Daorong and smiled, lightly tossing a storage ring into his hands. I obtained this from those people outside. Gets for you. Use it to renovate the surrounding buildings and don't directly involve the people from the Mo Academy. Your majesty can rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Xing Daorong chuckled and swiftly left the Jishao Academy with the storage ring in hand. Gmo Shui was somewhat surprised. Was the relationship between the ruler and the subjects really this good? Liu Yu was indeed quite different. The crowd followed Liu Yu into the Jishao Academy. Upon stepping into the academy, they were greeted by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, revealing magnificent structures scattered throughout the campus. Pavilions and towers nestled against the mountains and beside the waters, training grounds, meditation rooms, and various colleges. All exuded a sense of grandeur and refinement. Located at the edge of Chang'an, Jishao Academy's layered architecture created a stunning aesthetic harmoniously integrated with its natural surroundings. Students passing by offered respectful bows to Liu Yu, who returned their gestures with a gentle nod. What a beautiful academy, Gmo Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed her surroundings. It was her first time witnessing such a place. Even some sixth-tier sects paled in comparison. Gmo Shui could not help but gasp in astonishment. The academy exceeded her wildest imagination. While she had sensed nothing remarkable from outside, entering felt like stepping into a different world entirely. The richness of the spiritual energy was astonishing, rivaling that of many factions in the divine state. No wonder so many people yearned to enter Jishao Academy. The concentration of spiritual energy alone was enough to draw them in. This was merely the tip of the iceberg, as an institution capable of attracting students from all over the country certainly possessed more than just abundant spiritual energy. Liu Yu smiled faintly, pleased with Gmo Yu and Gmo Shui's reactions. Initially, Jishao Academy had not been so splendid. It was only after Liu Yu summoned Mozi that its transformation began. Under Moses' leadership, along with 300 Mo knights, the academy flourished into its current grandeur. Numerous spiritual gathering formations were laid out beneath the academy, enhancing its already rich spiritual energy, alongside an array of defensive arrays, all orchestrated by Mozi and his followers. With their expertise, Liu Yu no longer had to concern himself with architectural matters. They executed their tasks exceptionally well, far exceeding expectations. Your Majesty, what is that place? Gmo Yu inquired cautiously. Liu Yu turned slightly to glance at her, then followed her pointing finger. There stood an extraordinarily grand building shaped like a colossal medicinal cauldron with a large lifelike character for medicine inscribed at its pinnacle. That is one of the branches of Jishao Academy, the medical college, Liu Yu explained softly. The medical college. Jima Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she felt a strange connection to that place. Noticing her enthusiasm, Liu Yu chuckled and added, "The dean of the medical college is Elder Hua. If you wish to visit, I can send someone to accompany you later. Do you want to go?" Jima Yuer looked at her elder sister, and seeing no objections from Jima, Shui eagerly nodded. Liu Yu smiled gently. "Very well, after the admission ceremony, I shall send someone to take you to the medical college." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Jima Yuer exclaimed overjoyed. Liu Yu shook his head, bemused by her innocent delight. Before long they arrived at an expansive square filled with excited students, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Liu Yu led them to a raised platform where Xuanzi and his companions were already waiting. Upon seeing Liu Yu's arrival, they bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." "All of you may rise," Liu Yu waved his hand. "I am merely here to observe. The admission process will be overseen by elders Xuanzi Zhuang and Mo." Stepping aside, Liu Yu allowed the three elders to take their positions, as they were far more suited to guide the students than he was. Jima Yuer glanced at the three elders, realizing that they were the same figures who had recently dealt with the rebellious forces. Three peak Nirvana realm experts guarding an academy. Did the Emperor of the Dacian not fear for his throne? After all, her family's history was filled with instances where their father and grandfather's accomplishments had shaken the ruling authority. If not for the fact that her family had not shown signs of rebellion and remained useful to the Sacred Heart dynasty, they might have faced eradication. Unbeknownst to her, Jima Shui was lost in thought, gazing intently at Liu Yu. He did not turn to look at her, but remarked coolly, "Miss Jima, is it necessary to stare at me so?" His blunt words jolted her back to reality, and her face flushed a deep red, resembling a ripe apple. Liu Yu smiled softly. Even through her veil, he could sense her embarrassment. Zhongshan observed the interaction between Jima Shui and Liu Yu, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. It seemed that his lady did not harbor any aversion towards the Emperor of Daxia. "You are all the pride of our Daxia dynasty, but Jishao Academy does not admit the worthless." A voice thundered, not from Xuanzi or Zhuang, but from Mozi. "To join Jishao Academy, you must possess willpower, talent, courage, and diligence. None can be lacking. As for your family backgrounds, cast them aside. Jishao Academy does not operate on favoritism. We demand absolute fairness." Hearing Moses' words, the crowd felt a surge of determination. They must join Jishao Academy. This was their chance to change their destinies. "To gain admission, you must pass 3 trials, and I shall oversee the first willpower," Mozi declared, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged through the square. In an instant, immense spiritual pressure bore down upon the students gathered there. Boom! The square erupted in chaos as dust was lifted into the air. A student collapsed in agony, unable to endure the weight. Eliminated. Moses' judgment was swift as a Mo knight rushed forward to assist the fallen. Those who cannot withstand the peak of the initial realm should withdraw. Moses' figure bore an undeniable authority. Hearing the mocking tone, the remaining students gritted their teeth, determined to resist, some even spitting blood and collapsing to their knees. Yet they refused to give up. Mozi sighed, his gaze devoid of pity, and soon escalated the pressure to the transformation realm. Thud! One by one, figures fell to the ground, most of them from the literary examination. Mozi was not heartless. Observing that less than 200 literary students remained, he eased the pressure upon them, allowing them to breathe. "You all come from literary backgrounds, and to endure until the transformation realm is commendable. However, in this world, survival of the fittest prevails. No matter how outstanding your abilities, without absolute strength, all is in vain. Work hard to enhance your cultivation, understood?" "Yes, we will heed Elder Mo's teachings." The crowd responded respectfully. The eliminated students watched in regret, wishing they had persisted a little longer. Alas, history had no what-ifs. However, passing the literary examination did not guarantee the same for the martial examination. Mozi did not ease the pressure on them. Instead, he continuously heightened it. The martial examination candidates persevered tenaciously. For those who ascended from the martial examination, Mozi showed no mercy, instead intensifying the pressure. As students of the martial examination, they were all exceptional talents. To show mercy would be to do them a disservice. At the peak of the transformation realm, boom, the pressure descended, and finally some could no longer withstand it and collapsed. Mozi observed closely, surprised to see that there were still no fewer than 600 individuals standing. "Congratulations to all on passing the test. However, is there anyone willing to continue?" Even if you fall now, you will not be eliminated. Mosey smiled, faintly curious to see where the limits of this group lay. Yet altering the rules casually was not permissible, so he decided to consult the students. He believed that as the chosen ones they would surely agree. Oldemo, we are willing. As expected, someone spoke up almost immediately. Everyone turned to see it was Lin Xiao. Liu Yu also took notice of him. This young man was the youngest among the candidates, at only 21 years old. He was also the most competent, having placed first in the literary examination and third in the martial examination, a feat that was enough to make him stand out. Despite his seemingly frail physique, who would have guessed he was a formidable presence in the transformation realm? At this moment, Lin Xiao's expression was resolute, showing no sign of fear. Mosey couldn't help but regard the young man with newfound respect. I am willing to. Li Ming, a robust figure, stepped forward. Even the third place in the martial examination was standing up. Was the first place going to act like a timid turtle? He wasn't the only one thinking this. The young man in the white robe, Feng Hua, felt the same. I am willing to. With their declarations, more and more students stood up. Excellent. This is what a true genius should be like. Mosey laughed heartily, suddenly unleashing the pressure of a first-level sea of divine consciousness. Boom. The pressure immediately bore down upon everyone, making them feel as if a mountain had fallen on them. Around them, the sound of cracking bones filled the air. One by one, figures collapsed to the ground, foreheads striking the floor, their heads already drenched in sweat. Mo Xiang quickly stepped forward to escort these individuals away. At a glance, half of the group was gone. What had once been a gathering of over 600 was now reduced to just over 300, a stark illustration of the difference between the transformation realm and the sea of divine consciousness. A true master of the sea of divine consciousness could obliterate several peak transformation realm experts in an instant. Is this what a first-level sea of divine consciousness can do? They can't even bear it. Mosey exclaimed sharply. Gmo Yu, observing the scene, remarked softly to Gmo Shue's sister, they are so strong even though they've already passed. Gmo Shue also glanced over, unable to suppress her admiration for these students. Ha ha ha, if they wish to become students of the Jixia Academy, they must possess such perseverance. An elderly voice resonated slowly. The two women turned to see a kind-looking old man with white hair smiling at them. Zhongshan was taken aback. Yet another Nirvana realm master. How many Nirvana realm experts did the great Xiang Dynasty truly have? Excuse me. Just as Gmo Shue intended to inquire, the old man smiled and clasped his hands towards Liu Yu, saying, I have met His Majesty. Liu Yu laughed and helped the old man to his feet, saying, there's no need for such formalities, Elder Hua. You are the divine physician of our great Xia. Ha ha, I am unworthy of such praise, Elder Hua chuckled, shaking his head. Liu Yu turned to Gmo Yu with a smile. Don't you wish to visit the medical academy? This is Elder Hua, the head of the academy. Gmo Yu's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly bowed respectfully to Elder Hua. This left Elder Hua bewildered. He wondered why this girl was bowing to him. Gmo Shue stepped forward to explain softly, Elder Hua, my younger sister has been enamored with medicine since childhood and possesses a fervent love for the art. Thus, she holds great respect for the elders in the field of medicine. Elder Hua nodded, slightly understanding. He gently raised his hand, a surge of spiritual power, lifting Gmo Yu up. Liu Yu then looked at Gmo Yu. Gmo Yu. Human race. Status: third miss of the Sacred Heart Imperial Dynasties, Gmo clan. Physique: 100 herbs, divine body. Realm: first level of transformation realm. This was astounding, another divine body. Both sisters possessed divine bodies. The Gmo clan was truly remarkable. If the eldest and third ladies both had divine bodies, then surely the second lady must possess one as well. 100 herbs, divine body formed by the convergence of the spirit of flora, pores exhale medicinal fragrance with each breath. Wherever one walks, withered trees can sprout anew, flesh and blood can regenerate, and evil can be purified. The unique spiritual power generated can hasten the ripening of medicinal herbs. No wonder she loved medicine, she was practically born for it. Just look at these abilities: regeneration, purification, hastening. Truly extraordinary. Liu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Such talent must undoubtedly be retained in the great Xia. He communicated with Elder Hua telepathically, sharing Gmo Yu's circumstances, which filled Elder Hua with boundless joy upon learning of such a rare physique. Could there truly be such a prodigious body in the world? A glimmer of affection for talent shone in his eyes. Since Miss Yu has an affinity for medicine, let Elder Hua take you to the medical academy. Currently, the medical academy within Jixia Academy has the most students, so it is relatively lively there. Liu Yu chuckled lightly. Gmo Yu glanced at Gmo Shue, hesitant to leave without her sister's consent. GMO Shui, still somewhat apprehensive, had not fully placed her trust in Liu Yu. Liu Yu smiled gently. Miss GMO, you need not be so guarded. With my strength, if I truly wish to harm you, would you be able to resist? Why would I need to go through such trouble? GMO Shui looked at her eager sister, eventually nodding in resignation. Indeed, Liu Yu's words struck a chord within her. If Liu Yu truly intended to act against them, he would have no need for such elaborate schemes. Even Zhao Yun beside him could subdue all three of them. Elder Zhong, please accompany you. GMO Shui directed her gaze to Zhongshan. Even if Liu Yu had no ill intentions, she wanted to fulfill her duty as the eldest sister. Then what about you, miss? Zhongshan asked with concern. GMO Shui shook her head, explaining, even if the Emperor of Great Xia wanted to do something to us, we could not resist. However, having you by Yu's side would reassure me. Zhongshan nodded in agreement and followed GMO Yu and Elder Hua to the medical academy. Liu Yu watched Zhongshan leave, then turned to GMO Shui, noting her evident concern for her sister. He shook his head, deciding not to interfere further. His gaze returned to the square. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by Mosey, numerous students collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the level of pressure he unleashed had reached the fifth realm of the Divine Sea. Only a handful of students remained standing in the square. Each of their faces was as pale as paper, bending over and clutching their thighs in a desperate bid to maintain their balance. Many felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats, each breath tinged with the metallic taste of blood and rust. Some students' vision blurred, sweat streaming down their faces uncontrollably. Thud! Another group of students could no longer endure. Mosey did not utter a word this time. Those who had made it this far had already proven their tenacity. To mock them at such a moment would be devoid of compassion. The pressure surged to the seventh realm of the Divine Sea. This time dozens were immediately eliminated. Only a few remained standing in the entire square. However, to everyone's surprise, among these few was a young girl. Among the last stood a sweet-faced young girl who kept her back straight, though her face betrayed her pain. The strands of hair at her temples were drenched in sweat. What a strong-willed woman, GMO Shui remarked, admiring the girl on the square. Although her cultivation had not reached the transformation realm, she had withstood the pressure of the seventh realm of the Divine Sea, proving her extraordinary talent. Liu Yu expressed his curiosity. Who is this girl? As his voice resonated, Xuanzi slowly explained, Your Majesty, this young lady's name is Yuan. She ranks 8th on the literary list and 12th on the martial arts list. She hails from Beiyuan Academy. Liu Yu nodded slightly. Yi Wen's ability to withstand the pressure of the Divine Sea realm despite not having reached the transformation realm was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, she was already 24 years old, but with such perseverance, she could certainly carve out a path at the Jixia Academy. The pressure climbed to the 8th realm of the Divine Sea. This time, even Yi Wen could not bear it any longer and knelt on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Mosey immediately withdrew his pressure. Any casualties would not be a good sight. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Yi Wen, peak of the Taichu realm. Just a step away from the transformation realm. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, GMO Shui whispered. Liu Yu nodded in agreement. Yi Wen showed no sign of regret for failing to persist. Instead, her face was adorned with a beaming smile. She had not anticipated that the pressure from Mosey would lead to a long-suppressed breakthrough in her cultivation. Filled with excitement, she cupped her hands in gratitude and bowed to Mosey, saying, Thank you, Elder Mo. Mosey waved his hand with a faint smile. This is your opportunity, a reward for your determination. There is no need to thank me. Although Mosey said this, her breakthrough was indeed reliant on him, and she felt immensely grateful. Rising slowly, she stepped aside, realizing that she was not the only one eliminated. The majority had fallen as well. Only 3 individuals remained in the square. First on the martial arts list, Li Ming. 5th realm of the transformation realm. 2nd Xuanhuan. 4th realm of the transformation realm. 3rd Lin Xiao. 2nd realm of the transformation realm. Undoubtedly, those still standing were the elite. Yet in terms of talent, Lin Xiao surpassed Xuanhuan, who in turn surpassed Li Ming. Although Li Ming was the strongest among the 3, he was also the oldest, nearing 30. In contrast, the youngest Lin Xiao was merely 21. This comparison revealed Li Ming's talent to be somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, compared to most, Li Ming remained an insurmountable mountain. In the square, despite being the weakest, Lin Xiao's ability to persist alongside Li Ming and Xuanhuan was also exceptional. Yet the 3 were in poor condition. They were drenched in sweat, beads trickling down their foreheads, each wearing a mask of agony. Mosey raised his eyelids, his gaze lingering on the 3 for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile, then lightly flicked his fingertips. Buzz! The pressure suddenly intensified like a mountain crashing down upon them. Peak of the Divine Sea. The square was filled with 3 muffled groans, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet none of them chose to retreat, gritting their teeth to endure. Lin Xiao seemed to sense something. He took a deep breath, a faint glow flickering in his dantian. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the square as Lin Xiao radiated golden light. A breakthrough in the midst of battle. Third realm of the transformation realm. GMO Shui was astonished. What an extraordinary prodigy. Such talent would be celebrated even in the imperial capital. The great Xia dynasty was indeed fortunate to harbor such brilliance. My goodness, compared to Lin Xiao, we are mere fireflies against the bright moon. Indeed, I feel utterly inferior. So do I, being in the same academy as this guy, I wonder if it will create pressure for us. The students on the sidelines lamented, overwhelmed by Lin Xiao's talent, feeling disheartened at the thought of sharing the same academy with him. They were burdened by the shadow of this prodigy. All right, you have passed, Mosey said, looking at Lin Xiao with satisfaction. He sensed the subtle opportunity for breakthrough within Lin Xiao. If he didn't push him, it might take a considerable time for him to seize that chance. Mosey released the pressure and Li Meng and the others sighed in relief. The 3 collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Clearly this trial had exhausted them, yet they had greatly benefited. Although Li Meng and Feng Hua did not achieve a breakthrough, this test of pressure had granted them insights into the divine sea realm, elevating their cultivation to the peak of their respective stages. One never knows when a breakthrough might occur. Thank you, Elder Mo. Lin Xiao knelt before Mosey. Others might not realize, but he understood best that most of the terrifying pressure had been directed at him, continuously guiding his internal energy through his meridians. This had provided him with the opportunity for his breakthrough. Mosey, hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. Get up. Liu Yu smiled, gently pleased with Mosey's actions. Though they referred to him as Elder Mo, it was merely a title of respect. He did not appear old. He resembled a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, usually wearing a serious expression. Yet now he revealed a softer side, indicating his fondness for Lin Xiao. Congratulations on passing. Mosey chuckled lightly. Only 600 had succeeded in the first round, a staggering number. 400 had been eliminated in one fell swoop. Liu Yu crossed his arms deep in thought. If this continued, only a few would be able to join the Jixia Academy. Xuanzi. Hearing Liu Yu's call, Xuanzi quickly approached. Your Majesty. Liu Yu nodded. Xuanzi, if we continue with such stringent evaluations, I fear that only a handful will remain in the academy. Xuanzi frowned, fully aware of the implications. The first round had already eliminated 400 candidates. If this continued, only a few would be left standing. Xuanzi, why not allow all 1,000 students to remain? They are the finest scholars of the great Xia dynasty, and it would not be excessive for them to be admitted to the Jixia Academy. Well, Xuanzi hesitated. After all, could those who passed the assessment truly accept those who did not? The successful candidates had worked hard to overcome the challenges, while those eliminated would still have a chance to enter the academy. Wouldn't that belittle their efforts? Liu Yu understood Xuanzi's concerns and continued to explain. The evaluations must proceed, but we can adjust our approach. Let us categorize the eliminated candidates and the successful ones into different tiers. We will have 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The weakest students will be Huang, a level with limited access to the resources of the Jixia Academy, while geniuses like Lin Xiao and Li Meng will be classified as Tian level, receiving full support from the academy. As for the Di and Xian levels, they will be determined by the next 2 assessments. In the future, they can elevate their status based on their strength, talent, and contributions to the academy. What do you think of this idea? Xuanzi's eyes widened in delight. Your Majesty, this idea is brilliant. This way, not only could the academy reasonably accommodate these scholars, but it would also avoid opposition from those who had already passed. Moreover, this classification would enhance the students' motivation, as their level would directly determine the resources they could access from the Jixia Academy. Such a prospect would be a tremendous temptation for students in dire need of resources, undoubtedly spurring them to double their efforts in cultivation to improve their status. Your Majesty, I agree with this proposal. Xuanzi expressed his viewpoint. However, I wonder what those 2 think. He hesitated, glancing at Mosey and Zhuangzi. Liu Yu smiled gently and shook his head. Let us proceed as I have suggested. There was no need to say much about Mosey. He had his own MO Academy and was not involved with the affairs of Jixia Academy. As for Zhuangzi, he was even less inclined to manage anything. A carefree spirit, he preferred his freedom, and managing the academy would be more torturous than losing his life. Thus, the majority of the academy's affairs would still rest on Xuanzi's shoulders. Liu Yu was confident that Mosey and Zhuangzi would not reject his proposal, as it was ultimately beneficial for Jixia Academy. After receiving the order, Xuanzi returned to the central platform. Students, His Majesty has seen the determination within you, and thus has issued a decree. All of you are officially admitted. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. After a moment, those who had been eliminated erupted into cheers, marveling that they could also join Jixia Academy. As expected, those who had passed the first assessment felt a twinge of discontent. Xuanzi observed this without comment and continued, however, Jixia Academy will also be divided into 4 levels. Tian Di Xian Huang. You will still need to pass further evaluations to determine your standing. The Tian level is the highest, receiving great support from the academy. The Huang level is the lowest, with limited resources available. Thus, if you wish to achieve a higher status, you must strive to overcome the upcoming 2 assessments. With Sunzi's words, those who had previously felt slighted suddenly brightened. This was promising. Lin Xiao and Li Meng, their gazes resolute, clearly intended to fight for the Tian level. Only the Tian level could be worthy of them. Seeing the spirited expressions of the crowd, Xuanzi nodded in satisfaction and softly added, "The second assessment will be hosted by our Zhuangzi." The elderly figure, who appeared quite lethargic, stretched languidly. "Is it my turn?" Noticing all eyes on him, he advanced slowly and smiled gently at the students below. This smile was warm and soft, bringing a sense of joy to all present. The second assessment is the state of mind. State of mind? What is the state of mind? Everyone looked at Zhuang Zhou in confusion. However, Zhuang Zhou merely smiled slightly and raised his hands. A tremendous surge of spiritual power gathered overhead, forming a massive protective shield that enveloped all the students within. Gradually, wisps of white mist appeared inside the shield. Curious, everyone inhaled deeply, only to feel their vision blur and collapse to the ground. What is this? Lin Xiao and the others were startled, but before they could react, the white mist enveloped the entire area. Their minds felt heavy, their eyelids impossible to control. They shook their heads, striving to open their eyes. But it was all in vain. Gradually, they too closed their eyes and lay on the ground. In an instant, everyone collapsed onto the square, creating quite a spectacle. What is going on? GMO Shui was bewildered, unsure of Zhuang Zhou's intentions. Liu Yu explained, "A mirage." "A mirage." Indeed, Liu Yu nodded slightly. Old Zhuang is drawing them into a mirage where their deepest fears and desires are revealed. This is what you call the heart demon. For a cultivator, if the heart demon is not vanquished, their path of cultivation will be fraught with difficulties. Old Zhuang wishes for them to confront and conquer their heart demons. Only those who can do so are worthy of entering Jixia Academy. If a person's actions are swayed by their heart demon, then they are truly a failure. Liu Yu's voice was cold. Everyone has their burdens, he acknowledged this, but the heart demon could significantly affect a person's rational thought. Thus it must be severed. GMO Shui understood, recognizing the severe impact a heart demon could have on a cultivator. The scene fell into an overwhelming silence. "Oh!" A scream erupted from one student, their expression drastically altered. Fear consumed them entirely. One by one, students began to exhibit similar reactions. Even Yi Wen, who had previously demonstrated exceptional strength, wore a mask of anguish. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. "Conquer your heart demons," Zhuangzi's voice echoed softly, resonating in everyone's minds. As his words settled, everyone took a deep breath. Soon a figure slowly rose. It was Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Xiao who first triumphed over his inner demons. As Lin Xiao overcame his struggles, Li Meng, Fanghua, and the young girl, Yuan, also gradually awakened. Time passed slowly and most of the participants regained their senses, but a small portion remained trapped in the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Zhuang Zhou sighed, waving his hand to pull everyone out of the trance. What? What just happened? Those who were brought back by Zhuang Zhou looked puzzled, as if they were entirely unaware of the events that had unfolded in the illusion. Passers 500. With Zhuang Zhou's declaration, everyone was left in astonishment. Nearly half of the participants had been eliminated in the second round. Before long, the third round was presided over by Xuanzi. The results were even more outrageous, with only a handful managing to pass. A preliminary count revealed that only 86 individuals had successfully navigated all the challenges. One could only imagine how many students were swept away by the third round. When it came time for the ranking assessment, Lin Xiao, Li Meng, and Fanghua were designated as heavenly level students. Additionally, Xuanzi included Yuan, whose abilities and perseverance garnered praise from several onlookers, thus earning her the title of heavenly level student as well. There were over 80 earth level students, more than 300 mystic level students, and the yellow level students numbered the most, exceeding 600. The recruitment ceremony of the Jixia Academy was gradually coming to a close. Big Sister GMO Yuer and Hua Tuo approached the crowd. GMO Shui smiled as she hugged GMO Yuer, gently saying to Hua Tuo, "This girl has always been mischievous since childhood. If she does anything inappropriate, I hope you can forgive her, old sir." GMO Yuer puffed out her cheeks. "Big Sister, do you really not trust me?" GMO Shui offered an apologetic smile and comfortingly ruffled GMO Yuer's hair. Hua Tuo shook his head, chuckling softly. Yuer is lively and innocent. I actually quite like her. GMO Yuer excitedly exclaimed to GMO Shui. Big sister, I've become Hua Lao's apprentice. His medical skills are extraordinary, something I've never witnessed before. Even the imperial physicians of the Holy Heart Dynasty cannot compare to him. GMO Shui was momentarily taken aback, but she did not object. With so many talented individuals at Jishao Academy, perhaps this was GMO Yuer's opportunity after all. Big sister, I'm now a student of Jishao Academy. GMO Yuer beamed with joy. GMO Shui nodded in approval, saying, Sister supports you. Yay? GMO Yuer cheered, relieved that she wouldn't be scolded by GMO Shui. Then big sister will go with my teacher to recruit new students. With that, GMO Yuer followed Hua Tuo to the freshman area. The 1,000 new students entering the academy couldn't be allowed to wander aimlessly like headless chickens, so a division among schools was necessary. Naturally, their medical school needed to be present to attract those interested in medicine. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, the most radiant presence among the new students, had already set his sights on a goal. The MO Academy Mosey. He stepped forward and under everyone's gaze knelt before Mosey, saying, I, Lin Xiao, earnestly request that you take me as your disciple. He not only wished to join the MO Academy, he yearned to be taught by Mosey himself. Mosey smiled faintly and asked Lin Xiao, to be under my tutelage is quite arduous. Are you able to endure that hardship? The training of the MO school was akin to that of ascetic monks. It was impossible to claim it was easy. Lin Xiao's gaze was resolute. I fear no hardship. Having reached this point solely through his own efforts, he had endured countless trials. No difficulty could deter him now. Good. Mosey laughed heartily, pulling Lin Xiao up. He was quite satisfied with this disciple. From now on you shall be my disciple, Mo Zhai. Lin Xiao pays respects to master. Lin Xiao exclaimed, joyfully eager to bow in gratitude to Mosey. Mosey waved his hand, an unseen force lifting Lin Xiao. In my presence, a simple gesture of respect will suffice. No need for kneeling. Yes, master. Seeing Lin Xiao join Mosey, many felt a pang of envy. After all, he was one of the 3 sages of the Jishao Academy. Later, the 4 heavenly level students emerged. Lin Xiao had become Moses' disciple, while Yi Wen joined Zhuangzhou's ranks. Fang Hua expressed his desire to be taught by Zhao Yun. Zilong. Liu Yu chuckled, glancing at Zhao Yun beside him. Zhao Yun, however, shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Fang Hua, but he had no intention of taking on disciples. Liu Yu, upon seeing this, chose not to persist. Do you not find it stuffy wearing that veil all the time? He turned his gaze to GMO Shui with a playful smile. GMO Shui was momentarily taken aback, her lips curving up slightly. Do you want to see? Naturally. Liu Yu did not shy away. He too was curious to glimpse the visage that GMO Shui concealed beneath her veil. GMO Shui was somewhat taken aback by his straightforwardness. However, since Liu Yu had asked, she could hardly refuse and removed her veil. In an instant, an extraordinarily beautiful face capable of causing nations to fall was revealed. Liu Yu felt a fleeting shock. Thankfully, his daily interactions with Zhenmi had granted him a degree of immunity to such stunning beauty, otherwise he might have been entranced. GMO Shui's beauty rivaled that of Zhenmi. To his surprise, the Xianshan continent harbored such breathtaking individuals. Noticing Liu Yu quickly regaining his composure, GMO Shui was utterly astonished. She had absolute confidence in her looks, as everyone who beheld her was left in awe, even momentarily dazed. That Liu Yu, however, had only shown shock for the briefest moment before returning to his senses, leaving her feeling an acute imbalance. Of course, she remained unaware that within Liu Yu's harem was a woman whose beauty was equally unmatched. Why were those 3 Nirvana realm individuals pursuing you? Why did you 3 flee to the southern region? Liu Yu inquired. GMO Shui sighed softly, explaining. Our GMO family is the foremost family of the Holy Heart Dynasty, and I am the eldest daughter. I fled due to the royal family's forced marriage. Her explanation was rather vague, lacking in details. Liu Yu, however, was not inclined to probe further. Since that is the case, you may settle in Chang'an City. When the Holy Heart Dynasty comes knocking, or when my Daxiao Dynasty possesses the strength to confront them, you shall be free to leave. When would the Daxiao Dynasty possess the strength to contend with the Holy Heart Dynasty? GMO Shui couldn't help but scoff internally. The disparity between the 2 dynasties was vast. How long would it take to reach such strength? Yet recalling that 3 years ago Liu Yu's faction had merely a half-step divine sea expert and now boasted several Nirvana realm powerhouses, perhaps this goal was not as distant as it seemed. With no place to go, perhaps staying in Chang'an City was not a bad idea after all. Your Majesty, General Zhang Liao's battle report. Your Majesty, a report from General Zhang Liao of Nanman Prefecture. A soldier from the Bingzhou Wolf Riders rode up to the entrance of the Jixia Academy, dismounted, and rushed inside. He quickly approached Liu Yu and presented the battle report with both hands. Liu Yu received the report with a puzzled expression. The soldier continued, Your Majesty, our scouts from the Wolf Riders have discovered a large number of Silver Moon soldiers gathering at the border between Nanman and the Silver Moon Dynasty. They seem to be preparing to attack our Daxia. An attack on the Daxia dynasty. Ji Moshue beside him was taken aback. The very notion that the Daxia dynasty, already renowned for its strength, could face such a threat was unfathomable. Could it be that the Silver Moon dynasty was even mightier? Zhongshan seemed to recognize the dynasty, and noticing Ji Mokshu's astonished expression, cleared his throat. Miss Ji, the Silver Moon dynasty is merely a rather ordinary fifth-tier dynasty. It does not possess the uniqueness of the Daxia dynasty. Ji Moshue nodded lightly, but this deepened her confusion. An ordinary fifth-tier power would not have a Nirvana realm expert to defend it. Where did the Silver Moon dynasty find the audacity to challenge the Daxia dynasty? Liu Yu chuckled softly as he looked at the battle report in his hand. I was just looking for a reason to move against you, and here you come knocking on my door. Of course, even without a reason, Liu Yu would have sent troops to occupy the Silver Moon dynasty. For once he conquered it, the Daxia dynasty would eliminate the threat of being surrounded on three sides. Henceforth, he could focus only on the north and west. Inform the ministers and prepare for a grand court meeting. Liu Yu said calmly. Yes. After issuing his command, Liu Yu turned to Ji Moshue with a gentle smile. Miss Ji, you might as well stay in Chang'an City for the time being. Without waiting for her response, Liu Yu strode away from the Jixia Academy and returned to the Imperial Palace. In the Weiyang Palace, all civil and military officials had gathered and were standing in their respective positions. The civil officials were led by Xun Yu and Wang Meng, followed by Li Si and other officials of various ranks. In the military ranks, Bai Qi stood at the forefront, followed by Zhao Yun, Fang Yue, and Xiao Qing, among others. Indeed, Xiao Qing was still present. With Liu Yu's assistance, he had broken through to the third level of the Divine Sea Realm. In 3 years, Liu Yu had invested significant resources in Xiao Qing, propelling him to this level. Of course, it was not solely Liu Yu's support that brought about this achievement. Xiao Qing's extraordinary talent played a crucial role as well. Elevating Xiao Qing was also a nod to the old guard of the Northern Town Palace, as Liu Yu wished to maintain their trust. Xiao Qing, being the youngest and most promising among them, was fiercely loyal with 100% allegiance from the former Northern Town Palace members. Liu Yu had never been stingy with his own. The Emperor has arrived. With Wei Zongxian's announcement, Liu Yu, clad in a dark dragon robe, stepped forward and seated himself on the dragon throne. Your subjects pay their respects to His Majesty. Every official echoed in unison, bowing to Liu Yu. Liu Yu waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. As always, Xun Yu stepped forward first. Your Majesty, could this sudden court assembly indicate a change at the borders? Liu Yu smiled faintly. Xun Yu was indeed perceptive, quickly guessing the situation. To the south of Nanman lies a formidable power, the Silver Moon Dynasty. This dynasty is currently amassing a great force at the border with our Daxia dynasty, posing a potential threat to us. Thus, I intend to take the initiative. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, the military officials were already brimming with excitement. Even the usually composed Zhao Yun appeared thrilled. After all, they had been cooped up in Chang'an City for 3 years, eager for battle. Liu Yu understood this sentiment, and he did not attempt to quell their fervor. Your Majesty, I request permission to battle. Bai Qi stepped forward. Zhao Yun, not to be outdone, quickly joined in saying, Your Majesty, I too request to fight. Even Fang Yu stepped up to volunteer. However, Xiao Qing displayed remarkable self-awareness, refraining from asking for battle. He knew his current strength could not swiftly resolve the situation with the Silver Moon Dynasty, and any unnecessary casualties would render him a historical pariah. Seeing the eager expressions of his generals, Liu Yu felt satisfied. Ha ha, Zhao Yun, heed my command. Zhao Yun's face lit up with joy as he quickly responded, I am here. I order you to lead the White Horse Yisong south to rendezvous with Zhang Liang. The two armies will swiftly penetrate the heart of the Silver Moon Dynasty without holding back. Aim to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Your subordinate obeys. Zhao Yun rose and headed for the exit of the Weiyang Palace. Watching Zhao Yun's departing figure, everyone understood that the Daxia dynasty's 3-year lull was about to be shattered. Everyone, I expect you to summon all your spirit. From this day forth, our Daxia shall transform the southern realm. Your subjects obey. Outside Chang'an City, the White Horse Yisong prepared for departure, and many citizens watched with keen interest. Look what is General Zhao planning. Isn't it obvious? We are going to battle. I'm not boasting. Our Daxia dynasty is strong enough to rival many dynasties and easily handle these small powers around us. The citizens conversed eagerly, swelling with pride at being part of the Daxia dynasty. Among the crowd, Zhongshan and Ji Mashue gazed at the white horse Yisong in awe. What a formidable army! They are stronger than many elite forces of other dynasties, Ji Mashue remarked. Onward! With a crack of his whip, Zhao Yun led his troops forward, riding his Xiaoya Jade Lion towards Nanman. At the same time, in the Silver Moon Court, Your Majesty, is it wise to position our troops at the northern border with the Daxia dynasty? This is tantamount to declaring war. Does our Silver Moon dynasty possess the strength to face the wrath of the Daxia dynasty? The Silver Moon Prime Minister Gu Bao stood up to voice his concerns. In his view, the internal stability of the Daxia dynasty was unwavering, and their key generals were unaware of their true strength. If they recklessly attacked and the Daxia dynasty turned out to be stronger than anticipated, it would be akin to leading the Silver Moon dynasty to the mouth of a volcano, a path to self-destruction. He simply could not fathom why the emperor would make such a foolish decision. The Silver Moon Emperor's gaze turned icy as he looked at Gu Bao, having reached the limits of his tolerance for this old minister. Gu Bao, when did my decisions require your scrutiny? Have I ever made a wrong judgment? The Silver Moon Emperor roared, believing Gu Bao to be taking advantage of his seniority to command him.